The blinding sunlight tore through the darkness, and the frigid temperature could not conceal the suffocating stench of decay. A disjointed throng of humans bellowed in agony, their bloodied mouths agape, pale pupils fixated on the towering wall that obstructed their path, crashing against it in frenzy. Countless severed limbs and spilled entrails intertwined, crushed, and melded together. Yet they felt no pain and did not cease their relentless assault. The apocalypse had descended, and the zombies reigned supreme. Jiang Wuxin, relinquish your struggle. Only if you leap down can we live. By sacrificing just you, we can ensure everyone's safety. How can you be so selfish? Pale and cornered, Jiang Wuxin summoned her mental strength to fend off the encroaching horde. Crimson began to seep from her various wounds. She knew her endurance was waning, yet she dared not surrender, for that would mean certain death. In June 2058, temperatures plummeted to a chilling 70 C, resulting in countless human casualties. The M-Country Military Laboratory inadvertently released the RTW-1 virus, causing the corpses of the deceased to revive and the zombie onslaught to commence. Over the ensuing years, the zombies evolved continuously, developing supernatural abilities, culminating in October 2066 with the emergence of a Level 9 zombie king, leading its horde to assault human bases. Each base fought valiantly, yet their circumstances remained dire. Only by timely offerings could they stave off attacks. And Jiang Wuxin was this time's sacrifice. Wuxin, if you jump down, we will all survive. Consider this a plea from your father. With a face etched in panic, Jiang Qishan trembled as he bowed before Jiang Wuxin, collapsing to his knees. In her memory, this marked the second occasion her father had called her by her childhood name. The first was when she had just awakened her powers, and he implored her to lead their family to the Tomorrow base. Gazing into Jiang Qishan's murky eyes, Jiang Wuxin felt as though her heart were being pierced by a blade. To survive, they could cast aside their kin, even their own flesh and blood. A sudden wave of helplessness engulfed her, her mental fortitude dissipating. She could no longer support her body and surrendered her struggle. Quick, throw her down. We are saved. Seeing Jiang Wuxin collapse, Jiang Qishan scrambled to his feet, gripping her throat with fervor, excitedly beckoning those nearby. Crack! Suddenly, a pale purple bolt of electricity struck his hand, a plume of black smoke erupting as Jiang Qishan let out a pained scream, scrambling back into the crowd. His face a mask of terror as he beheld the limping figure approaching Jiang Wuxin. Do not fear, I am here. Upon seeing Ji Chuan emerge against the light, Jiang Wuxin was instantly overcome with tears. Ji Chuan slowly curved his lips into a smile, gently stroking Jiang Wuxin's head before turning to shield her from harm. To save oneself by sending a young girl to her death. Do you still consider yourselves human? With such grandiloquent words, if you truly care for her, why not take her place? At the edge of the crowd, a man with crossed arms regarded Ji Chuan with disdain, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. Merely an initial-level ability user, incapable of resisting us, what purpose does she serve? It would be more beneficial for her to leap into the horde of zombies, thus contributing to the base. Slap! Ji Chuan's expression darkened as he conjured a surge of electricity once more. Yet, in the instant it struck towards the man, two burly figures materialized before him, absorbing the blow, subsequently landing a punch upon Ji Chuan's head. A mere novice ability user, yet he dares to emulate others in heroic rescues? How foolish! Gu Jiaxu approached, seizing Ji Chuan's gaunt chin, letting out a disdainful snort. If you're willing to die for her, I might consider sparing her life. Is that truly the case? Ji Chuan fixed his unwavering gaze upon Gu Jiaxu, his eyes so resolute that for a fleeting moment, Gu Jiaxu felt a hint of trepidation, genuinely believing he might sacrifice himself for Jiang Wuxin, inadvertently loosening his grip. But this is the apocalypse. Everyone yearns to survive. Who would willingly choose to perish for another? No, Ji Chuan, please don't. Seeing Gu Jiaxu nod, Jiang Wuxin struggled to prop herself up, clutching at Ji Chuan's sleeve, her brow furrowed in worry. She acknowledged her panic based on her understanding of Ji Chuan. He might genuinely leap to his demise for her sake. Xin, from the moment I was abandoned, I have already died. Ji Chuan softened his previously fierce demeanor, gently clasping Jiang Wuxin's hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. You have rekindled my courage to live. Hence my life is yours to barter, it would not be a loss. No, please don't. Jiang Wuxin shook her head fervently, sensing Ji Chuan's intention to relinquish his life, yet she was at a loss as to how to prevent him. In this apocalyptic world, Ji Chuan understood that both he and Xin were merely novice ability users. And with one leg impaired, he could not offer her protection, he would only become a burden. It would be wiser to trade his life for the chance for Xin to survive. Xin, you must live well. Ji Chuan's gaze was filled with affection, but before she could react, he resolutely leaped from the wall. Don't! Jiang Wuxin's heart-wrenching cries echoed as she reached for Ji Chuan, merely grazing the edge of his garment. By the time she strained her body to the wall's edge and looked down, Ji Chuan had already been devoured by the frenzied zombies. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a poignant and tragic emotion. Gu Jiaxu observed the scene, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly masked his emotions. I never anticipated that your visage could enchant him to the point of disregarding his own life. He flashed a mischievous grin, turning to Jiang Qishan. Now that a voluntary sacrifice has jumped, who among the Jiang family will you choose to sacrifice? How can you go back on your word? You promised to grant Jiang Wuxin a chance at life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qishan's demeanor soured immediately. While he held no affection for this daughter, retaining her as an ability user could protect the Jiang family for a while longer. I am at a loss as to when Ji Chuan became a member of your Jiang family. Gu Jiaxu let out a cold laugh as the supernatural beings beside him instantaneously transported to either side of Jiang Qishan, effectively binding him. I could indeed spare Jiang Wuxin, however. According to the rules, one member of the Jiang family must inevitably descend today. Is it you? You? Or perhaps you? Gu Jiaxu's fingers sequentially pointed at Jiang Qishan and then at the wife and child cowering behind him. Noticing that Jiang Qishan had bowed his head in silence, Gu Jiaxu scoffed, signaling for the supernatural beings to release him. It appears you have made your choice, then let us accompany your daughter on her final journey. Jiang Wuxin stared intently at Jiang Qishan, who was advancing towards her, her body trembling uncontrollably. She yearned to resist, yet even rising from her position felt insurmountable. You shameless wretches, may you meet a dreadful fate. If there is a next life, Jiang Wuxin exerted every ounce of strength to curse at those before her, but before she could finish her words, Jiang Qishan unhesitatingly pushed her down, leaving only her anguished cries to gradually dissipate into the air. Chapter 2. Rebirth 1 month before the apocalypse, sister, wake up. Aunt Jiang has gone mad again, and I am terrified. In a daze. A familiar sweet voice penetrated Jiang Wuxin's ears. She abruptly sat up in bed, her expression one of confusion as she beheld the tear-streaked face of her little sister. Dodo. Hadn't Dodo perished in the mutated zombie tide of 2059? Surely, this must be a dream. Dodo has lost her little pearls, and sister is not comforting me. Sister does not love Dodo anymore. Boo-hoo. Seeing her sister frozen in place, Dodo nestled into Jiang Wuxin's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks without restraint. The tangible warmth in her arms confirmed to Jiang Wuxin that this was indeed real. Cradling Dodo with one arm, she frantically searched for her phone with the other. Wasn't she pushed into a horde of zombies by Jiang Qishan? How could she appear unscathed in her own bedroom? Could it be that she had been reborn? May 18th, 2058. There was still an entire month before the onset of the cold wave. Gazing at the date displayed on her phone, Jiang Wuxin's heart surged with joy. She had truly been reborn, in the comforting embrace of her sister. Dodo breathed in the familiar scent and, after a couple of gentle hums, climbed off Jiang Wuxin's lap, animatedly recounting the misdeeds of Jiang Li and Jiang Qiming. In her previous life, just after their mother had passed away, their father had brazenly brought home his mistress, Jiang Li, along with her son, Jiang Qiming, to reside in their household. From the moment Jiang Li stepped through the door, she had never looked favorably upon the two sisters, subjecting them to verbal and physical abuse. While her son Jiang Qiming absorbed this toxic atmosphere, developing an insufferable temperament. All of this transpired with the tacit approval of their father, Jiang Qishan. It was clearly her son who broke the vase, yet they insist on blaming me. Dodo can hardly reach the height of that stool. I will never admit to it, she thought, anger twisting Aunt Jiang's features. And that Jiang Qiming. Dodo, you are alive. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Jiang Wuxin enveloped Jiang Tiando in a tight embrace, tears cascading down her face. Although Dodo was slightly bewildered by her sister's emotional display, she patted Jiang Wuxin's back gently, displaying a maturity beyond her years. Dodo would never die. Sister, don't cry, please don't cry. Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Wuxin took a deep breath, wiped the tears from her face, and playfully pinched Dodo's little nose. A smile breaking across her cheeks. With sister here, no one shall bully us again. Setting Dodo down, Jiang Wuxin began to gather their clothes and belongings, intending to take her sister away to live in the villa their mother had left behind. Dodo, do you wish to leave this place with me? Over the years, aside from the times when Jiang Li would vent her frustrations on the sisters, Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Tiando had scarcely been acknowledged in this household. Consequently, their possessions were meager, and it did not take long for Jiang Wuxin to pack everything up. Although Jiang Tiando did not understand why her sister suddenly took her away. To her, her sister was her only family. Wherever her sister went, she would follow. Dodo was willing to accompany her sister. Little Tiando solemnly nodded, took Jiang Wuxin's hand, and flashed a sweet smile, revealing a pair of adorable little tiger teeth. Dodo would forever love her sister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuxin felt tears welling up again, for the last words Dodo had spoken to her in her previous life were also these. It was her inadequacy that allowed her beloved sister to be torn apart and devoured by zombies. In this rebirth, she vowed never to let such a tragedy unfold again. Do you have any idea how much the vase this little creature shattered is worth? Selling you both wouldn't even cover the damages. As Jiang Wuxin stepped out of her bedroom, she was met with the sight of Jiang Li charging towards them like a madwoman, causing little Tiando to hurriedly hide behind her sister. Observing Jiang Li's clumsy performance, Jiang Wuxin felt an overwhelming urge to give her past self a couple of punches. She had actually compensated Jiang Li for the villa left behind by their mother. Oh, Jiang Wuxin cast a dismissive glance at her, akin to watching a monkey perform. Why don't you call the police? Her nonchalant remark left Jiang Li momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally managed to stammer, "You little wretch. You've grown some wings, daring to talk back to me. Jiang Wuxin, how dare you speak to your mother like that? Your sister shattered such an expensive vase, and you won't even let me say a word?" Jiang Qishan assumed a condescending demeanor, bellowing at the two of them. "My mother? Isn't she the one who was driven to death by you and that shameless mistress?" Jiang Li realized she could not match the suddenly sharp-tongued Jiang Wuxin, crossing her arms defiantly to block the path between her and Jiang Tiando. "Enough of your nonsense. The vase your sister broke is worth $1 billion. You won't leave today without compensating. I have no money. Didn't your mother leave you a villa? Although it was not worth $1 billion, they would not press the matter further." Jiang Wuxin observed the barely concealed smirk on Jiang Li's face and unconsciously curled her own lips. "With that broken vase, even selling it for 50,000 would get you accused of fraud, and you want to exchange it for the villa my mother left me? Your calculations are so off. It's laughable." Seeing Jiang Li's face turn crimson, Jiang Wuxin pondered for a moment before speaking. "I suspect you won't be able to deceive my mother out of the villa, and next, are you planning to persuade me to marry that philandering heir from the Fu family?" Jiang Wuxin, unwilling to waste any more energy tangling with these shameless individuals, began to follow the plot of her past life. "Are you going to say that the eldest son of the Fu family is handsome, comes from a good background, and most importantly, can bring benefits to our Jiang family, and that marrying him would be a life of luxury?" Jiang Qishan was taken aback that Jiang Wuxin could articulate his innermost thoughts verbatim. He paused momentarily, then was filled with elation, believing she had finally seen the light, and hurriedly continued to build on her words. "Although Fu's son may be somewhat frivolous, it is certain that marriage will anchor him. Your father has exerted considerable effort to secure this union for you. You must cherish it. Father, didn't you also seek out mistresses after your marriage?" Jiang Wuxin gently patted Jiang Qishan's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "A dog cannot change its nature, much like yourself. Who are you calling a dog? How dare you insult me?" Jiang Li, realizing the situation, rushed forward to seize Jiang Wuxin's face, nearly stumbling over the table in her haste. "It's your mother's incompetence that couldn't keep her husband. What does that have to do with me? She bore two shameless wretches like you." With a swift motion, Jiang Li charged at Jiang Wuxin, but before she could make contact, Jiang Wuxin delivered a resounding slap that knocked out 2 of her teeth. In her previous life, Jiang Wuxin, though merely a novice in her abilities, possessed strength and explosive power far beyond what an ordinary person like Zhongli could withstand. Ugh! 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 Zhongli spat blood, struggling to articulate her words. As she raised a trembling finger to point at Jiang Wuxin, she was seized and pulled backward with a fierce grip. If I hear you insult my mother again, you won't keep a single tooth. Jiang Qishan, intimidated by Jiang Wuxin's ferocity, dared not approach, opting instead to cower at a distance, pointing and whispering. How can you behave this way? Jiang Qishan's cowardice was a stark reminder of his past self. Pushing himself off the metaphorical cliff must have been the boldest act he had undertaken in 2 lifetimes. I warn you both, my mental state has been precarious lately. It would be wise not to provoke me, lest you bear the consequences. With that, Jiang Wuxin revealed the cold steel in her gaze, and, taking her younger sister by the hand, departed, leaving the Jiang family in stunned silence. Chapter 3. The Doomsday Survival System. Jiang Wuxin drove her sister to the villa their mother had left them, situated in the outskirts of the city. Nestled against the mountains and far from the bustle of humanity, it was an ideal sanctuary for safety. Sister, this house is enormous. Is it just the 2 of us living here? Little Sweet Bean's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiang Wuxin. Upon receiving a nod, she freed herself from her sister's grasp and bounded inside with exuberance. Sister, can I set up a playground here? Certainly. And I want a big television, plus a soft carpet. Of course, whatever you wish, Dodo. Seeing the uncontainable joy on her sister's face brought a smile to Jiang Wuxin's lips. She wished for nothing more than to continue living in such bliss. However, she could not prevent the impending apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wuxin approached and took Little Sweet Bean's hand. Dodo, let me show you around our home, and then I'll take you to school, all right? If we don't leave soon, you'll be late. The entire villa is divided into 3 levels. The first floor serves as the living area and guest rooms. Jiang Wuxin intends to place her and Dodo's bedrooms and study on the 2nd floor, where the view is more favorable and there is a buffer time in case of any danger. Although the 3rd floor contains only 1 room. Its high ceiling makes it ideal for constructing shelves to serve as a storage area. The large terrace outside the windows offers an excellent view, complete with tables, chairs, and a canopy. After a brief cleaning with her younger sister, Xiao Tiando, the 2 set off for school, with Xiao Tiando chattering excitedly about their future life. Observing her sister's joyful smile, Jiang Wuxin felt a long-held tension begin to ease. Upon returning home, she set about serious matters, first calculating her available funds. Only 400,000. A sum accumulated over several years of work. This amount is merely a drop in the ocean for the monumental task of creating a safe haven. She recalled how Jiang Qishan, in an effort to maintain his image as a good father in front of others, had gifted her numerous pieces of jewelry, which could surely be pawned for a considerable sum. She retrieved the jewelry box she had brought from the Jiang family, opening it to find a few solitary pieces of jewelry and sighed softly. How pitifully few there are. Where has the jade pendant from my grandmother gone? Could it still be at the Jiang residence? Jiang Wuxin meticulously searched through her suitcase, but found no sign of the pendant, though not particularly valuable. It was the only memento from her grandmother, and losing it would be something she could never forgive herself for. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Hello, host. Welcome to the Apocalypse Survival System. Jiang Wuxin was taken aback. How could a system appear so suddenly? Had she evolved alongside her rebirth? The system has detected that you are searching for its host. The activation of the system will cause the host to vanish, and we apologize for the inconvenience. The mechanical voice spoke again, prompting her to attempt communication through her thoughts. Are you referring to the jade pendant left to me by my grandmother? Yes, came the concise reply, devoid of any superfluous words. Jiang Wuxin wished to ask more, but before she could, a beeping sound echoed in her mind. Detection confirms that the host has bound to the Apocalypse Survival System, automatically activating spatial abilities. New task issued. Please collect supplies before the apocalypse arrives. The system will reward the host with 10 times the space capacity based on the size of the supplies collected. She had inadvertently triggered spatial abilities. This power, so rare in a post-apocalyptic world, could store a variety of items and even preserve them. During times of extreme scarcity, it could supply the necessary resources for the entire base. Those with spatial abilities in her previous life held considerable influence within the base and were often exempt from perilous tasks. She forcefully quelled her exhilaration and began to focus on completing the task set forth by the system. She emptied the contents of her suitcase in one swift motion. And with a thought, the suitcase vanished from sight. Detected 1 suitcase, awarded space capacity of 1 cubic meter. She then approached an old, large cabinet in the living room, gently touching it, causing it to disappear as well. Detected 1 cabinet, awarded space capacity of 6 cubic meters. After understanding the method of utilizing her spatial abilities, Jiang Wuxin collected numerous items that were large in size, yet insignificant in value, thus significantly increasing her spatial capacity. With nothing more to gather at home, she took a jewelry box to the pawnshop. Such valuable trinkets were not ideal for increasing spatial capacity. It was far more practical to exchange them for cash. "Miss, are you certain you wish to part with all these jewels?" The pawnshop owner, noticing the considerable items Jiang Wuxin had brought, welcomed her with enthusiasm. After conducting a professional assessment, he quoted a price. "Though these items are all from renowned brands, some are not in the best condition. We can only offer you 2 million. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wuxin showed no reaction, merely nodding gently. Indeed, the so-called paternal love from Jiang Qishan was nothing but superficial. How could he ever bear to buy her anything of worth? Sell it all. It serves no purpose to keep. The owner was taken aback by her willingness to negotiate so swiftly, and soon, 2 million was transferred to Jiang Wuxin's account. After receiving the funds, Jiang Wuxin headed to the city's largest warehouse supermarket to revel in the freedom of shopping, purchasing everything from rice, flour, and cooking oil to snacks and fruits, filling cart after cart. However, she did not list her villa as the delivery address. Instead, she opted for the garage of the Jiang residence. "Jiang family girl, are you really buying so much?" It was a weekday afternoon, and with no one home. When Jiang Wuxin arrived at the Jiang family garage with the supermarket delivery truck, there was no one to stop her. However, the sight of multiple trucks drew the attention of the surrounding neighbors. "Is there some sort of promotion at the supermarket? But can you really consume all this?" Jiang Wuxin shrugged at the neighbors' inquiries, spreading her hands in a gesture of uncertainty. "My father asked me to buy it. I have no idea what he intends to do." Aware that Jiang Wuxin would hardly dare to spend such a sum without permission, the neighbors lost interest and returned to their homes. Once she settled the payment with the delivery crew, Jiang Wuxin began to collect the items into her space as they exited the garage. Detected several supplies. Space capacity accumulated reward of 100 cubic meters. Please continue to strive, host. Goodbye. With a significant amount deducted from her account, Jiang Wuxin glanced at the Jiang family villa, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. It was time for a grand endeavor. She retrieved her keys, opened the door, and headed straight for the study on the 2nd floor. Recalling her memories from a previous life, she pulled open the second drawer on the left side of the bookcase, and there lay the property deed of the house, quietly awaiting her. The house itself was once the dowry of Jiang Wuxin's mother, and she was merely reclaiming her own belongings. By all accounts, it was not theft. Jiang Qishan never anticipated that Jiang Wuxin would possess the audacity to tamper with the property deed, hence he did not implement any intricate security measures, resulting in an exceptionally smooth process. However, just as she tucked the deed into her space, a voice emerged from behind her. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 4. Mortgaged Villa. Upon hearing Jiang Qishan's voice laced with anger, Jiang Wuxin felt a slight stir in her heart. Yet she exhibited no trace of panic in her demeanor. Turning around, she smiled sweetly, gazing directly at Jiang Qishan and the already agitated Jiang Li behind him. "I merely came to retrieve a couple of books. Why is father so anxious? I see you are here to steal. Do not try to deny it." Jiang Li, resembling a volatile canister of gas, exploded at the sight of Jiang Wuxin's fearless demeanor, shoving Jiang Qishan aside to search her person. "You? Reading? Hand over your belongings. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Jiang Li's face, still swollen from yesterday's incident, made her words somewhat slurred. Observing Jiang Li's frantic movements, Jiang Wuxin, with a swift motion, grasped her hair and raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to her face. "Is your rectum directly connected to your brain? Your words are as senseless as flatulence." The force of Jiang Wuxin's slap was unrestrained, perfectly aligning with the previous day's mark. Jiang Li's left cheek instantly swelled to twice its size, and her mouth began to uncontrollably drool. Jiang Qishan, witnessing Jiang Li crumpled in a corner, involuntarily shivered, tacitly accepting that Jiang Li was being unreasonable, and abandoned any further inquiries regarding Jiang Wuxin's alleged theft, pulling her aside instead. "Your mother's accusation against you is indeed wrong, but having struck her, this matter can be considered settled. Jiang Qishan initially believed Jiang Wuxin had returned to steal, but upon seeing that she had no concealed items during Jiang Li's search, his doubts evaporated. It was more pressing to discuss serious matters. What are your thoughts regarding the marriage proposal I discussed with you yesterday? I would not oppose marrying Fu Zibo. However, what are your plans regarding the dowry and the bride price? In her previous life, Jiang Wuxin had acquiesced to the union with the Fu family to spare herself and her beloved Sweet Bean from suffering within the Jiang household. But this time, her motives were different. She sought to gain advantage. Seeing Jiang Wuxin indeed showing interest in the marriage alliance, Jiang Qishan overlooked her earlier insults. Momentarily caught up in the fervor of the moment, he exclaimed without forethought, "As long as my daughter can lead a happy life, these are trivial matters. The bride price will be provided by the Fu family. I will not require it. And I shall add 3,300,000 to ensure a propitious total of 666. I will transfer it to your account tonight. 6 million is merely a pittance. After the alliance with the Fu family, this will be insignificant. I shall earn countless sums of 6 million. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li hurriedly crawled over, tugging at Jiang Qishan's pant leg, almost on the verge of speaking. However, Jiang Qishan did not even spare her a glance, and silently delivered a kick in her direction. Jiang Wuxin, observing the foolishness and displeasure before her, stifled a smile that threatened to escape her lips and took the initiative to change the subject. Thus, it was settled. She hoped that after marrying young Master Fu, her father's company would reach new heights. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qishan's grin stretched from ear to ear, completely disregarding Jiang Li still sprawled on the ground, baring his teeth as he followed Jiang Wuxin out. Thinking about the imminent influx of over 6 million, Jiang Wuxin was in high spirits as she took the Jiang family's property deed to a small lending company. Over the years, Jiang Qishan had often portrayed a loving father and dutiful daughter in public, so the staff naturally recognized her identity. Seeing a large transaction approaching, they humbly ushered her into an office. "To what do we owe the honor of Miss Jiang's visit?" one of the staff inquired. Jiang Wuxin placed the property deed on the table, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "How much can this property be mortgaged for? I require swift funding." The Jiang family was indeed a prominent household, and their address was no secret. The staff, upon seeing the address on the deed, hesitated momentarily and stammered, "Are you certain this is the property you wish to mortgage?" Typically, affluent families would only mortgage other vacant properties for financial liquidity, rarely choosing to pledge well-known assets. Could it be that the Jiang family was facing difficulties? "You need only tell me how much I can mortgage it for. Refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you." Jiang Wuxin, donning sunglasses, exuded an undeniable aura. The staff, fearing the loss of this lucrative transaction, dared not inquire further and hurriedly sought approval from their superior. Upon learning that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family was personally mortgaging property, the supervisor rushed out, adjusting his tie in haste. "I heard from Shaoli that you are in urgent need of funds. How does 25 million sound?" A property valued at nearly 30 million offered a loan of only 25 million. This was hardly a sincere offer. "We are all aware of the sincerity behind your offer. I shall not argue further. Extend the repayment period to 1 month, and I will sign the contract now." A net profit of 5 million would sustain their small company for several years. Not to mention, if they were asked to kneel and express gratitude to Jiang Wuxin, they would gladly comply. The contract was signed with remarkable ease. After receiving the funds, Jiang Wuxin wasted no time and set off to pick up her sister from school. "Sister." As soon as Jiang Tiando emerged from the school gates and spotted Jiang Wuxin waiting outside, she launched herself into her embrace like a little cannonball. "I missed you so much, sister. Did you miss me?" Observing her sister's rosy cheeks, Jiang Wuxin nodded, gently rubbing her sister's little face before leading her home. Upon returning home, the spirited little Sweet Bean animatedly recounted the amusing events of her day at school to her sister, Jiang Wuxin, who was diligently preparing dinner. Today, Dodo had achieved a perfect score on her exam and had even assisted her classmates in tidying up. The teacher praised Dodo for her speed and rewarded her with a little red flower. Jiang Wuxin responded to Sweet Bean's tales with attentive remarks, and soon, dinner was ready. Just as they sat down to eat, Jiang Wuxin received a notification of a deposit. 6,600,000 had been credited to her bank account, with a current balance of 33,373,000. As she opened the message, she saw a WeChat from Jiang Qishan. "The dowry and bride price have been transferred to your account. The wedding date is set for June 20th. June 20th. If her memory served her right, a cold wave would strike on June 18th, plunging temperatures by 70 degrees. One could only wonder if anyone would survive the cold, let alone concern themselves with wedding plans. Jiang Wuxin, too indifferent to reply, set her phone aside, but not even half a minute had passed before the phone rang again. She expected it to be Jiang Qishan, yet upon seeing the somewhat familiar number on the screen, she chuckled. Was this Fu Zibo a dog, sniffing around for a scent? She answered the call, and a greasy, nauseating voice emerged from the receiver. Dear fiancé, you must have received my dowry and your bride price by now. I wonder if you could possibly transfer some funds to me in my time of need? Who are you? Jiang Wuxin frowned, forcing herself to suppress both her psychological and physical discomfort as she responded. I am Fu Zibo, your fiancé. I believe your father has informed you that our wedding is set for the 20th of next month. Setting aside his ambiguous relationship with a celebrity, Fu Zibo was hardly a scoundrel. At worst, he was a pitiable romantic. Jiang Wuxin felt a twinge of respect for him, as he was willing to borrow money for Jiang Yiting's benefit, even while calling her his fiancée. Xin, we will soon be family. Borrowing money from you is merely to provide you with a wedding that will be the talk of the town. Surely, you wouldn't deny me? Chapter 5. Creating a Safe Haven. Ugh. Upon hearing the term Xin, Jiang Wuxin felt her last meal threatening to resurface. She retracted her earlier respect. Fu Zibo was nothing but a repulsive, lecherous fool. How unfortunate. In her previous life, she must have been struck by a donkey to have ever considered such disgusting words to be sincere, even lending him money. Were it not for the media capturing him in a scandal with the popular star Jiang Yiting just days later, she might have still been lamenting Fu Zibo's plight of starving for the wedding. If you're sick, seek treatment. Don't come here barking like a rabid dog. You deceitful scoundrel. Jiang Wuxin had intended to curse his ancestors for generations, but fearing it might leave a psychological scar on Sweet Being, she restrained her impulse to unleash a torrent of invective and hung up the phone. How dare he insult me? It seems that Master Fu has never been scolded by anyone other than his father, and now he is so enraged that he is pacing in circles, his words laced with expletives. However, he is too embarrassed to solicit money from others to support a mistress. Aside from obtaining funds from Jiang Wuxin, he sees no other option. Thus, he suppresses his fury and resolves to take matters into his own hands. Jiang Wuxin is not the type to behave this way. She must not recognize my number, leading her to perceive me as a fraud. If I can convince her that I am Fu Zibo, the man intent on marrying her, she will surely transfer the funds without hesitation. Fu Zibo forces himself to rationalize the situation and, after calming his anger, redials her number. Sorry. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. His patience wanes with each monotonous beep until the emotionless automated message prompts him to hurl his phone away in frustration. Nonetheless, he should consider himself fortunate that Jiang Wuxin has blocked him, sparing her from hearing his outburst, which might have infuriated her to the point of reincarnation. After all, Jiang Wuxin would merely give him a thumbs up in silence, praising him as a naturally programmed romantic, one that even the undead would shake their heads at, and not even a dog would entertain. Jiang Wuxin hardly dwells on the incident. The following day, after dropping off her son at school, she ventures with money in hand to an institution located in the northern outskirts of the city. This establishment specializes in creating apocalyptic shelters for the wealthy. In her previous life, she had considered it a mere gimmick, a fraudulent enterprise, but little did she know that the apocalypse would indeed come to pass. The company's stature has risen significantly, becoming a refuge for many affluent individuals, though ultimately it too could not withstand the evolved zombies of the later stages. But that is a tale for another time. For now, the company is her sole opportunity to construct a safe haven. Hello. I would like to speak with the person in charge of your organization. As Jiang Wuxin enters the lobby, she finds only 2 staff members. Upon hearing her request, a man with a thick beard approaches, first sizing up her attire before responding. Greetings, I am the head of the institution. How may I assist you? Jiang Wuxin is acutely aware of his scrutinizing gaze and is grateful she chose to wear a more expensive outfit. Otherwise, she might not have even been granted an audience. I wish to create a safe house. Money is not an issue. Seeing her assertiveness, the man's demeanor shifts, and he escorts her into a private consultation room. Retrieving a wealth of information. Please take a look. This is the current layout of our facility. We have ample food supplies and the highest security level available in the world today. You would only need to pay $2,700,000 to secure a place in our base. Having experienced her previous life, Jiang Wuxin possesses a degree of understanding regarding their defensive measures. In times of peace, their level of preparedness and resource stockpiling could be deemed excessively advanced, to the point where it might seem as though anyone believing in it would be a fool. However, she was acutely aware that the current configuration was utterly inadequate following the evolution and awakening of the zombies' abilities. Thus, she wasted no time in this process and directly retrieved the black card previously bestowed upon her by Jiang Qishan. I wish for you to transform my current residence into the most fortified safe house within your establishment, surpassing even the strength of your base. Furthermore, while ensuring proper ventilation, it must also be capable of defending against mosquitoes and fine dust particles. Jiang Wuxin recalled vividly that during the later stages of the viral mutation, numerous individuals fell victim to infection via mosquitoes and dust. Hence, such defensive measures could not be taken lightly. The person in charge was, of course, familiar with the black card and promptly summoned all the designers from the base to commence drafting plans. Firstly, we shall reinforce your dwelling using a variety of the latest developed materials. These materials are predominantly utilized in the aerospace sector and possess fire, electric, water, and seismic resistance capabilities, eliminating any potential safety hazards. Simultaneously, we will construct a robust underground storage room capable of accommodating a month's worth of food and other essential supplies. Jiang Wuxin harbored no concerns regarding the storage capacity of the safe house. However, having a storage room would indeed be convenient, so she did not decline. Next, we must address the energy requirements of the safe house. We will install the latest solar panels on all walls and exposed surfaces of the villa, continuously absorbing solar energy and storing it, complemented by ultra-quiet, harmless small generators to ensure a steady supply of electricity for your safe haven. Jiang Wuxin was well acquainted with the construction of safe houses depicted in the demonstration videos. Her previous base had employed this energy system, and even in later stages, she had not heard of any energy shortages, indicating the system's reliability. She nodded, signaling the designers to continue. We also need to tackle the defense aspect. We will encase your safe house in ultra-strong glass. This material boasts a high density, capable of withstanding attacks from humans, animals, and even most light weaponry. While ensuring ample natural light, it features numerous micron-sized breathing holes to maintain air circulation and fulfill your requirement for mosquito and dust exclusion. The existing windows and translucent outer walls of the base were constructed from this material, which indeed demonstrated commendable strength, yet in the later stages of the apocalypse, it could not withstand attacks from those with abilities. I recall you have developed a new type of amorphous material. I wish to replace all the encasing with this material. Jiang Wuxin distinctly remembered that during the latter stages of the apocalypse, the outer perimeter had been upgraded to this amorphous material, but due to limited energy resources, they lacked sufficient materials for full defense, leading to a patchwork integration with the original defensive outer walls. Ultimately, the original outer walls were largely breached by those with abilities, while only the areas fortified with the amorphous material remained intact. To ensure absolute safety, every additional penny spent now is worth it. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's words, the designers were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that she was aware of this newly developed material, which had yet to be publicly announced. This amorphous material possesses all the advantages of ultra-strong glass, while its hardness exceeds that of diamond, exhibiting a toughness that diamonds lack. Its remarkable resilience allows it to withstand virtually all heavy weaponry, naturally rendering it quite expensive. Are you certain you wish to utilize this material? Money is no object. I merely wish to ascertain whether your existing materials suffice for the construction of my defensive walls. I require the modifications to be completed within 20 days. If new development is necessary, time may not be on our side. You need not worry about that. The person in charge, taken aback by the arrival of a client with ample resources, promptly assured her that the materials produced within 20 days would be sufficient to encircle her garden and courtyard, and even provide for the replacement of some windows. Very well, let us proceed with this choice. The designers then added various additional features, pleasing Jiang Wuxin immensely. After both parties signed the contract and confidentiality agreement, Jiang Wuxin paid a deposit of 30 million and agreed to settle the remaining 100 million within 20 days of the safe house's renovation completion. Chapter 6. Punishing the Cat. Construction is set to commence tomorrow, prompting Jiang Wuxin to arrange a monthly rental at a hotel near her school for her daughter. Little Sweet Bean. Little Sweet Bean needs to attend school daily, while Jiang Wuxin is tasked with procuring food, drink, and daily necessities from various supermarkets. Lacking confidence in her culinary skills, she considers hot pot base ingredients, various snacks, and semi-finished fast foods to be as essential as rice, flour, and cooking oil. Previously, Jiang Wuxin had transported supplies to the Jiang family villa, intending to incite resentment when resources became scarce after the impending apocalypse. Having achieved that objective and mortgaged the house, Jiang Wuxin resolved to sever all ties with the Jiang family for her own mental and physical well-being. Thus, the question arose, where should she store the supplies? How to discreetly incorporate them into her space became her primary concern. The following day, after dropping Little Sweet Bean off at school, Jiang Wuxin proceeded to check into the Jingxing Hotel, where a rental sign at the front desk caught her eye. The underground warehouse at Jingxing Hotel is available for rent, boasting a prime location and an expansive area of 1,000 square meters. For further details, please call the number below. Isn't this akin to being fed when hungry and offered a pillow when tired? This place seems tailor-made for her. Without a second thought, Jiang Wuxin dialed the number on the sign and ultimately secured the underground warehouse for 3,000 yuan. After acquiring the key from the property management, she set out to explore the layout. The warehouse was even larger than she had anticipated. Had it not been for the chaos that would ensue from making this entire level disappear, she would have considered incorporating it into her space. 10 times that size would amount to 10,000 square meters. She could simply lounge about, awaiting the apocalypse. She turned off all the lights in the warehouse and, using her phone's camera, illuminated every corner, finding no surveillance cameras. With that, she felt emboldened to utilize her abilities to gather supplies. Having resolved her most pressing issue, Jiang Wuxin felt elated and drove straight to the largest supermarket in the vicinity, embarking on a frenzied stockpiling spree. Hello, I require a substantial amount of supplies. Could you send a staff member to assist me in tallying the quantities? Jiang Wuxin had arrived at a members-only warehouse supermarket, where the majority of patrons purchased in bulk. Yet, she was the first to request a personal attendant for quantity counting. Excuse me, are you a member? Our supermarket is currently not open to non-members, inquired a staff member, dressed in a particularly casual athletic outfit for convenience. Jiang Wuxin noticed the disdainful glances from the staff, their condescending tone unmistakable. It was evident they doubted her purchasing capabilities while she requested special services. To become a member, a recharge of 200 is required, correct? Please recharge my account with 200. 000, Jiang Wuxin remarked, observing the membership rules displayed at the counter. Upon hearing the amount she intended to recharge, the staff member's demeanor transformed instantaneously, their smile widening to the point that their eyes nearly vanished as they reached for the card in Jiang Wuxin's hand. However, as their hand extended, Jiang Wuxin disdainfully withdrew her own, directing her attention to another staff member standing nearby. You assist me with the recharge. She is merely an intern. Should there be any errors in processing, it would delay your transaction, the staff member insisted, clearly unwilling to relinquish the lucrative commission. Nevertheless, Jiang Wuxin offered no acknowledgement, directly handing her card to the other employee. The young woman, evidently taken aback by the unexpected stroke of fortune, hurriedly accepted the card, her hands trembling slightly with nervousness. Take your time. There's no rush, Jiang Wuxin reassured her. Meanwhile, the supermarket manager, having learned of a significant new client recharging 200,000, hurried over with an eager smile plastered across his face. Madam, allow me to assist you. Jiang Wuxin glanced at the manager, accepting both the card and the bank card with a nonchalant hum. Just as the staff member sighed in relief, Jiang Wuxin's voice pierced the air. Your staff seems a bit lacking in demeanor. The manager, having heard of the earlier incident, quickly assured her, rest assured, we will terminate the employment of any staff displaying poor conduct. Satisfied with this resolution, Jiang Wuxin said nothing more and proceeded through the exclusive entrance. She filled her cart with an abundance of food items, along with baseball bats, chainsaws, electric batons, and various legal yet practical weapons. Ultimately, she also ordered 50 electric kickspace heaters and a stockpile of essential medicines and medical supplies. Drawing from her experience of survival in apocalyptic scenarios, she recognized that extensive quantities of medication were unnecessary, thus opting to purchase only basic supplies. After stowing the items in her storage space, It was time to pick up little Sweet Bean from school, and Jiang Wuxin set off to retrieve her. However, she did not anticipate that as soon as they entered the car, a head suddenly appeared through the driver's window. What a coincidence, fiancé E. Are you here to pick up your sister from school? Jiang Wuxin gazed at Fu Zibo's head, desperately suppressing the impulse to punch him away, and took a deep breath before speaking. Sir, what brings you here? Oh, please don't be so serious. I merely wish to foster some emotional connection with my fiancé E. Fu Zibo replied, noticing Jiang Wuxin's evident impatience. He believed that her scolding and blocking him were deliberate acts. Yet, in pursuit of the more than 6 million he intended to extract from her, he restrained his urge to curse and attempted to be amicable. Do you have time tonight? I would like to treat you and the little one to a meal. Jiang Wuxin contemplated rolling the window up to pinch him and drive away, but recalling how, in her previous life, Fu Zibo had used the 6 million he took from her to escape with Jiang Yiting to a refuge, while she was left to be exploited by the Jiang family until her tragic demise. She resolved to give this scoundrel a taste of his own medicine. She reined in her hostility and flashed a sweet smile at Fu Zibo. Sure, I know a wonderful place with delicious dishes. Let us go there. For a fleeting moment, Fu Zibo was entranced by Jiang Wuxin's charming smile. But the thought of the 6 million swiftly brought him back to reality. He sprang into the back seat with a beaming smile, which faded the instant their car halted before the restaurant. Jiang Wuxin, you did this on purpose. Do you have any idea how expensive this restaurant is? He exclaimed. This is the most expensive Michelin 3-star establishment in the city. You can hardly even eat to satisfaction for under 10,000. How dare she? Jiang Wuxin observed Fu Zibo, nearly apoplectic with rage, and cleared her throat to suppress the laughter threatening to escape her lips. Really? Are we to believe that the esteemed heir of the Fu family is concerned about the price of a meal? I assumed such places were beneath your standards. She remarked with a tone dripping with sarcasm, one that even a fool could decipher. Yet, for the grand heir, his pride was more valuable than money. He forced a smile, one that looked more painful than sorrow, and followed Jiang Wuxin into the dining hall. When they reached the eagerly anticipated menu selection phase, Jiang Wuxin did not even bother to take the menu from the staff. Instead, she declared, let us order everything on this menu. If it's not enough, we can always add more. Upon hearing this, Fu Zibo nearly leapt from his seat, but with the 6 million still unclaimed, he could not afford to lose his temper. He merely forced out a strained good through clenched teeth. The dishes arrived promptly. Although the prices were steep, the portions were small. Jiang Wuxin and the little Sweet Bean were thoroughly enjoying their meal, while Fu Zibo hadn't even picked up his chopsticks before the plates were whisked away by the staff. In the end, Fu Zibo spent 50,000 on a meal that left him feeling utterly frustrated. As Jiang Wuxin, accompanied by the Sweet Bean who was busy burping, prepared to leave, Fu Zibo approached with a long face, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Now that we've finished eating, what about the 6 million? But before he could finish his sentence, he received a sharp kick. 50,000 yuan, and you wish to deceive me of 6 million? How audaciously shameless you are! Upon hearing this, the pent-up anger within Fu Zibo erupted, and he swung his hand toward Jiang Wuxin's face. Yet, before his hand could land, she deftly twisted his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain. You vile wretch! I shall not spare you. Jiang Wuxin retaliated with a swift kick, sending Fu Zibo kneeling before her. Oh dear! To receive such a grand gesture before the new year. How embarrassing. I must insist you refrain from such displays in the future. Fu Zibo was in no position to resist, writhing on the ground in agony, his mouth spewing profanities. Yet, all his words were drowned out by the dust that Jiang Wuxin left in her wake. Chapter 7. The enigmatic glass. The meal left Jiang Wuxin and Xiao Tiando in high spirits. With the safe house now under construction, Jiang Wuxin had successfully found an appropriate venue to utilize her abilities, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon encountering a young lady who transformed a Michelin 3-star meal into a banquet, one might wonder if the daughter of a wealthy family was unable to enjoy a proper meal at home. Clinging to the golden thigh of fortune, she shamelessly reaped the benefits, lacking any semblance of grace. Young women ought to be more mindful of their image. As Jiang Wuxin opened Weibo, she received a notification of a new post. Although it had yet to make headlines, it had already garnered numerous comments and shares shortly after its release. Was this what they referred to as a distinguished heiress? How enlightening. Such a straightforward sister. I cannot abide by these gold diggers. A heiress indeed. Bah. spotting the stunning sister operating on a secondary account. "Yiting, you are so beautiful. I adore you." If it hadn't been for the main account liking the comment, Jiang Wuxin would have overlooked that this was Jiang Yiting's alternate persona. What an experience it is to be caught up in the gossip oneself. How unfortunate. It appeared that this young master of the Fu family had gone to the celebrated star Jiang Yiting to lodge a complaint, yet instead of using her verified account, she chose to vent her frustrations through this lively secondary account, a testament to her dual nature. This also served to validate the adage, "A vile person deserves a vile fate." Jiang Wuxin continued scrolling, only to discover that Jiang Yiting had liked all the flattering comments about her appearance, while beneath the critical remarks, she engaged in subtle provocations. "An ordinary bystander, and yet the meal did not cost you a dime. Why must you cast your disdain?" She merely wished to share this amusing incident, only to be misunderstood. Goodness! Before Jiang Wuxin could delve deeper, she noticed a comment questioning Jiang Yiting rapidly gaining traction after a reply from the star herself, instantly becoming the top comment. The fervent fans reacted as if electrified, launching a frenzied assault on the bystander, their enthusiasm comparable to a zombie apocalypse. What peculiar charm does Jiang Yiting possess that attracts such fervent admirers? Silently, Jiang Wuxin gave a thumbs up to that brave soul before exiting the app. In the ensuing days, Jiang Wuxin resembled an unfeeling procurement machine, meandering through various large storage supermarkets, leaving no trace in her wake, gradually garnering a modicum of notoriety. For her safety, she refrained from such brazen pillaging, opting instead for a Saturday excursion to the northern suburbs to inspect the renovation progress of her safe house, accompanied by her little sister. "Sweet Bean, Miss Jiang, welcome," greeted the head of the base, hastening towards Jiang Wuxin's car as it came to a halt outside the construction site. Jiang Wuxin nodded in acknowledgement, gently lifting Sweet Bean from the front seat and following the leader inside. The organization seemed quite reliable, with everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. After 10 days, the project was nearly complete. "Sister, is this our home? Why is it wrapped in a big ball?" Sweet Bean inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the villa encased in glass, eagerly squirming to escape Jiang Wuxin's embrace. Aware of her sister's playful nature, Jiang Wuxin gently patted her back, saying, "Be good, Dodo, we mustn't disturb the workers. How about I carry you inside for a tour?" Sweet Bean, realizing her actions might interrupt others, promptly quieted, snuggling into Jiang Wuxin's arms, her large eyes darting around. The responsible official was charmed by the well-behaved Sweet Bean, suppressing the urge to pat her cheek as he guided Jiang Wuxin deeper into the site, providing her with information. "We have established a 5-meter-high electric fence 1 kilometer east and west of the villa, extending to the mountains behind, fully enclosing your residence. Additionally, we have installed 4 monitors with no blind spots, and the monitoring room is situated on the 3rd floor of the villa." Jiang Wuxin was exceedingly pleased with this design. At the onset of the apocalypse, such electric barriers would effectively deter numerous zombies. After touring the exterior design of the safe house, they proceeded to the energy reserve room located at the foot of the northern mountain, where workers were currently pouring concrete. "This is the energy reserve room we have designed for you. The generator inside can harness all the energy collected from sunlight and transport it into the villa via these 2 highly efficient generators." The official paused the workers, directing Jiang Wuxin's gaze downward. "We have also diverted a water pipe from the mountain, equipped with a state-of-the-art water purifier featuring 21 filtration layers, which simultaneously boils the spring water's nutrients at high temperatures, ensuring you have an inexhaustible supply of pure water. We have utilized glass for the protection of the energy reserve room, reinforced with concrete to ensure it remains undamaged, so you can rest easy." The organization displayed remarkable attention to detail, considering many aspects Jiang Wuxin had not foreseen, earning her satisfaction. "This is the glass you previously selected, balancing light transmission and ventilation. The solar panels on the exterior walls and exposed surfaces not only absorb energy, but also release a certain amount of heat, allowing you to enjoy a temperate climate year-round within the defensive layer." Upon entering the glass enclosure, a refreshing sensation enveloped them, as if the very air they breathed had been purified, shielding them from dust and a myriad of harmful gases. Truth be told, it was our inaugural attempt to incorporate such materials into residential design, and the outcome left us utterly astonished. Acknowledging your urgency, our designers and laborers are working in shifts to ensure timely completion. Jiang Wuxin extended her hand to meticulously examine the interface between the outer layers, conducting random checks, all of which revealed a seamless integration. She was quite pleased, yet she could not refrain from cautioning, while we rushed to meet the deadline, safety remains paramount. In response, the foreman refrained from offering further verbal assurances. Instead, he seized a powerful electric drill from a nearby worker and directed it towards the glass. A thunderous roar erupted instantly, causing the surrounding floor to tremble, prompting little Sweetbean to furrow her brow and cover her ears with her small hands. The slender drill bit glided across the glass surface for a full 30 seconds, yet the glass remained impeccably intact, devoid of even the slightest scratch. This drill boasted the highest RPM and wattage available on the market, with a bit crafted from high-strength diamond. Nonetheless, as one could observe, the glass bore no marks whatsoever. Jiang Wuxin leaned closer, gently touching the recently drilled area, and indeed, as he had stated, she nodded in satisfaction. "How remarkable!" little Sweetbean exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she tugged at her sister's sleeve. "Can Dodo use this shiny glass to make armor? Then Aunt Jiang won't dare to bully me anymore." Her innocent voice elicited laughter from everyone around, and Jiang Wuxin affectionately brushed her little nose, her face radiating tenderness. "Without armor, Aunt Jiang wouldn't dare to bully you. Your sister will protect you." Subsequently, the group explored the interior of the villa, where the walls had been uniformly reinforced in terms of thickness and durability, alongside enhancements to the fire safety systems, rendering it impervious to water, electricity, insects, fire, theft, and all potential threats. New task issued. Please create a safe house before the apocalypse arrives. System reward for a full smart upgrade. Current progress, 80. In truth, even without the system's reward, Jiang Wuxin would need to construct a safe house. However, one should never pass up an opportunity. With the system facilitating a complete smart upgrade, the safety of the house would be further assured. Jiang Wuxin calculated the days remaining. Only 9 until June 18th. Chapter 8. Has the virus leaked prematurely? On Sunday, with the rare chance to refrain from escorting little Sweetbean to school, Jiang Wuxin intended to purchase some crop seeds. Concerned that taking little Sweetbean along might be inconvenient, she assigned her a task. "Sister is going to buy some things. Can Dodo download some movies and TV shows at home? You can also download those single-player games you like. Once Dodo has finished downloading, Sister will return." The hotel's security was commendably robust, and given little Sweetbean's courage, she readily agreed, her spirits lifted. Jiang Wuxin rented a truck and made her way to the agricultural market, where she procured a considerable quantity of crop seeds and floral seeds, along with several saplings that would bear fruit by autumn if planted this year. Despite her ample stock of fresh vegetables and fruits in her storage, she was uncertain how long the apocalypse would endure. Furthermore, her reserves would inevitably deplete. Only by fundamentally addressing the supply issue could she find peace of mind. Ultimately, she purchased a truckload of hard currency, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, opting for the finest selections. After all, with only a few days left, any unspent money would be of no use. It was prudent to stockpile these items, as they might prove useful at an unforeseen moment. Once her shopping was complete, she stored everything in her space, which now boasted an additional 100 cubic meters of capacity. "Sister, I've downloaded all the TV dramas, movies, and various single-player games. I even found those novels you love, the ones with two uncles in embarrassing situations. I've downloaded plenty for you. Hurry and praise me." Upon hearing little Tiendo's words, Jiang Wuxin's face flushed crimson to her ears. She had merely indulged in a single BL novel once, only for it to be permanently etched in little Tiendo's memory, who often delivered unexpected blows to her dignity. "It's not that, sister." "Oh, never mind. What's the point of explaining to such a little one? Let her enjoy it." "Wow, the ocean. Tiendo has never been to the sea." At that moment, a travel promotional video playing on the television captured little Tiendo's attention, compelling her to rush closer and gaze intently at the surging waves. "Do you want to go to the beach?" Jiang Wuxin inquired. Little Tiendo immediately burrowed into her embrace. "I want to go. Can you take me, sister?" Little Tiendo had never ventured far from home. Yet Jiang Wuxin could certainly take her on an outing for a few days, especially since future excursions might become challenging. She requested a week off from little Tiendo's teacher, and together they set off for the seaside. At that moment, the beach bore no hint of the impending cold wave. But Jiang Wuxin understood this was merely the dawn before the apocalypse. Nevertheless, she decided to enjoy the moment, taking little Tiendo to play freely. Sister, come help me. I can't get this little kite to fly. On the beach, little Tiendo tugged a butterfly-shaped kite, running forward, yet after numerous attempts, the kite remained grounded. Finally, on her last try, when the kite not only failed to ascend but instead crashed onto her head, she turned to her sister for assistance. Observing little Tiendo, clutching her head with tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Wuxin couldn't help but laugh heartily. It's just the apocalypse. We do our best and leave the rest to fate. Enjoying the present is paramount. I'm coming to help you. Jiang Wuxin smiled as she approached the little one running towards her, embracing her and taking the kite from her hands. Once I start running, you must let go when I say so. Just as they were about to begin, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Ah, help! Having endured the apocalypse, Jiang Wuxin felt an acute sensitivity to the 3 words that echoed in her mind. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld a medium-large dog with a gaping maw charging into the crowd, frantically pursuing a terrified woman. This was dire. Could it be that the virus had leaked prematurely? She could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue on a densely populated beach should the contagion begin to spread. Hastily, she placed little Tiendo in a secure spot, seized a nearby stool, and rushed forward. The large dog, seemingly having already bitten someone, showed no signs of retreat as Jiang Wuxin advanced. It remained fixated on the woman, who was now trembling with fear. In her previous life, Jiang Wuxin had awakened her extraordinary abilities, which had enhanced her physical prowess. Her speed and strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In no time, she caught up to the beast and hurled the stool with precision, striking the dog squarely on the head. The blow was decisive, and the dog collapsed onto the sandy beach, crimson blood seeping from its skull and staining the sand beneath it. As danger receded, the woman, still in shock, approached Jiang Wuxin with labored breaths, limping as she did so. Thank you for saving my life," she exclaimed. Jiang Wuxin noticed 2 distinct bite marks on the woman's ankle, blood oozing from them. Swiftly, she evaded the woman's outstretched hand, but to her surprise, the woman anticipated her move and grasped her sleeve tightly. "Can you please call an ambulance? My foot hurts so much. I beg you." The woman spoke clearly, her logic coherent, and she appeared to be in pain, indicating she had likely not been infected, merely bitten. Jiang Wuxin breathed a quiet sigh of relief, no longer refusing the woman's request. She used the woman's phone to call for an ambulance and assisted her to a nearby spot. "Thank you so much, miss. Would you mind sharing your contact information? Once I've had my injection, I would love to treat you to a meal." The woman, sensing Jiang Wuxin's hesitation, clung to her sleeve. "I promise I'm not a bad person. I just want to repay your kindness. Please, give me a chance." Thinking of little Tiendo waiting nearby, Jiang Wuxin reluctantly exchanged contact details with her. "My name is Ning Shiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you." The name sounded familiar to Jiang Wuxin, though she could not recall where she had heard it before. Nevertheless, she was certain that anyone memorable in the apocalypse must possess some unique abilities. Having more friends meant more opportunities. Cultivating a good relationship with her was undoubtedly wise. "Sister, you were so cool just now. Dodo is in awe of you." Little Tiendo rushed over, tugging at her sister's sleeve and gazing up with sparkling eyes. "Is this your sister? She is adorable," Ning Shiyu exclaimed, her heart swelling with maternal affection as she beamed at little Tiendo, her eyes twinkling with delight as she gazed at Jiang Wuxin. "May I pet her? She is just so incredibly cute." Jiang Wuxin could hardly refuse, as Ning Shiyu pouted in a manner so reminiscent of little Tiendo that it left her no choice but to nod in acquiescence. "Hello, big sister. I really like you. Can I touch you?" She bent down, gazing at the chubby little face of Dodo, her smile reminiscent of a mischievous vendor, while Dodo, equally enchanted by the pretty sister before her, reached out to take her hand. "Sister, are you hurt? Dodo can blow on it. Blowing will make it feel better." The sister, seeing such an adorable child, felt her pain dissipate. Ning Shiyu genuinely cherished little Dodo, yet she feared the potential germs on her wound, hastily retreating her leg to avoid contact with the sweet child. An ambulance soon arrived, and Ning Shiyu was assisted aboard. "Wait for my news. I promise to treat you all to dinner tonight." After Ning Shiyu departed, Jiang Wuxin led little Dodo back to the hotel to tidy up, but suddenly sensed a gaze from the crowd fixed upon her. When she turned to look, however, she found nothing. A sense of unease began to spread, prompting Jiang Wuxin to plan to return home with her sister after fulfilling Ning Shiyu's lunch invitation. Chapter 9. Encountering a scoundrel's infidelity upon returning to the hotel with little sweet Dodo, Jiang Wuxin received a WeChat message from Ning Xiu, indicating that lunch was arranged at a private kitchen requiring an advance reservation. After freshening up, they proceeded to meet, finding Ning Xiu already present, seated at a window-side table, waving excitedly upon spotting Jiang Wuxin. Once seated, Ning Xiu poured water for them and then summoned the chef to present the dishes. This restaurant is owned by a friend of mine. I've ordered a variety of specialty dishes for you to try and provide feedback on. The restaurant was quite renowned, drawing many visitors from afar, and Jiang Wuxin was taken aback to discover that the owner was a friend of Ning Xiu's. Whatever the pretty sister orders must be delicious. Dodo will surely fill her little belly. Upon hearing of the tasty offerings, little sweet Dodo clapped her hands gleefully, resembling an adorable seal. I can't take it anymore. I want to take you away. Ning Xiu's comical expression made little sweet Dodo giggle, and as Jiang Wuxin observed the playful duo, her previously tense demeanor began to ease. The restaurant, though not large, boasted an elegant yet cozy decor, accommodating only 5 tables, all of which were fully occupied. As Jiang Wuxin surveyed her surroundings, she suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Ah, what a small world. That scoundrel, Fu Zibo, must be nearby. Sister, why is that beautiful lady wearing sunglasses even at night? Little sweet Dodo, noticing her sister's unwavering gaze fixed on a distant table, followed her line of sight and caught sight of the peculiar lady. Ning Xiu glanced up briefly before redirecting her attention, feeding a French fry to little sweet Dodo. Isn't she the one from that drama? What was her name again? Jiang Yiting. Yes, that's her. I just saw her at the hospital. The hospital? Though Jiang Wuxin found it peculiar that she had come to the hospital, her thoughts drifted to a certain Weibo post she had made a couple of days prior, drawing a disdainful huff from her lips. Surely, she hadn't also been bitten by a rabid dog. The door to the restaurant swung open with a jingle, and a man stepped inside. Jiang Yiting rose to greet him, her form-fitting dress accentuating her gently rounded abdomen. Ah, it was indeed this man. He had accompanied Jiang Yiting for her prenatal checkup. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jiang Wuxin could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Fu Zibo truly had an unparalleled appearance and an utterly lacking character. He had never failed to disappoint her. No wonder he was so eager to abscond with 6 million. It seemed he was saving up to marry his next target. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder he wore sunglasses at night. If he were caught by paparazzi, the ensuing scandal would surely cripple Weibo the next day. Jiang Yiting had been diligently crafting her pure maiden persona. If news of an unwed pregnancy were to surface, it could very well spell the end of her acting career. This thought jolted Jiang Wuxin into action. However, she had no intention of exposing herself to the wrath of online trolls. She merely needed to deal with that shameless Fu Zibo. Isn't that your brother-in-law? Little Tiendo raised her face from her plate with satisfaction, questioning why he had approached that peculiar aunt's table. Jiang Wuxin quickly covered the child's mouth. But it was too late. Ning Xiu had heard everything. Brother-in-law? You and him. Wait, did I just stumble upon a scoundrel's infidelity? Ning Xiu's anger flared as she swiftly grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, ready to confront him. How dare the cad meet his mistress in broad daylight? Just wait. She would smash his head in. Seeing Ning Xiu poised for confrontation, Jiang Wuxin hurriedly restrained her. Calm down, dear. Just sit back and watch the show. I can handle this simple-minded brood on my own. Ning Xiu was causing quite the commotion, and when Fu Zibo glanced over, he was met with the sight of Jiang Wuxin, her lips curling into a subtle smile. This was it. Fu Zibo felt as if he had been frozen in place. The wrist Jiang Wuxin had previously twisted beginning to throb with pain. He longed to flee, but escape was not an option. What's the matter? Jiang Yiting noticed Fu Zibo standing there, motionless, his gaze fixed on the striking woman approaching him, her beauty seemingly casting a spell. Though she was seething with anger, Jiang Yiting endeavored to suppress her emotions, gently shaking Fu Zibo's arm. Don't look too long. You might provoke her. Those words were almost bitten out through clenched teeth. Finally, Fu Zibo snapped back to reality, mustering his courage to introduce the smiling Jiang Wuxin to Jiang Yiting, stammering, "This is my cousin, Jiang Wuxin, the one I mentioned before." Oh my, I wondered who it was. So, this is the cousin who feasted on our Zibo's lavish 5,000 meal. Upon hearing that name, Jiang Yiting exhaled a sigh of relief, let out a derisive laugh, and seated herself with a sway of her hips, not even casting a glance at Jiang Wuxin. What? Are you here to mooch off my cousin Zibo? Noticing Jiang Yiting's attitude, Jiang Wuxin thought it unnecessary to ponder. This fool would undoubtedly have nothing pleasant to say. With that in mind, it was time for her to perform. "Oh, cousin, is this the famous star you often mention? She doesn't appear to be as remarkable as you claimed," Jiang Wuxin said, suppressing her disgust, elongating the last syllable while scrutinizing Jiang Yiting from head to toe. "What did your brother say about me?" Jiang Yiting, sensing that Fu Zibo hadn't spoken well of her, couldn't help but inquire. "Oh, I'd rather not say. Wouldn't he want to jeopardize your relationship?" Jiang Wuxin replied with ill intent, glancing at Fu Zibo, whose legs were nearly giving way under the pressure. She gently patted Jiang Yiting's shoulder and cast a glance at her abdomen. "Wishing you three a lifetime of happiness." Seeing that Jiang Yiting was about to erupt, Fu Zibo quickly pulled Jiang Wuxin aside, who seemed poised to say more, and whispered urgently in her ear, "Cousin, can you not mess with me? What are you trying to achieve?" "Nothing much, just that my dear cousin is a bit short on cash lately and wishes to borrow 3 million from you." Jiang Wuxin replied nonchalantly. 3 million? Have you lost your mind?" Before Fu Zibo could even speak, Jiang Yiting stood up, no longer bothering to feign her tone, and shouted, "Is your brother's money just blowing in on the wind? Oh, sister-in-law, do temper your anger. If the baby is lost, marrying into the Fu family will be quite the challenge," Jiang Wuxin retorted. 3 million isn't too steep for the news of a popular star's unplanned pregnancy, is it? I'll transfer it. Now get lost." Fu Zibo, intent on averting disaster, hastily pulled out his phone and sent Jiang Wuxin the 3 million, warning, "Watch your mouth, or there will be consequences." Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, Jiang Wuxin's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Perhaps, depending on my mood. You." Fu Zibo was seething, just about to chase after her when Jiang Yiting grasped his arm. "It hurts. My stomach hurts. Hurry to the hospital. What is happening? Is there a chance to tear apart that scumbag?" Jiang Yiting, pale with pain, was met with a barrage of questions from Ning Xiu upon Jiang Wuxin's return. "Just a fiancé from a commercial marriage. I wouldn't waste my breath on him," Jiang Wuxin replied, pulling out her chair and flashing the recently received payment screen in front of Ning Xiu. "However, I did manage to secure 3 million in hush money and sent the mistress to the hospital." "Impressive, sister." Ning Xiu was eager to hear more, but a phone call interrupted her. "Miss Jiang, this is the person in charge. Your safe house has been completed. When would be a convenient time for you to come and sign off on it?" "I'll be there shortly." Jiang Wuxin hung up, looking apologetically at Ning Xiu. But before she could speak, Ning Xiu had already jumped in. "You may go ahead with your matters. We can reschedule our meeting for another day." "Certainly. Do remember to reach out to me whenever you encounter difficulties." Jiang Wuxin cherishes this new friend, who complements her personality, and if possible, she hopes to assist her in the impending apocalypse. Chapter 10. Comprehensive smart upgrade without delay. Jiang Wuxin returned to the villa with little Tiendo, only to find herself obstructed by the outermost electric gate. The person in charge promptly emerged upon hearing the commotion and escorted them to the main control room of the villa. "Miss Jiang, we have configured the electric grid system with an iris access control. Only irises authorized by you may enter your residence." Both Jiang Wuxin and little Tiendo registered their irises into the system, and they exited the control room. Jiang Wuxin soon realized that the 50 baseboards she had placed on the first floor were missing. "Miss Jiang, we have strategically repositioned the baseboards to various corners of the villa, ensuring that it maintains an optimal temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, even in extreme weather conditions. Even at minus 70 degrees. The person in charge was taken aback by Jiang Wuxin's inquiry, but, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement. They proceeded outside the building, where the person in charge gestured towards a patch of soft soil. "Previously, you mentioned wanting to expand a garden area. We have realized that for you and replaced the soil with one conducive to crop development, enhancing their survival rate effectively." He then pointed to another section. "Here, I have also designated a small parking area for your convenience. Your vehicle can be parked here henceforth. Additionally, the diesel and gasoline you requested have been stored below the parking area, which you will see upon descending." The agency, renowned as the most reputable safety house design institution, executed every request Jiang Wuxin made, as long as the funds were sufficient. Satisfied with the completion of her safe house, Jiang Wuxin paid an additional 500,000, requesting an upgrade for all electronic devices in the villa, including computers and televisions. For the designers, this task was trivial, and the upgrades were swiftly accomplished. "Miss Jiang, as of today, we have fulfilled your commission. Thank you for your trust." The person in charge observed as Jiang Wuxin signed the project confirmation document and handed her a detailed invoice. You are required to pay the remaining balance of 100 million. Please settle this within 20 days. Thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Wuxin took out her phone, noting that today was June 16th, leaving only 2 days before the apocalypse would commence. After the agency's departure, a long-unheard mechanical voice resonated in Jiang Wuxin's mind. Detection confirms the safe house has been completed. The system rewards a comprehensive smart upgrade. Please hold on. The main control room has been upgraded to a smart butler. The host may control all switches within the area via voice commands. The surveillance system has been upgraded to a security system, intelligently monitoring the surrounding environment. Any unauthorized intrusions or anomalies will trigger an alarm. The interconnected system has been upgraded to voice interaction, allowing the host to converse with the system, which can recognize 130 languages. The whole house smart upgrade has been completed. May the host safely navigate through the apocalypse. Farewell. Jiang Wuxin was astounded by the system's advanced capabilities. After testing various functions, she collapsed onto the sofa, but once her senses returned, her mischievous mind began to churn. After all, the apocalypse was merely days away. Why not empty the Jiang family home? The thought of Jiang Qishan and the others returning to find their house stripped bare brought a smile to her face. When the time comes, one must act decisively. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Wuxin settled her little sweet bean and drove to the Jiang residence. To her surprise, they were all home, seemingly preparing for a long journey. What brings you home today, esteemed guest? I thought you had perished outside, given your silence for so many days, Jiang Li remarked, her words laced with sarcasm. However, Jiang Wuxin was never one to endure such provocation. She ignored Jiang Li entirely and strode inside. If you didn't wipe your mouth after using the restroom, don't go out and embarrass yourself. Who knows who might suffocate from your presence? Not even selling your possessions would cover your debts. How dare you speak to me like that? Jiang Li retorted angrily. Indeed. Every word from Jiang Wuxin's lips struck at Jiang Li's most sensitive points. Jiang Li seized Jiang Wuxin, but before she could utter a word, Jiang Wuxin impatiently interrupted. Do you not comprehend human speech? Allow me to be blunt. You are a fool, a vile fountain of filth. You dare insult me. I will make you pay. Jiang Li threatened, her fury palpable. Jiang Wuxin's patience had worn thin. She extended a finger and poked Jiang Li squarely on the forehead, halting her in her tracks. If you didn't quite grasp my insult, I can certainly carve it onto your tombstone. Jiang Qishan, witnessing the escalating tension, felt exasperated. Having been frightened by Jiang Wuxin's past ferocity, he could only tug Jiang Li's hair, smearing her face with frustration. Enough of this commotion. We'll miss our flight at this rate. He understood Jiang Wuxin's desire to return home and, fearing conflict, refrained from further comment, merely advising her. We are heading to the city for 2 days, but it will not interfere with your wedding. Remember to close the door when you leave. Seeing Jiang Qishan's timid demeanor amused Jiang Wuxin. How could such a coward have once dared to push her down in her previous life? She marched through the front door, ready to unleash her powers, only to suddenly realize something crucial. On the very day of their planned departure, June 18th, a cold wave had struck, preventing them from leaving due to heavy snowfall. But today was only June 16th. Had the cold wave arrived early? A wave of unease washed over her. Abandoning her plans for mischief, she swiftly departed, only to find the weather shifting, temperatures plummeting rapidly. With a swift drift, she exited the Jiang residence, racing toward the nearest supermarket, and as she steadied her vehicle, she dashed inside. In her previous life, she had visited this supermarket for supplies, and thus, she was well acquainted with the location of the warehouse. Forcefully prying open the lock, she began an extensive search using her mental prowess. Gathering all manner of winter necessities, such as down jackets and comforters, into her spatial storage. The 2 large warehouses were swiftly emptied by her efforts, and she donned a long down coat before hastily exiting through the door. She had to leave before the staff discovered her presence. Otherwise, if apprehended, she would have no time to return. As for the surveillance, by the end of today, no one would have the time to investigate these matters further. When Jiang Wuxin emerged, she found a crowd of shivering individuals huddled at the supermarket entrance, clad in shorts and t-shirts, trembling against the frigid air. What kind of bizarre weather was this? Snow in June. This was a recipe for disaster. Flurries began to dance from the sky, and the astute among the crowd, noticing Jiang Wuxin in her down coat, assumed she had braved the cold to purchase one herself and planned to do the same. Little did they know, all the down jackets within the supermarket had already been plundered by the young girl before them. Jiang Wuxin had no inclination to extend her compassion towards them. In this apocalyptic world, survival took precedence over all else. Just as she entered her vehicle, a resounding crash echoed from ahead. Bang! Chapter 11. The Onset of the Apocalypse. Jiang Wuxin's heart tightened as she witnessed two cars collide in the distance. The road had begun to ice over. The apocalypse had indeed commenced. Suddenly, an elderly couple slipped on the slick surface and fell right beside her car. The grandmother, shielded in her husband's embrace, still managed to scrape her knee against the stones, leaving a ghastly wound that was a pitiful sight. Meanwhile, the grandfather, despite his own bleeding arm, knelt beside her, gingerly touching her injury while soothing her with gentle words. "Zuilian, do not fear, it won't hurt after I blow on it." Their rather peculiar interaction captured Jiang Wuxin's attention. If her assumptions were correct, the elderly lady seemed to be afflicted with Alzheimer's, her mind akin to that of a child. However, the dread instilled in her from her past life forbade her from succumbing to sympathy. She had to return to her safe haven without delay. "Little girl, please. We beg you to take us to the hospital," the elderly man implored as she prepared to start the car, blocking her way with determination. He draped his only warm coat over his wife, shivering in just a vest against the biting wind, bowing toward Jiang Wuxin. "Please, just take us to the nearest hospital. It won't take much of your time." Jiang Wuxin squinted her eyes in reluctant empathy, yet she endeavored to suppress the emotions in her voice. Her expression devoid of warmth as she glanced at the elderly woman nestled against her husband. "She only has a minor bruise. You should return home instead. The weather will only grow colder." Jiang Wuxin did not wish to disregard the plight of the two elderly individuals. Yet she was acutely aware that there were no hospitals in the vicinity. The nearest one lay a daunting 10 kilometers away. The temperature that day was set to plummet rapidly, soon descending to a chilling -30 degrees. Following this, transportation would inevitably come to a standstill, trapping them within the confines of the hospital. For them, returning home was the wisest course of action. Furthermore, her younger sister awaited her return. She could not afford to take such a gamble. Nevertheless, she found it impossible to turn a blind eye. Turning around, she feigned rummaging through the back seat, casually retrieving 2 down jackets from her space and tossing them to the elderly gentleman. "Put these on and hurry home," she urged. "If you delay any longer, you truly will not be able to return." The old man discerned that Jiang Wuxin indeed would not take them to the hospital, so he ceased his entreaties, gratefully accepting the jackets and swiftly wrapping one around the elderly woman whose lips had begun to turn a shade of purple from the cold. He solemnly thanked her before departing. Jiang Wuxin was uncertain whether they would heed her advice to forego the hospital, but she could no longer afford to waste time. With a sudden press of the accelerator, she sped away. Her vehicle had been meticulously modified by a professional automotive company just days prior, with all 4 wheels fitted with the most advanced anti-slip tires, ensuring robust traction even on the icy roads. As she observed the crowds fleeing from the cold along the roadside, her mind involuntarily conjured the image of the elderly couple's tightly clasped hands. Throughout her life, the only 2 men she had known, Jiang Qishan and Fu Zibo, had proven to be despicable scoundrels, leaving her bereft of witnessing such pure and enduring love. She earnestly wished to assist them. She truly did. Yet the harsh rule of survival in a world turned upside down dictated that one must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens punish them. The snow fell increasingly heavier, the windshield wipers frozen solid against the glass. Jiang Wuxin dared not let her mind wander, meticulously guiding her vehicle towards the safety of her refuge. It was not until she spotted the safety house, now blanketed in a thick layer of snow, that she finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, she had returned. Little Sweet Bean, hearing the commotion outside, dashed out in her bare pajamas, her excitement palpable as she clapped her hands at the sight of the wintry landscape. "Sister, you're back." Jiang Wuxin passed through the iris scanner at the entrance and swiftly parked her vehicle, shutting the door behind her. However, the chill she carried with her sent a shiver through Little Sweet Bean. "Sister, can I go outside to make snowballs? It's such a big snowfall." Little Sweet Bean had always adored the snow, her enthusiasm unfaltering with each snowfall, and this occasion was no exception. She leaned against the car door, her big eyes wide with anticipation, her adorable demeanor making it hard to refuse. However, given the frigid temperature outside, which had likely already dipped to -30 degrees, And considering her sister's frail constitution, Jiang Wuxin could not risk her falling ill. With a regretful expression, she raised her hands in a gesture of concession, pointing to the trees swaying precariously in the biting wind. The wind is particularly fierce and bitterly cold, my dear. If you were to get frostbite on those little ears of yours, you might not hear anything ever again. After speaking, she gently tugged at her ear, playfully warning that both would fall off. Little Sweet Bean understood that her sister's words contained an element of exaggeration, yet she recognized the underlying refusal. Therefore, she did not insist further and took her sister's hand, leading her into the house. At that moment, the heating baseboards in the villa had automatically activated, creating a wonderfully pleasant indoor temperature. Jiang Wuxin gradually felt her body warm up, prompting her to remove her long down jacket, and her mood relaxed entirely. According to the meteorological station, influenced by this global cold wave, today's temperature had plummeted drastically, reaching a low of -30°C. Citizens were advised to take precautions against the cold and limit unnecessary outings. The community would distribute essential supplies to ensure everyone's basic needs were met. Meanwhile, the television received signals from outside, where the news channel reported on the sudden and severe drop in temperature. Jiang Wuxin recalled that when the temperature exceeded 30 degrees, life could still manage to function. However, once it dipped below that threshold, social systems would gradually collapse, marking the true arrival of an apocalypse. Little Sweet Bean watched the scenes unfolding on the television in disbelief, turning to Jiang Wuxin with wide eyes. "Sister, can the wind really blow down trees?" she asked. "Yes," Jiang Wuxin replied. "The reason I don't let you go outside to play in the snow is that I'm afraid the strong wind might sweep you away, and I wouldn't be able to catch you." Jiang Wuxin was acutely aware of the impact these images had on Little Sweet Bean. She wished to shield her from experiencing the terror of an impending apocalypse too soon, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. "When will it warm up again? I still want to go to the beach and find Sister Ning." Little Sweet Bean pouted, her small face contorted in a frown. Resembling a little adult as she gazed solemnly at the snow-covered world outside, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Jiang Wuxin placed the fresh vegetables she had retrieved from the storage space into the kitchen and walked over to embrace her teary-eyed sister. "We will definitely see Sister Ning again, I promise you, okay?" Little Sweet Bean nodded, wrapping her small arms around her sister's neck. Although her mood remained subdued, she appeared somewhat less upset. "Considering how cold it is today, shall we think about what to have for lunch?" Upon hearing her sister mention cooking, the little foodie instantly perked up, and together they exclaimed, "Hot pot!" Jiang Wuxin couldn't help but smile at the sight of Little Sweet Bean's newfound joy. She set her down and began preparing the necessary ingredients, while Little Sweet Bean followed her like a little tail, bouncing along behind her. As they worked together, it wasn't long before a steaming hot pot was ready. Just as they picked up their chopsticks, Jiang Wuxin's phone rang. Chapter 12. What to do when the house is gone. Just sleep on the street. The caller was none other than Jiang Qishan, who had been turned back due to the snow-blocked roads. As Jiang Wuxin answered the video call, Jiang Qishan's furious face filled the screen, his enraged voice booming from the phone, nearly causing it to fly out of her hand. "Jiang Wuxin, have you lost your mind? How dare you mortgage my house for a loan?" Jiang Qishan had just returned home, battling through heavy snow, and before he could even settle down, he received a call demanding payment. It was then he learned that the house they lived in had been mortgaged by Jiang Wuxin. If 30 million wasn't repaid within 2 days, they would seize the property. Indeed, the initial mortgage was only 25 million, but the lending company, fearing that the inclement weather would hinder their ability to sell the house, calculated an additional 5 million as interest. In this dire situation, reason held no sway. Force and intimidation reigned supreme. "Your house? I have no knowledge of which one is yours." Jiang Wuxin's tone was devoid of any emotion as she held her phone away from her ear, finding it tiring to hold the phone with one hand. She propped it up beside her, the screen capturing the steaming hot pot before them. Jiang Qishan's family was still hungry, and seeing their leisurely demeanor only fueled his anger. Had he possessed any supernatural ability, he would have surely emerged from the screen in wrath. "Stop pretending. I demand to know where the more than 20 million you borrowed has gone. Hurry and transfer 30 million to me, or they will throw me out." Jiang Wuxin seemed to ignore Jiang Qishan's voice, instead retrieving a glass of juice for little Tiendo, cheerfully wiping the small beads of sweat from her forehead. "Tiendo, have you gotten too warm? Quickly taste the juice I made for you. It's excellent for relieving the spiciness." Though little Tiendo was oblivious to the adult conflict, She noticed her sister's disregard for Jiang Qishan and took it in stride, accepting the juice and beaming with delight. Sister's juice is really delicious. I want another cup after finishing this one. Jiang Qishan, realizing Jiang Wuxin and the child treated him as though he were invisible, felt his heart race. Supporting himself with one hand, he took deep breaths to calm down. However, his enraged voice soon erupted again from the phone. Are you listening to me? I hear you. I'm not deaf. I just simply don't wish to respond to you, Jiang Wuxin retorted. Given the heavy snow blocking the roads, Jiang Qishan couldn't reach her. And even if he reported her actions to the authorities, mortgaging their mother's dowry was within the bounds of legality. Thus, Jiang Wuxin felt no obligation to show him any mercy. Not being polite. Humph, the fact that he has survived this long is already an achievement. As for the money, I have spent it all. And as for the house, since it has been occupied by you lot, I find it distasteful. Let them take it. Where will we live if the house is taken? You heartless little wretch. Upon hearing that over 20 million had been squandered by Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Li nearly fainted from rage, yet she mustered her strength to rush to the screen, her sharp nails pointed accusingly at it. Her crimson lips moved erratically, giving her an almost zombie-like appearance. As Jiang Wuxin savored her hot pot, she took pleasure in observing Jiang Qishan's furious demeanor. Once Jiang Li had exhausted her tirade, Wuxin languidly interjected, if the house is lost, then one can simply sleep on the streets. Is there not enough space in this vast world for your family? Jiang Qishan attempted to retort, but Wuxin cut him off, abruptly ending the call. What are we to do now? 30 million, just squandered by that little brat. Panic engulfed Jiang Li as she contemplated the dire consequences of their inability to repay their debts. The thought of being cast out into the frigid cold filled her with dread. Staring at the darkened screen, she felt tears well in her eyes. Just as she reached out to tug at Jiang Qishan's sleeve, he brusquely shrugged her off in irritation. Repay them. What else can we do? Jiang Qishan's mood reached a nadir as he glared at Jiang Li, who was consumed by her tears. All you do is cry. It's not your money being lost. So why are you so distressed? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's frustration ignited. She defiantly confronted him. Jiang Qishan, you are a despicable man. Did you not mind my lack of earnings when you married me? For years, I have toiled like a beast to support you both. And now I am met with disdain? Do not leave. Clarify your stance. For the first time, Jiang Qishan regarded Jiang Li as a madwoman. Disinclined to share the same space, he slammed the door and locked himself in the study, leaving Jiang Li to continue her shouting outside. Mom, I want juice too. Jiang Qiming, oblivious to the turmoil regarding money and property, was fixated solely on the fresh juice Jiang Tiando had just enjoyed. As soon as he noticed his mother's momentary silence, he dashed over to request his drink. In this heavy snow, where am I to find juice for you? All you do is eat. Jiang Li, exasperated by the sight of her son on the verge of tears, jabbed her finger at his forehead. You only come to me when you need something. Why not seek out your useless father? Cry again, and I will throw you out. Confused by his mother's ire, Jiang Qiming burst into heart-wrenching sobs. An aunt nearby quickly scooped him up to comfort him. By this time, mealtime had long passed, and the family was famished. The aunt, unable to withstand her own hunger any longer, reheated the leftovers from the previous day and beckoned Jiang Li and the others to join her for dinner. Is there nothing fresh to eat? You dare to serve me yesterday's leftovers. Do you look down on me? Jiang Li's outburst targeted the aunt, who, feeling the weight of her wrath, remained silent and attempted to explain patiently. Madam, I would never dare to look down on you. You previously had travel plans, and fearing waste, I refrained from stocking up on fresh ingredients. However, with this sudden change in weather, I could not venture out to shop and was left with no choice but to reheat the leftovers. At that moment, Jiang Qishan emerged from the study, fully bundled up. He glanced at the unreasonable Jiang Li but said nothing, instead preparing to put on his shoes and head outside. What are you going to do? Jiang Li could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Are we supposed to wait until we starve to buy supplies? She wished to inquire further, but the only response was a deafening slam of the door. Recently, Jiang Qishan had received insider information from a friend indicating that this cold wave would not dissipate anytime soon, urging him to stockpile supplies promptly. Convinced of its veracity, he hastily transferred 200,000 to purchase all available goods from a seller in the community who was charging exorbitant prices. It was June, and most believed that the temperatures would rise in a few days, returning everything to normal once the snow melted. However, they recalled that Jiang Wuxin had already procured a considerable amount of supplies, and upon witnessing Jiang Qishan's frenzied stockpiling, they too began to panic and rush to buy goods. Next door lived an elderly grandmother, whose children were abroad and unable to return. Seeing Jiang Qishan lugging large boxes, she hurriedly opened her door to ask, "Mr. Jiang, is the situation that dire? I'm too old to go out. Could you sell me some supplies?" The items Jiang Qishan had fought hard to acquire were not something he would sell to her. He quickly fabricated an excuse and shut the door before the old lady could respond. Chapter 13. The voice interaction system is activated after Jiang Wuxin and Xiao Tiando had their fill. They returned to their room to rest. Jiang Wuxin realized that since the system upgrade, she had not summoned it in quite some time, nor tried out its new features. "System," she suddenly called out, startling Xiao Tiando. "Sister, who are you talking to?" Feigning profundity, Jiang Wuxin ignored her question. Then, an unfamiliar voice, distinct from the usual mechanical tone, resonated from the air. "Master, the system Xiaoshui is at your service. What instructions do you have?" Who is speaking?" Xiao Tiando, believing Xiaoshui to be real, quickly nestled into her sister's embrace, her large eyes scanning the surroundings in fear. Jiang Wuxin was also taken aback by the sudden change in the system's voice, but quickly composed herself and gently patted her sister's head. "Don't be afraid. Dodo, this is brother system. He is here to help us." Reassured by her sister's words, Xiao Tiando gathered her courage and attempted to converse with the system, mimicking her sister's demeanor. "Little brother Xiaoshui, are you there?" "I am here. How may I assist you, young master?" Xiao Tiando sensed that this system, named Xiaoshui, bore no malice. With wide eyes, she looked at her sister and curiously asked, "Brother system, why do you call yourself Xiaoshui? Are you truly handsome?" Seeing her sister's earnest inquiry, Jiang Wuxin couldn't help but chuckle, instantly feeling playful as she summoned the system. "Brother system, is your name Xiaoshui because you are indeed handsome?" As the final words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The usually prompt system took an unexpectedly long time to respond, and rather conspicuously avoided the subject altogether. Voice interaction system activated. The survival mode in the apocalypse has officially commenced. Xiaoshui will assist the master in navigating these perilous times safely. A new task has been issued. The master is to collect crops and livestock products to earn points. The central control system will accumulate the points you earn, which can be exchanged for necessary items in the points marketplace. Jiang Wuxin ceased her playful banter with Xiaoshui and approached the computer screen, where indeed the exchange page of the points marketplace appeared. The page displayed a variety of weapons, rifles, shotguns, handguns, grenades, and more, each requiring anywhere from 100 to 1,000 points for exchange. Additionally, various food items were available at differing prices. System, how is the points calculation determined? 1 point is awarded for each crop collected, 10 points for poultry, and 100 points for livestock. Just one crop equals 1 point? Would that mean a single grain of rice counts as 1 point? If I cultivate some rice and wait for it to mature, wouldn't my points accumulate rapidly? Jiang Wuxin was momentarily captivated by her own ingenuity. However, just as the smile lingered on her lips, an alarm suddenly blared. "Do not attempt to exploit the system, or Xiaoshui reserves the right to deduct any points you have already earned." Xiaoshui's tone, once serious, now bore an unmistakable hint of schadenfreude, leaving Jiang Wuxin with the impression that the system relished in her dismay. Nevertheless, she would never dare offend the system, for it was a lifeline in this apocalyptic world. Setting aside her playful thoughts, Jiang Wuxin inquired whether an upgrade to the security level of the safe house was necessary. After conducting a series of assessments, Xiaoshui responded, "The safe house currently possesses formidable defenses against zombies and mutated zombies, but it cannot guarantee protection from all humans." Xiaoshui's words evoked memories of the treachery witnessed in her previous life at Tomorrow Base, where humanity inflicted harm upon one another, betrayal, deceit, revenge, and countless unspeakable acts that transcended morality. Perhaps the true horror lay not in the mutated zombies, but in our very own kind. Having gleaned sufficient knowledge of Xiaoshui's new functionalities, Jiang Wuxin descended to prepare a warm cup of milk for little Tiando, lulling her into sleep. Once little Tiando drifted into slumber, Jiang Wuxin applied a facial mask and took out her phone to scroll through her social media feed. Only through experiencing upheaval can one truly discern who they cherish. I am elated that my fiancé has gained the approval of my family. As we prepare to enter the base, I hope our brothers and sisters outside remain safe. When the warmth of spring returns, we shall reunite. Accompanying this post was a photograph of Fu Zibo's family alongside Jiang Yiting, standing proudly in front of the organization's helicopter. What a stroke of misfortune. The moment I opened my social media, I was greeted by the sight of that foolish individual. Claiming to love someone. Let's hope that when you find yourself starving in the base, you don't cast your beloved to the zombies. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the base indeed stood as the most formidable and authoritative refuge, with a staggering entry fee of $2.7 million deterring the common populace. However, as time wore on, the food reserves within the base were destined to deplete, and how could those self-proclaimed nobles, who considered themselves above others, risk their lives to scavenge for supplies? Outside lurked the progressively mutated zombies, while within, human scheming and intrigue festered. Ultimately, the base succumbed to destruction alongside these so-called aristocrats in the cataclysm. Oh, my esteemed brother Fu is truly remarkable. He can effortlessly produce tens of millions. My younger brothers await the emergence of our leader, ready to forge new glories. And let me add, sister-in-law, you are exquisite, far surpassing that previous one surnamed Jiang. I eagerly anticipate celebrating your wedding. Before Jiang Wuxin could scroll to the next post, a bombastic comment erupted on Fu Zibo's social media. Gazing at the avatar of the boorish face, Jiang Wuxin finally recalled who this devoted sycophant was. This individual would go to great lengths to praise Fu Zibo, even relishing in the aroma of his flatulence, as if Fu Zibo were a deity in his realm. This rotund fellow had bullied Jiang Wuxin in a previous life to curry favor with Fu Zibo, yet when the zombies appeared, he sought Fu Zibo's help, receiving naught but a dismissive glance in return. Never mind, it is not worth my while to engage with such a craven sycophant. Oh, how amusing that you genuinely believe in this so-called base, without a thought that they might abscond with your money. Where there are sycophants, there are bound to be envious critics. This adage holds true in all circumstances. Jiang Wuxin had a fleeting memory of this sardonic young master, always thinking that anyone who would spend $2.7 million on a fraudulent base must be lacking in judgment. She pondered whether, when the apocalypse truly descended, he would still have the opportunity to deride others. As she watched the sycophantic brigade and the envious critics hurl insults at each other, she could not help but chuckle. The world of the wealthy is indeed a vibrant tapestry. Jiang Wuxin set her phone down, descended to prepare the porridge for the following day, and after washing her face, she retired to bed. Who could sleep soundly while watching a dogfight? Chapter 14. The chaotic property group. Meanwhile, life in the Jiang household was far from comfortable. Although the power remained on, Jiang Qishan had turned on all the air conditioners to the maximum, yet still felt cold. Mom, Dad, I'm freezing. And I'm starving. I want cake. I want hot pot. Jiang Qishan had barely slept well the previous night due to the chill, and was rudely awakened early by Jiang Qiming's wailing. His morning irritability flaring like a pressurized gas canister, launching indiscriminate attacks. He sat up in bed with a scowl, tightly wrapped in his blanket. And seeing the tearful Jiang Qiming, he snatched a soft pillow from behind and hurled it at him, nearly toppling the little one. All you think about is food. If you want to eat, go find it yourself. Stop wailing at home. Jiang Qiming was still young and could not comprehend why his father was so irate early in the morning, even resorting to striking him with a pillow. He plopped onto the floor and began to wail inconsolably, exclaiming, "Daddy is mean. Daddy hits the baby." Watching her son cry to the point of hiccups, Jiang Li felt a surge of anguish, hastily getting out of bed to cradle her son back onto the mattress. She shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Qishan, her voice laden with grievance. "You refused to listen when I asked you to secure a better spot. Now look where we are. The entire family will freeze to death. It's merely a little snow. Can it truly kill anyone?" Jiang Qishan scoffed, regarding his wife with an expression of disdainful incredulity. "What do you think is so wonderful? Just wait and see. Once they've swindled these people of their money, they will cast them out. By then, they won't even have money to buy food and will await their demise at home." This line of thought was entirely consistent with Jiang Qishan's character. He had always been ordinary yet self-assured, harboring a wish for the downfall of anyone who appeared to have a better life than him. He trembled as he draped a down jacket over himself and turned on the television. According to the meteorological station, due to the ongoing global cold wave, temperatures had plummeted today, with the lowest reaching a chilling -30 degrees Celsius. Residents were urged to take precautions against the cold. Jiang Qishan felt a heaviness in his heart as he watched the same news that had aired yesterday. The lack of updates was no trivial matter. Could it be that public utilities had already been affected by the cold wave? Suddenly, the sound of the air conditioning ceased abruptly. and the television screen went black with a crack. It was over. There had been a power outage. Had the circuit breaker tripped? Or was there a complete blackout? What should we do? We will freeze to death. The unexpected silence became the last straw for the Jiang family. Jiang Qiming curled up in his mother's embrace, and the two of them collapsed in despair. Qishan, you must think of a solution. Jiang Qishan, no longer blindly confident, gazed intently out the window at the endless white expanse, unusually silent. The situation seemed to have worsened. He checked his phone. Although the signal was weak, he could still receive messages and utilize basic functions. The signal base station should have a backup power source, but he was uncertain how long it would last. The property management group was in an uproar. When had these affluent residents ever encountered such a predicament? The staff was bombarded with demands for explanations. Don't you know how to fix the power outage? One owner fumed. We pay exorbitant property fees to sustain you good-for-nothing layabouts. Exactly. You are quick to collect fees. But when a problem arises, it's as if you've vanished. This area was renowned as a wealthy district, where residents prioritized quality of life and rarely stockpiled food. Under these circumstances, they were likely to be driven to desperation, naturally lacking in good humor. Dear residents, please remain calm. There has been an issue with the electrical circuits, and we are currently working on repairs. We believe power will be restored shortly. Amid the uproar, the staff struggled to interject a single line amidst the cacophony of discontent. However, this statement did little to soothe the public's discontent, and instead, it only incited further quarrels. Are you attempting to deceive us? It is 50 degrees below zero outside. I refuse to believe you can venture out to make repairs without succumbing to the cold. I suspect the issue lies with the community's infrastructure, and you are merely shifting the blame. I shall report you. The Homeowners Committee demands a change in property management. Indeed, change the management. The heated exchanges in the group chat seemed to have become the sole outlet for these individuals' frustrations, and this lively conversation has, albeit reluctantly, ignited a flicker of hope in their otherwise bleak existence. At the very least, it serves as a testament that they are still alive, as long as there is life. There is hope. Although Jiang Qishan did not join the fray in the group chat, he understood all too well that the complaints were nonsensical. The parking garage below had been completely buried under heavy snow, and restoring power was not a task that could be accomplished in haste. It would be wiser to prepare in advance. The property management staff had never anticipated that this group of individuals, who typically held disdain for one another, would display such unusual solidarity. Yet, they dared not retort and could only silently endure the onslaught of anger, striving to pacify the crowd. They urged the homeowners not to panic, assuring them that their needs would be met. Indeed, the usual do-gooders soon began their efforts. It was merely a heavy snowfall. After all, it would cease within a couple of days, so why the uproar? Did everyone not stockpile provisions at home? Just yesterday, I witnessed a fool who spent 200,000 on supplies. Was that not a recipe for panic? Jiang Qishan, who had initially planned to leave the chat, suddenly realized that the fool's tirade was directed at him. The emotions he had barely managed to contain surged forth, and he began to vent his frustrations in the group. Yet, there was only one fool, whereas the do-gooders were many. Naturally, he found himself overwhelmed and powerless to retort, ultimately resorting to a dose of antihypertensive medication, directing all his pent-up anger towards Jiang Li and Jiang Qiming. The prolonged cold and hunger rapidly drained Jiang Qishan's strength. After a few curses, his mind began to falter. Just as his phone rang. Hello, I have brought what you requested. I'll be there in 10 minutes. No delays. The voice on the other end was as furious as if it had consumed 10 pounds of dynamite. However, Jiang Qishan dared not delay. He donned his thickest clothing and wrapped himself in an additional layer before hastening to the rooftop. Man is iron, and food is steel. No matter how foolish he may be, he cannot afford to turn away provisions that are delivered to his door. With great effort, he managed to pull open the rooftop door, the biting cold nearly sending him tumbling. He strained with all his might to climb out from the snowdrifts. The deafening roar of a helicopter filled the air above him, the swirling snowflakes rendering his eyes nearly useless. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without seeing any supplies being dropped, he shouted into the wind, "Where are the supplies? Hurry up and bring them down, or else you'll have to pay 3 million. Otherwise, you can forget about receiving anything." Upon hearing the voice through the intercom, the anger Jiang Qishan had managed to suppress flared up once more. Yet, he feared that if he lashed out, the supplies might truly be withheld from him. After all, these items are currently the most sought-after commodities. With no other option, he begrudgingly surrendered, transferring 3 million to the other party's account. Upon swiftly returning home with the supplies, he had barely set them down when he noticed a helicopter descending abruptly into the snow-covered ground, the billowing black smoke starkly contrasting against the pristine white backdrop. The external temperature had plummeted to over 60 degrees, likely causing the helicopter's fuel to reach its freezing point, resulting in its crash. Jiang Qishan scoffed, silently muttering that it served them right, relishing in their misfortune. Some individuals, relying on their connections, sought to profit from calamity. How foolish. This is what one calls reaping the consequences of one's own actions. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the various food items unpacked from the box. If they were frugal, these supplies could sustain them for at least a month. Chapter 15. Little Sweet Bean. The naming disaster. Jiang Wuxin allowed her sister to awaken naturally, and after assisting Little Sweet Bean with her morning routine, she proceeded to prepare breakfast. Having indulged the previous evening, she opted for a simple meal of fried eggs and some snacks that her sister adored. Wow, sister, come quickly. The snow outside has piled up so high. Little Sweet Bean, oblivious to the calamity such a thick blanket of snow could cause, was simply exhilarated and curious about the magnificent sight. In contrast, Jiang Wuxin, having experienced the apocalypse, understood the gravity of the situation. Approaching the window, she gently lifted the excited Little Sweet Bean off the windowsill, gazing at the snow that had accumulated to the height of a floor, and sighed inwardly. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. Opening her phone, Jiang Wuxin found that, whether on social media or other applications, the prevailing topic was the cold wave. Countless individuals were pleading for help and searching for supplies, with various official accounts inundated with inquiries in the comments section. As she scrolled through the myriad of pleas and expressions of anger, her eyes inexplicably grew moist. She had endured the helplessness and terror of the apocalypse, yet in the face of disaster, all are equal. She could only strive to ensure the safety of herself and Little Bean, while feeling utterly powerless regarding the plight of others. You are such a fool. I have no desire to converse with you. Let you starve. Suddenly, upon reading this message, Jiang Wuxin burst into laughter, opening the property management group chat she had previously muted. Oh dear, the big spender has exhausted their funds and is now panicking. How foolish they are. And yet they incite others to join their folly. Tut, tut, tut. Facing a barrage of sarcastic attacks, Jiang Qishan could only retaliate with a few choice expletives, his feeble attempts resembling someone wielding a small fist against an opponent armed with a heavy machine gun, all the while stomping his feet and whining. Jiang Wuxin shook her head in exasperation. Truly, some individuals are beyond redemption. Despite having berated them numerous times, his pig-headedness remained, ensuring he would continue to wallow in impotent rage. What a waste of potential. However, she recalled that in her previous life, Jiang Qishan had also leveraged his connections to uncover many insider details in advance. For instance, he had learned that the current cold wave would persist for at least a month, prompting him to invest heavily in stockpiling supplies. Yet, for Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Tiando in that bygone era, their circumstances were not vastly different from those who faced hunger. They barely managed to provide them with a meager portion of food each day, just enough to stave off starvation. Observing the lavish breakfast before them now, and the remnants of food smeared across Little Tiando's face, Jiang Wuxin felt a surge of relief. At the very least, her rebirth had ensured that the two of them would not suffer from hunger again, no longer having to endure Jiang Qishan's leftovers. Sister, did you hear any sounds? Little Tiando, deeply engrossed in her cake, suddenly paused, looking toward Jiang Wuxin. The latter, lost in her reverie, had not noticed any unusual noises. It was only after they held their breaths and listened intently for a while that they discerned faint meows coming from outside the door. Tiando, who adored small animals, confirmed the sounds were indeed from outside and dashed to the door without even putting on her shoes. Sister, there are little kittens. Jiang Wuxin, unable to restrain Tiando in time, rushed forward as she spotted 3 tiny kittens huddled at the door, swiftly scooping up her sister and retreating several steps. She recalled from her previous life that the viral infection in both animals and humans had commenced with the onset of the cold wave. Although these kittens posed no immediate threat, she would not take the risk if they were carriers of the virus. Xiao Shui, do these kittens carry the virus? At that moment, the virus had not yet mutated. When humans and animals were newly infected, they exhibited no symptoms. Jiang Wuxin dared not gamble. Hence she sought the system's assistance. Master, after testing, The system confirms that these 3 kittens are merely hungry and show no other health issues. They can be kept. With Xiao Shuai's reassurance, Jiang Wuxin exhaled in relief and set Tiando down. These kittens must have been hiding nearby for some time, which is why they ended up in the garden. If they had been carriers, the air and flora around them would likely be contaminated, posing a serious threat. Fortunately, the crisis was averted, and little Tiando had found new playmates. "Sister, can I bring these 3 kittens inside? They look like they haven't eaten in ages. It's so pitiful." Watching Tiando tenderly grooming the kittens, Jiang Wuxin found it impossible to refuse. She smiled and nodded. "You can bring them home, but you must take responsibility for their care." Upon hearing her sister's consent, Tiando sprang up and flung herself against Jiang Wuxin, burying her face in her sister's legs, launching a flurry of affectionate praises. "I knew you would agree, sister. You are the best sister in the world. I love you the most." At this moment, the door remained wide open. Although the safe house was isolated, it still lacked the warmth of home. Jiang Wuxin, concerned for her sister's health, swiftly picked her up and closed the door. Little Tiando, glancing back at the playful kitten trailing behind, could no longer remain in her sister's embrace. As soon as they entered, she wriggled free, brimming with excitement as she began to name the kitten. With a tuft of black fur atop its head, she decided to call it Xiaohei. This one, being the largest among the 3, she dubbed Dada. As for the last kitten, little Tiando, with a serious expression, observed the lively creature in her hands. Pondering for a moment before declaring, "Its head is quite large, so let us call it Tutu." At that moment, Jiang Wuxin, who had just retrieved goat milk and cat litter from her storage, couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's earnest naming. Big black head. It was clear that her sister had inherited the delightful trait of whimsical naming with perfection. As soon as the 3 small bowls filled with goat milk were placed on the floor, the 3 kittens broke free from little Tiando's grasp like little spinning tops and began to voraciously indulge in their meal, creating quite a mess. However, little Tiando was a responsible little one. Spotting the milk splattering everywhere, she had no complaints and diligently knelt down to clean up the chaos. "Master, a new member has been detected, and the system rewards you with 60 points. You currently have 100 points available, and you may visit the points store for redemption." Jiang Wuxin opened the points redemption page, scrolling through it, her heart racing when she spotted a super advanced heavy machine gun. This was an extraordinarily powerful weapon that one could scarcely acquire in the real world. With its long range, built-in high magnification scope, and advanced rapid-fire capabilities, it could be deemed invincible in the early days of the apocalypse. However, it required a staggering 1,500 points. Jiang Wuxin glanced at the meager points displayed in the upper left corner and sighed inwardly. "Well, it's not the weapon's fault for being expensive. That is my own shortcoming. Time to work hard and gather points." Chapter 16. Worthless Things. As the apocalypse commenced, the public's panic over the cold wave was not yet intense. In fact, some urban areas had yet to experience power outages. Numerous bloggers continued to livestream their home lives online. Though their audiences were small, they broadcasted with great enthusiasm. Bored, Jiang Wuxin entered a young girl's livestream, and watching her earnest presentation eased some of her inner turmoil. However, she had not been watching for long when the screen suddenly went black, indicating a server disconnection. Jiang Wuxin was uncertain whether it was the streamer's phone malfunctioning or an issue with the signal base station in her city. In any case, the cold wave was gradually encroaching upon human life. Despite the cold wave's arrival, the lives of Fu Zibo and Zhang Yiting seemed relatively unaffected. At that moment, the two were enjoying the snowy scenery, sipping wine, and relishing steak in their base's cozy room, leading a rather pleasant existence. Although Jiang Wuxin had taken more than 6 million from Fu Zibo over time, the two were now dining with all the members of the Fu family, whose financial power was not to be underestimated. Naturally, someone would cover the expense of their lavish meal worth thousands. However, the ingredients available at the base could only be considered barely palatable by the standards of such affluent families. Yet, they were well aware of the circumstances outside and would not be overly critical. "Zibo, I am grateful you brought me to the base. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for what to do now." After arriving at the base, Zhang Yiting had seen no income, and her previous earnings had nearly dwindled away. Thus, their daily expenses were primarily borne by Fu Zibo, causing her status in their romantic relationship to gradually diminish, and her temper had significantly tempered. Fu Zibo, who had rarely seen a pleasant expression from Zhang Yiting, found her display of vulnerability quite appealing. Raising his glass, he clinked it with hers, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Noticing Jiang Yiting merely brought the glass to her lips for a delicate sip, Fu Zibo felt a twinge of annoyance and questioned, "Why aren't you drinking?" Jiang Yiting, observing the impatience in his eyes, suppressed the urge to spill her drink on him and forced a stiff smile, replying softly, "I'm pregnant and cannot drink." How can a soon-to-be father not know that pregnant women shouldn't drink? And yet he dares to ask why I'm not drinking? Fu Zibo, oblivious to her discontent, merely responded with an "oh" before lowering his head to scroll through his phone, delighting in the cheerful statuses of their friends. They were fortunate to have something to eat, and here he was, enjoying wine and the snowy scenery in the company of a beautiful woman. What bliss! His desire to share suddenly piqued, and he thought of someone, Jiang Wuxin. He realized that the prices outside were even more outrageous than within, and the several million she had swindled from him would likely be spent in no time. He imagined her and Jiang Tiando pitifully camping on the streets, begging for food, which made him smile broadly. "What has gotten into you? Have you seen something amusing?" Jiang Yiting asked, rolling her eyes internally at Fu Zibo's sudden burst of joy. "Nothing, just thought of someone." Alarm bells rang in Jiang Yiting's mind. Who could make him smile so brightly? Did he perhaps develop feelings for someone else since her pregnancy? Just as she was about to speak, she saw Fu Zibo dialing a video call. As the ringing continued, he grinned like a fool. As soon as the video connected, Fu Zibo's smile vanished, and he placed the phone beside him. Looking down at the furrowed brows of Jiang Wuxin, unable to hide the smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Long time no see, my dear fiancée." Jiang Wuxin gazed at the unexpectedly appeared face, feeling so exasperated that she nearly tossed her phone aside. However, she was acutely aware of the intent behind Fu Zibo's video call, so she suppressed her disdain and cast him a fleeting glance. "Are you unwell again? Why on earth are you calling me?" Fu Zibo, hearing Jiang Wuxin's scolding, remained unperturbed. He theatrically sliced a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, then raised his wine glass for a sip, producing an annoyingly exaggerated smacking sound. "Nothing much, just wanted to see how you've been lately." Fu Zibo had not seen Jiang Wuxin at the base, nor had he spotted her on social media, leading him to assume she was starving outside, and even to concoct ways to revel in her misfortune. "I'm doing quite well, so you needn't worry yourself. Young Master Fu, you should enjoy these last peaceful days," Jiang Wuxin said as she subtly moved her phone away, naturally revealing the pan sizzling with beef and the unopened package of meat beside it. Although she was reluctant to see Fu Zibo, the tedium of staying at home was unbearable. This unexpected source of amusement was too good to pass up. "TCH, keep being stubborn. If you were to beg me on your knees, I might show some mercy and lend you a bit of money, otherwise," sitting across from her. Jiang Yiting could not see the screen, but the mention of Fu Zibo offering money to Jiang Wuxin immediately piqued her interest. Yet, before she could speak, she noticed Fu Zibo's smile falter. After a moment of disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, bringing his face closer to the screen, stammering incomprehensibly. "Wow, what is going on? Did that inferior beef impair your brain? Or has some essence mixed with alcohol damaged your language center?" Previously, as she watched Fu Zibo cut the steak, she had to suppress a smirk, realizing the base had certainly not sold him any decent meat. She hadn't even mocked him, yet he had proactively sought out this provocation. What could she do? Naturally, she would indulge his peculiar whims. Without holding back, Jiang Wuxin effortlessly opened a box of A5 Wagyu and placed it in the roasting pan, cracking a sterile egg into it. How can you possess so many fine ingredients? Although Fu Zibo was reluctant to admit it, he found himself swallowing hard at the sight of the sizzling beef on the screen. "I bought them with the money you gave me, so I must thank you," Jiang Wuxin said, raising her voice playfully as she dipped the beef in egg wash and fed it to the little sweet bean. "Sister, this is delicious. Dodo wants more." The little one, delighted by the food, shook her head enthusiastically, pointing to the 2 slabs of A4 Wagyu alongside Jiang Wuxin and pouting. Jiang Wuxin did not miss Fu Zibo's barely concealed gulp, and with a soft hum, she thought, "Useless thing." Observing Fu Zibo's furrowed brow, Jiang Wuxin knew he was about to lose his temper again, so she swiftly ended the video call as he began to speak. The screen on Fu Zibo's end froze on Jiang Wuxin's triumphant smile. The fleeting moment of joy was abruptly shattered, and Fu Zibo found fault with everyone around him, including the woman seated across from him, Jiang Yiting. "Zibo, what has happened?" He recalled Jiang Wuxin's provocative expression, and in a fit of rage, he slammed his knife and fork onto the plate, shouting furiously at the woman before him. "It's all your fault. Had you not refused to marry me, my mother would never have approached the Jiang family, wasting over 3 million in betrothal gifts. Otherwise, Jiang Wuxin would surely have been cast out by her family to perish on the streets." Jiang Yiting was utterly bewildered by his tirade, having no understanding of the events that had transpired. Yet, she had no time to ponder, only wishing to slap the deranged man before her. How dare he blame her for his own misfortune? However, since the shared room they occupied was purchased by Fu Zibo, fleeing from him would leave her to face the bitter cold outside, so she suppressed her fury, cursing him silently 1,000 times in her heart. She vowed to escape from this capricious wastrel at the first opportunity. Chapter 17. Is it still acceptable to thrive on the fruits of others' labor? On the 13th day of the cold wave, the supplies hoarded by the Jiang family had dwindled significantly, apart from various flavors of instant noodles. They had not savored fresh ingredients for quite some time. With the heavy snow showing no signs of relenting, they dared not waste what little they had. Merely managing to boil 2 packets of noodles daily on the gas stove to stave off hunger, while the rare luxury of eggs was reserved solely for Jiang Qiming. As the cook lowered the noodles into the boiling water, a faint knock echoed from the door. She approached to find it was the elderly neighbor from next door. The prolonged hunger had left her eyes sunken and her frame emaciated. "Mr. Shan, I beg you, please give me something to eat. I haven't had a meal in days." Her voice trembled, punctuated by several pauses, barely audible enough to discern. Seeing the frail old woman with tears welling in her eyes, the cook felt a twinge of compassion. Yet she dared not take matters into her own hands, and instead sought the approval of Jiang Qishan. "You must know how little food we have left. How could you even consider sharing it with others?" Jiang Qishan's anger flared upon hearing the suggestion of distributing their meager supplies. Yet he had not had a full meal in ages, thus refraining from shouting too loudly to conserve his strength. "But you were the one who forbade the old lady from hoarding supplies. I just saw her looking like a mere skeleton. If we do nothing, she might starve to death. If you wish to play the benevolent savior, why not give her your own rations instead?" He had indeed spun a tale to prevent the elderly woman from stockpiling. However, whatever she believed was her own choice, and he could not bear the blame for that. Noticing Jiang Qishan's growing displeasure, the cook wisely chose to relent. After all, Jiang Qishan provided her with a meager portion of food each day, often reduced to merely a bowl of broth tainted with remnants of scraps. Such sustenance was barely enough to keep her alive, and sharing it with others would only lead her to the same fate. The elderly woman standing at the door had naturally overheard Jiang Qishan's words, and she dared not hope for the aunt to share her meager rations. With a gentle sigh, she lowered her head and departed. In the early days of the cold wave, she had contemplated stockpiling provisions, but Jiang Qishan had assured her that the cold would last merely a day or two, and soon it would pass. Considering the hardships her children faced earning a living abroad, and with some stored food at home, she refrained from joining the rush for overpriced grain, believing it a waste of money, and thus prepared nothing. Little did she expect the cold wave to endure for so long, leaving her in a position where begging from neighbors became her only option. The old woman struggled to lean against the wall as she returned home, cautiously moving a family photograph to the sofa. Gazing at the smiling faces of her son and daughter, 2 streams of tears trickled down her withered cheeks. Her phone had long since run out of battery, and with the city's signal towers malfunctioning, it had been ages since she had contacted her children, who were far away. She wondered how they were faring abroad. If they were also ensconced in ice and snow as she was, were they warm and well-fed? Surely they must be frantic with worry over her silence. Her son and daughter, both accomplished individuals, had emigrated years ago, persistently urging her to join them. Yet, she had always found an array of excuses to decline their invitations. Recently, they had finally persuaded her to consider the move, but now, with the current crisis, the prospect of family reunion seemed uncertain, leaving her to do her best and leave the rest to fate. In a world fraught with calamity, destiny often triumphs effortlessly over human endeavor, rendering us powerless. "I refuse to eat this wretched noodle. I want steak and lobster." Despite the harsh conditions, Jiang Qishan and Jiang Li had managed to prevent Jiang Qiming from starving. Though they lacked delicacies, he had never truly known hunger, thus his cries rang out, piercingly loud. Jiang Qishan could no longer recall how many times his son had overturned his bowl, and after scolding and striking had yielded no results. He could only let out a deep sigh as he painstakingly sifted through the noodles for shards of glass, consuming what remained on the floor. In such dire circumstances, They could not afford to waste even a morsel of food. Jiang Li, too hungry to scold, approached to soothe her hoarse-voiced son. "Darling, please don't cry. Once it warms up, Mommy and Daddy will take you out for lobster." Though Jiang Qiming was but a child, he had heard this phrase countless times before and recognized it as mere empty consolation. His cries only grew louder in response. Suddenly, Jiang Qishan recalled that during his last phone call with Jiang Wuxin, she had mentioned an abundance of food at her place, and with little Jiang Tiando in tow, surely they would have plenty to spare. After much hesitation, he resolutely connected his phone to the long-neglected spare power bank and initiated a video call to Jiang Wuxin. "Speak quickly if you have something to say," she snapped, clearly annoyed by the interruption to her yoga practice while watching a movie. Jiang Qishan, taken aback by the ease of Jiang Wuxin's current life, stood there momentarily in shock before mustering his paternal authority and speaking with a stern expression. "We are running low on food at home. Hurry and send some over." Jiang Wuxin rolled her eyes dramatically at his commanding tone, halting her movements to lean closer to the screen. Observing Jiang Qishan, who appeared significantly thinner, she scoffed. "It's the first time I've seen someone begging with such audacity. You still haven't changed your bad habit of living off others. Please, send us something to eat." Jiang Li, realizing Jiang Qishan's harsh approach was ineffective, quickly moved to the screen, feigning distress and even squeezing out a couple of tears. "I beg you, we adults can endure hunger, but your younger brother is still growing. He cannot be deprived of food. Don't even mention it. I have no brother. Do not attempt to moralize me. I am not easily swayed." Jiang Wuxin recoiled in disgust, as if she had encountered something foul, stepping back 2 paces. This retreat allowed Jiang Qishan to notice Jiang Wuxin's younger sister, Dodo, clad in a tank top, seated on the carpet, feeding a kitten. Turning to look at her sister, Jiang Wuxin advised, "Dodo, remember to add fish oil to the kitten's food. It will keep their fur soft." Spotting her sister picking up raw meat that had fallen on the floor, Jiang Wuxin hastily intervened. "That's dirty. If the kitten eats that, it will get sick. Just throw it away and remember to wash your hands." While she was struggling to find something as simple as instant noodles, her pets were being fed raw meat and fish liver oil. "I ask you for food, and you dawdle, yet you treat animals so well." Chapter 18. A silent loss. Jiang Qishan's eyes widened as he observed the interaction between Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Tiando, his anger nearly causing a heart attack. As he regained his breath, he began cursing vehemently, nearly exhausting all of Jiang Wuxin's lineage in mere seconds. Silently, Jiang Wuxin muted her phone, finding an odd amusement in the sight of Jiang Qishan's furious, contorted face and the spittle flying from his mouth. Once Jiang Qishan had exhausted his tirade, Jiang Wuxin finally regarded him with a steady gaze and spoke slowly. "Father, this is where you are mistaken. How can you compare yourself to animals? You are inferior to them. At least they know how to be affectionate when given food. And you? Given their past actions of pushing me off the city wall to feed zombies, scattering their ashes seems justifiable." Jiang Qishan had become so exhausted that he could no longer muster any curses, merely observing Jiang Wuxin with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiming, who had been hiding behind him, rushed out upon hearing the mewling of a kitten, incessantly clamoring for it. People were on the brink of freezing to death. What need was there for a kitten? "I don't care. Whatever my sister has, I want too. I want to watch television. Hurry and turn it on for me." Jiang Qiming, witnessing the leisurely life of Jiang Wuxin and little Tiando, rolled on the ground in a frenzy, his nimble body resembling a tumbling gas canister. Unable to vent his frustrations on Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Qishan took it out on Jiang Qiming, delivering a kick to his backside. "All you do is eat, drink, and play, with no regard for your parents' well-being. You even dared to throw your bowl at noon. May you starve." Jiang Wuxin, weary of this melodramatic display, rubbed her aching temples and addressed the screen. "If you want me to provide for you, it's not out of the question, but you must first transfer $1 billion. I'll think about it." "$1 billion? Jiang Li, overhearing Jiang Wuxin, leaned in with an incredulous expression. "Have you lost your mind? It seems you are not truly hungry after all. Very well, in this day and age, I could sell to anyone for that price." This was no idle boast from Jiang Wuxin. Indeed, there were many wealthy individuals, yet those with ample provisions were few and far between. Should she choose to sell, $1 billion would be snatched up in no time. Jiang Qishan, having stockpiled supplies, was aware of the current market conditions, yet he desired a free handout. Extracting such a sum from him was out of the question. Discussing money within a family is detrimental to relationships. "I can offer you $5 million. And I won't be picky about the quality. Just get us 500 pounds of meat and the rest. Before Jiang Qishan could finish his sentence, Jiang Wuxin hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal, he was infuriated, wanting to slam the phone down but refraining. Instead, he kicked the wall a few times in frustration, then patiently redialed. How about 6 million? We spent quite a bit on food earlier. We simply can't manage that much. No billion, no discussion. Fearing Jiang Wuxin would hang up again, Jiang Qishan quickly replied, 8 billion it is. But I need 2 days to prepare. As long as you can endure hunger, a few days is fine. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Wuxin, disinterested in further conversation, hung up once more and took little Tiando and the 3 kittens into the yard for a stroll. The following day, before Jiang Wuxin and little Tiando had even awoken, Jiang Qishan's call came through. To avoid disturbing her sister, Jiang Wuxin moved to the first floor with her phone and turned on the television. Why did it take you so long to answer? Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Wuxin didn't even glance at Jiang Qishan. Seeing her silence, he pressed on. The money has been transferred. When will you send us the supplies? Jiang Wuxin looked, astonished to find that the billion had indeed arrived. It seemed the bank's system was functioning properly, and Jiang Qishan, the unwitting benefactor, still had funds at his disposal. Please provide us with more meat. If you have fresh vegetables and fruits, do bring some as well, along with snacks, like the sweet beans Jiang Tian had yesterday. And what about the vegetables you promised? Jiang Wuxin cast a glance at the 3 to 4 meters of snow piled outside, and impatiently interrupted Jiang Qishan, saying, How am I supposed to deliver in this snow? Jiang Wuxin, are you daring enough to take the money and renege? I don't care how you manage it. You must deliver it to us. Jiang Li had already felt a pang of regret for parting with 100 million, and upon hearing Jiang Wuxin daring to bargain, she instantly exploded in anger. However, no matter how vile her curses were, Jiang Wuxin merely regarded her with a look of bemusement, waiting for her to tire before speaking. I merely mentioned that if you give me 100 million, I would consider it. I never said I would definitely deliver food. But judging by your robust voice while berating me, I reckon you could endure a few more days of hunger. Once the snow melts, you may come to collect. As the prospect of the meat slipping away loomed, Jiang Qishan was overtaken by rage, his finger pointing fiercely at Jiang Wuxin as he spat. You despicable wretch. How dare you scheme against me? Truly, a failure to educate is the fault of the parent. You better hope I do not see you again, otherwise, I shall break your legs. The once dignified Jiang Qishan was now a far cry from his former self, his disheveled hair sticking to his face, resembling a zombie. Jiang Wuxin tapped her ear, leaned against the sofa, and shot him a glance. Conserve your energy. Soon your phone will die, and you will only be able to vent your frustrations on your wife. With that, she hung up without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Qishan endured 2 days of silent humiliation and, compounded by malnutrition, fainted after the call, only to be roused by Jiang Li and Jiang Qiming's frantic shouts and slaps. Jiang Li looked around at their dark, cold abode, then thought of the warmth and brightness at Jiang Wuxin's place, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, no matter how loud she yelled, it merely drained her energy. For Jiang Wuxin, it was of no consequence. At this rate, we shall freeze to death. The bodies of the few grew weaker, their previous methods of warmth rendered ineffective. Jiang Qishan, sickly, dragged over his once treasured wooden bookshelf and, igniting a lighter, aimed to set it ablaze. What are you doing? That is an antique. Nonsense. I am nearly frozen to death. I care not whether it is an antique. Jiang Qishan seemed unnerved, insistent on igniting the bookshelf for warmth, and Jiang Li could not dissuade him, so she relented. The flames finally brought a modicum of warmth to the Jiang family, the crackling wood gradually turning to ashes as they grew weary from their curses. Sitting by the fire and slowly falling asleep, Jiang Wuxin, in high spirits from receiving 100 million, remained undisturbed by Jiang Qishan's outburst, humming a tune as she transferred the money to the base. In the future, the world would be ruled by strength and resources, rendering money mere worthless scraps of paper to the survivors. However, there may come a time when it proves useful, and thus, there was no need for her to create animosity over this money. Miss Jiang, the final payment has been received. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact us. The person in charge of liaising with Jiang Wuxin promptly sent her a message after receiving the funds. It appears that the base is still operating normally, seemingly unaffected by any disturbances. Chapter 19. The sorrow and joy of humanity are not interconnected, sister. I'm awake. Come hug Dodo, I miss you. The sweet voice of Dodo echoed from the staircase. Jiang Wuxin hastily set down her phone and went to embrace the drowsy little sweet bean. Did you sleep well last night? The little sweet bean nodded gently while resting on her sister's back, inhaling the familiar fragrance that enveloped her. After a moment, she finally roused herself and called the 3 sleeping kittens in the living room for their meal. Dada, Xiaohei, Tutu, come for dinner. The names of these 3 kittens certainly leave a lasting impression upon first hearing them. The kittens showed little reaction to their names, but upon hearing the words dinner, they sprang to life, swiftly awakening and scampering over with their little tails in the air. Jiang Wuxin cradled the little sweet bean as she approached the refrigerator, retrieving raw bones and essential vitamins for the kittens. The sight of delicious food sent the kittens scurrying towards her, with Dada boldly pushing aside Xiaohei and Tutu to claim the best spot. With a kitten below and a playful sweet bean above, Jiang Wuxin found it impossible to manage the little rascals and had no choice but to place them one by one on the floor. As soon as the little sweet bean touched the ground, she scooped up the 3 kittens and showered them with kisses. The kittens, content in her embrace, purred softly in response. Observing the delightful interaction among the 4 little fur balls, Jiang Wuxin sensibly filled their food bowls before retreating to the sofa. She opened her phone, only to discover that most servers had ceased operation, with only a prominent red exclamation mark indicating the status of Dada. Platforms like Weibo and WeChat still managed to function, albeit sparingly, with servers operational for merely half an hour each morning and afternoon to facilitate communication and information sharing. Official Weibo accounts of various banks also issued notifications, stating that they would activate backup power for 10 minutes each day to accommodate essential transactions. The survivors are striving to maintain the existing social order, though the results are almost negligible. Jiang Wuxin noted that those seeking help or boasting of their food supplies on social media primarily resided in high-altitude areas. These regions typically experience winter temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees Celsius, and the inhabitants are adept at coping with extreme cold. However, as it is now mid-June, they have limited resources after enduring a long winter, and how long they can sustain themselves remains uncertain. Today, the sun shines brightly. May the cold wave pass swiftly. When will I be able to step outside? I am an insatiably eager Wang, yearning to stroll through the streets. As she scrolled further down, aside from a few pleas for help posted days ago, she encountered boastful updates from the base, replete with selfies that seemed to have been churned out by a production line, or images of food that were visibly less than fresh. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not shared. However, this is merely the early stage of the apocalypse. Once the zombies awaken, it will be those endowed with extraordinary abilities who dominate this world. As for these so-called elite individuals, in the eyes of the undead, they are simply cleaner morsels of sustenance. Although she is luckier than many, having been reborn before the onset of the apocalypse, the trauma from her previous life continues to ravage her spirit. Reluctant to confront the sorrows of humanity, she opts for evasion. Jiang Wuxin turned off her phone and retrieved 2 Australian lobsters from the refrigerator, beginning to prepare breakfast for herself and her sister. Just as she placed the freshly made seafood porridge on the dining table, her phone chimed with a notification. She picked it up and let out a long sigh. When will this cold snap rid us of these fools? Though the message was from Fu Zibo, it was evident that the lengthy composition was penned by the dim-witted Jiang Yiting. A cursory glance revealed the essence of the message. Jiang Yiting had learned of her relationship with Fu Zibo and urged her to cease her lingering affections for him, while also demanding the swift return of funds. As if that simpleton Fu Zibo, whose brain seems to be inextricably linked to his bowels, was worth her concern. Jiang Wuxin chose to disregard their pitiable antics. Yet Jiang Yiting perceived her silence as a sign of starvation, foolishly initiating a video call. Alas, sister, how many days has it been since you last ate? Are you too weak to respond to Brother Zibo's messages? Would you like him to spare you some broth? Though scant, it might sustain you for a couple of days. Upon answering the video call, Jiang Wuxin was met with Jiang Yiting's exaggerated performance and instantly regretted her decision. She should have occupied herself with watching nature documentaries, where even the monkeys exhibited more authenticity than this farce, instead of wasting her breath here. Brother, are you about to lay an egg? Has this high-tech feed scrambled your brain, prompting you to seek attention so early in the morning? Jiang Wuxin's nonchalant demeanor irked Jiang Yiting, who exclaimed, "How ungrateful you are! Even my cat eats better than the 2 of you, yet here you are, playing the martyr without a shred of shame." Casting a glance backward, Jiang Wuxin caught sight of Jiang Yiting feeding 3 kittens with a box of exquisite meat. The thought of her own recent meals, so tough they were nearly inedible, infuriated her, and she quickly began to bring up past grievances. It seems you won't starve anytime soon, so why not promptly return the 3 million you deceitfully acquired from your brother? I acquired not merely 3 million from your brother Zibo, but rather 6 million. If you cannot comprehend basic arithmetic within 10, I suggest you consider a thorough re-education. Jiang Wuxin, how can you be so shameless? Spending someone else's money with such ease? Jiang Yiting was taken aback by Jiang Wuxin's candid admission, her fury escalating to the point where her words became disjointed and illogical. If you can easily steal another's fiancé, what is there for me to fear? Jiang Wuxin relished the sight of Jiang Yiting's enraged expression, opting not to conclude the conversation abruptly, but rather to steer the topic further. Internally, she marveled at Jiang Yiting, a budding star in the industry, whose acting may be lacking, yet her ability to manage expressions is indeed exceptional. Your failure to unite with Brother Zibo is merely a reflection of your own misfortune. We share mutual affection. Why can you not be more magnanimous? I willingly offer you this fortune, so take it and depart swiftly. You two truly resemble turtles that have fallen into a salt vat, having exhausted your time. If you find yourselves at a loss, perhaps you could come and guard my door, one on each side, warding off evil spirits. Jiang Yiting, observing the wildly expressive Jiang Wuxin, yearned to interject, yet found her thoughts lagging behind. What do you mean, you? If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in beef and red wine daily, and instead save your money for some cognitive enhancement. Having unleashed all her grievances, she wished Jiang Yiting and Fu Zibo, that dimwit, a century of bliss and a swift arrival of offspring, urging her not to call again until she had devised more inventive insults. Ah, what a relief. Jiang Wuxin's intention in answering this call was born from her reluctance to engage in further insults towards Jiang Qishan's family the previous day. After all, their responses were always limited to a mere 2 sentences, leaving her utterly fatigued. She had anticipated that after years of playing the role of a green tea princess, Jiang Yiting would possess a wealth of vocabulary to offer an exceptional performance, only to find her equally trivial. It might be easier to simply drive her to exasperation. Yet, her goal was achieved. Jiang Yiting was indeed infuriated, as upon attempting to call back, she discovered Jiang Wuxin had already blocked her. Honestly, Jiang Wuxin thought, did you truly believe I would be as foolish as you, waiting for your next call to hurl insults? Fresh from a shower, Fu Zibo chuckled at the sight of Jiang Yiting in such a state. I warned you against provoking that madwoman. Yet you chose to ignore my advice and made a fool of yourself. Jiang Yiting seemed poised to complain further, but Fu Zibo offered her no opportunity. He simply dressed and departed, leaving her to stew in solitude. Chapter 20. Rising Temperatures in Recent Days. Jiang Wuxin has been indulging in food and drink with her sister at home. Not only the 2 of them, but even the 3 little cats have begun to grow plump, their fur gleaming. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuxin has been diligently exercising and building muscle, even trading 10 points for specialized protein powder with Xiao Shu. Her physical condition nearing the peak it once was in her previous life, reflecting on her former existence, where she had only mastered a level 1 water-based skill, producing merely a few small water orbs before her demise. She summoned Xiao Shu to inquire how she might elevate her superpower. Master, I understand your anxiety at this moment, but please remain calm. You will be notified when the ability system can be upgraded. Well, that was a pointless inquiry. In recent days, Jiang Qishan had ceased to bother her, likely because his phone had finally run out of battery, and Fu Zibo probably dared not provoke her any further. Only Jiang Yiting continued to update her Weibo, although her interactions with fans dwindled to the point of complete silence. Jiang Wuxin couldn't help but admire Jiang Yiting for managing to perform her solo act for such an extended period. Time flew, and soon the 29th day of the cold wave arrived, with outdoor temperatures unexpectedly beginning to rise. Initially, everyone believed this was merely a brief respite, particularly since they had been misled by false hopes several times before. However, no one anticipated that the temperature would soar to a staggering -20 degrees, with cities further south nearing the freezing point. While such temperatures in June or July would still be considered abnormal, people donned their thick coats and reveled in the freedom of movement, as if they could finally glimpse the dawn of victory. Public utilities such as power and heating began to resume, and signal towers came back online. Many individuals were moved to tears upon witnessing familiar scenes reappear on television. And even radio staff were overwhelmed with emotion on screen. Major social media platforms like Weibo and WeChat gradually returned to normal operation. And the realm of the internet buzzed back to life, with some public accounts commencing analyses of the recent cold wave. Jiang Wuxin, however, felt utterly different from the jubilant individuals celebrating on Weibo. She calculated the days, recalling that the cold wave in her previous life had nearly concluded around this time. Yet, the true apocalypse was on the horizon. The calamities were just beginning. Darling, wake up. The power is back. Jiang Li was awakened by the sudden brightness of the lights. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she gazed at the glaring bulb and the air conditioning unit that had abruptly resumed operation. Upon confirming that warm air was indeed blowing from the unit, she was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly nudged Jiang Qishan awake. What are you making a fuss about this early? What power? You must be dreaming, Jiang Qishan grumbled, nearly driven to the brink of neurosis by Jiang Li's incessant surprises. It's really back. Can't you feel the temperature rising inside? Jiang Li exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With an impatient wave, Jiang Qishan extended his hand and felt the noticeably warmer air. Suddenly, he jolted awake, scrambling into his sitting position. Is the power really back? Without even bothering to put on his shoes, he snatched his long-dormant phone and rushed to the socket. Seeing his phone respond, he felt a surge of emotion and his eyes glistened with tears. Quickly, go wake our son to wash up and have breakfast. Today, we each get a packet of noodles to celebrate. They had not enjoyed a hearty meal in ages, having saved the remaining instant noodles for this very moment. At last, it was happening. The power was restored. They would no longer have to endure such a life. Jiang Li's smile stretched from ear to ear, and with a cheerful affirmation, she went to rouse Jiang Qiming from his slumber. Son, wake up. The phone is ringing, father exclaimed, promising to prepare an entire bag of noodles for him. Aren't you excited? I don't want noodles. I want the large lobster like the one my sister had. Ever since his video call with Jiang Wuxin, Jiang Qiming had incessantly clamored for lobster, yet as the days wore on with scant food, he lost the energy to protest. Now that circumstances had improved, the thought resurfaced. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's name, Jiang Li's good mood dissipated significantly, her smile vanishing as she gently smacked Jiang Qiming on the backside, feigning sternness to intimidate him. You must never mention that ungrateful Jiang Wuxin again. She doesn't even care about your well-being and is unworthy of being your sister. In truth, Jiang Qiming merely recalled the large lobster Jiang Wuxin had eaten, devoid of any emotional attachment towards her. Recognizing his mother's aversion to the topic, he chose silence to avoid further reprimand. The Jiang family finally dared to enjoy an entire bag of noodles, and after their meal, they relished the comfort of hot showers, the long-awaited relaxation washing over them. After a hearty repast, Jiang Qishan's nearly rusted mind began to churn. Just as he prepared to call Jiang Wuxin, his phone, which had been silent for ages, suddenly rang. Mr. Jiang, you are 7 days overdue on your repayment. If you do not settle this, we will have no choice but to apply for the seizure of your current residence, the voice on the other end stated. Who owes you money? Go find the person who does. Why the hell are you calling me? Before the cold wave, Jiang Qishan was aware that Jiang Wuxin had mortgaged her house. But with survival becoming a pressing concern, such matters had slipped his mind. Now, being reminded only intensified his resentment towards her, manifesting in a sharp tone. Do you think you have the right to be aggrieved for owing money? Don't expect any courtesy from me. The lender, having lost patience after prior negotiations, unleashed a barrage of profanities. Your own daughter took out a loan against your property. I don't care how the money is spent. All I know is if you don't pay up, we will seize your house. It's that simple. You have one last day. If you don't repay by tomorrow, prepare to sleep on the streets. Jiang Qishan's hands trembled with fury, yet he found no opportunity to interject. As soon as the other party finished their tirade, he attempted to respond, only to find the call abruptly ended. When he tried to dial back, he discovered he had been blocked. Such loan companies had an array of tactics for dealing with delinquent repayments. This particular number was solely for notifying debtors, and once blocked, any hope of re-establishing contact was futile. Jiang Qishan simmered with frustration as he dialed Jiang Wuxin's number, already composing a script in his mind to berate her. To his surprise, he too had been blocked. Jiang Wuxin had anticipated that if Jiang Qishan were not dead from starvation, he would surely reach out to create discomfort. So she had preemptively blocked him. Previously, I kept them around merely to vent my frustrations at home and seek some amusement. However, now I have more pressing matters to attend to, leaving me no time to deal with them. Jiang Qishan, having faced setbacks twice in succession, sat on the sofa, taking a long while to compose himself before he could catch his breath. What now? Are we truly obligated to repay the debt? Jiang Li inquired, noticing Jiang Qishan's dark expression. We won't repay. Upon hearing that the money was preserved, Jiang Li was about to rejoice, only to hear Jiang Qishan continue. Our funds are nearly depleted, but we still possess properties under our name, so we can only mortgage this house to them. Are we just going to endure this? Allowing that wretched Jiang Wuxin to take away 25 million without a fight? Then you should go deal with Jiang Wuxin. In truth, Jiang Qishan had already devised a plan to confront Jiang Wuxin, yet he was reluctant to explain it to Jiang Li and simply stormed out. Chapter 21. Words of reason cannot restrain the damned ghost. The following day, the snow on the road had mostly melted, and traffic had largely returned to normal. Jiang Li observed that Jiang Qishan arose with a stern demeanor, ready to leave, and she curiously asked, "Where are you off to?" "That's not for you to concern yourself with. Today, you should pack the important items from this house. Once I return, we shall move. Here is the address of our new home. I will send it to you." Are we truly going to tolerate this? Jiang Wuxin is living lavishly with the money, while we are left homeless. Upon hearing the news of the impending move, Jiang Li immediately resisted. She had painstakingly driven Jiang Wuxin and her mother away, and now they were to sell this house to settle debts with Jiang Wuxin? How could she accept such a fate? You will move, and that is final. Spare me your incessant chatter. Jiang Qishan forcefully shrugged off Jiang Li's hand, casting an impatient glance her way. Before finishing his packing and heading to the supermarket to buy some essentials, proceeding directly to the new home, the individual Jiang Qishan had arranged to meet had already arrived. His eagerness to fulfill the appointment left him with little patience to explain anything to Jiang Li. Grasping the car keys, he descended the stairs. A man of such vindictive nature could scarcely swallow this affront. Thus, he sought out a thug company, intending to teach Jiang Wuxin a lesson while reclaiming the supplies she had hoarded. Jiang Wuxin, I shall ensure you pay dearly for your actions. Alert! Alert! Suspicious individuals detected lingering at the entrance. Jiang Wuxin descended to tidy up the several acres of land behind the villa for planting vegetables when she suddenly heard the alarm triggered by Xiao Shuai. This villa, nestled near the mountains in a remote area, seldom witnessed any living beings. The appearance of people was quite unusual. She set down her hoe, washed her hands, and leisurely made her way to the front gate. Outside the 5-meter-high electrified fence stood a van and a truck, accompanied by 4 or 5 shady-looking men smoking, causing Jiang Wuxin to frown in displeasure. It appeared someone was coming to cause trouble. As Jiang Wuxin emerged from the room, the leading man seized a rather intimidating baseball bat from behind him and, tilting his head back, stepped outside the electric fence, pointing at Jiang Wuxin, who was observing them with a quizzical expression. "You, hurry up and open the door for me, or else don't blame me for being rude." "Who, me?" Jiang Wuxin retorted, her face a portrait of incredulity as she pointed at herself. "You're going to be rude to me, and yet you expect me to open the door for you? Do you think I'm as foolish as you?" The man, clearly taken aback by Jiang Wuxin's audacity, nonetheless did not lose his temper. Instead, he leered at her with malicious intent, his eyes raking over her as if he were assessing prey. Suddenly, as if a switch had flipped in his mind, he grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, and laughed heartily with his accomplice standing beside him. "Oh, this little girl is as fierce as her father said, but it's going to be quite thrilling." With a mockingly arrogant demeanor, he draped his arm around his accomplice's shoulder and whistled at Jiang Wuxin. "Open the door for your brother, and I assure you, he won't harm you." "Ha ha." Disgust washed over Jiang Wuxin as she noticed the remnants of food stuck to his yellow teeth. How repulsive. It felt as though she could smell the foul stench emanating from his mouth, and her stomach churned violently. No, she thought, she was about to be sick. She needed to step away and vomit. Her expression, one of utter revulsion, successfully provoked the man with yellow teeth, who instantly wiped the grin off his face. "You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Just wait." Before he could finish his sentence, he swung the baseball bat against the electric fence surrounding the villa. With a crack, the bat collided with the fence, and a surge of purple electricity coursed through the man's body, hurling him several meters away before he fell to the ground, convulsing, tiny sparks dancing across his form. Wow, the upgraded electric fence is quite formidable, even through the glass. She could smell the scent of charred flesh. The men standing nearby were rendered speechless with shock, and it was the second-in-command who finally regained his composure. Only when the man with yellow teeth ceased to move did he nudge the trembling man beside him. "Go see what's going on." The nudged man, who was among the bolder of the group, approached the scene, but upon witnessing the grotesque, charred body, he collapsed to the ground, one hand bracing himself as he recoiled, and the other trembling as he pointed at Jiang Muxin. "She has killed him. She has killed him." At this revelation, the group instinctively recoiled several meters away from the electric fence, some even so frightened they had soiled themselves. They were merely small-time thugs summoned by Jiang Qishan to intimidate others. How had it escalated to murder? Jiang Muxin gazed at the quaking men in disbelief, clicking her tongue. Such cowardice, and yet they dared to act like ruffians? When the zombies come, they would surely be paralyzed by fear. "What should we do? We need to leave quickly." One of the younger members, glancing nervously at the body of the man with yellow teeth, was instantly overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down his face as he tugged at the second-in-command. "This is serious. It's gone too far." Though the second brother felt trepidation, loyalty to his comrades compelled him to refrain from abandoning the deceased. He approached, removing his coat to cover the corpse's face, and instructed the two nearby. "You, and you. Carry the elder to the vehicle." Jiang Wuxin crossed her arms, observing the two young men who, despite their evident fear, stepped forward to lift the rigid body towards the car. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of compassion surged within her, prompting her to interject. "Hey, let's find a place to bury the body instead of taking it with us. Mind your own business. You murderer, prepare to rot in prison." The second brother shot Jiang Wuxin a glare that seemed to pierce like a dagger, mistakenly believing her to be frightened. He uttered a harsh retort before ushering his companions into the vehicle and departing. Witnessing their disregard for her words, Jiang Wuxin pouted slightly, silently offering 3 incense sticks to the group in her heart. If memory served her correctly, humanity had succumbed to a virus that led to the emergence of zombies. Yet in her previous life, she had been merely a low-tier player, entirely oblivious to such secrets. Thus, she had never comprehended the sudden appearance of the undead. However, with the demise of the elder, the likelihood of infection was substantial, and those aboard the vehicle were likely doomed. Fine, if kind words fall on deaf ears. I can only hope they don't return as zombies to vex me further. Meanwhile, little Sweet Bean, having grown weary from staying indoors, finally discovered her sister at the door. Her expression grave as she observed the departing vehicle. She dashed over and tugged at Jiang Wuxin's clothing. "Sister, who are they? Are they here for you?" Jiang Wuxin glanced down to find little Sweet Bean's face etched with confusion, and the expressions of the stuffed animals in her arms mirrored her own. A smile crept across Jiang Wuxin's lips as she looked at them. "It's nothing. Would you like to join me in the fields, Bean?" Seeing her sister's lack of response, little Sweet Bean refrained from pressing further, instead taking her sister's hand as they strolled towards the garden. Chapter 22. The zombie assault. The group drove their van along the bumpy mountain road for an extended period, still shaken by the elder's untimely demise. The jovial atmosphere that had accompanied their journey had dissipated, replaced by an eerie silence. "Wang Gu, how are we going to explain this to the elder's family?" Green Hair, the driver, suddenly broke the silence. They were not seasoned thugs or desperate fugitives. They had taken on Jiang Qishan's task merely to procure food for their families after the recent cold snap, never anticipating it would result in a fatality. "How should I know what to say?" Wang Gu, the second-in-command, had partnered with the elder on this undertaking. Jiang Qishan had assured them the task was straightforward, merely to intimidate Jiang Wuxin and retrieve food from her home, ensuring they would receive ample provisions. Had they known it would entail such peril, they would never have ventured forth on this risky endeavor. "Let us head to the Jiang residence. We must demand an explanation from Jiang Qishan." Before he could finish, an oppressive silence enveloped the van once more. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the rear of the vehicle, startling the 3 individuals in the back seat. Brother Wang hastily patted Green Hair, urging him to investigate, fearing that something might have collided with the car. This vehicle was rented, and any damage incurred would be beyond their means to cover. Green Hair, flustered and frantic, dashed out of the car and circled to the back. Upon inspection, he found no visible abnormalities at the rear, and after a thorough examination of the undercarriage and tires, he discerned nothing amiss. "Brother Wang, there's nothing outside. Could it be that the boss bumped into the car door?" The sound could not have emanated from outside. It must have originated from the trunk. Brother Wang clicked his tongue, his brow furrowed in concern as he exited the vehicle. Inside the trunk, The body had been charred to a high degree of carbonization, with limbs perilously close to detaching. If they were to inadvertently break the corpse, they would have no way to explain things to the boss's family upon their return. I told you to drive slowly. You can't even handle a car properly. Brother Wong glared fiercely at Green Hair, who stood silently by, and proceeded to open the trunk. Suddenly, a dark mass lunged at him from within the compartment. A charred figure with yellowing teeth violently burst through the car door, lunging at Brother Wong. An arm, dislodged in the struggle, dangled loosely from its shoulder, revealing remnants of blood and flesh. Its face, obscured by soot, bore a gaping maw that screamed in rage at the onlookers. What in the world is that? The sheer visual impact nearly caused Brother Wong to faint. The younger subordinates trailing behind were paralyzed with fear, their minds consumed by a singular thought: to flee. Brother Wong scrambled backward, desperate to escape, yet his legs felt like jelly, refusing to heed his commands. In a moment of desperation, he seized a baseball bat that had rolled to his feet and swung it mercilessly at the yellowed teeth. However, rather than deter it, the blow incited further wrath. The creature lunged toward Brother Wong's ankle. "Ah!" he shrieked, but pain was a distant concern as he continued to swing the bat at the creature. The carbonized head nearly split in two under the force, granting Brother Wong a fleeting opportunity to flee. The yellowed teeth had become a zombie, devoid of direction or purpose, driven solely by the scent of the living, and it lunged frantically at any sign of life. It savagely tore into the man it had overpowered, blood gushing forth as intestines and shredded flesh spilled onto the ground. The man howled in agony, unable to escape, forced to witness as the creature devoured his body, ripping out his heart. The horrifying screams startled a flock of birds from the trees. Brother Wong, having scrambled back into the car, dared not glance behind him as he frantically urged the quaking Green Hair, "Drive. Hurry." Green Hair, having been so thoroughly terrified that he had lost control, trembled uncontrollably until Brother Wong's shout snapped him back to reality, prompting him to start the engine. The recently bitten man, now transformed into a zombie, crashed directly into the driver's side window. Blood gushed from the hollow eye sockets, two dark voids fixated on Green Hair. A bloodied maw ravenously gnawed at the glass, while a decayed nose frantically rubbed against it, leaving a chaotic trail of crimson. "Quick, charge forward." Green Hair slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the zombie was instantly flung away, shattered flesh splattering across the vehicle. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, evading obstacles ahead while glancing at the rearview mirrors, only exhaling a sigh of relief when he confirmed no zombies were in pursuit. "Brother Wong, where are we going? What is happening?" Green Hair cried out in despair, oblivious to the fact that Brother Wong had long since lost his breath, his limbs contorted grotesquely, and his murky eyes fixated on him through the rearview mirror. A roar erupted as blood splattered, and Green Hair's head collided violently with the steering wheel, sending the out-of-control van crashing into the woods. A deafening bang resonated, followed by flames leaping into the sky. In this apocalyptic world, as zombies surged forth, Jiang Qishan and Da Huangya felt buoyed after their meeting, envisioning trucks laden with supplies and Jiang Wuxin humbly apologizing to them. He hummed a cheerful tune on his way home, undeterred by the throngs of people and traffic congestion along the streets. The weather has warmed. It's strange that the old lady hasn't come out to bask in the sun. Upon entering the community, Jiang Qishan noticed the tightly shut doors and windows, all curtains drawn, which struck him as odd. He muttered to himself, yet whether she lived or died was of no concern to him, as the house was to be mortgaged. Even if someone had perished, he would not suffer a loss. He barely lingered, parking his car outside the courtyard before heading in. "Son, are you home alone? Your mother hasn't returned?" Jiang Qishan knocked on the door for quite some time before Jiang Qiming, clutching an ice cream, finally opened it. Not seeing Jiang Li, he inquired with a hint of confusion. "Mom hasn't come back yet. Annie has gone home, and it's just little Bao here." Jiang Qishan ruffled his son's hair and was about to speak when a phone call from Jiang Li interrupted him. "Darling, come help me. The supermarket is too crowded." "Hey, that's mine, put it down. Don't push, you blind fool." The cacophony rattled Jiang Qishan, furrowing his brow, yet he resolved to fetch Jiang Li. "Everyone, please select your items in order. Do not push." "Hey, I'm talking to you. No shoving." Finally managing to stop the car, Jiang Qishan stepped into the supermarket, utterly astonished by the scene before him. An uncountable mass of people surged from the entrance, while two uniformed officers wielding riot shields and megaphones attempted to maintain order. Yet chaos prevailed, their announcements drowned out by the throng. Have these people gone mad? I haven't even finished my checkout, and they're already pushing forward. Those exiting with their purchases bore various injuries, their mouths spewing curses. Jiang Qishan steeled himself as he ventured into the fray, not long after. He heard Zhang Li's strident voice ringing out ahead. Wang Suiping, are you out of your mind? You hit me over a piece of chicken. I've had enough of your nonsense. I've loathed you for ages. You dare to steal my things. Husband, teach her a lesson. Hearing the impending altercation, Jiang Qishan hastily pushed his way forward. Though he found Zhang Li's loud demeanor rather embarrassing, he could not stand idly by while someone bullied his wife. Darling, you've finally arrived. Please deal with these shameless harpies. Jiang Li, initially startled by Wang Suiping's husband, found courage upon spotting Jiang Qishan squeezing through the crowd, and she defiantly glared at the couple, whose hair was in disarray from her earlier scratching. Enough. Let us finish our shopping and leave. Although Zhang Li was unwilling to concede, she was increasingly agitated and spat at the two before following Jiang Qishan out. Due to the overwhelming crowd, the supermarket announced the closure of all entrances and exits, stating that supplies would be distributed for free, urging all residents to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Just as Jiang Qishan and Zhang Li completed their purchase, the supermarket's loudspeaker blared this announcement repeatedly, causing Zhang Li to stomp her feet in frustration. We just paid, and now they're giving things away for free. This is infuriating. Let it go. We got what we needed. At this point, don't dwell on the money. Jiang Qishan packed the hard-won supplies into bags, and the couple pushed their cart toward the exit. However, as they reached the door, a vehicle came barreling toward them. In a reflexive motion, Jiang Qishan shoved the cart forward, managing to absorb some of the impact, and swiftly pulled Zhang Li back. Driving like that is reckless. Zhang Li, nearly paralyzed with fear, gasped for breath while the car, barely avoiding them, careened into a nearby store before coming to a halt. The vehicle was severely mangled, smoke billowing from the hood. The driver rendered unconscious or worse. Help! This driver has passed out. We must rescue him before the car explodes. A kind-hearted man nearby noticed the driver's lack of response and dashed through the crowd, attempting to pry open the car door while calling for assistance. Yet, the louder he shouted, the farther the crowd dispersed, terrified of the potential explosion, intent only on rescuing the driver. The man was oblivious to a bloodied figure stumbling toward him from behind. He heard the footsteps, but assumed more good Samaritans had arrived to help. Come on, lend a hand. He finally managed to wrench the door open, but upon turning, he was met with a grotesque visage, a foul mouth dripping with blood. The man bit down, tearing off half of the rescuer's face, the ruptured eyeball splattering its contents across him in a gruesome spray. The elder brother struggled wildly, his hands attempting to pry the man away, yet even as he tore away chunks of flesh, the man exhibited no reaction. The man's hands delved into the gaping wound of the elder brother's neck, forcefully pulling outward, rending his upper body in two. He hunched over, ravenously gnawing while emitting fervent, guttural sounds of excitement. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the onlookers finally reacted, beginning to flee in panic. However, the crowd was too dense, and many who were unaware of the unfolding chaos remained rooted in place, mistakenly believing another violent incident had erupted nearby, dismissing it entirely. The police officers stationed outside the supermarket heard the commotion and surged against the tide of fleeing people. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight, they momentarily froze before entering a state of alert, raising their firearms towards the man who was voraciously gnawing on the elder brother. Cease your attack. Otherwise, we will open fire. The deranged man showed no signs of comprehension, his head buried deep within the elder brother's body, frantically digging. The overwhelming stench of blood nearly made the officers retch. Due to the angle and positioning, the officers could not aim for the man's head and were forced to shoot at his chest. Yet, the man seemed impervious to the shots, continuing his frenzy without a hint of pause, only shifting his posture to lift his head, cradling a steaming heart to gnaw upon. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, piercing the man's skull, finally halting his frenzied assault as he collapsed to the side, motionless. Sir, wake up! The police quickly holstered their weapons and dragged the man and the elder brother, now torn and ravaged, aside, attempting to revive the man who had lapsed into unconsciousness at the wheel. He bore no visible injuries, yet his face was as pale as a blank canvas. Smoke billowed increasingly from the hood, and fearing an explosion, the The officers hurriedly bent down to unbuckle the man's seatbelt. Just then, the previously placid man suddenly opened his murky eyes and lunged at the police officer's neck with a bite. Blood sprayed forth, and screams erupted, piercing the ears of those nearby. Jiang Qishan, sensing the dire situation, urgently pulled Jiang Li to the car, flooring the accelerator, heedless of any obstacles or people in their path as they sped towards home. Survival was paramount. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiming, blissfully engrossed in an animated show at home, remained oblivious to the chaos outside until a knock at the door jolted him. Assuming it was his parents returning with treats, he bounded eagerly to answer. To his shock, the figure outside was not his parents, but rather the neighborly grandmother who had previously come seeking food. She stood barefoot on the doorstep, her hands dangling limply at her sides, her hunched spine suggesting a near 90-degree bend, her frail frame resembling little more than a skeletal outline. Gasping for breath as if the slightest gust might topple her over, Jiang Qiming felt a wave of despondency wash over him the moment he laid eyes on her. His disappointment palpable. Impatiently, he waved his hand, mimicking Jiang Qishan's tone, and with a stern expression declared, "My father said we have nothing to offer you." He might not have realized that such words were disrespectful. He merely imitated Jiang Qishan's gestures, pointing towards the door with his small hand. "You should leave quickly. My parents will be back soon." The elderly woman, however, remained unresponsive, her head bowed as she stood at the threshold. Jiang Qiming, growing frustrated, recalled how Jiang Qishan would shoo people away and began to curse, his childish voice contrasting sharply with the harshness of his words. "You old hag, get out of my house at once. If you don't stop standing there in silence, I'll force you out." When the old woman still did not budge, Jiang Qiming, now desperate, pushed against her with all his might. Despite her frail appearance, she stood resolutely, unmoving. With hands on his hips, he glared at her, breathing heavily as he contemplated how to evict her. Suddenly, the old woman stirred. She slowly lifted her head, her gaunt face revealing high cheekbones and skin ashen, resembling a darkened paper stretched over a skeletal frame. But most terrifying were her eyes, cloudy orbs perched precariously in their sunken sockets, as if they might fall out with the slightest movement. What is wrong with you?" Jiang Qiming stammered, retreating in fear, his voice tinged with a whimper. Abruptly, the old woman seemed to trigger some internal mechanism, her mouth opening wide as she lunged towards him. Don't come any closer." Her movements were clumsy, stumbling as she took a few steps, colliding with objects before finally redirecting her path. This awkwardness allowed Jiang Qiming to successfully escape into the bedroom, where he swiftly locked the door and hid beneath the bed. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he nestled under the bed, he heard the elderly woman relentlessly battering the bedroom door. The sounds were not frantic, yet the force behind them was incongruous with her frail physique. The heavy thuds echoed like a death knell, causing Jiang Qiming to curl up in terror, his small hands desperately covering his mouth as he fought to suppress any sound. The woman, unable to break through, grew increasingly agitated, her blows becoming louder and more frantic. Finally, she succeeded in forcing the door open. As if sensing something, she trudged heavily towards the bed where Jiang Qiming hid, gradually bending down. In the seconds before the door was breached, despite his fear, Jiang Qiming made the courageous choice to emerge from beneath the bed and conceal himself in the adjacent wardrobe. He would later be grateful for this decision, otherwise, he might have found himself as the old woman's next meal. Jiang Qiming fixated intently on the sluggish figure outside, scarcely daring to breathe. His heart raced, nearly surpassing the limits of his frail body, and within the cramped confines, the sound of his heartbeat resonated audibly. Perhaps it was the old woman's hollow eyes, seemingly only able to detect living creatures in motion, that rendered her akin to a headless fly, endlessly circling the bedroom, as if she would not relent until she uncovered something. Time and again, she passed by the wardrobe where Jiang Qiming concealed himself, at times pausing directly in front of it, perplexed by her undeniable sense of a living presence that eluded her grasp. Jiang Qiming dared not raise his head. His small face was buried deeply between his curled legs, his tiny hands gripping the wardrobe door tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling forth as he bit his lip to stifle any sound. After a while, the footsteps outside finally ceased. He cautiously widened his eyes, peering through the slender crack that offered a glimpse of the outside world. Although a considerable amount of time passed without any sign of disturbance, the visage of the old woman profoundly unsettled his innocent heart, leaving him utterly hesitant to open the wardrobe door. Why was the front door ajar? Jiang Qishan and his companion, having barely returned home, were taken aback to find their door unlatched. A trail of dark, grimy footprints stretched ominously from the entrance into their abode, emanating a foul stench. This odor was pungent, yet it bore no resemblance to the typical scent of rotting food or muddy earth. It was reminiscent of decay. Jiang Li recalled the harrowing scene from the street moments earlier and, in a frenzy, discarded her belongings, intent on rushing inside, only to be forcibly restrained by Jiang Qishan. What are you doing? Are you seeking death? In that moment, Jiang Li was beyond fear, desperately attempting to pry Jiang Qishan's hands away, tears streaming down her face. Our son is still inside. I must save him. If you charge in there, we will all perish. Jiang Qishan had an inkling of the grim reality unfolding. Though he too was anxious for Jiang Qiming, his own life took precedence. He glared fiercely at the tearful Jiang Li, pulling her behind him as he cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Grasping a fruit knife from the coffee table, he assumed a defensive stance and carefully advanced in the direction indicated by the footprints. At that moment, Jiang Li regained her composure, forcing back her sobs as she silently followed Jiang Qishan into their home. The trajectory of the footprints seemed deliberate. Aside from this singular path, there were no signs of any other disturbances. However, with each step they took, their hearts sank further. It was over. They had reached the threshold of Jiang Qiming's room. The walls and door were marred with dark, grimy handprints, nearly causing their hearts to leap from their chests. Jiang Li's legs buckled, and she barely managed to steady herself against the adjacent wall. Jiang Qishan, though frightened, maintained his composure. His eyes bulged, and his ears seemed to strain to catch any sound. He held the knife aloft, inching cautiously towards Jiang Qiming's bedroom. The entire household was enveloped in an eerie silence. They had not encountered the intruder, nor had they seen Jiang Qiming. After a considerable amount of time spent in the home without any unusual occurrences, Jiang Qishan turned to the flushed-faced Jiang Li and nodded subtly, whispering, "There should be no one else here. You search for our son while I secure the door." Just as Jiang Qishan turned around, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the nearby cupboard. The two of them collapsed to the floor, instinctively retreating with hands and feet, while Jiang Qishan nearly dropped his knife in sheer terror. "Mom and Dad, you're finally back. I thought I was going to die of fright." Jiang Qiming, who had been hiding in the cupboard, had heard the footsteps of Jiang Qishan and Jiang Li. He had believed the zombie-like old lady had returned, nearly fainting within the confines of the wardrobe. However, upon listening closely, he was startled to recognize his father's voice, causing his composure to shatter as he cried out and leapt from the cupboard. Wah! It was so terrifying, that old lady. At that moment, Jiang Qiming bore no resemblance to the little tyrant he usually was. He threw himself into Jiang Li's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, his words tumbling out incoherently. The anxious hearts of Jiang Li and Jiang Qishan finally found solace. Jiang Li clutched her son tightly, tears streaming down her face, while Jiang Qishan collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Yet, after only a brief respite, he dared not linger any longer, swiftly making his way to the entrance to shut the wide-open door and secure all the locks. After a long bout of crying, Jiang Qiming gradually calmed down, his small frame trembling, evoking a heart-wrenching sight. "Darling, tell Mommy what just happened." The old lady who came to our house for food knocked on the door. "I thought it was you and Dad returning, so I opened it, but to my horror, she opened her mouth wide to bite me." Remembering the old lady's ghastly, zombie-like visage, Jiang Qiming could not help but sniffle softly again. "If I hadn't tea hidden in the cupboard, Mommy, Daddy, you would never have seen me again." Suddenly, a crash echoed from downstairs. The sound of shattering glass followed by a man's piercing scream pierced through the air, prompting the trio to rush to the window to look below. They beheld the male resident of the apartment below, clinging desperately to the window frame, his body dangling precariously outside. Upon seeing Jiang Qishan lean out, he wore a face of sheer terror as he pleaded for help. "Save me. There's a monster in my house." Before he could finish his sentence, two withered, twisted hands suddenly reached through the window, seizing his arm with a vice-like grip. A gaunt, sparsely haired head lunged upon him, biting savagely, and blood splattered everywhere in an instant. A blood-curdling scream resonated throughout the building as the man lost his grip, plummeting downwards, his body crumpling into a grotesque heap. The gruesome scene sent Jiang Qiming into a fit of wailing, and Jiang Qishan quickly covered his mouth, pulling him back. Just as he managed to shut the window, A pale, disheveled face appeared at the opening. It was none other than the neighborly old lady. The old woman's face was marred by countless wounds, revealing the decaying flesh beneath, with deep gashes exposing bone. Upon seeing Jiang Qishan and his companions, she opened her mouth wide and lunged at the glass in a frenzied bite. Perhaps due to the intensity of her actions, it wasn't long before she could no longer sustain herself and collapsed, leaving only the faint sound of her rasping breath fading into the distance. Jiang Qishan scrambled to secure all the doors and windows of his home, locking them tightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiming was momentarily paralyzed by fear, after stifling his sobs. His reddened eyes fixated blankly on the window, unresponsive to Jiang Li's calls. Chapter 25, Total Collapse Husband. What on earth is happening? What are we to do? Jiang Li had never encountered such a scene before. Her heart raced with terror, but she dared not cry in front of her son. Only when Jiang Qiming finally cried himself to sleep could she allow her emotions to surface. They had watched their fair share of zombie films and were acutely aware that this was no ordinary human riot. It was a zombie outbreak. If they were careless enough to be attacked, they too could succumb to the same fate. Husband, are we going to die? I'm so scared. Jiang Qishan, unusually patient with Jiang Li, gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. Fortunately, we have stocked up on plenty of food. We should be safe hiding at home for the time being. Although the Jiang family resided in a neighborhood that was not particularly affluent, it was typically quiet during the midday hours. Now, however, the air was filled with the relentless wail of police and ambulance sirens. What tormented them most was the sporadic, piercing screams that echoed from various directions. More and more people in the community were being pursued, tackled to the ground, and then blood gushed forth. Subsequently, the scene unfolded like the most iconic moments from an apocalyptic zombie movie. Those who were attacked experienced only a brief moment of unconsciousness before their bodies contorted grotesquely, dragging themselves toward any visible human to assimilate them. Jiang Qishan stood gravely at the window, observing this horrific spectacle, his cigarette flickering between light and shadow, while every call he made ended with a mechanical female voice. He couldn't reach his friends in the military. Something grave must have occurred. Ding. On a mission. Please do not go out unless absolutely necessary. Prepare food and secure your doors and windows. After a moment, he received a text from a friend, confirming his suspicions. The apocalypse was indeed upon them. Recently, there have been numerous incidents of mass outbreaks of a severe illness across the nation. Experts speculate that it may be caused by a mutation of the rabies virus, though further verification is needed. Residents are advised to stay indoors unless necessary. Stockpile essential food and supplies, secure doors and windows, and take preventive measures. Do not believe or spread rumors. Await official announcements regarding the situation. Zhang Wuxin was aware that these days marked the onset of the zombie virus outbreak, spending her time contentedly at home with her cat and tending to her garden. Blissfully unaware of the impending doom, everyone knew the end of the world was approaching. Who would foolishly venture outside? Did they wish to court death? However, the news remains watchable, for the most delightful tales are often those that bear no personal connection. Sister, why are they chasing each other? Little Sweet Bean inquired, observing the playful antics of Little Black and Head as they frolicked nearby, while she sat on the carpet with Big Bean, her expression one of bewilderment at the scenes unfolding on the television. Are these uncles playing a game? Just like Little Black and Head? Although the televised segments were live broadcasts, the cameras intentionally avoided the gory and violent imagery to prevent panic, leaving Little Sweet Bean perplexed as to why the adults were running about in front of the lens. Indeed, the uncles are merely engaging in a game. Running can strengthen one's body. In her previous life, Little Sweet Bean had met a tragic end amidst a horde of zombies, and her elder sister had failed in her duty to protect her. Thus, in this lifetime, Jiang Wuxin was determined to shield her sister from the harsh realities, striving to beautify all that she beheld. Some pain was hers alone to bear. Having been reborn, she vowed to safeguard her sister's healthy and peaceful growth. She was resolute in this promise. Though Little Sweet Bean could not fully comprehend the news being broadcast, she could certainly discern the grave expressions of the host and the panic etched upon the faces of passers-by, which seemed to diverge from what her sister had described. Nevertheless, she placed unwavering faith in her sister, trusting that her actions were just and reasoned. Little Sweet Bean, disinterested in the television's content, proceeded to gather Big Bean, Little Black, and Head, one in each arm, and scurried to the kitchen in search of sustenance. In the vastness of the world, Nothing surpasses the importance of a good meal. Observing that her sister harbored no doubts or visible concerns, Jiang Wuxin continued to listen intently to the unfolding news. Today, our city has witnessed a series of heinous assaults by suspicious individuals upon the populace. Whether these individuals are operating in an organized and premeditated manner remains uncertain. A female reporter stated, positioned at the entrance of the supermarket where Jiang Qishan and his companion had been shopping. The streets were alive with the sirens of police cars and ambulances, while pedestrians hurried past, many donning helmets and brandishing makeshift weapons in a show of vigilance. The cacophony of piercing sirens and distant screams created an atmosphere reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. We are currently at one of the crime scenes. As you can see, the nearby residents are in a state of considerable distress regarding this incident. We remind residents to refrain from unnecessary outings and ensure their homes are secure. The female anchor cautioned. No sooner had she finished speaking than a grotesque man charged towards the camera, his decaying flesh falling away in gruesome chunks with each exaggerated movement, his eyeball bobbing erratically outside its socket. Despite Jiang Wuxin lowering the volume, the shrieks of terror were unmistakable. Surrounding individuals clutched their heads and began to flee. Yet there were always unfortunate souls who, lost in their panic, collided head-on with the zombie man. With a chilling roar, the zombie pinned the man beneath him, his contorted hands unerringly tearing open the man's abdomen, who had not even the chance to resist before life fled from him. The zombie man frenziedly tore at the spilled entrails strewn across the ground. A gruesome scene fully captured by the camera positioned before the female streamer and broadcast live on television. Snap! Jiang Wuxin swiftly switched off the TV before the streamer could notice the horror unfolding behind her. The piercing scream that followed, amplified by the microphone, was undoubtedly ear-splitting. If Xiao Oxianda heard it, explanations would be troublesome. Everything happening now mirrored the events of her past life with eerie precision. Though no longer shocked by such sights, Jiang Wuxin couldn't help but be awed once more by the terrifying ferocity of the undead. These zombies truly aren't picky. Guts, organs, they devour it all. For someone with severe mysophobia like Jiang Wuxin, this was even harder to stomach than being bitten. Jejia, why did you stop watching? Xiao Oxianda waddled in, her round little belly protruding, trailed by 3 equally plump kittens, their tiny stomachs distended from overindulgence. Jiang Wuxin couldn't suppress a soft chuckle, gently patting the child's head. Look at their little bellies, just as round as yours. They're still too young to know when to stop eating. Overfeeding them could make them sick. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Oxianda froze, her wide eyes darting between the kittens and her sister. Her lips trembled, threatening tears. She didn't want the kittens to die? Seeing her distress, Jiang Wuxin quickly soothed her. Come, Daodu, take the kittens and help Jejia plant vegetables in the garden. Moving around will help them digest. Instantly cheered, Xiao Oxianda beamed and scampered off toward the garden, the kittens trotting behind, following at a slower pace. Jiang Wuxin gazed at the thin trails of black smoke rising sporadically from the city below and sighed. The zombie outbreak had only just begun, scattered attacks, isolated incidents. But as the infected multiplied exponentially, the true apocalypse would descend. Chapter 26. The mechanized sowing tool. Last time, after tilling only a fraction of the land, Jiang Wuxin and her sister had ached for days. Now, staring at the remaining unturned soil, her barely recovered back throbbed in protest. If not for earning system points to exchange for that machine gun, who'd endure this torment? One hand clutching Xiao Xiandu's lively little fingers, Jiang Wuxin muttered curses under her breath, her creative insults directed entirely at Xiao Shui. Her vocabulary of profanity had never been richer. Xiao Shui, do you realize I can hear every word you silently hurl at me? Resigned, Jiang Wuxin trudged to the untouched patch of earth and exhaled deeply, forcing a strained smile at Xiao Xiandu. Jejia will loosen the soil with the shovel. Can Daodu sprinkle the seeds for me? Of course. Daodu promises to do a good job. The child's radiant grin momentarily eased Jiang Wuxin's frustration. Sighing, she picked up the small shovel, crouched down with a grimace, and angrily scratched a circle into the dirt before begrudgingly starting her labor. Little Sweet Pea seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. With whimsical flair, she scattered the seeds in her hands upon the ground, directing the 3 little kittens trailing her to cover them with soil. Yes, just like that. Splendid job, she exclaimed. Oh dear, little black, you've dug in the wrong spot. The elder sister hasn't even unearthed that area yet. Jiang Wuxin paused her scathing remarks aimed at Xiao Shuai, momentarily distracted by her younger sister's innocent voice. Yet she vowed it would be fleeting. Only a second. Suddenly, Xiao Shuai's voice interjected, startling Jiang Wuxin nearly to the point of collapsing onto her prominent visage. She sprang to her feet, hurling the shovel she held with a resounding thud against the ground, and vociferously confronted the air. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Why didn't you mention the tools earlier? I was laboriously tilling the soil while you merely observed. I was almost finished when you decided to speak up." "Apologies." Xiao Shuai did not comprehend the master's intent. "Please try again later," came the robotic response. Watching Xiao Shuai feign ignorance, Jiang Wuxin silently scoffed. This wretched system was deliberately provoking her. She loathed the sensation of being unable to vanquish something she found distasteful, yet her survival in this apocalyptic world hinged on this superlative golden crutch. With a huff of indignation, she begrudgingly accepted her silent defeat. "Jiang Wuxin, you wretched system, when I no longer need you, I shall unleash the most formidable virus upon your visage. If you do not become incapacitated, I shall take your surname." "Xiao Shuai, is it the surname Xiao?" "Jiang Wuxin." Jiang Wuxin summoned the marketplace interface of the system, and indeed, on the first page, she discovered the integrated mechanical sewing tool mentioned by Xiao Shuai, priced quite reasonably at merely 50 points for redemption. She opened the manual for its usage, realizing that this tool could nearly supplant human labor entirely, capable of watering, irrigating, and even pest control and fertilization with a single click. Though Xiao Shuai was exasperating, the system proved to be remarkably reliable. After redeeming her points, Jiang Wuxin perused the recommended items in the marketplace, opting for an automated planting system that could monitor crop growth and yield forecasts in real time. Upon seeing the system indicate an anticipated yield of only 50%, Jiang Wuxin accessed the suggested solutions, and once again, Xiao Shuai's voice resonated. The current predicted yield stands at 50, significantly below expectations. Utilizing pesticides and fertilizers may enhance yield. Following the system's redirected page, she located the most suitable supercomposite fertilizer and a safe, non-toxic pesticide. Upon seeing their prices, she finally understood why the sewing tool was so affordably priced. Wasn't this the quintessential scenario of being able to purchase the machine but not the consumables? A small vial of fertilizer required 20 points for exchange, while the pesticide could only be traded for 2 drops. "Xiao Shuai, I curse your ancestors." Jiang Wuxin's frustration surged, unable to contain her expletive-laden outburst. "Do you think I am just an invincible, adorable beauty when I remain silent?" Despite the harshness of her words, Xiao Shuai remained unperturbed, only responding once she had exhausted her tirade. A hint of schadenfreude evident in his tone detected that the master is in dire need of hydration. "Would you like to redeem?" Jiang Wuxin, caught up in the moment, nodded absent-mindedly. Thus, she unwittingly forfeited 5 points. Observing her growing frustration, Xiao Shuai ceased his teasing and began to patiently elucidate why the supercomposite fertilizer and insecticide were priced so exorbitantly. "Master, this supercomposite fertilizer can effectively enhance crop yields, and when paired with a completely harmless insecticide, it can elevate production by up to 120%. You truly get what you pay for." Initially, upon seeing the exorbitant price, Jiang Wuxin had lost her composure and overlooked the benefits of these products. If what Xiao Shuai claimed were true, then her expenditure of points was indeed justifiable. "Can this insecticide eliminate mutated pests?" she inquired. Indeed, Xiao Shuai confirmed, and her anger dissipated significantly. In her previous life, during the latter stages of the apocalypse, many insects had been infected by the virus, not only serving as vectors for human infection, but also developing resistance. Moreover, the virus spread rapidly among flying insects, which, despite their small size, formed vast swarms that became nearly impossible to eradicate. If this insecticide truly possessed such efficacy, it would alleviate a significant dilemma for her. Jiang Wuxin placed the fertilizer and insecticide into the automated planting system, and upon seeing the projected yield reach 120, she nodded in satisfaction. "Xiao Shuai, at last, no one is berating me." The words of this woman were so harsh that they nearly triggered my initial programming to react. Truly, one should never provoke a woman, especially one with a wealth of words. With the integrated sewing tool, Jiang Wuxin saved considerable effort. Now she merely needed to wait for the seeds to mature before harvesting them into the system for points. How splendid! She was now one step closer to acquiring a heavy machine gun. In high spirits, she took her sister and 3 little cats for a leisurely stroll before returning indoors. With mealtime still a while away, Jiang Wuxin, feeling rather bored, opened her social circle and saw a plea for help from Jiang Qishan, inquiring if anyone had antipyretics for children. She recalled that during this time in her previous life, she and Jiang Qishan had just returned from a frantic shopping spree at the supermarket, only for her culinary efforts to be met with disdain, culminating in a scolding from Jiang Li. At that moment, Jiang Qiming was suffering from a high fever after witnessing a zombie attack. Indeed, history has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself. Ultimately, Jiang Qishan had never procured the medicine. It was Jiang Wuxin who had donned protective gear and a helmet to venture out in search of it. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how Jiang Qishan would save his precious son in her absence. Xiao Shui, weren't you the one who blacklisted him? Why have you unblocked him? Jiang Wuxin, how else can I observe the unfolding drama? Chapter 27. Some people just can't help but ramble indeed. Some individuals simply cannot refrain from incessant chatter. Before Jiang Wuxin could even set aside her phone, a call from Jiang Qishan materialized. What is the matter? Does the Jiang family fall apart without me? Jiang Qishan merely intended to test whether he could reach Jiang Wuxin, considering she had previously blocked him. Thus, the phone rang only twice before being answered, leaving him momentarily bewildered, rendered speechless for a brief pause. Speak your mind, or let it out without hesitation. Jiang Wuxin's patience with her family was virtually non-existent. Yet her curiosity kept her from disconnecting the call. How have you and Dodo been? It's been ages since I last saw you. I find myself missing you both. Listening to Jiang Qishan's insincere words, Jiang Wuxin rolled her eyes. After all these years, his acting skills had not improved one bit. She could easily discern his deceit. Missing us? You mean since Annie returned home, and there's no one to cater to you? You remember us two unfortunate souls? How can you speak like that? Is it wrong for your father to miss you both? Hurry and pack your things to come back. Jiang Li's shrill voice remained as piercing as ever, but Jiang Wuxin could also perceive Jiang Qishan mediating the situation. Otherwise, given her temperament, that last remark would have been met with a scathing retort. Don't heed your mother. She is just anxious because Qiming is ill and there are no medicines. It's not intentional anger directed at you. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Qishan mumbled something to Jiang Li on the other end, successfully calming her down. He sighed deeply, adopting the role of the peacemaker. If you have any children's fever medicine on your side, could you send some over? Absolutely not. Jiang Wuxin promptly rejected Jiang Qishan's request before he could even finish his sentence. Have the zombies consumed your brains, or do you believe mine has been devoured? With the current circumstances outside, you expect me to deliver medicine? How dare you even suggest such a thing? Jiang Qishan's face, marked by the weight of his situation, appeared as formidable as a mountain range. We are truly at our wits' end, otherwise, we wouldn't trouble you. After all, we are family, and during times like these, we should unite for warmth. Oh dear, to be considered family with you is a death sentence. Perhaps we should just leave it be, if fate does not allow. We cannot force it. Jiang Wuxin found Jiang Qishan's lofty rhetoric amusing. With such a mind filled with mischief, even zombies would mutate into fools upon consuming it. If you want the medicine, fine. You can come and collect it yourselves. Conveniently, there are a few dazed zombies lingering at my doorstep. Perhaps you could share some affinity with them. With a sharp click, Jiang Wuxin was abruptly cut off mid-sentence, leaving her rather displeased. She had barely uttered a few words before he hung up. Such a lack of resilience. Yet he dares to emulate others in foolishness, utterly lacking self-awareness. As Jiang Qishan ended the call, he leaned against the windowsill, gasping for breath, while in the darkness, only his 2 gleaming front teeth reflected the faint light. Did she agree to send us the medicine? Jiang Li stumbled through the darkness, her heart racing. Upon seeing Jiang Qishan shake his head, her voice quivered with impending tears. What are we to do? The baby has been burning with fever for an entire day. If this continues, what if the fever drives him mad? I can't bear this. How should I know what to do? The oppressive gloom stirred an inexplicable irritation within her, and Jiang Qishan, equally exasperated, brusquely shook off Jiang Li's hand. She told us to fetch it ourselves. If you're not afraid of dying, then go. Stop bothering me. Isn't the baby your child? How can you be so indifferent? Suddenly, Jiang Li let out a piercing scream, her eyes wide as she pointed toward a brightly lit house across the way. Jiang Qishan turned to look and gasped in horror. There, a burly man pressed a woman against the window, viciously tearing at her upper body. Fragments of flesh and dismembered entrails clung to the glass, slowly sliding down, while splatters of blood stained the exquisite crystal chandelier. The glaring light in the pitch-black night served as a harbinger of doom. Jiang Qishan's family felt immense relief for having heeded a friend's advice to extinguish all lights as darkness fell. The horrifying scene assaulted their senses. Jiang Qishan hastily drew the curtains, leaving just a narrow gap to observe the outside world. The streetlights in the community remained lit, illuminating the garden below, were shattered. Rotting flesh and vivid bloodstains were scattered everywhere. A few relatively intact zombies wandered aimlessly, searching for their next meal. A jarring screech of brakes shattered the stillness of the night as a car sped past the entrance of the complex. As it rounded the garden's corner, it executed a dramatic 180-degree drift, shaking off a zombie that had clung, head severed, to its windshield. Yet, that half-headed creature merely tumbled to the ground before joining the horde trailing behind the vehicle, groaning as it pursued. The driver clearly sought to escape, but the entire community had already fallen to the undead. The garage, hallways, and even the elevators teemed with zombies. There was no safe haven to be found, only a dead end. Indeed, the car raced into the garage, only to emerge from another direction moments later. Perhaps it had malfunctioned or ran out of fuel, as it gradually came to a halt beneath Jiang's building. The unfortunate driver had no time to struggle before the zombies, who had followed closely behind, dragged him out to be devoured. Blood, screams, and the howls of the undead relentlessly tormented the minds of the survivors. Everyone yearned to live, yet it seemed that existence was more agonizing than death itself. How much longer would this torment persist? Jiang Li's nerves shattered completely. Her body slid down the wall as she cradled her head, murmuring to herself, "Let them all die. Death would bring relief." Fearing for her mental state and the possibility of her contracting the virus, Jiang Qishan crouched beside Jiang Li, enveloping her in his arms, lowering his voice to offer gentle comfort. "I have already made arrangements with my friend in the military district. He will promptly inform us of any developments. Let's relax. We shall remain safe at home. I have also contacted organizations that can provide shelter, and they will respond to us soon. Can we hold on a little longer? Dreams are always beautiful, yet no one knows when they will truly come to fruition." Since Fu Zhibua and Jiang Yiting began living together in the confines of the base, they have spent every moment together, and over time, their affection has turned into disdain. Upon learning of the emergence of zombies outside, Fu Zhibua began to perceive himself as Jiang Yiting's savior, believing she should venerate him as if he were a deity. Consequently, any slight action or word from her that did not align with his desires would earn her his cold disdain, leading him to reject any physical contact. Eventually growing irritated at the mere sight of her. In his eyes, she was nothing more than a low-educated actress who gained fame through live streaming. Devoid of culture and emotional intelligence, possessing only a pretty face, unworthy of his regard. Chapter 28. A Dreadful Man, Stay Away. Dear friends, the foremost principle of survival in the apocalypse is to secure your doors and windows. If you were to transform into those monstrous creatures that devour humans, it would deeply sadden me. You must protect yourselves well. A saccharine, overly sweet voice emanated from Fu Zhibua's phone. Jiang Yiting, lying beside him and scrolling through her phone, had grown accustomed to it, feigning ignorance and continuing with her own activities. "Brother, if you like me, remember to light up the hearts. Love you all, moi." The way she called him brother stirred something within Fu Zhibua. He glanced at the streamer, who was in darkness, and hastily sent a message. "Why aren't you turning on the lights?" Seeing that the streamer ignored him completely, bypassing his question to interact with others who had sent gifts, Fu Zhibua frowned with displeasure. After a moment's hesitation, he rewarded her with a rocket and followed up with another message. "Why won't you answer my question? Brother, there are just too many messages, and I haven't had the chance to respond to yours yet," she replied. "You must secure your lights as well. In darkness, the light attracts zombies. And with how handsome you are, they wouldn't be able to resist pouncing on you and devouring you whole." The streamer, having received the gift, brimmed with flattery, her tone almost overflowing through the screen, especially since Fu Zhibua's profile picture featured a relatively handsome young man. His words were increasingly nauseating. "I'm here. Don't worry, there will be professionals ensuring our safety." He promptly rewarded her with another rocket. Although Fu Zhibua was merely an inconspicuous figure at the base, among ordinary people in this apocalyptic world, he managed to assert his presence, living like a peacock displaying its feathers, his tail feathers nearly reaching the heavens. After sending 2 gifts, a golden frame adorned his profile picture, and the streamer naturally noticed his comments, instantly shutting down the live stream. After hastily sending off some gifts, Fu Zibo felt an immediate sense of being exploited, muttering a curse under his breath. Just as he prepared to exit the live streaming app, several private messages flooded in. "Brother, are you really at the base? Could you possibly take me in as well? There are so many monstrous creatures outside, and I am so frightened." Accompanying this message was a nauseatingly sweet voice note, followed by a series of high-definition photographs, each one teetering on the edge of being banned, showcasing poses and expressions that were provocatively daring. "Brother, please. I could be your girlfriend. I'm soft and adorable and can be quite accommodating." Jiang Yiting, beside him, nearly retched upon hearing such syrupy tones. She caught a glimpse of Fu Zibo delving into the profile of the alluring streamer and couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Clearly, he was a man who only thought with his lower half. However, Fu Zibo, having once courted a star of Jiang Yiting's caliber, only felt a fleeting interest in such tasteless offerings. He did not even bother to respond, swiping to the next profile. After scrolling through several streamers who sought to capitalize on their looks or voices, Fu Zibo found himself experiencing a sense of aesthetic fatigue and decided to close the video app, opening his moments instead. Though he felt some irritation towards Jiang Yiting, he had to concede that her beauty was indeed superior to that of these ordinary individuals. How he longed for a woman who possessed both beauty and talent, someone who could cater to his whims. Leaning against the headboard, he idly scrolled through his long-neglected moments when suddenly a familiar name caught his eye. It was a post from Jiang Qishan, pleading for medicine on behalf of Jiang Qiming. Fu Zibo straightened up, a somewhat lecherous grin creeping onto his face. If Jiang Qishan had reached such a lowly state as to beg for medicine on social media, how much worse must Jiang Wuxin's situation be? Being unloved by both father and mother? Even if she managed to survive the harsh winter with her sister, how could the 2 young women possibly navigate the dangers of a world overrun by zombies? Surely, they would have returned to the Jiang household. Jiang Wuxin possessed a refined beauty. While she might not be as striking as Jiang Yiting, she was undoubtedly captivating. Furthermore, Jiang Qishan had nurtured her talents in the arts to attract a wealthy suitor, and with his seemingly pathological inclination for masochism, he favored women who were indifferent to him. With these attributes, Jiang Wuxin naturally emerged as the epitome of the type of woman Fu Zibo found appealing. He let out a soft hum, a confident smile gracing his lips as he located Jiang Wuxin's contact information and drafted a message. "If you sincerely repent, I, being magnanimous, can arrange for someone to bring you to the base. I can also assist with the medicine your brother needs. I suggest you seize this rare opportunity." He was brimming with confidence, believing that the conditions he proposed were nothing short of a monumental blessing for Jiang Wuxin, a frail woman struggling to survive in the apocalypse with her younger sister. He never considered the possibility of rejection. With a casual hum, he set aside his phone and went in search of something to eat. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuxin, engrossed in a game with her little sister, glanced at the suddenly illuminated screen. Upon recognizing the avatar of Fu Zibo, she didn't even bother to open the message, continuing her joyful escapade. "Xiao Shuai, didn't you block him?" Jiang Wuxin. Observing a scoundrel in distress is far more entertaining than watching zombies devour people. Humorous, yet not repulsive, it is truly a source of joy in this apocalyptic life. "Xiao Shuai, you're impressive. All right, today's gaming session has come to an end. Daodu, go play with the big black heads." Jiang Wuxin, wishing to prevent her sister from becoming overly absorbed in electronic devices, had imposed a limit of 1 hour of gaming each day. As the time was up, she encouraged her sister to engage in other activities. However, Daodu chose to play with the kittens, leaving Jiang Wuxin feeling somewhat bored. The harvest of crops was still some time away, and the livestock industry had yet to develop. Jiang Wuxin summoned Xiao Shuai, inquiring if there were alternative ways to earn points. "Detected that you are currently a bit bored. You may choose to embark on a side quest. Knit sweaters for the kittens." "Are you serious? Knit sweaters for the kittens? They are already covered in fur. Don't make me want to hit you." Jiang Wuxin was bewildered by the task proposed by Xiao Shuai, initially thinking he was jesting, and her temper flared instantly. "Master, you did not miss here. For each sweater knitted, the system will reward you with 30 points. And it will even be upgraded to a defensive garment to protect the kittens from harm." Though the prospect of earning points was enticing, Jiang Wuxin still found the task absurd. She scoffed and retorted, "If it can be upgraded to a defensive garment, Why not knit one for myself? I seem to need it more. Master has a safe house and the protection of a super system, so there is no threat to life safety. But those little creatures also stay in the safe house every day? It would be far more useful if you had me make cat food into delectable cat cans. Are these kittens supposed to venture out and combat zombies on my behalf? This ridiculous system is clearly just tormenting me in various ways. Xiao Shui is only responsible for issuing tasks. The apocalypse survival system retains final interpretation rights over the content of the tasks. You see, the reasoning is incomplete. It's undoubtedly just torturing me. Well, for the sake of earning points, I'll tolerate it. It's just knitting a sweater. It's hardly a challenge for me. But I must still seize the opportunity for profit. Chapter 29, Bargaining Success. I don't know how to knit sweaters and would have to find a tutorial, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. 30 points per piece is far too little. I demand 60. The system will provide you with a tutorial, master, so there is no need to worry about not being able to learn. It's quite simple. Your pricing is unreasonable for one sweater. I can't even purchase 2 portions of fertilizer and insecticide. Raise the price a bit. Xiao Shui was taken aback, having never encountered a host negotiating terms with the system before. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to utter, "I sincerely apologize, master. The reward points doubling exceeds my authority. I can secure 40 points per item for you. Would that be acceptable?" Jiang Wuxin initially held little hope, but upon hearing Xiao Shui's words, she suddenly felt that her previous lack of bargaining might have been a mistake. She quickly proposed, "Let us not make it difficult for each other. How about we settle on 50 points per item?" Xiao Shui, noticing the mischievous smile on Jiang Wuxin's face, instantly regretted revealing that the system's pricing was negotiable. However, it was too late to retract his statement, and in order to avoid further inquiries into his ancestry, he reluctantly acquiesced to Jiang Wuxin's demands. With her newfound advantage, Jiang Wuxin felt elated, completely forgetting about the message from Fu Zibo. She beckoned Xiaodian Do to bring over the 3 little cats and began measuring their dimensions with great enthusiasm. Yet the 3 kittens were quite uncooperative, mistaking her intentions for playtime. After much effort, she finally managed to obtain rough measurements. With the work underway, Jiang Wuxin diligently followed the tutorial, gradually discovering the joy of knitting. She even began to improvise and design her own patterns. Meanwhile, Fu Zibo had been waiting for a response from Jiang Wuxin for what felt like an eternity. Initially, he reassured himself that she was likely preoccupied with devising strategies to fend off zombies and had simply neglected to reply. However, as the hour ticked by, his patience waned, and he decided to initiate a video call. As he listened to the ringing tone, a sense of dread enveloped him. Could they have already fallen victim to the zombies? Just as he contemplated ending the call to inquire with Jiang Qishan about the situation, the video was answered. He was greeted by the sight of Jiang Wuxin sitting in a brightly lit room, knitting while watching television, with a spacious floor-to-ceiling window framing vibrant flowers and greenery. 3 kittens were playfully climbing on a cat tree nearby, leaving him utterly speechless. Where was the apocalyptic atmosphere? Did they not inhabit the same world? Outside, zombies roamed freely. Did she not realize that having the lights on could attract them? Fu Zibo assumed that Jiang Wuxin and Jiang Tiando resided far from the chaos, unaware of the dire circumstances within the city. Adopting a tone of concern, he began to express his worries. Zombies are truly terrifying. They can tear you apart as if it were child's play. Although you have yet to be attacked, it is merely a matter of time. You should seriously consider my proposal. Otherwise, it may be too late when you decide to heed my advice. At that moment, Jiang Wuxin opened the message Fu Zibo had previously sent and couldn't help but chuckle at its contents. She recalled how, in her past life, Fu Zibo and Jiang Yiting had quarreled over their small, cramped room, which was the second smallest in the institution. It was rather amusing that he had the audacity to act so grandiose when they had such a minuscule space. Nevertheless, with nothing else to occupy her time, she thought it would be a shame not to take advantage of the situation presented to her. "Brother, how spacious is your house at the base? Can my sister and I fit in?" Jiang Wuxin squeaked, her voice laced with an exaggerated tone that gave her goosebumps. Fu Zibo, mistaking her for genuinely frightened, hurriedly leapt from his bed, puffing out his chest with pride as he began to boast about his living quarters. "My room is a generous 40 square meters. This area is the bedroom, and I can ask the staff to add a small bed, so there will be no problem accommodating you and your sister." Without a care for Jiang Yiting, who was reclining on the bed, Fu Zibo nonchalantly turned his phone to showcase other areas. Here is the kitchen and dining room. Cooking will be quite convenient, and you can enjoy the snow view right from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Wuxin noticed Jiang Yiting, who had propped herself up and was staring intently at Fu Zibo, her eyes silently questioning his arrogance. Continuing with her affected voice, she added, "But my sister Yiting will be there too. I'm not quite used to living with outsiders. What should I do, Brother Zibo?" Hearing this, Fu Zibo was thrilled. She clearly did not see him as an outsider. He patted his chest, not even glancing at Jiang Yiting, and began to boast further. "Don't worry, Xin. Once you arrive, I'll send her away, and it will just be the three of us in this room." At this, Jiang Yiting tumbled off the bed, grabbing Fu Zibo and exclaiming loudly, "What? You'd kick me out for that wretched woman? Are you still a man?" Fu Zibo, almost lost in his infatuation, paid no heed to Jiang Yiting's words, shaking off her grip and continuing his presentation to Jiang Wuxin. "My room is among the larger ones at the base. Many have to squeeze into tiny 10 square meter singles and can't even afford the extra charges. Plus, I have a private bathroom with hot water available all day, very convenient." Noticing Fu Zibo's nose hair swaying, Jiang Wuxin suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "But I saw on Weibo that many live in spacious rooms of over 100 square meters, even in standalone houses with their own yards. Why would you settle for such a small place? Is it due to budget constraints?" "Xiao Shui, Master, could you speak properly? Your voice is making me a bit nauseous." Jiang Wuxin, "I apologize. I feel like throwing up too. Bear with me. I will soon start scolding him." Fu Zibo's expression visibly darkened, and after a long pause, he concocted what he believed to be a plausible excuse. "I arrived a bit late, and those units were all booked." Observing Fu Zibo's awkward demeanor, Jiang Wuxin could no longer suppress her laughter. "Oh my, you're quite the storyteller. Just yesterday, I saw someone moving into a grand villa. How come it's all sold out by the time it got to you? If you can't afford it, just admit it instead of pretending to be something you're not. Although the base location costs $7 million. This does not include the price of the rooms. The standalone villas begin at a staggering $1.8 billion, and the availability is exceedingly limited. How could the Fu family possibly afford that? It's all sold out. How audacious of them to fabricate such tales." Although Fu Zibo was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wuxin's sudden change, he instinctively sought to regain the dignity he had just lost. "While I cannot afford a grand villa, rest assured that this house is certainly sufficient for living. If you are willing, I can send someone to pick you up right now." "I refuse. Am I foolish enough to abandon an opulent villa to squeeze into your cramped 40 square meter abode? Is it convenient for me to cook there? My little cat has a regular schedule for its bathroom needs. Would you even consume what is generously offered?" Those who are financially constrained should refrain from pretending to be affluent, parading around with a foolish grin, thinking everyone is as dim-witted as Jiang Yiting and would appreciate your weathered visage. Only the handsome may be dubbed a Casanova, while you, at best, embody the frenzy of a rabid dog. Fu Zibo was left bewildered by the insults, eager to retort, but his mind could not keep pace with his tongue. Ultimately, after much blushing, he managed to utter, "You will surely regret this." "No worries, you need not concern yourself with my regrets. When I become a zombie, the first thing I shall do is tear apart that pockmarked face of yours." Unsurprisingly, Fu Zibo found himself abruptly cut off from the video call before he could react. And a subsequent attempt to reach out met the same fate. He had once again been blocked. However, within the confines of the house, one individual, Jiang Yiting, finally felt a sense of relief. As long as Jiang Wuxin did not arrive, she could continue to reside here. Otherwise, her meager savings would only suffice for half a space, inevitably leading to her eviction. Chapter 30. Resource Exchange. Jiang Wuxin's villa, numbered 16, is situated at the far eastern end of the entire villa community, with the eastern electric fence extending 2 kilometers down to the foot of the mountain. Villa 15, which lies 500 meters to the west, has its electric fence only reaching the midpoint between the two villas to avoid disrupting their normal activities. The owners of that residence, surnamed Li, seem to have demanding jobs, as Jiang Wuxin has hardly seen them since her arrival. Typically, only Mrs. Li and her grandson reside there. Previously, during the cold wave, the Li family was confined indoors for an entire month and was on the verge of running out of supplies. Mrs. Li, realizing the dire situation, decided to venture out in search of food. As she stepped outside, she spotted the electric fence maintained by Jiang Wuxin emitting a faint blue glow, which instantly provoked her ire. She stormed to Jiang Wuxin's door and rang the bell. "Owner, a neighbor has rung the doorbell. Would you like to connect the surveillance device for communication? Given the time was not early, Jiang Wuxin was already awake. Upon hearing the announcement from Xiao Shuai, she pressed the confirmation button to converse with Mrs. Li through the surveillance system. Hello, how may I assist you? Upon witnessing the host of the household failing to make an appearance in the presence of guests, Madame Li was immediately convinced that Jiang Wuxin was an ill-mannered young woman. Coupled with the matter of the electric fence, her tone was as harsh as could be. Did you obtain our consent to construct this electric fence between our two properties? How perilous it is. Sensing the hostility of her visitor, Jiang Wuxin concealed her smile and adopted a serious demeanor. Firstly, the vacant land between the two villas is jointly owned by both families, and my installation of the electric fence merely encloses my designated area without encroaching upon your property. Thus, it is both reasonable and lawful. Secondly, this fence will only emit an electric current upon contact. It will not discharge randomly, thus allowing you the freedom of movement. Jiang Wuxin spoke with patience and reasoning, yet Madame Li seemed to have lost her composure, interrupting her with a tirade. I care not for your notions of reason or legality. You have constructed it at my doorstep, and I vehemently oppose it. Dismantle it immediately. Or if my grandson is harmed, I will hold you accountable. Madame Li's elevated voice attracted a zombie from the villa to the south, which, with a swift and menacing growl, crossed the road with alarming speed. Jiang Wuxin, engrossed in her confrontation with Madame Li, was oblivious to the approaching threat until it was far too late. She could only shout into the surveillance camera, urging everyone to crouch down. Despite her domineering nature, Madame Li could not bear to witness Jiang Wuxin being devoured by the zombie before her. Startled by the shout, Madame Li finally noticed the zombie racing towards them, her legs buckling in fear as she collapsed onto the ground, inadvertently allowing the zombie to miss its target and crash directly into the electric fence, which promptly incapacitated it with a jolt. At that moment, Jiang Wuxin rushed down, relieved to see Madame Li unharmed. She approached the edge of the electric fence and, with a hint of irony, inquired, "Do you still believe my electric fence occupies too much space?" Madame Li, still shaken, slowly shook her head. "Mother, are you all right?" Li Liqjin, realizing his mother was not at home, hurried outside and happened upon the scene, rushing to assist his mother to her feet, his tone laced with reproach. "I warned you about the dangers outside. Why did you not listen? What would we have done if something had happened to you?" Seeing his mother still in shock, Li Liqjin refrained from further admonishment and turned to Jiang Wuxin, bowing deeply. "Thank you for saving my mother. It was my mother who offended you, and I hope you can forgive her. I offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf." Li Liqjin's demeanor was earnest, and Jiang Wuxin, not one to hold a grudge, waved her hand dismissively. "If you have no further matters, you should return home promptly. It would be dangerous to attract more zombies." As she began to walk away, she was taken aback when Li Liqjin called out to her, hesitating momentarily before speaking, his expression troubled. "I understand that this may be rather presumptuous, but I must inquire whether you have an abundance of food at home, and if it might be possible for us to exchange some provisions with you." Jiang Wuxin, filled with curiosity, halted her steps and turned to look at Li Liqiu. "Our laboratory has recently developed a new breed of hen, whose eggs boast a protein and vitamin content that far surpasses that of ordinary eggs. If you would not mind, we would like to trade a few laying hens and eggs for some rice, flour, and oil. To be candid, my family has been relying on these eggs to get through the month. It seems that this neighbor possesses expertise in animal husbandry. If he could assist in the development of livestock farming, it would undoubtedly ensure greater yields and allow me to exchange more points with the system. Do you also raise other animals?" Upon hearing this hint of opportunity, Li Liqiu felt a surge of excitement, but restrained himself from showing too much enthusiasm as he replied. "Both my wife and I graduated from the Capital Agricultural University, and we possess a fair understanding of animal husbandry. Generally, we can raise and breed common livestock. One must understand that the points earned from live animals far exceed those from grain. Is this not precisely the kind of talent I require?" Jiang Wuxin felt a thrill of excitement, sensing that she had taken a step closer to acquiring the heavy machine gun she had long desired, yet she tempered her emotions. "If it is convenient for you, you and your wife could come to my yard to assist in raising the chickens, and I shall provide you with food based on the quantity and quality of the eggs produced. Naturally, I may also require assistance in raising other animals in the future, under similar terms. What do you think?" "Certainly, we could not ask for more." From the moment Li Liqiu laid eyes on Jiang Wuxin, he had been observing her and the house behind her. noticing that she remained healthy and vibrant despite enduring a month of cold waves. Along with the high-voltage fence surrounding her property, he realized that this young woman was no ordinary individual. In this post-apocalyptic world, there would inevitably be times when he would require her assistance, and given the opportunity to forge a relationship with her, he saw no reason to hesitate. He promptly agreed. "Please wait here for a moment while I return to fetch the eggs and hens for you." Jiang Wuxi nodded and went back to prepare the ingredients for their exchange. She had never been a stingy person, particularly with those who treated her sincerely. From her spatial storage, she produced a cart brimming with rice, flour, oil, various meats, and fresh fruits and vegetables, to the point where she struggled to move it. "This is far too much. We only have these eggs. How can we possibly trade for such an abundance of goods?" Li Liqiu and his wife, Fang Yun, each carrying 2 hens, felt somewhat flustered upon witnessing Jiang Wuxi produce so many items. Having spent their days immersed in the laboratory, they were not adept at navigating social niceties, and their repeated refusals and expressions of gratitude left Jiang Wuxi at a loss for words. "In the future, we shall become partners, and I will require your expertise. Accordingly, I shall provide you with resources commensurate with your worth in my estimation. I never engage in unprofitable transactions, so do not feel undeserving." Upon hearing Jiang Wuxi's words, Li Liqun ceased his lingering and, with a sincere expression, thanked both Fang Yun and her before returning home. Chapter 31. New members of the Territory Master. 4 new members have been detected in the territory, rewarding you with 400 points. 4 poultry have been added, granting 40 points, and 10 eggs have been acquired, bestowing an additional 10 points. You may now proceed to shop in the marketplace. Upon entering her home, Jiang Wuxi was greeted by the notification sound from Xiao Shuai. This was the first time she realized that an increase in population within her territory could yield points, prompting her to inquire about the specific rules governing the point rewards. The system allocates points based on the initial affection levels of the new members. A higher affection level signifies greater loyalty to the master, thereby resulting in a more substantial point reward. Jiang Wuxi nodded internally, surprised at the loyalty exhibited by Li Liqun's family. It appeared she had not misjudged them. Li Liqun's family, including his mother, the elderly Li, his wife, Fang Yun, and their son, Li Changqian, all possessed loyalty attributes, with their initial affection levels capped at 100 points. "Master, your discernment is commendable." Jiang Wuxi did not anticipate that the seemingly domineering elderly would also possess loyalty attributes. However, she was more focused on the points she had earned rather than whether the system had erred in its calculations. The elderly Li is not inherently malevolent. She merely became somewhat impatient after being confined at home for a month. "I trust that the master can understand this." With the accumulation of numerous points, Xiao Shuai was quite pleased, his tone unconsciously rising in pitch as he answered her questions. "It has been detected that the master has amassed a considerable number of points, which can be exchanged for a high-voltage electric fence akin to that of the safe house, ensuring the safety of the territory members. More points can be earned subsequently. How can one increase this? Can loyalty levels be further enhanced?" Based on her understanding of the system, she presumed that the reward mechanism was akin to a nurturing system, capable of further enhancement, though she was uncertain of Xiao Shuai's specific nurturing rules. Certainly, as the master interacts daily with the territory members, their loyalty will gradually increase, reaching a maximum of 1,000 points. The system will conduct a monthly population point settlement, with the accrued points being updated in real time to your account. Given this, it seemed that using 100 points to procure an electric fence for the Li family was not a loss. Perhaps their increased loyalty would reimburse her for the points spent. Thus, Jiang Wuxi did not hesitate and opted to exchange for the electric fence. At midnight tonight, the system will dispatch engineering vehicles to install an electric fence in the Li family villa area, ensuring the safety of all members of the territory for a duration of 2 hours. Please press the confirmation button to submit your request, and the system will commence the work punctually. Jiang Wuxi designed the construction blueprint on the application interface, integrating the electric fence with her existing barrier. Additionally, she established a door at the shared fence between the 2 families, equipped with fingerprint and iris recognition for convenient access during work. "Is this a large hen gifted by our neighbor, uncle?" little Tiendo exclaimed, admiring the beautiful feathers of the chickens. It was her first time seeing her sister bring strangers home, but she perceived no malice in the 2 uncles and aunts, thus refraining from questioning further. Instead, She focused intently on studying the two large hens peacefully nestled in their basket. Indeed, they lay very nutritious eggs. How about I prepare you some steamed egg custard for lunch? Upon hearing of the delicious treat, little Tiendo's innate foodie nature ignited, and she gleefully danced around her sister, exuberantly expressing her delight. Wonderful. Sister's steamed egg custard is the most delectable in the world. It's my absolute favorite. Jiang Wuxin was also uplifted by her infectious smile, playfully patting her head. Now, go wash your little hands, for lunch is almost ready. Little Tiendo nodded obediently, leading 3 little kittens to wash their hands. Watching her lively figure bounce away, Jiang Wuxin's smile deepened. She resolved to bear the terrors and darkness of the apocalypse alone. Her sister's well-being and happiness were paramount. Meanwhile, Li Lacun and his wife returned home, laden with a bounty of food. Upon seeing the long-forgotten fresh ingredients, old Madame Li discreetly turned away to wipe her tears before selecting some to prepare a meal. For lunch, she crafted a simple fare of tomato and egg, braised pork, and a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. While not extravagant, it was a veritable feast for the Li family, who had subsisted on boiled eggs for a month. Wow, so much delicious food. Li Chengxian, drawn by the enticing aroma, rushed out to find steaming dishes adorning the table. He could not help but swallow hard, joyfully running into his mother's embrace. It's been so long since I've had such delightful dishes. I'm so happy. Fang Yun gently stroked her son's head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For the past month, aside from a few days of vegetables and meat at the start, they had barely even had seasoning, with every meal consisting of boiled eggs. Yet, her son had never complained, instead finding ways to amuse the adults, his thoughtfulness deeply touching. My son, please help your grandmother serve the rice. Let us wash our hands and prepare for dinner. Fang Yun sniffled, holding back her tears as she handed a few bowls to Li Chengxian. After serving the rice, he sat patiently at the table, waiting for everyone to gather. Only when old Madame Li and his parents began eating did he cautiously place a piece of meat into his mouth. Delicious. Grandma's braised pork is simply exquisite. Old Lady Li smiled as she filled her grandson's bowl with an abundance of meat and vegetables, watching Li Chengxian eat like a little kitten. The entire family was moved to tears, with Fang Yun even wiping her eyes. It was a moment of joy mingled with the relief of surviving adversity. Son, I was wrong this morning. When you go to work next door tomorrow, could you ask if there's anything I can do? I don't need any payment, she said. Li Lacun understood that his mother felt guilty about the events of the morning and promised her he would inquire the next day. The meal was quite pleasant. As they watched the chaotic world on the news, they reflected on the fresh ingredients that had just filled their stomachs. They couldn't help but feel grateful for having such a wonderful neighbor as Jiang Wuxin, who had prevented them from starving in these tumultuous times. After enjoying a rare hearty meal, they prepared to rest as night fell. However, their sleep was restless, interrupted countless times by faint rustling sounds outside. They dared not turn on the lights or venture outside to investigate, instead tossing and turning in anxiety. The next day, old Lady Li awoke early. She drew back the curtains and was taken aback to see the electric fence surrounding her home. Regaining her composure, she hurried to call her son and daughter-in-law. Miss Jiang has even surrounded our home with an electric fence. What an immense favor. Although their home lacked the grand glass canopy of Jiang Wuxin's, they had experienced the power of the electric fence the previous day and were naturally overjoyed. However, they had nothing of value to express their gratitude. So Li Lacun decided to finish breakfast early and head over to work as a way to repay Jiang Wuxin's kindness. Chapter 32. Guarding against the unseen. After reminding his son to listen to his grandmother, Li Lacun, accompanied by his wife Fang Yun, approached the fence surrounding the two villas. The surveillance equipment recognized their faces and emitted a prompt. Welcome new members. Please follow the system prompts to input your fingerprints. Thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Wuxin and little Tiendo had also risen. Seeing the Li couple walking towards the yard after recording their fingerprints, they were somewhat surprised and waved to them. You're here quite early. You could have come around 9, Jiang Wuxin remarked. What exceptional employees you are, so eager to work. The entire family was thrilled to see the high-voltage fence you had installed. However, we genuinely have nothing of value to express our gratitude. My husband and I could only come early to work as a way to repay you. Uncle Li, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Jiang from now on. It feels a bit awkward with all the honorifics, she replied with a smile, unable to contain her laughter at Li Lacun, who scratched his head multiple times while trying to speak. She stepped closer to bridge the gap between them and gestured for little Tiendo to greet the couple. Dodo, this is Uncle Li and Aunt Fong who live next door. They are here to help us raise the chicks. Greetings, Uncle Li and Aunt Fong. I am Jiang Tiendo, but you may call me Dodo. I am classmates with Li Chengqian. During my time at school, I have seen you both picking up Li Chengqian. So I am not entirely unfamiliar with you and greeted you with great openness. None of us anticipated the profound connection between our families. Furthermore, Uncle Li and Aunt Fong were fond of the well-behaved and polite little Tiendo, which significantly strengthened our bond. We proceeded towards the farm beyond the garden. Li Liqiu and Fong Yun were astonished to discover that Jiang Wuxin's courtyard was so expansive. As they gazed eastward, the view seemed endless, featuring not only designated areas for raising poultry and livestock, but also a vast expanse of cultivated land. However, aside from their astonishment, they harbored no other thoughts, merely expressing quiet admiration as they followed Jiang Wuxin to their workplace. Yesterday, Jiang Wuxin had already enclosed a small area in the southern part of the courtyard, where she constructed a rudimentary chicken coop and a small wooden house for the chickens to lay their eggs. The construction of the coop was rather hasty and likely required some modifications from Uncle Li and Aunt Fong. Jiang Wuxin had followed the tutorial provided by the system to build the coop, but as she progressed, she lost a bit of patience and hastily completed it. By morning, the roof appeared somewhat crooked. Leave it to us, Li Liqiu readily agreed, retrieving the necessary tools from his bag and bending down to begin his work. Meanwhile, Fong Yun squatted beside him, precisely handing him the tools he required. Jiang Wuxin was taken aback by their remarkable execution and synergy, but chose not to interrupt, taking Dodo back to the house for breakfast instead. Upon watching the news broadcast on television, which was no different from the previous day, Jiang Wuxin reminisced about the early days of the apocalypse in her past life. During that time, order could still be somewhat maintained. The number of zombies increased within a controllable range, and basic infrastructure like water and electricity barely functioned. However, it would not be long before order collapsed, and infrastructure began to fail one after another. Aside from a slight reprieve from the cold, the situation reverted to the conditions preceding the cold wave, with the number of zombies starting to surge uncontrollably. In that dire time, morality, ethics, law, and rules would gradually disintegrate, leaving only oneself to rely upon. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Wuxin observed the diligent work of Uncle Li and Aunt Fong in the garden, making a silent resolve. Regardless of how vast their territory expanded in the future or how many people they accommodated, they would only operate on the farm outside the garden. The glass house would remain off-limits to anyone but herself and Dodo. After all, in the face of life and death, one must remain vigilant against the hearts of others. After breakfast, Jiang Wuxin retrieved tables, chairs, and a canopy from her space, inviting Li Liqiu to assist in placing them near the farm adjacent to the garden's glass structure. Together, they constructed a resting area. Uncle, if you and Annie grow weary, please come over to rest for a while. Jiang Wuxin merely stepped in to have breakfast, yet Li Liqiu and his companion had already reconstructed the chicken coop, rendering it both aesthetically pleasing and robust. They even planned to install an automated feeding and waste disposal system. This was not particularly remarkable. During their time in the laboratory, they could work tirelessly throughout the day without respite. Whenever the convenience of the experimental setup was mentioned, pride radiated from Li Liqiu's countenance, while Fong Yun, seemingly accustomed to this, gently wiped the sweat from her husband's brow and remarked, "My dear Li is renowned at our school as a workaholic. Once he immerses himself in the laboratory, he hardly emerges." Observing their affectionate interaction, Jiang Wuxin couldn't help but smile. She decided not to intrude upon their moment. Instead, retrieving some washed fruits and beverages from the house, she settled into the resting area, knitting a sweater while watching them continue their labor. The morning swiftly passed, and the chicken coop was entirely refurbished. After Li Liqiu inspected all procedures and filled the grain bin, they both set down their tools. "Xiao Jiang, we have completed the chicken coop, but the automated feeding and waste disposal systems will require a few days of testing. If all goes well, they will soon be operational." Jiang Wuxin had nearly finished knitting her sweater and beckoned the two to sit and take a break. "You've worked hard. Please rest at home this afternoon and return tomorrow." She had also assessed the chicken coop built by Li Liqiu, and with the addition of these two automated systems, the regular upkeep would require significantly less effort, lifting her spirits. "By the way, was the food I brought back for you sufficient? You should take some more with you later." Upon hearing this, Li Likun hastily waved his hand, nearly dropping his cup. The food is more than enough for us. We cannot take any more. Fang Yun reiterated her gratitude, saying, if it weren't for you, we might not have survived this week without starving, or worse, been devoured by zombies. You not only provided us with food, but also helped us build a fence. We are already quite content. How could we possibly dare to take more supplies? Noticing their resolute stance, Jiang Wuxin ceased her insistence. She then observed Li Likun, who sat there, visibly conflicted, hesitating to speak. She inquired, Uncle Li, do you face any difficulties? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Likun glanced at Jiang Wuxin. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up. My mother has been feeling guilty about what happened yesterday morning since she returned home, but she is too shy to come see you again. She asked me to inquire if there is anything she could do to make amends. My mother is an excellent cook. She also has a talent for gardening. Fang Yin chimed in. Jiang Wuxin pondered for a moment. With the farm now automated and livestock management entrusted to Li Likun and his wife, her sole remaining pleasure was cooking. However, she was still hesitant to entrust her meals to anyone else. Suddenly, she recalled that she had purchased some flower and plant seeds, which she had stored in her space. She suggested allowing Grandma Li to help her create a flower bed for gardening, but there was no need to rush. They could work on it together tomorrow. Upon receiving the task entrusted to him by his mother, Li Lichuan readily accepted, without further delay, and returned home with Fang Yun. Chapter 33. The clever escape. When the zombie outbreak first occurred, many individuals dismissed the severity of the situation, believing that as long as the undead did not sink their teeth into their flesh, there was little cause for concern. The majority remained preoccupied with hoarding supplies and observing the chaos, while a number of astute individuals began to flee the city. The weather was splendid that day, and Jiang Wuxin planned to take her younger sister to the rooftop terrace for a meal. Noticing her sister's delicate features, she retrieved her phone to message the butler. Does our glass provide protection against ultraviolet rays? She worried about her sister's fragile skin getting sunburned. The butler promptly replied, we applied a full-spectrum sunscreen coating during installation. Please enjoy the sunshine with peace of mind. Jiang Wuxin felt relieved and brought lunch and juice to the terrace, where they enjoyed a gentle breeze and watched the cars speeding along the road below. In truth, under the current circumstances, the city was no longer suitable for human habitation. Without any defensive measures, retreating to the mountains was the wisest choice at this stage. After all, the mountains were sparsely populated, and even if they encountered zombies, taking refuge in the woods would provide a better chance of survival than racing down the main road. However, Jiang Wuxin's villa was situated at the foot of the mountain, in a relatively low occupancy area. Thus far, she had seen no one besides the residents, and she believed that no clever individuals would venture to this remote location. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted a white car speeding along the mountain road toward her. It did not stop at her door, but drove directly to Villa number 16, where a zombie had previously emerged. 5 young individuals armed with sticks and other self-defense tools exited the vehicle, and the driver appeared somewhat familiar to Jiang Wuxin. He resembled the son of a renowned movie star. If her memory served her right, his name was Bai Jinyan, who had recently debuted and gained recognition. Life is indeed unpredictable, a blend of the extraordinary and the mundane. Zhou Qi, is this your uncle's house? It's quite grand, Yang Xuelin expressed, gazing at the 3-story villa with admiration. Zhou Qi, resembling a country bumpkin who had never seen such grandeur, shot her a sidelong glance and approached the courtyard gate with a key in hand. Not that large, really. My uncle doesn't usually reside here. If it weren't for the recent cold wave trapping us in this small house, we wouldn't have traveled so far. Though Zhou Qi had brought everyone to seek refuge with her uncle, her haughty demeanor might lead one to believe that the house belonged to her. The 4 companions accompanying her were students from out of town. The school had descended into chaos long ago, and only those who could rely on local family, like Zhou Qi, had a chance to survive. Thus, they tolerated her attitude with great patience. Apart from Bai Jinyan, none of the others found her tone objectionable, nodding in agreement as they stood obediently behind her, awaiting the door to be opened. Chi-Chi, do you need my assistance? The young man speaking was Lu Xiong, Zhou Qi's boyfriend. Coming from a modest background, he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the 3-story villa, yet he managed to suppress a smile, envisioning himself as the master of the house. Noticing Zhou Qi linger at the entrance for quite some time, he stepped closer and affectionately whispered in her ear, "No need. I can manage." Zhou Qi instinctively tilted her head, avoiding Lu Xiong's proximity, her tone laced with a hint of detachment. Lu Xiong, fearing he had inadvertently upset the young lady, silently reprimanded himself, but still followed her into the courtyard. Upon opening the gate, they were all taken aback. The garden was in disarray. Flowers, plants, and furniture lay toppled, and one of the first-floor windows was shattered, with dried bloodstains on the shards. The entire villa appeared as though it had been ransacked, an unsettling silence enveloping the scene. I have a feeling something is amiss. Could it be that someone broke in, stole supplies, and even committed murder? The group, now somewhat dazed, instinctively took a step back upon hearing Zheng Xiaoqing speak. Lu Xiong also sensed the unease and suggested, "Chi-Chi, perhaps you should call your uncle to inquire about the situation." Having been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth, Zhou Qi had never encountered such a scene. Her mind momentarily froze. After a prolonged pause, she shakily retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed her uncle. After a series of busy signals, tears began to stream down her face, and she, forgetting Lu Xiong's presence, buried her face in his chest, softly sobbing. "I can't reach my uncle. What should I do?" "Let us ask the neighbors if they know anything," suggested by Jin Yin, who remained relatively composed. He recalled that just moments ago, there were 2 houses across the street that appeared inhabited. Observing the flustered group, he spoke with an air of impatience, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Qi swiftly rose from Lu Xiong's embrace, wiped her tears, and quietly concurred, "Then let's go ask for information." She had also noticed the villas across the street, which were surrounded by high-voltage fences, one even encased in glass with no angles left unguarded, indicating that the inhabitants were not to be trifled with. However, since Bai Jinyan had spoken, she refrained from arguing and followed him across the street toward Jiang Wuxin's residence. Jiang Wuxin had been observing them from the rooftop, and upon seeing them approach, her expression turned to one of resistance. How annoying! Can't anyone enjoy their peace while eating melon seeds? Before long, the doorbell rang. Jiang Wuxin clicked her tongue in annoyance and accessed the surveillance at the entrance. "Can I help you?" Zhou Qi was taken aback to hear the voice of a young girl emanating from the speaker. Gathering her courage, she straightened up, gazing defiantly at the monitor, and inquired, "Do you know where the occupants of the villa across the street have gone?" "That is my uncle." "I don't know," came the curt reply. Zhou Qi's tone was sharp as she confronted Jiang Wuxin, unwilling to exchange more than a few cold words before attempting to terminate the call. "Hello. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you speak to me? Do you even know who I am? If you can speak properly, do so. If not, you might as well silence yourself. I am not your aunt, constantly monitoring your uncle's whereabouts." Jiang Wuxin's indifferent tone infuriated Zhou Qi, causing her to leap in frustration. Lu Xiong, witnessing the scene, quickly intervened, pulling his girlfriend aside to approach the surveillance monitor. "I apologize, my girlfriend has been quite rude. We are seeking refuge with a relative, but the situation in the courtyard is rather complicated. Therefore, I would like to inquire if you have seen anyone coming or going from that direction." Jiang Wuxin regarded Lu Xiong, whose appearance was somewhat pleasing and whose demeanor was relatively acceptable, and her tone softened slightly. "A couple of days ago, a zombie lunged at my electric fence and was electrocuted. I am uncertain if that is the individual you are searching for." She recalled the zombie that had attempted to attack elderly a few days prior. It had seemingly emerged from the direction of the neighboring villa, but whether it was Zhou Qi's uncle, she could not ascertain. Nevertheless, she had no intention of engaging in further conversation with these children and promptly ended the call. Chapter 34. Points in exchange for a handgun. Was it her attitude that was in question? Zhou Qi could not believe her uncle had become a zombie. She assumed Jiang Wuxin was deliberately trying to provoke her, which only heightened her displeasure, causing her to vent her frustration onto Lu Xiong. "And you? Why are you speaking to her so amicably? Are you interested in her?" Though Zhou Qi and Lu Xiong were in a romantic relationship, she was only enamored by his looks and held a deep-seated disdain for him, often speaking without thinking. Lu Xiong felt a surge of anger. Yet he recognized that he was at a disadvantage. He could only seek refuge in that villa by maintaining his role as Zhou Qi's boyfriend. Otherwise, he knew she would certainly expel him. How could that be? "Chi-Chi, calm down, we should return home. It's unsafe to linger outside." He forced a smile, attempting to soothe Zhou Qi, but she was not easily pacified, feeling that Jiang Wuxin had publicly humiliated her and insisted on confronting her directly. "She doesn't even dare to show her face. She must be an ugly coward. Perhaps she was the one who killed my uncle and stole our supplies. I must demand an explanation from her today." Zhou Qi continued to shout at the door, disrupting Jiang Wuxin's earlier desire to observe the spectacle. Losing her patience, she spoke coldly into the surveillance microphone. "If you keep babbling in front of my door, I will electrocute you to reunite you with your uncle." Zhou Qi foolishly assumed Jiang Wuxin was merely attempting to intimidate her, insisting on a face-to-face confrontation. If not for Lu Xiang noticing the electric net nearby, shimmering with blue light and emitting faint crackling sounds, he would have had to pull her back from becoming charred meat. "All right, the outside is currently unstable. Let us return and tidy up our home." Bai Jinyan was truly vexed by the incessant chatter of Zhou Qi, unable to contain himself any longer. While Zhou Qi and Jiang Wuxin were engaged in a verbal spar, he took the opportunity to observe Jiang Wuxin's living environment. The surroundings, from the encircled villa and garden to the expansive land where sewing machines operated and hens were raised, did not suggest that the owner was a person inclined to murder for the sake of acquiring resources. Upon hearing Bai Jinyan's voice, Zhou Qi fell unusually silent. Casting a sharp glance at the indistinct figure on the rooftop, he feigned magnanimity and said, "Never mind, since everyone feels the outside is dangerous. Let us not linger any longer. Let's head home." Upon returning to the villa, Zheng Xiaoqing wrapped his hands in his coat and carefully cleared the shards of glass from the first-floor window before entering the room to unlock the door. The interior was devoid of any occupants, and the condition inside starkly contrasted with that of the yard. Each room was meticulously arranged, showing no signs of damage or looting. Lu Xiang, Zheng Xiaoqing, and Bai Jinyan retrieved tools from the storage room, using wooden boards and plastic sheets to hastily seal the window. Before stepping outside to bring in the provisions they had transported from the car, both Zhou Qi and Bai Jinyan were financially secure. Thus, they purchased a plethora of supplies at a premium, most of which consisted of instant meals and compressed biscuits, yet sufficient to sustain them for a considerable duration. Zhou Qi sat on the sofa, observing the young men bustling in and out, her mind calculating the potential advantages. Although she was not particularly close with Zheng Xiaoqing, having only met a few times during dormitory gatherings, she had invited him to reside in the villa primarily due to his imposing stature and athletic background, which could be advantageous for their safety. While Lu Xiang was her boyfriend, to her, he was merely a diversion during moments of solitude. After all, aside from his decent appearance, his other attributes left much to be desired, leading her to invest little emotional energy in the relationship. In contrast, Bai Jinyan stood as her primary target for conquest during this excursion, as he was the most compatible with her in terms of looks and family background. Though his demeanor was often stern and unapproachable, making him a challenging prospect. "All right, everything is in order. Let us allocate the rooms and retire for the night," Lu Xiang suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced at Zhou Qi, who bore a faint smile at the corner of her lips, instantly alleviating his fatigue. He was not oblivious to Zhou Qi's dissatisfaction with him, yet he remained confident that their time together over the next few days would win her heart completely. "There are 3 bedrooms in total. I shall share a room with Qi. How should the remaining 2 be divided among you?" Zheng Xiaoqing, though somewhat intimidated by the stoic Bai Jinyan, was keen to avoid any awkwardness for Yang Xuelin. As soon as Lu Xiang finished speaking, he interjected, "I will share the far room with Bai Jinyan, while Yang Xuelin can occupy the middle room. This way, we can look out for one another in case of any nighttime occurrences." Bai Jinyan harbored no objections regarding his living arrangements, and Yang Xuelin, appreciating Zheng Xiaoqing's thoughtful planning, also found no reason for dissent. Unexpectedly, it was Zhou Qi, who had remained silent until then, that broke the silence. "Xuelin, being a young girl, would undoubtedly feel frightened sleeping alone. I shall take the middle room with her. Xiang, you and Zheng Xiaoqing can share a room, while Jinyan can occupy the one at the end." The others were puzzled by Zhou Qi's arrangement, as her relationship with Yang Xuelin did not warrant such sacrifices, nor was it strong enough to abandon her boyfriend for the sake of companionship. The most astonished was Yang Xuelin herself, fully aware of the dynamics between them. Zhou Qi frequently elevated her own image by belittling Xuelin. Their bond was nothing more than a superficial facade. Who was she trying to impress with this charade? Silently rolling her eyes, Xuelin dared not refuse Zhou Qi's directive and begrudgingly followed her back to the room with a frown. "I am not accustomed to sharing a bed. I will take the bed, and you can sleep on the adjacent chaise lounge," Zhou Qi declared. Once out of Bai Jinyan's sight, she displayed no kindness toward Yang Xuelin. However, Xuelin felt compelled to comply, nodding in agreement as she lay on the narrow chaise. No sooner had she settled down than Zhou Qi's ominous voice whispered in her ear, "You lie down quite swiftly. Come here and make my bed." As I do not know how. Goodness, was she a sister of Aristotle named Jennifer? How could someone who could not even make a bed have grown to this age? Yet, Yang Xuelin could only vent her frustrations inwardly, acquiescing in reality with a grimace as she prepared the bed for the young lady. Jiang Wuxin, observing the departure of the five, sensed that the leading girl was no ordinary character. She needed to arm herself with some defenses against them, so she summoned Xiao Shuai. "Do you have a handgun? I require one. 500 points can be exchanged for a Type 64 handgun. Speak properly, that's extortionate. Why not just rob someone? 200 will suffice." "Master, one gets what one pays for. 500 points include a full set of ammunition, usable without limits. I don't need too many bullets. A few will do. Please offer a sincere price." "All right then, I will present a purchase link for the master. You can decide whether to buy it." Upon seeing the link pop up for a purchase at 250 points, Jiang Wuxin hesitated for just a second before confirming her choice. However, when she received the handgun and opened the magazine, she realized the implications of that earlier figure. Goodness gracious, there were only 7 bullets. Wasn't it just 250 for anyone who purchased? Chapter 35. Seeking help after much effort in attending to the young lady. Yang Xuelin was so exhausted that she fell asleep on the chaise lounge without having dinner. The remaining individuals had also been deprived of rest in recent days. As dusk fell, they retired early to recuperate. Although they had secured the doors and windows tightly, their sleep remained restless, with every faint noise stirring them awake. "Did any of you hear something? I feel as though someone is wandering outside our room." The first to awaken was Yang Xuelin. Uncertain whether Zhou Qi had heard the sounds from outside, she hesitated to rouse her directly and instead resorted to the darkness to discreetly open her phone and send a message in the group they had created. "I too had heard it. I had just glanced out the window and noticed 2 figures lingering outside the house." The first to respond was by Jin Yin, and before long, everyone was awake, engaging in discussions to formulate a strategy. Who among normal people wanders outside at such an hour? I surmised that those 2 were likely zombies. Perhaps it was due to her frequent viewing of horror films, but Zheng Xiaochun was among the bravest in the group. She drew back the curtains and, illuminated by the moonlight, scrutinized the 2 individuals below, noticing that their gait was distinctly abnormal. Their limbs were grotesquely contorted, and they circled the house with unwavering fixation. They were most likely zombies. This was Zhou Qi's first encounter with zombies so close, and fear gripped her as she clutched Yang Xuelin's hand, unwilling to let go, while her other hand frantically expressed her terror in the group chat. At that moment, she regretted not sharing a room with Lu Ziang. Armed with makeshift weapons, they decided to venture downstairs to assess the situation. Remaining cooped up waiting for the zombies to depart was not a viable plan. Zhou Qi, unable to think of any constructive suggestions apart from inciting panic in the group chat, found herself in need of reassurance. Ultimately, it was by Jin Yin who offered a practical suggestion, bringing an end to the chaotic discussion. Soon, several of them cautiously emerged from their rooms, refraining from turning on the lights for fear of witnessing a gruesome scene or attracting the zombies inside. Armed with the sticks they had brought to the villa, they peered intently at the 2 shadows outside. Zhou Qi, clinging tightly to Yang Xuelin's arm, followed her out of the room, when suddenly, she felt an unexpected touch from behind her, causing her to scream involuntarily in a state of heightened anxiety. Truly, one fears not only the ill-fated but the absence of good people. The noise from the room successfully attracted the attention of the zombies outside, who began to frantically batter the door, emitting guttural sounds. Zhou Qi trembled even more, but there was no one available to soothe her fears. Only Zheng Xiaochun's quiet voice broke the tension. "This door isn't sturdy. It won't withstand their assault. I'll slip out the back door to draw them away. You all stay inside and don't venture out." He was the record holder for long-distance running at school and believed the 2 zombies outside would not be able to catch him. Once he lured them into the nearby woods, he would return, and they would be safe. Otherwise, they would all be trapped here with no escape. "I'll go with you," Bai Jinyan said, patting Zheng Xiaochun's shoulder. "I'm quite fit as well, and we can look out for one another." Meanwhile, Lu Ziang trembled with fear, but upon seeing the 2 boys preparing to leave, he did not wish to lose face and quickly spoke up. "The 2 girls will surely be scared here. I'll stay behind to protect them." Zhou Qi's mind was paralyzed by fear, yet Yang Xuelin remained relatively composed. Upon hearing Lu Ziang's words, she scoffed, rolling her eyes to the heavens. This fool, just like Zhou Qi, was so frightened that he sought to use them as human shields. The zombies had already pursued Zheng Xiaoqing and his companion. What was there to fear while they remained indoors? Zheng Xiaoqing and his companion barely caught what Lu Xiang had said. Seizing the opportune moment to escape through the back door, the thunderous sound of the door slamming drew the attention of the two zombies, who charged toward them relentlessly. Outside, the two fled with all their might, while inside, Zhou Qi and Lu Xiang recoiled in terror, screaming as they gazed out the window, driving Yang Xuelin to the brink of a nervous breakdown. Damn, it wasn't even them being pursued. The ones outside hadn't made a sound. Although Yang Xuelin was also frightened, she recognized that remaining stagnant was not a viable option. Seizing the moment, she sprinted across the street and rang Jiang Wuxin's doorbell. In truth, Jiang Wuxin had been stirred from her slumber when the zombies began to batter the door. The cacophony of screams and the urgent ringing of the doorbell finally irked her beyond measure. Initially, she had no intention of intervening. But then she recalled that Xiao Shuai had only given her 7 bullets. If those 5 were bitten, her vicinity would surely descend into chaos. And those 7 bullets would not last. With a grim expression, Jiang Wuxin descended the stairs, pistol in hand. Upon seeing her open the glass door, Yang Xuelin, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward to plead for help. However, before she could utter a word, Jiang Wuxin, her face dark enough to drip ink, shoved her aside. Get out of the way, you're obstructing. She raised her pistol, tilting her head to aim at the direction of Zhou Qi's apartment. Zheng Xiaoqing, initially planning to tire out the zombies by leading them in circles before diverting them into the woods, was taken aback when one of the creatures displayed remarkable stamina, relentlessly pursuing them with a ghastly roar. Just as it seemed the zombie would catch up, Bai Jinyan hurled his small knife, which struck the leading zombie squarely in the forehead. Yet, it appeared to have little effect. The creature merely paused momentarily before resuming its frenzied chase. Though Bai Jinyan had decent stamina from years of dance practice, he was no professional athlete. Zheng Xiaoqing sensed his companion's exhaustion and shouted, I think I can manage. In a moment, I'll lure them away. You run home. Bai Jinyan understood that continuing would only hinder their escape. As he turned to head home, he noticed the lights illuminating Jiang Wuxin's villa across the way. Bang! Bang! Although Xiao Shuai had played her a trick, the firearm he provided was indeed a fine piece. The high-powered scope allowed her to accurately target the 2 zombies. With 2 gunshots, the bullets pierced the hearts of both creatures, causing them to stagger and fall lifelessly to the ground. Not only were the individuals outside stunned by Jiang Wuxin's adeptness, but even Zhou Qi and Lu Xiang, who had been hiding within, were astonished by her remarkable skill. How could she be so formidable? Originally believing they were at a dead end, Bai Jinyan and Zheng Xiaoqing hastily rushed towards Jiang Wuxin, panting heavily while expressing their gratitude profusely. Do not provoke any further trouble, otherwise. Do not blame me for my indifference in times of peril, Jiang Wuxin replied impatiently, waving her hand dismissively without even glancing at the group before retreating to her room to sleep, leaving them in a state of lingering trepidation. Yang Xuelin remained entranced by Jiang Wuxin's impressive actions, her youthful heart aflutter, while Bai Jinyan gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Wuxin's departing figure. Chapter 36. The agricultural hierarchy. The harrowing night finally came to an end, and Bai Jinyan and his companions had not enjoyed a moment of restful sleep. As dawn broke, they awoke. Having witnessed the formidable might of the zombies the previous night, they realized they were far more terrifying than they had previously imagined. With agility and strength that surpassed their expectations, Bai Jinyan proposed that, while the zombie outbreak had not yet fully erupted in their vicinity, they should ascend the mountain in search of sustenance. Otherwise, even if they were not devoured by the undead, they would inevitably succumb to starvation. Despite their lingering fears from the previous night's ordeal, they recognized the validity of Bai Jinyan's reasoning. After finishing breakfast, they prepared to venture up the mountain in search of supplies. Securing all doors and windows, they stepped outside, only to soon encounter the corpse of the zombie they had dispatched the night prior. Ugh! The body was barely recognizable, its features marred and already decomposing, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Zhou Qi, seeking comfort from Bai Jinyan, instead found her gaze fixated on the corpse, and to everyone's shock, she suddenly turned and sprinted towards it. Uncle! After meticulously identifying the disfigured face, Zhou Qi collapsed beside the body, weeping inconsolably. Lu Xiang attempted to approach her with words of comfort, but was repelled by the overpowering stench of decay and blood, opting instead to stand nearby and offer empty reassurances. Chi, do not be sorrowful, we shall remain by your side. The anguished cries pierced the air, causing all present to lower their heads, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. In truth, their own families were likely unreachable, with a high probability of having perished or, like Zhou Qi's uncle, transformed into zombies. Yet, there was no time or energy for grief. After a brief, silent mourning, they knew they must strive to survive. After a while, they managed to regain their composure and circumvent the electric fence surrounding the west side of the Li family compound, making their way up the mountain. The commotion from the previous night had been considerable, and the Li family had witnessed Jiang Wuxin's extraordinary feat considering she had likely not rested well. They decided to arrive a bit later that day. Good morning. Jiang Wuxin's biological clock awoke her promptly, and she descended with dark circles under her eyes, greeting the Li family members who entered. We just saw 5 young individuals from the opposite building heading up the mountain from the west, apparently to gather mushrooms or something. Damn, did I waste 2 bullets for nothing yesterday? Can't they just stay home quietly? With great effort, I managed to rescue them, only for them to run off the very next day. Should they attract a few more zombies, it would indeed be a cause for lamentation. However, I am disinclined to concern myself with such trivialities. My only hope is that they do not encounter any zombies on the mountain, and if they do, let them not be bitten, for if they are, let them not return. Truly, I implore you. My already poor mood has soured even further. Yet with pressing matters at hand today, I cannot afford to be idle. With a heavy sigh, I retrieved a variety of seeds from my storage and accompanied Mrs. Li to the greenhouse. Please take a look at these seeds. I bought them mixed together and cannot differentiate them at all. Jiang Wuxin knew that Xiao Shuai could certainly identify them, but given his nature, it would be impossible without exchanging points. It was better to let Mrs. Li examine them directly, providing an opportunity to assess her expertise. After all, in Jiang Wuxin's opinion, apart from the tulips, which are somewhat distinguishable, the rest appeared rather homogeneous. This is a tulip bulb of decent quality. This packet should contain white rose seeds, and this one is for the bellflower. However, the color it yields is indiscernible to the naked eye. Observing Mrs. Li, who was meticulously examining each seed packet with a magnifying glass, Jiang Wuxin nodded appreciatively. It seemed that Uncle Li's assertion of her horticultural prowess was not unfounded. She indeed possessed some skill. Nevertheless, these flowers had already passed their blooming season, and given their lengthy flowering periods, planting them now would mean the earliest blooming would occur next year. Would it be possible to employ some artificial interventions to shorten the flowering period while ensuring a high survival rate? Although Jiang Wuxin cherished flowers, her primary motivation for cultivating them was to exchange for points. Thus, shorter flowering periods and higher survival rates were preferable. After a lengthy contemplation, Mrs. Li finally spoke. There are certainly methods available. If we adjust the temperature and humidity to the most suitable parameters for their growth, we should be able to shorten the flowering period. However, hastening their growth contradicts the natural growth laws, and I cannot guarantee a successful survival rate. Jiang Wuxin nodded in agreement. Her reasoning was indeed sound. However, with Xiao Shuai, a relatively reliable resource at her disposal, she believed the issue could be resolved. Grandma, you need not worry about this. Please compile a list of all the tools and external conditions you require, and I shall handle it. Mrs. Li meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of the seeds and, after considering various planting conditions, provided Jiang Wuxin with a detailed list. Upon reviewing the array of technical terminology and intricate calculations, she incredulously remarked, "Grandma, this hardly seems amateurish. Your considerations are exceedingly thorough." Upon hearing Li Lacun's words, Jiang Wuxin felt a shadow lift and playfully teased, "Your son described this flower gardening as your hobby. Yet it appears you are quite the expert. I must ensure I keep you closely engaged." As the hearts of several individuals were unburdened, their relationships visibly grew more intimate. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's words, old lady Li noticeably relaxed, chuckling as she patted her son's back. In our agricultural sector, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. Those who raise animals often look down upon us flower cultivators, perceiving our endeavors as mere hobbies. Jiang Wuxin cherished the camaraderie among them. Yet she had more pressing matters to attend to. After exchanging pleasantries, she returned to her room and summoned Xiao Shuai. "Master, Xiao Shuai has arrived. How may I assist you?" Perhaps feeling guilty, Jiang Wuxin detected a hint of flattery in his tone. However, it was not the time to settle scores. So she patiently addressed the matter at hand. I have planted white roses, delphiniums, and tulips. How many points can a single mature stem yield? According to system regulations, each well-formed plant can be exchanged for 20 points, Xiao Shuai replied. The flowers I have planted will only bloom next year, and their survival is uncertain. Yet you tell me a single stem is worth merely 20 points? I will not plant unless it is at least 50. Jiang Wuxin recalled Xiao Shuai's earlier remark about being valued at 250, which irritated her, prompting her to double the price. All-point redemption rules are uniformly established by the system, and Xiao Shuai has no authority to amend them. Xiao Shuai understood that this woman was about to employ her usual tactics of berating and deceiving him into altering the price, yet the established procedures must be followed, lest he be deemed in violation by the system. Do not spout nonsense. You sold me the pistol yesterday for 250 without such stipulations. Just give me the 50 points. And spare me the scolding. Xiao Shuai remained silent for a while, until Jiang Wuxin's patience wore thin, at which point he reluctantly spoke. I have applied for the planned exchange price of 50 points for you. Would you like to use 100 points to redeem a planting package? It includes nutrient solution, potting soil, and a large temperature-controlled glass box. This grand package encompassed most of the essential items old lady Li had just listed. Remarkably, Jiang Wuxin did not haggle with Xiao Shuai and generously spent 100 points to purchase other items on the list. After all, one cannot expect a donkey to pull a millstone without allowing it to graze. Excessive pressure can easily incite rebellion. Jiang Wuxin called upon Li Lacun to assist in transporting the recently redeemed items to the garden. Upon seeing the state-of-the-art temperature-controlled box, Old Lady Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over to test its various functions. The technology today is truly advanced. It can even regulate temperature and humidity by zones. A professional in her own right, Old Lady Li quickly mastered all the features of the temperature-controlled box and joyfully shared her findings with Jiang Wuxin. With the addition of this nutrient solution and enriched soil, the tulips will bloom this month. Although the roses have a later blooming period, they too shall soon reveal their beauty, while the lisianthus may take a bit longer. With proper care, they can flourish throughout the year, yielding a most impressive harvest. Jiang Wuxin nodded in agreement, despite the somewhat outrageous pricing set by Xiao Shuai. The goods exchanged are undeniably exquisite, and their quality has never faltered. Grandmother and Uncle Li, you may carry on with your tasks. I shall return to devise a plan for distributing your wages and the rules for exchanging goods. You will learn the specifics this afternoon. The Li family, working for Jiang Wuxin, sought merely basic security, yet they were pleasantly surprised to discover that she had established a comprehensive points redemption system, filling them with renewed hope for the future. Jiang Wuxin meticulously studied the point systems of various major bases from her past life and devised a detailed system for accumulating and redeeming points. Real-time data would be synchronized across the flower garden, main gate, and cottage, allowing territory members to check their points at any time using their fingerprints on an electronic control panel. All territory members working under Jiang Wuxin would earn a daily wage of 50 points, with additional points rewarded for increased productivity. However, in exchange for her protection, encompassing personal safety and enhanced housing security, each individual would need to pay a monthly fee of 500 points, while those under 16, who are unable to work, would contribute 300 points monthly. After all, she too required points to exchange for weapons or protective measures through the system. The remaining points could be redeemed for various furnishings, daily necessities, food, clothing, and more, as living in her base was merely the baseline. A quality life was her ultimate aspiration. Jiang Wuxin publicly displayed the established rules on an electronic screen. The points required for various exchanges were comparable to what she needed to provide for the system, and the pricing was quite reasonable. Xiao Shuai thought, "You are so noble. Yet you exploit me to benefit them." The group, having read the redemption rules, expressed their gratitude to Jiang Wuxin with joy. At noon, Jiang Wuxin and her sister were having lunch in the dining hall when suddenly, the television, which had been functioning normally, flickered and went completely black. Upon rebooting, it only allowed viewing of local videos, rendering any online or signal-dependent content inaccessible. "Sister, why is there no television?" Jiang Wuxin pinched her little sister's puffed cheek gently, offering comfort. Perhaps it encountered some malfunction. "How about I play you some cartoons?" Fortunately, before the cold wave hit, she had ensured her sister downloaded many of her favorite cartoons. Otherwise, they would surely be bored to tears now. After setting up the cartoons for her sister, Jiang Wuxin stepped onto the rooftop terrace to gaze down, only to hear a tremendous crash from the road below, followed by a plume of black smoke, an apparent car accident. With various public facilities ceasing operations, the number of people fleeing the city would only increase. Amidst the chaos, there were those who lost their way, retracing their steps, while others, in a state of panic, collided with buildings or other vehicles. Even more unfortunate souls found themselves beset by the horrors of a zombie attack. Yet, such calamities could not deter the relentless urge for survival that gripped the hearts of the people, a desire that only intensified with each passing moment. Jiang Wuxin was no savior, nor could she rescue everyone. Having lived through a lifetime, she had grown indifferent to the fates of strangers. With a heavy sigh, she resolved to take a midday rest with her sister. However, just as she settled onto her bed, the sound of the doorbell echoed through the space. Upon activating the surveillance, she was confronted by the grotesque visage of a man with a face marred by flesh and a long scar slithering across his forehead like a centipede. The scarred man, unaware of Jiang Wuxin's gaze, began to bellow with a torrent of spittle. "I am the master of Villa 2. From now on, this road is under my command. Come out quickly. I have words for you." Observing the man's brash demeanor, Jiang Wuxin deduced that he was not the true owner of Villa 2, but rather an interloper who had fled from elsewhere to seize the property, playing the farcical game of claiming dominion. Narrowing her eyes, she prodded her cheek with her tongue, summoning Xiao Shuai. "Is it possible to install a firearm on the surveillance at the door? I have no desire to converse with such a lunatic. Could we not simply eliminate him?" "Apologies, but this feature is currently unsupported," Xiao Shuai replied, well aware that with Jiang Wuxin's fiery temperament, bloodshed would inevitably ensue outside in a matter of days, and he could not assist in such malevolence. Frustrated by the silence on the other end of the surveillance, the scarred man leaned closer, his rancid breath permeating the air. "Are you listening to me? If you don't come out, don't blame me for being uncivil." Jiang Wuxin felt as though the very surveillance had been tainted by his foulness. The cacophony roused her sister, the little sweet bean, who, upon glimpsing the fierce countenance on the monitor, fell into a fright and hid behind Jiang Wuxin. Sensing her sister clutching her garment tightly, Jiang Wuxin turned to crouch before her, shielding the view. "Sister will take Dodo to find Uncle Li, all right? I need to attend to some matters." "Sister, will you be in danger?" "Dodo isn't afraid and can protect you." Jiang Wuxin could feel her sister trembling in fear, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Smiling, she gently patted Dodo's head. "Do not worry, little one. Sister is quite capable. Go find Uncle Li, and I will come for you shortly, all right?" Seeing the little sweet bean nod obediently, Jiang Wuxin took her hand and descended the stairs, with 3 little kittens scampering after them. "The visitors outside do not seem friendly. I shall investigate. You should remain out of sight." Hearing the commotion, Li Lacun awaited them by the glass house, brandishing a large hoe. Upon seeing Jiang Wuxin escorting little Dodo, he quickly cautioned, "That man outside is trouble. It would be unwise for you, a young girl, to confront him alone." Chapter 38. The purebred bull and horse. Observing the anxious expressions of the Li family, Jiang Wuxin felt a warmth in her heart and responded to them with a serene smile. "Have you forgotten that I possess a firearm? I fear not even the undead. Why should I be intimidated by him?" Securing the gun at her lower back, she addressed Feng Yuan, saying, "Andy, could you please take Dodo back to the Li residence for safekeeping? I shall resolve matters here shortly." Though they had witnessed Jiang Wuxin's combat prowess the previous day, Li Lacun still wore a worried expression and inquired, "Are you truly certain we cannot assist you?" "Rest assured." Jiang Wuxin leisurely stepped out of the villa, wearing slippers, only to encounter a group of men and women trailing behind a scarred man clad in tight pants. She clicked her tongue, silently sympathizing with the denim fabric that seemed on the verge of bursting and the belt that struggled to contain it. It was indeed a challenge to restrain 4 to 5 layers of pork belly without them splitting apart. The scarred man, upon seeing a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs, had his anger dissipate instantly. His lewd gaze shifted as he grinned, attempting to present himself as utterly charming while surveying Jiang Wuxin from head to toe. Unbeknownst to him, his appearance struck Jiang Wuxin as that of a grotesque toad. "Ah, little sister, do you live here all by yourself?" Originally, he had intended to persuade Jiang Wuxin to dismantle the unsightly fence and the large glass orb outside, but he shifted his approach. "Why not come with me? I will protect you from now on." "That's right. Stick with our boss, and you'll surely be treated like royalty." The peculiar individuals behind him chimed in with their raucous voices, occasionally whistling in a suggestive manner, while a few others scrutinized Jiang Wuxin with ill intentions, whispering amongst themselves. Are these folks the product of some kind of genetic mishap? What a bunch of purebred buffoons. Jiang Wuxin regarded the group with an expression of disdain, her tone calm as she remarked, "Who in their right mind would breed creatures like you? Is your arrogance a result of the Animal Protection Association shielding you?" Seemingly taken aback by the seemingly delicate girl daring to speak so boldly, the scarred man, momentarily stunned, asked, "What did you just say? Did you donate your ears to a hot pot restaurant, or do you crave more of my insults? I said you were a complete fool, with a head resembling a bloomed garlic bulb. Did you catch that clearly this time? Val wench, you're asking for trouble," the scarred man growled. His face contorted in anger as he reached behind him, demanding, "Bring me the knife. I will end her." "Oh dear, is my esteemed brother unable to take a joke? You're getting all worked up over this?" Jiang Wuxin, tired of standing, pulled up a chair and perched herself upon it, crossing her legs while observing the furious scarred man, who trembled like a malfunctioning robot and quipped with a mocking tone, "Brother, is it really necessary for you to take action over a mere fence? Just stand aside and watch." A gaunt man, resembling a monkey, brandished a large machete, acquired from an unknown source, with an obsequious expression directed at the scarred man. Upon receiving a nod, he swung the machete vigorously towards the electric fence. However, before the sound of impact could be heard, the gaunt man was struck by an electric shock and nearly toppled onto the scarred man. Jiang Wuxin, observing the scarred man startled into an impromptu dance, could not suppress a laugh. Though the harm was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Incensed, the scarred man withdrew a small insulated knife from his person and hurled it at the control panel of the gate, exclaiming, "You think I want to get in? I'll have your life." Jiang Wuxin felt a pang of sympathy for the monitoring panel being mercilessly assaulted, not out of concern for its integrity, but rather for fear that it might become malfunctioning due to the foolishness of others. Her patience finally waned, with a resigned sigh. She drew her pistol from her lower back, aiming it squarely at the scarred man's head. "I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I will shoot." In these chaotic times, firearms were not easily accessible to all. The scarred man cast a glance at Jiang Wuxin, dismissing her threat as mere intimidation, continuing his tirade. 1, 2, bang. Jiang Wuxin felt a wave of nausea at the sight of his mouth opening and closing. Losing the patience to count to 3, she pulled the trigger, and a bullet whizzed past his pig-like visage. The sound of a pig's squeal echoed, prompting Jiang Wuxin to frown and rub her ears. "Missed again, why all the noise? It's bothersome." The bullet, searing hot, even allowed the scarred man to hear his own flesh crackle. He shot Jiang Wuxin a furious glare before covering his face and beckoning his underlings to drive back to Villa 2. Li Lacun, who had been observing from the window, breathed a sigh of relief as the group departed. Li Laotai, while preparing food for a kitten, glanced outside and remarked, "The Jiang girl is truly remarkable. She managed to drive away so many. Of course, sister is the most formidable superhero in Dodo's eyes. No one dares to bully us." Sitting nearby and playing games with Li Chengxian, the little sweet doe, upon hearing her grandmother praise her sister, quickly lifted her head, unable to conceal her pride. "When we were at the previous house, Aunt Jiang always bullied us, but each time, sister would scold her away." Upon hearing sweet doe's words, Li Laotai exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yun, both feeling an increased pang of empathy for the two little girls. Had they not lacked affection at home, Jiang Wuxin would not have had to venture out with her little sister. "Sweat doe, sister is here to pick you up." Feeling rejuvenated after her confrontation, Jiang Wuxin approached the wide-open door of the Li residence and knocked twice. Upon hearing her sister's voice, Sweet Doe instantly dropped her doll to the ground and dashed into her sister's embrace, tilting her little head back and cooing affectionately, "Sister, you finally came. Dodo missed you." As the 3 little kittens, engrossed in their meal, heard Jiang Wuxin's voice, they abandoned their bowls and scampered over, eager to climb onto her. Jiang Wuxin playfully brushed her sister's little nose, bent down to scoop up the 3 kittens, and turned to Li Lacun and the others. "Now that everything is resolved, we shall not intrude further and inconvenience you. Not at all. Our family adores little Tiendo. Would you care to stay and finish your meal?" Old Lady Li wiped her hands on her apron, assuring them that dinner would soon be ready. Though Jiang Wuxin recognized the Li family as good-hearted people, Her ingrained habit from her past life dictated that she would not consume anything that had passed through another's hands. Thus, she exchanged a few polite words before departing with her sister. Upon returning home, the two managed to nibble on a few morsels, and Jiang Wuxin settled onto the sofa to continue knitting sweaters for the three kittens. It was only after she completed the final stitch that she rose to stretch her sore neck. Detected that the master has completed 3 cat sweaters, earning 150 points. Please dress the kittens, and they will instantly upgrade to invincible cat armor. Chapter 39. Bursting in Jiang Wuxin cradled the 3 kittens, who, upon reaching her embrace, wriggled as if triggered by some mechanism. It took considerable effort for her to dress them in their little outfits. Observing that neither the sweaters nor the kittens had changed much, Jiang Wuxin summoned the little handsome one again. The true power of the kittens reveals itself at critical moments. That scarred man is unlikely to relent. This is an opportune moment for the kitten squad to demonstrate their might. Jiang Wuxin sensed that the scarred man would indeed seek another chance to vex her. So she refrained from probing too deeply into the meaning of the little handsome one's words. She obediently followed his guidance to input the iris information of the 3 kittens into the system, allowing them free passage. As dusk fell, little Tiando yawned widely. Perhaps exhausted from playing with Li Chengqian during the day, and was unusually sleepy that evening. After soothing her sister to sleep, Jiang Wuxin made her way to the monitoring room on the 3rd floor, armed with several bags of snacks, and settled in to watch a movie on one of the screens. By chance, her gaze swept over the monitor at the front door, where she spotted the 5 individuals from the 16th, carrying 2 large bags as they approached the house. Although their steps seemed heavy, they appeared uninjured and rather prosperous. Master, would you like to incorporate those 5 into your territory? They can be exchanged for points. Startled by the sudden voice of the little handsome one, Jiang Wuxin jumped. Why do you have to shout in the middle of the night like a ghost? She muttered under her breath, yet she still answered his query. The girl leading the group seemed far from naive. I would rather not invite trouble for a mere handful of points. Though she was indeed in need of points, she was not one to compromise her principles for a trivial gain. Indeed, and the relationships among these individuals seem rather intricate. Upon hearing the little handsome one's remark, Jiang Wuxin caught a whiff of gossip and her interest was piqued. What a convoluted situation. Do hurry and enlighten me. I apologize, but I did not quite grasp your intent. Might you rephrase your request? How infuriating. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Jiang Wuxin instantly recognized that Xiao Shuai was merely feigning ignorance. The sensation of knowing there is a forbidden fruit, yet being unable to indulge in it, is exceedingly vexing. Xiao Shuai, this comes at an additional cost, but given your stinginess, I doubt you'll part with any points, even for amusement. Jiang Wuxin, upon being interrupted by Xiao Shuai, lost all interest in the film. Yet, the thought of not finishing it was equally disheartening. So she persisted, resting her head in her hands, and inevitably, she succumbed to slumber on the sofa. In her haze, Jiang Wuxin heard the blaring alarms from Xiao Shuai and the system calling her name. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the surveillance feed revealing Scarface and several men stealthily approaching her enclosure, fiddling with the surveillance panel. How long had they been there? Rubbing her throbbing temples, she squinted at the antics of the Scarface, her expression darkening. They had been at it for quite some time, but the door remained unyielding. Open the door for him. How else could those clowns witness the spectacle? After a prolonged wait at the entrance, Scarface glared at his subordinate, who had been futilely attempting to open the door, growing increasingly agitated. In a fit of rage, he struck the back of the subordinate's neck. Useless. What good are you if you can't even open a door? Step aside. The chastised subordinate, stifling his indignation, silently retreated to allow Scarface passage. What a ridiculous delay over a mere door. Scarface raised his arm to gesture towards the control panel when, unexpectedly, the door swung open on its own. Even the subordinates were taken aback, as was Scarface himself. Had he not touched it? How could it open without his intervention? It appeared that the defenses of this wretched woman were not as formidable as presumed. Believing his imposing stature concealed the scene, Scarface smugly boasted of his prowess to his subordinates, unaware they had witnessed the entire spectacle. Had it not been for the dim light, their rolling eyes would have been unmistakably visible. Scarface envisioned Jiang Wuxin lying in wait for him, quickening his pace as he entered through the front door and headed straight for the entrance of the glass room. This foolish woman believed glass would shield her. Was she not practically inviting them in? Having breezed through the first door, Scarface became utterly intoxicated with confidence. even allowing himself the repugnant thought that perhaps the woman had long harbored feelings for him, intentionally allowing them to breach her defenses. He assumed the next door would yield just as easily, seizing the hammer from his subordinate and preparing to smash the glass. With a resounding crash, he felt the impact reverberate through his hand, yet the glass remained utterly unscathed. Curiosity piqued, he illuminated it with a small light, discovering there was not even a hint of a crack. "Brother, this is likely tempered glass. It's not so easily shattered." Although the subordinate trailing behind felt a twinge of embarrassment, he dutifully provided an excuse for the scar-faced man, pulling a glass cutter from behind him. This tool was equipped with a diamond tip, surely capable of slicing through this thin pane of glass. The scar-faced man took the cutter, scrutinizing it under the light before pressing it against the glass with his wrist. A faint crackling sound pierced the night, leading them to believe they had indeed managed to score the glass, igniting a surge of exhilaration within them. However, upon closer inspection, illuminated by the light, they found that it was merely the diamond tip that had shattered. "What the hell is this wretched thing? Why can't we break it?" Enraged, the scar-faced man hurled the cutter to the ground, but before he could unleash a torrent of curses, one of his subordinates gasped, vigorously tapping his arm. "What the hell? You scared me to death." The scar-faced man shot an annoyed glance in the direction indicated by his subordinate, only to find Jiang Wuxin standing on the third-floor terrace, arms crossed, looking down at them with an air of superiority. Realization dawned on him. He had been outsmarted, rendering him momentarily speechless with fury. He yearned to rush up and torment this insolent woman, yet the ascent was beyond his reach. His gaze fell upon the brightly lit flower room on the west side of the courtyard, and he resolved to vent his frustration there. Even if he couldn't strike at her, he could at least smash a few items. He beckoned his subordinates to charge in that direction, but as they moved, a sudden whooshing sound filled the air. They were struck on the heads by several pink figures, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Wuxin regretted allowing them entry. She should have dealt with them outside the gate. What if they fell and crushed her precious plants? Chapter 40. The surprisingly fierce kittens who. What hit me? The scar-faced man, dazed from the fall, sat on the ground clutching his head, shouting incoherently. However, his cries were met only with the pained groans of his subordinates. As no suspicious figures were in sight, 3 kittens, clad in pink vests, stood proudly to the side. Dada and Xiaohong squinted their eyes, observing the writhing figures on the ground, while the leader meticulously groomed her little paws, a look of disdain etched on her face. For the first time, Jiang Wuxin noticed such a plethora of expressions on the kittens' faces. After a prolonged moment, the men finally managed to get to their feet, searching around in disbelief, only to discover that it was indeed 3 tiny kittens that had brought them down. Grabbing weapons from the ground, they hurled insults and charged at the felines. "How dare these little beasts scratch me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll catch you and feast on your flesh." The scar-faced man exuded a fearsome presence, but as he lumbered toward Dada, who had grown impatient, she crouched low and with a fierce meow, swiped at his face. "Oh, my face." The scarred man, having missed his target, fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied head and rolling about in anguish, his cries resembling the wails of a slaughtered pig. However, it wasn't just the scarred man who was taken aback by the formidable fighting prowess of the little kitten. Even Jiang Wuxin was astonished upon witnessing the bloodied man. Could the plump bundle she cradled daily, subjecting it to various forms of playful torment, truly possess such ferocity? The scarred man, numbed by pain, retained just enough lucidity to realize that Jiang Wuxin was observing from the terrace. Squinting and swaying, he attempted to rise, but before he could steady himself, one of his subordinates sent him hurtling once more. Good heavens, who would believe it? A grown man was sent flying by a kitten no longer than his own face. Jiang Wuxin watched with satisfaction as the little kittens darted among the clumsy, sprawling figures of the men, nodding in approval. Truly, her painstakingly crafted feline armor proved its worth, showcasing unparalleled combat prowess. After a few rounds, the group of men tumbled out in disarray, each bearing signs of their encounter. The kittens, having ceased their pursuit, wagged their tails and circled the garden, seemingly assessing the condition of their territory. Upon seeing Jiang Wuxin descend, the 3 kittens instantly drooped their tails and scampered towards her, eager to nuzzle against her. The ferocious meows had transformed back into the familiar, adorable sounds Jiang Wuxin cherished, rendering her quite amused. What a spectacle! In public, they were the epitome of innocence. Yet behind the scenes, they were as fierce as any warrior. She scooped up the kittens, who were either pressed against her or rolling onto their backs begging for affection, and made her way to the living room, heading to the kitchen to retrieve their favorite canned treats. Our feline brigade had performed admirably, driving away the villains, and today, there would be an abundance of treats. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals across the way, cloaked in darkness, had witnessed the entire spectacle, astonished by the sight of the men fleeing in despair. Though obscured by the electric fence, it was evident that despite their numerous weapons and the ruckus they had caused, they had been bested by none other than Jiang Wuxin. As she overheard her companions, particularly by Jin Yin, praising Jiang Wuxin, Zhou Qi clenched her fists in silent rage, her gaze seething with resentment towards the glass greenhouse adorned with twinkling star lights on the western side of the villa. Before the apocalypse, she had longed for a beautiful greenhouse, yet now, on the brink of chaos, she found herself confronted with a similar sight. At such a time, Jiang Wuxin had the audacity to cultivate flowers. While others were on the verge of starvation, she engaged in gardening. What did it matter how skilled she was? Did she not realize that in these dire circumstances, lights should remain off? We dared not illuminate our surroundings even after meals, yet she brazenly lit up her flowery abode. To me, she was nothing short of a selfish, loathsome creature. Zhou Qi's furious interjection abruptly disrupted the conversation among her peers, leaving an awkward silence as everyone turned to her with puzzled expressions, the atmosphere thick with discomfort. I merely meant to say that her decision to turn on the lights was detrimental to our normal lives, as we were too afraid to make a sound. Zhou Qi soon realized that her tone had been somewhat exaggerated and hurriedly sought to amend it, her voice diminishing significantly. After all, why should the presence of zombies prevent others from turning on the lights? It was as if she would dare to make a commotion if the lights remained off. In the obscurity, the expressions of those around were indiscernible. Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes without a hint of restraint and retorted boldly. At this juncture, Zhou Qi understood that relying on her timid boyfriend for protection was futile, and naturally, she did not dare to dismiss her own strength, leading her to speak with less caution than before. With zombies nearly upon them, who would still show consideration? In such dim lighting, the zombies in the distance were virtually invisible, and those nearby, even if lured, would be distracted by the light and drawn to attack her home. Therefore, turning on the lights was, in fact, a greater safeguard for them. Bai Jinyan also found Zheng Xiaoqing's argument reasonable, though his tone was not as forceful. He still spoke kindly in her favor. Zhou Qi, upon hearing Bai Jinyan's support that wretched girl, felt a surge of grievance and abruptly shrugged off Lu Xiang's outstretched hand, retreating into a corner in silence. Lu Xiang followed her, offering quiet consolation, while the others remained indifferent to her whereabouts, continuing to gaze out the window towards Jiang Wuxin's house. Suddenly, several zombies that had followed the fleeing crowd were drawn to the light emanating from Jiang Wuxin's residence, growling and lunging forward. A few fortunate ones reached the doorway without being electrocuted, but among the group, there was always an unfortunate soul. A limping male zombie lunged directly at the high-voltage fence, instantly being electrocuted. Remarkably, this particular zombie, perhaps due to its unique constitution, did not perish after a few convulsions. It rose once more, trailing its companions as it lunged at the high-voltage barrier again. Several zombies were predictably electrocuted again, and although the previously lucky one avoided further shocks, it was struck down by a zombie missing half its head, resulting in a gruesome explosion of its skull and brain matter. Goodness, that young lady's yard over there is quite impressive. If only we could reside in her yard, we would be exceedingly safe. Oh, you admire her so much. Perhaps you should not linger in my home. Why not inquire if she would have you? Zhou Qi seethed at Yang Shuling, this little follower, for daring to praise Jiang Wuxin, wishing to unleash all her fury upon her. The words she uttered dripped with sarcasm, although Yang Shuling felt anger too. She did not dare to confront Zhou Qi as boldly as Zheng Xiaoqing had. Instead, she obediently fell silent, dutifully trying to appease Zhou Qi. After all, one must look after oneself. There was no shame in appeasing this spoiled lady to survive. Chapter 41. The dazzling arrival of the pink battle car. The night passed swiftly. Little Sweet Bean had slept soundly, unaware of the chaos outside. Upon waking in the morning, she immediately sprawled atop Jiang Wuxin, playfully demanding attention. Rise and shine. The sun is up. Jiang Wuxin was awakened by her sister's antics, yet she felt no annoyance. She playfully pinched her sister's chubby little cheeks. Initially intending to give a brief squeeze, she found the delightful texture irresistible and soon she was indulging in a playful need. Sister, you're being mischievous. Look, I've drooled all over. The little sweet PS face was like dough in Jiang Wuxin's hands, molded and shaped, as she furrowed her tiny brows and feigned anger. Reluctantly releasing her sister, Jiang Wuxin gazed at her rosy, fair complexion, feeling elated. Hand in hand, they ascended to the third floor for breakfast. Jiang Wuxin, bored, stared out the window at the desolate scenery, summoning her little companion, Xiao Shuai. Are there any new tasks available? I'm so bored. The agricultural and livestock tasks have been handed over to the Li family, and I've completed the mission for crafting battle attire for the kittens. I'm truly at a standstill here. The master can expand their territory and recruit more members. Jiang Wuxin thought of the peculiar neighbors who had recently moved nearby and shook her head vigorously. Why would I recruit so many people? I can't even go out. What is the point of watching them scheme and plot? The mere thought of Zhou Qi's perpetually grim face sent a shiver down her spine, and she slumped into her chair, languidly swinging her legs. Perhaps I should just relax. After all, the Li family is quite pleasant. Let us just live harmoniously together for a lifetime. Complacency is unwise. Life requires ambition. The system can provide the master with new equipment to assist in completing tasks. Why pass up an opportunity? Jiang Wuxin perked up at the mention of new equipment, eagerly browsing the point shop, contemplating what gear to request from the system. Various resources? The essential items the system offered were reasonably priced and hardly worth the effort. A heavy machine gun? With the Li family S points, she could accumulate enough quickly. No, that won't do. An excavator? What on earth does this shop not sell? As she flipped through the first few pages of the shop, shaking her head, she realized that this rare opportunity from the system should not be squandered on trivial items. Xiao Shuai, moderate yourself. The abacus might hit me in the face. Jiang Wuxin, not listening. Not listening. Let the turtle chant. She dragged the exchange page to the end, swallowing hard at the long string of numbers in the price column, then began to carefully select. Wow, a 190 handsome, considerate, gentle, 8-pack abs butler. Is this something I can also obtain? Jiang Wuxin cautiously clicked on the product details page, gazing at the promotional images, swallowing again. Detected that the master desires the 190 handsome, considerate, gentle, 8-pack abs butler. Confirm exchange? Xiao Shuai's cool voice interrupted Jiang Wuxin's daydreams, and she snapped back to reality, clicking cancel. Calm down. Stay composed. Male companionship will only hinder your ambitions. No impulsiveness. Sister, what does butler mean? Why do you want to exchange for this? Is it delicious? Upon hearing Xiao Shuai's voice, Xiao Tiando looked at her sister, whose smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear, with a puzzled expression, and inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Her sister replied casually. Just take a look, Dodo, be good and continue eating. Jiang Wuxin, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why do you have to blurt everything out? What if you lead the little ones astray? Xiao Shuai, they thought the owner genuinely desired it, so of course, I had to inquire with care. Jiang Wuxin, I wish for your demise. Would you kindly oblige? Jiang Wuxin patted her flushed face and calmed herself to continue browsing, when suddenly, something remarkable caught her attention. This is it, she exclaimed, spotting a dazzlingly cool super battle vehicle. The vehicle had a spacious RV layout, comfortably accommodating 3 people, and was built robustly with heavy weaponry, complete with autonomous driving technology and a fully automated weapon control panel. Was this not the vehicle of her dreams? Detected the owner requires a fully automatic heavy weapon super battle vehicle. Do you confirm the exchange? Seeing Jiang Wuxin finally select something reasonable, Xiao Shuai silently breathed a sigh of relief, his tone considerably lighter. Can this color be customized? It's either black or gray, utterly hideous. Such an unattractive hue was unworthy of her gentle, kind, and lovely persona as a pure-hearted young lady. Xiao Shuai, Jiang Wuxin, just hold it in. Certainly. What color does the owner desire? Pink. Sister wants pink. Upon hearing her sister's choice of color, Xiao Tiando eagerly raised her small hand. Jiang Wuxin, noticing her excitement, readily nodded in agreement. It must be pink, the vibrant and striking hot pink. I shall use this pink battle vehicle to carve out a place for myself and shatter the stereotypes surrounding the color pink. Xiao Shuai, somewhat perplexed by the sister's obsession with pink, nevertheless complied to avoid reprimand and placed the order. A neon Barbie pink muscle battle vehicle materialized in the vacant lot on the west side of the villa, while the first floor of the villa kindly extended a canopy to shield the vehicle from the elements. Jiang Wuxin took her sister down to inspect its functions and was thoroughly satisfied. Xiao Shuai silently sighed in relief, grateful that this month's bonus was secure. On the fourth day of the zombie outbreak, the city descended into chaos, with countless zombies wandering the streets while the survivors remained holed up in their homes, afraid to even step outside. Fortunately, the government had been proactive, urgently constructing a refuge base and broadcasting announcements to the surviving populace, stating that next week they could seek shelter at the base, with rescue teams ready to escort everyone there. Although hope had emerged, many families had nearly exhausted their food supplies and feared they would not last until next week. At this juncture, the residents group of John's community became active once more. Dear families, does anyone still have food to spare? Could you share a little with us? We have nothing left, not even a grain of rice. By the time the rescue team arrives, we might perish from hunger. Numerous pleas for help flooded the group, yet no one dared to respond. After a lengthy silence, a previously quiet account suddenly posted a message. I recall that the Jiang family had stockpiled a considerable amount of food in their garage, likely sufficient to last several years. Why not distribute some of it among everyone? Suddenly confronted by Jiang Qishan, who appeared utterly bewildered, he was completely unaware of this matter. Without a moment's thought, he retorted, "How could I possibly know that my family possesses such an abundance? I suspect you are merely dreaming due to hunger. It was your daughter who procured it. We all witnessed it. A large truck made several trips, loaded entirely with food. I too observed it all. When I inquired with Jiang Wuxin, she claimed it was you who instructed her to make the purchases. How could you be oblivious to this? You are so benevolent to your daughter. She must have left you quite a bit of food. It seems you simply do not wish to share it." Many had seen Jiang Wuxin transporting items to the Jiang family's garage, and when this was brought up, memories flooded back, with everyone adamantly asserting that Jiang Qishan was unwilling to part with the provisions. The crowd's criticism grew increasingly harsh, while Jiang Qishan's occasional retorts were drowned out by the torrent of messages. "You selfish wretch. I warn you, a desperate rabbit may bite. Do not blame us if we resort to unsavory actions. Indeed, if we cannot obtain food, we may as well take the risk of raiding your home. It is better to perish in a struggle than to starve." The rhetoric grew more extreme, and Jiang Qishan genuinely feared that someone reckless might come to raid their home. He hurriedly secured the doors and windows, barricading them with various furniture, hoping it would suffice for the week ahead. Jiang Li was in tears, cursing Jiang Wuxin, blaming that wretched girl for their predicament. Chapter 42. A plea from a father. The agony of hunger is truly unbearable. Many had endured prolonged starvation during the recent cold wave, and just 2 days after the restrictions were lifted, a zombie outbreak erupted, leaving little time to stockpile supplies. Observing Jiang Qishan's inaction, some individuals brazenly approached his home, demanding provisions. If starvation leads to death, then succumbing to a zombie's bite is no different. Perhaps taking a gamble could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. A gaunt man, emaciated from hunger, deftly evaded the zombies and successfully arrived at the Jiang family's doorstep. He feared that making too much noise would attract the undead, so he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and gently knocked on the door. "Brother Jiang, I implore you, grant us a morsel of food. My child has gone several days without sustenance, and my wife can no longer produce milk due to her own starvation. Without provisions, our family faces certain doom." Jiang Qishan heard the knocking and recognized that it was a person, not a zombie. However, his own supplies were dwindling, and he could not afford to share what little remained. He pressed his face against the door and quietly responded, "I truly have no food left. You must leave at once." The man, hearing the footsteps recede, grew anxious and glanced around desperately, attempting to prolong Jiang Qishan's presence with his urgent knocking. "Please, I will offer you money. Save us. We are utterly out of options." He was not unaware that the money they had now was utterly worthless, yet he truly possessed nothing of value to barter for food. However, contrary to his hopes, the brief and urgent knocking did not persuade Jiang Qishan to stay, but instead attracted several zombies loitering downstairs. The man listened to the heavy footsteps approaching from not far away. He desperately wanted to flee. But what good would running back do? It would only mean starving to death together with his family. Placing all his hopes for survival on Jiang Qishan, separated from him by nothing more than a door, he no longer cared whether his knocking was too loud or if it would draw the zombies. With every ounce of strength left in him, he pounded on the Jiang family's door. "Please, I beg you, save us. I can go without food. Just save my child. Please." His heart-wrenching cries instantly gave direction to the aimlessly wandering zombies. Even those farther away began rushing toward the Jiang residence. HSSS. HSSS. The familiar, guttural growls grew closer, and the man's patience and hope for survival were utterly extinguished. Staring at the firmly shut door, he erupted into a maddened roar. Jiang Qishan, I will haunt you even in death. Let us descend into hell together. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qishan, who had been watching through the peephole, nearly died of fright as the man suddenly lunged forward. Those bloodshot eyes bore into him, as if seeking to tear him apart through the tiny lens. Trembling, he quickly snapped the peephole shut and leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Clamping his hands over his ears, he forced himself to ignore the agonized screams outside and the sickening sounds of the zombies feasting. Jiang Qiming wailed in terror, while Zhang Li, unable to soothe him, could only clamp a hand over his mouth to stifle his cries. After what felt like an eternity, silence finally returned outside. Jiang Qishan attempted to peer through the peephole again, but a glaring crimson smear completely obstructed his view. The zombies outside had torn the poor man apart, then lingered at the door, sniffing for a long while before being lured away by other noises downstairs. In recent days, more and more people had been fleeing toward the mountains. Yet, reckless drivers with mediocre skills kept colliding with others at breakneck speeds. Thus, those who died in the crashes turned into zombies, tearing into the injured who had yet to perish, before chasing down the unlucky souls who stumbled into their path. Before long, the highway at the foot of Jiang Wuxin's mountain had become as crowded as a marketplace, swarming with an ever-growing horde of the undead. Jiang Wuxin sighed deeply as she watched the zombies wandering aimlessly. She truly did not want to deal with them, yet she had no choice. If they made their way up the mountain and slaughtered her oblivious neighbors, her peaceful refuge would turn into a nightmare. After much internal struggle, she finally changed into a sleek black outfit, preparing to clean up these detestable creatures. Xiao Shuai, are you absolutely certain the pink battle tank is reliable? I'm about to take it out to crush some zombies. Protecting my master's safety is Xiao Shuai's foremost duty. You may proceed with complete confidence. She clapped her hands to summon the three little kittens, her expression serious as she addressed the trio of upright felines. Sister is stepping out for a while. You must protect little Sweet Pea and complete your task. When I return, I shall reward you with a can. Observing the instant excitement of the three tiny kittens, Jiang Wuxin wondered whether they truly comprehended her words or were simply stirred by the mention of the can. However, with the presence of the dashing Xiao Shuai, she felt assured that Dodo would be safe. Casually, she gathered her long black hair into a bun at the back of her head and donned her sunglasses before heading downstairs to start Little Pink. With a roar, Little Pink's powerful engine sprang to life, naturally capturing the attention of several residents in Unit 16. They gathered at the entrance to watch as the vibrant pink muscle car rolled out of Jiang Wuxin's yard. Is this person foolish? Driving such a conspicuous vehicle? They must be courting danger, Zhou Qi remarked, assuming Jiang Wuxin had chosen such a vivid color to draw their attention, her words lacking any kindness. Lu Xiong, also captivated by Little Pink, quickly tugged at Zhou Qi's sleeve, signaling her to temper her remarks. Wow, this car is absolutely stunning. Sister is so cool. I love it. Yang Xuelin admired Jiang Wuxin wholeheartedly, not hesitating to shower her with praise. As Jiang Wuxin, still mastering the controls of Little Pink, didn't drive too quickly, she naturally caught Yang Xuelin's compliments. Lowering the car window, she flashed a smile at her, only to hear Bai Jinyan interject nearby. The city is quite chaotic at the moment. Unless it's of utmost importance, it's best not to venture out. Zheng Xiaoqing, standing beside him, chimed in, indeed. If it's simply a matter of running out of food, we can share some with you. Jiang Wuxin observed the serious expressions of the two, recognizing their genuine concern for her, and flashed a mischievous grin. What if I insist on going out? Then I shall accompany you. I have experience dealing with zombies. Bai Jinyan replied unexpectedly, revealing a side of himself that contrasted with his usually indifferent demeanor. Jiang Wuxin recalled that it was he and his sturdy companion who had lured zombies away to rescue them on that fateful day, which left her with a favorable impression of him as she gestured for him to get in the car. Sister, may I join you as well? The starry-eyed little girl, whom Jiang Wuxin vaguely remembered, looked up with admiration. Jiang Wuxin chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. As the vehicle began to move, Jiang Wuxin gradually acclimated to Little Pink's various features, picking up speed. Remarkably, as they traversed hills and valleys, they felt no jolt. The ride as smooth as if they were driving on flat ground. Sister, where are we headed? Yang Xuelin, now in the car, was not afraid at all. On the contrary, her excitement made her chatter incessantly. Jiang Wuxin, with one hand on the steering wheel, pointed towards the area ahead, where dark smoke billowed, and asked, "Do you see those zombies? Let us soar forth." Chapter 43. Let us take flight. Yang Xuelin, brimming with curiosity, gazed around, transforming into a whirlwind of inquiries as she incessantly questioned Jiang Wuxin about various matters. Occasionally, she would utter a few witty remarks, eliciting hearty laughter from Jiang Wuxin. It had been quite some time since Jiang Wuxin had been regaled with such chatter. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and the atmosphere in the car felt less like a mission to confront zombies and more akin to a delightful spring outing. "By the way, Sister Xinxin, my name is Yang Xuelin, and you should know this one, Bai Jinyan, the superstar." Upon noticing Bai Jinyan, seated in the passenger seat, blushed slightly, she teased, "Oh my. Our perennial ice queen finally displays some emotion. How rare and delightful. Please, don't say such things." "I am not," Bai Jinyan retorted, a hint of annoyance evident in her tone. Jiang Wuxin cast a knowing glance at Bai Jinyan's flustered demeanor, finding amusement in the young woman's character. Ahead lay the scene of an accident. Jiang Wuxin witnessed the zombies circling the overturned vehicle, their hands grasping hungrily at the air, gripping the steering wheel tightly. She pressed the accelerator to the floor and charged towards them. Slow down." Yang Xuelin's startled scream pierced the air as the vehicle suddenly accelerated. However, upon realizing that their car, affectionately dubbed Little Pink, sustained no damage from the collision, she excitedly encouraged Jiang Wuxin. "Sister, there's one over there. Quick, send it flying." A zombie, its upper body nearly hollowed out, approached Little Pink with a ghastly groan, but before it could ascend, it was sent hurtling away. Its limbs scattered and its round head rolling far before coming to a stop. Jiang Wuxin slammed on the brakes and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a swift turn that propelled Little Pink back to the center of the accident, heading straight for the truck blocking the road. Though Little Pink surged forward with great speed, the weight of the truck was formidable. It only managed to push it a few meters before slowing down. In that moment, a relatively intact zombie, its tongue grotesquely dangling and a significant portion of its nose bitten off, clambered up onto Little Pink's windshield, its fist riddled with wounds, poised to strike down. This was Yang Xuelin's first encounter with a zombie at such a close range. Despite its relatively human appearance, it terrified her, prompting an involuntary scream. Jiang Wuxin, unfazed, turned to glance at the rearview mirror, pressed the accelerator, and reversed with all her might. Yet the inertia failed to dislodge the zombie. She clicked her tongue thoughtfully, recalibrated her angle, and executed a sharp turn, skillfully maneuvering Little Pink away from a boulder behind them. Not only did she shake off the zombie, but she also sent the truck plummeting off the cliff with the rear of her vehicle. "Wow, sister, you are so cool. I absolutely adore you." Yang Xuelin transformed into Jiang Wuxin's #1 fan, yet Jiang Wuxin found no offense in her exuberance, even responding with a playful glance. Bai Jinyan, however, could not comprehend the peculiar dynamics of the girl's interaction, feeling somewhat awkward as she cleared her throat. Jiang Wuxin then realized that there was another person in the passenger seat. She smiled and asked, "I apologize for forgetting about you. Are you all right?" "Aside from a bit of awkwardness, I'm perfectly fine," Bai Jinyan silently replied in his heart, though he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, responding with a slight smile. Well, you are quite impressive." After clearing the obstacles on the road, the group prepared to return. Yang Xuelin, gazing at the unfamiliar buildings on either side, curiously inquired, "Sister Xinxin, this doesn't seem to be the same route we took here, having not ventured out of the villa for a long time." Jiang Wuxin decided to explore a bit more and took a different path up the mountain. With the formidable Little Fun as her vehicle, she felt fearless. "If we can fight, we will. If not, we shall flee," she thought. Feigning mystery, Jiang Wuxin parked the car beside a gas station and turned to ask, "Would you like to experience the thrill of a zero-cost shopping spree?" The gas station's entrance was adorned with stacks of bottled water and various bulk snacks, seemingly untouched by anyone. As for the staff, they had likely turned into zombies or fled long ago. Yang Xuelin, eyeing the snack she hadn't indulged in for quite some time, swallowed hard, yearning to grab them all. However, the recent encounter with a zombie still loomed ominously in her mind. "Sister Xinxin, will you protect us? If a zombie suddenly appears, my little life will be at stake." Seeing the anticipation sparkling in Yang Xuelin's eyes, Jiang Wuxin felt as if she were looking at an exaggerated version of a sweet little being. Was this the fabled spirit of a foodie? Fear not, I will accompany you. Since I brought you out, I shall ensure your safety. You two stay in the car for a moment while I assess the situation. Only come out when it's safe. Finally, seizing an opportunity to showcase his masculinity, Bai Jinyan grabbed a baseball bat from beside him and opened the car door. Jiang Wuxin handed a bat to Yang Xuelin, saying, "Let us go down first. I'll signal you when it's time to follow." Yang Xuelin obediently accepted the bat, nodding with admiration as she watched Jiang Wuxin open the car door and stride out with her long legs. Jiang Wuxin approached Bai Jinyan, patting his shoulder and directing him to the right. "You check that side. I'll investigate this one." Without giving him a chance to respond, she proceeded unarmed towards the left, scanning the area. After a thorough inspection, she nodded at Bai Jinyan. Yang Xuelin, witnessing their exchange of signals, dashed out of the car. Jiang Wuxin walked to the tightly locked door, signaling for the others to step aside before kicking the lock open. "Wow, sister, you're so cool. Go ahead. Take whatever you want. There's plenty of space in the car for all our finds." Yang Xuelin's eyes sparkled as she beheld the shelves brimming with goods. Heaven knows how exhilarating it was for someone who had been too afraid to eat or drink daily to suddenly encounter such a bounty. She uttered not a single word, laughing heartily as she pushed the largest cart beside her into the shelves, indiscriminately clearing every aisle she passed. Even the toy section was not spared. Bai Jinyan remained relatively composed, steering his cart directly towards the food section, gathering instant noodles, ham sausages, and tea eggs, tossing them all into his cart. Though Jiang Wuxin held disdain for such convenience foods, she considered that they could serve as gifts, for it would be foolish to pass up a bargain. Thus, she too grabbed a cart and joined them. In no time, the modest supermarket had been thoroughly ransacked by the trio. They pushed their carts to the checkout counter, preparing to load their spoils. "Don't move." A deep male voice suddenly boomed in their ears. Jiang Wuxin raised her head, her smile vanishing as she fixed her gaze on the man pointing a gun at her. "Raise your hands, drop your items, and step back." Chapter 44, Re-encounter with Ji Chuan. Behind the man stood a number of individuals wielding clubs, a mix of men and women of all ages, resembling a family. Uncertain of the situation, Jiang Wuxin subtly shook her head at Yang Xuelin and Bai Jinyan, who stood a short distance away, and raised her hands, slowly retreating. "Brother, we merely passed through here and sought some food to satisfy our hunger. There is no need for firearms." She fixed her gaze on the angered man with the gun, deliberately softening her tone to ease his tension, subtly shifting her stance toward Yang Xuelin. "Less chatter. We spotted these items first. Now get out of here, or I want to hold back." The man noticed Jiang Wuxin and Yang Xuelin inching closer together, but assumed the two girls were merely seeking comfort in fear. Allowing Yang Xuelin to hide behind Jiang Wuxin. "Let us not make this difficult. We'll leave right away. I kindly ask you to show us some mercy." Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Wuxin caught sight of Bai Jinyan, who was not far from the man. Seizing the moment of distraction, she discreetly signaled to him, and he nodded in understanding. Bai Jinyan. As the man pushed Jiang Wuxin and Yang Xuelin towards the supermarket's edge, he turned to aim his gun at Bai Jinyan. In an instant, Jiang Wuxin shouted, diverting the man's attention. Bai Jinyan executed a swift kick, sending the gun flying from the man's hand. "Damn!" The man barely escaped injury, but, ignoring the pain, he cursed and lunged at Bai Jinyan. Jiang Wuxin, with a flying leap, kicked the man at the back of his knee, rolling to seize his gun and rising to aim it at the man now kneeling on the ground. The tide of the situation shifted dramatically. "Not bad for a little girl. You display both bravery and cunning, qualities I admire. Why not join us?" The man faced the dark muzzle of the gun, showing no sign of panic, instead revealing a peculiar smile as he looked at Jiang Wuxin, who held the weapon trained on him. He slowly rose, brushing the dust from his garments, and stepped closer to Jiang Wuxin. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Jiang Wuxin cautiously retreated, her gun hand removing the magazine only to discover it was devoid of bullets. "Little girl, lower the gun. It's completely unloaded." The man chuckled mockingly at Jiang Wuxin's actions, reaching for his own pistol. Yet, before he could approach, a sudden chill brushed against his temple. "You may lack ammunition, but I possess it," Jiang Wuxin said, a subtle smirk gracing her lips as she drew a weapon concealed at her lower back, pressing it against the man's head while disarming him. The man's smile froze momentarily, but he quickly attempted to seize Jiang Wuxin's gun. After all, he had exerted considerable effort to acquire his own. How could this young girl possibly have a firearm? Surely, it was merely a replica for bravado. Bang! Jiang Wuxin, noticing the man's movement, swiftly redirected her aim and fired, eliminating a zombie that was approaching from outside. Before once again aiming at the man. What? Do you doubt me? At this moment, fear gripped the man, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed. Beside him, Bai Jinyan hastily procured a rope to bind the man securely. Jiang Wuxin tucked both guns behind her waist, instructing everyone following the man to crouch down. It was in this swift motion that she caught sight of an extraordinarily familiar face at the rear of the crowd. It was Ji Chuan. In their previous life, Ji Chuan had sacrificed himself to save her, leaping from the city wall to feed the zombies. How could Jiang Wuxin not feel exhilarated upon their reunion? Yet, she mustn't display her emotions too overtly. After all, this Ji Chuan did not yet recognize her. Thus, she suppressed her excitement, allowing Bai Jinyan and Yang Shuling to continue moving supplies while she approached him slowly. Are you willing to come with me? Jiang Wuxin endeavored to temper her excitement, yet her voice betrayed a subtle tremor. Ji Chuan, crouching at her feet, abruptly lifted his head upon hearing her words, surprise flickering across his face before blossoming into a radiant smile. Meeting Jiang Wuxin's gaze, he replied, I would be delighted. Though he could not fathom why Jiang Wuxin had chosen him, the moment he locked eyes with her, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over him, prompting him to rise without hesitation and follow her. Miss, since you're taking Ji Chuan, could you spare us? A man at the front of the group, having overheard Jiang Wuxin's intention, quickly raised his head to negotiate. Who are you? What is your connection to Ji Chuan? Jiang Wuxin looked down at the man, a hint of urgency flashing across his face as he stood up defiantly. Ji Chuan is my son. Of course, he is related to me. If you wish to take Ji Chuan, you must let us go. Hearing these words, Jiang Wuxin finally recalled the identity of the man before her. A slight smirk curled upon her lips as she crossed her arms, regarding the man with a cold gaze. You have lost your son to me. Yet your immediate concern is not whether he will be in danger with me, but rather that I must let you go simply because I have taken him? Observing the subtle change in the man's expression, she emphasized the word must, raising her hand to pat his face. What a splendid father you are. A young woman kneeling beside him cast a fearful glance at Jiang Wuxin's intimidating demeanor, cautiously tugging at the man's pant leg and whispering a gentle admonition. Father, perhaps you should say less. Do not touch me. The man, having witnessed Jiang Wuxin's prowess, dared not express his anger directly towards her. Instead, he unleashed his fury upon the woman behind him. He turned sharply, glaring at her before forcefully kicking her to the ground. If you utter another word, you can join this wretched creature in leaving. Upon hearing the man's words, Jiang Wuxin finally matched the current scene with her memories from a past life. This arrogant man was undoubtedly Ji Ting, the foster father mentioned by Ji Chuan, a vile man who had lost his hair at a young age. The timid young woman beside him was likely his biological daughter, Ji Shui. The boy cowering behind Ji Ting appeared to be around 12 or 13. He must be Ji Ting's biological son, Ji Yuanyou. After Ji Ting's wife bore Ji Shui, she had several more pregnancies, all of which resulted in girls and were subsequently terminated. Ji Ting's obsession with male offspring bordered on pathological, leading him to adopt Ji Chuan from an orphanage after several failed attempts. When Ji Chuan first arrived at the Ji household, he was quite favored. But no one anticipated that soon after, Ji Ting's wife would become pregnant again, and this time, it was a boy. She sacrificed her life to give birth to this child, and Ji Chuan became a burden, enduring abuse alongside his sister Ji Shui. What are you planning to do? Ji Ting, seeing Jiang Wuxin silent, yet fixated on Ji Yuanyou, pulled his stunned son protectively behind him, his face etched with wariness. Jiang Wuxin remained silent, observing Ji Ting, who was rolling up his sleeves as if preparing to strike. With a dismissive snort, she suddenly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground. Ji Ting was taken aback by the audacity of the girl before him and even more astonished by her strength. He wiped the blood from his mouth and struggled to rise, swinging his hand towards Jiang Wuxin's face. Smack! Jiang Wuxin was prepared to counter, but unexpectedly, Ji Chuan dashed forward and shielded her, taking the blow himself. His frail body, weakened by malnutrition, wobbled dangerously close to collapsing. Seriously, brother, what are you trying to prove? Do I look so foolish as to stand before him waiting for a slap? Jiang Wuxin felt a mix of exasperation and incredulity, had she not reacted swiftly. Ji Chuan, this big fool, would have received slaps to both his face and the back of his head. Though the complaints were plentiful, Jiang Wuxin felt a flicker of emotion as she gazed upon Ji Chuan, who stood before her much like he did in her previous life. Yet, the Ji Chuan of this moment bore a stark contrast to the one she had encountered before. His disposition had altered considerably. "You treacherous wretch! Your father has been struck down by this vile woman, and you still stand in her defense." Ji Ting, exasperated by his ineffectual adoptive son, was driven to madness. It was one thing to shield the worthless Ji Shui at home, but to openly assist a stranger in his presence was an affront. "I should have cast you out to the streets to starve, you ungrateful scoundrel." Ji Ting's curses grew increasingly vile, and Jiang Wuxin could scarcely endure the onslaught. Ji Chuan remained unfazed, standing there with an air of indifference, not uttering a word in response. Jiang Wuxin rubbed her temples, nearly overwhelmed by Ji Ting's cacophonous tirade, and stretched her neck before advancing. With a swift kick, she sent the still ranting Ji Ting sprawling to the ground, drawing her gun to press against his head. Should I end his life? Ji Ting was rendered speechless with fear, while Ji Yanrong sobbed heart-wrenchingly. Yet it was Ji Shui who had remained silent, who knelt before Jiang Wuxin, pleading for her father's life. "Please, do not kill my father. Take Ji Chuan and leave, I beg you." Ji Shui understood that Ji Chuan would fare better with Jiang Wuxin than with them, as he would at least be free from the threat of violence. Suddenly, Ji Chuan, who had been silently observing, reached out to lower Jiang Wuxin's gun, shaking his head. "Let it be, we should depart." Jiang Wuxin initially believed he had softened, but then Ji Chuan flashed a smile identical to that of their previous life, mischievously leaning against her arm. Such a scoundrel would not endure for long. He had sullied the hands of a beautiful sister. Damn, the memories of the past began to assail her. Jiang Wuxin grit her teeth, glaring at the grinning Ji Chuan, stepping back slightly as a shiver ran down her spine, shaking off the goosebumps that had risen on her skin. Indeed, one's nature is difficult to change. Ji Chuan remained just as he had been when she first met him. Meanwhile, Bai Jinyan and Yang Shulin, who had nearly emptied the supermarket, returned to summon Jiang Wuxin. Utterly unaware of the recent events, they regarded her with a perplexed expression, as if she had just swallowed a fly, and inquired about what had transpired. "It's nothing. Let us go." Upon hearing her words, Ji Chuan dropped his previously infuriating demeanor and followed Jiang Wuxin. Suddenly recalling something, she turned around and nearly collided with Ji Chuan. Observing his foolishly innocent face, she stepped aside, glancing toward Ji Shui who trailed behind them. "Would you care to join us?" Jiang Wuxin remembered Ji Chuan had once mentioned that Ji Shui was the only one in the Ji family who treated him kindly, and since entering the base, he had consistently spoken of her. Thus, she inquired if Ji Shui wished to leave with them. "Thank you, but I must decline." Ji Shui never anticipated Jiang Wuxin would pose such a question to her. She was acutely aware that departing with them would undoubtedly offer greater safety than her current predicament. Yet abandoning her father and younger brother was simply unconscionable. Thus, without hesitation, she declined Jiang Wuxin's generous offer. Jiang Wuxin shrugged slightly, conveying silent respect for her decision. Ji Shui responded with a gentle, understanding smile before turning to Ji Chuan. She reached out, tenderly caressing his cheek, just as Ji Ting had done when he first brought the boy home to the Ji family. "Xiao Chuan, listen to this, sister. Take good care of yourself and live well. Do you understand?" Ji Chuan lifted his head slightly, though he couldn't quite meet his sister's gaze. Still, he managed a faint smile. "You too, sister. If fate allows, we'll meet again." With that, Ji Chuan turned away, slouching lazily against the passenger side window. Then, in an exaggeratedly saccharine tone, he addressed Bai Jinyan with theatrical sweetness. "Brother, could I possibly sit beside my sister? The back seat makes me feel so unsafe. I'd be terribly frightened." Yang Shuilin finally understood why Jiang Wuxin had worn that disgusted expression earlier. This man was clearly not right in the head. Jiang Wuxin, who had just pulled open the car door, froze mid-motion upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, suppressing the violent urge to kick him. She jabbed a furious finger in his direction and snarled, "Get your ass in the back seat right now, or I swear I'll boot you there myself." Bai Jinyan had initially intended to humor Ji Chuan and switch seats to avoid further delay, but at Jiang Wuxin's outburst, he calmly shut the door he just opened and resumed his original position without so much as a glance. Defeated, Ji Chuan shrugged and obediently retreated to the back. "Sister is so fierce you've scared poor little me, but I like that about you. So cool, so domineering. If you don't shut the hell up right now, I'll end you." Every whiny sister that dripped from Ji Chuan's lips made Jiang Wuxin's skin crawl as if infested with insects. She slammed the accelerator to the floor, sending the car hurtling toward home. Perhaps her threat had its intended effect. Ji Chuan remained silent for the rest of the ride. An eerie quiet settled over the vehicle, broken only by the roar of the engine as Jiang Wuxin pushed it to its limits. Screech! Jiang Wuxin stomped on the brakes, bringing the pink car to a precise halt before Villa number 14. Wait here. Don't move until I call for you. After issuing the command to her 3 passengers, she drew her pistol and stepped out. The villa had long been overrun by the undead, perhaps its former residents, though their origins mattered little to Jiang Wuxin. If they were zombies, they died. That was all. With a powerful kick, she shattered the courtyard gate. 2 figures lunged at her with frenzied hunger, one grotesquely swollen with pregnancy. Bang! Bang! 2 precise shots obliterated their skulls. As Jiang Wuxin turned to summon the others, Yang Xuelin, who had been pressed against the car window, suddenly noticed something horrifying. The pregnant zombie's distended abdomen was still undulating unnaturally behind Jiang Wuxin's back. Without thinking, she snatched up a baseball bat and charged out of the car. Jiang Wuxin naturally sensed the unusual presence behind her and turned to fire 2 shots at the zombie's abdomen. To her astonishment, Yang Xuelin dashed down to protect her. The abdomen, struck twice, did not fall silent. Instead, it writhed as if something were about to burst forth. Yang Xuelin was equally taken aback by the zombie's tenacity. Her legs trembling slightly as she fixated on the heaving belly, her baseball bat still raised and poised for action. Go ahead and get in the car. I'll handle this, Jiang Wuxin said as she stepped forward, patting Yang Xuelin on the shoulder. Grabbing the bat from her hands, she swung it forcefully against the zombie's belly until it lay in ruins, motionless at last. This mother had transformed into a zombie, and her child within could not escape the fate of becoming a corpse infant. In her previous life, Jiang Wuxin had encountered such stillborn zombies, known to gnaw their way out of their mothers to attack humans. These corpse infants possessed an exceptionally resilient vitality, moving faster and reacting more swiftly than ordinary zombies. Their terrifying appearance accentuated by rows of sharp teeth capable of inflicting severe damage. After wiping her hands with the wet wipes Yang Xuelin offered, Jiang Wuxin beckoned by Jin Yin and Ji Chuan to move the 2 zombies to an open area to incinerate them. She opened the door to the villa, finding the basic infrastructure relatively intact. Although the furniture had been ravaged by the 2 zombies, it could still be tidied up enough for habitation. Ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor, she noted that it was in much better condition than below, with minimal signs of destruction. The beds and cabinets remained largely unharmed. Ji Chuan, you can tidy up and stay here for now, Jiang Wuxin said, feeling satisfied with the place. After descending the stairs, she added, you'll accompany me back to record your fingerprint, which will facilitate access to find me at 16. Ji Chuan nodded in agreement, saying little as he climbed into the car, and the group returned to 16. Jiang Wuxin guided Ji Chuan to the control panel at the entrance to record his fingerprint and also initiated a facial recognition scan. Suddenly, she heard the voice of Xiao Shuai in her ear. New member Ji Chuan detected. Initial affinity score, 50 points. Personality attribute, scheming. Is it merely 50 points? That's not even passing. Jiang Wuxin refrained from directly questioning Xiao Shuai in front of everyone. Yet Xiao Shuai seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts and replied earnestly, Mistress, his affinity scores with others are in single digits, with some even in the negatives. 50 points is already quite commendable. Having grown up in an orphanage, Ji Chuan had always been wary of his surroundings and the people within them, lacking a sense of security. Although he had gradually lowered his guard under the care of the Ji family, the arrival of Ji Yuanyong had caused him to revert to his former self, becoming increasingly distrustful, akin to a hedgehog ready to prick at any moment. Jiang Wuxin was not oblivious to his temperament, yet she had not anticipated the severity of his character flaws. Sister Xinxin, may I also join your team? Yang Xuelin gazed at Ji Chuan as he entered his fingerprint. Filled with envy, after much hesitation, she stammered her request, scarcely daring to meet Jiang Wuxin's gaze for fear of hearing a refusal. If you are willing, I wholeheartedly welcome you, Jiang Wuxin replied, quite fond of the chatty Yang Xuelin. Her inclusion would surely alleviate the monotony of her future days. Really? I can truly live with you? Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's words, Yang Xuelin was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, tightly grasping Jiang Wuxin's arm and shaking it vigorously. Welcome to the new member. Please follow the system prompts to register your fingerprint. Thank you for your cooperation, the control panel on the fence announced at an opportune moment. Yang Xuelin composed herself and methodically completed the identity verification, entering her fingerprint as instructed. New member Yang Xuelin detected. Initial affinity, 150 points. Before Xiao Shuai could finish his sentence, Zhang Wuxin interrupted. 150? Did you not say the maximum initial affinity is only 100? Why is hers so high? Master, Yang Xuelin possesses the characteristics of an admirer, naturally endowed with goodwill towards you. Thus her initial score exceeds the usual limit, the system explained. Fine, I reluctantly accept this whimsical explanation. After all, more points are beneficial, regardless of how they were accrued. You and Ji Chuan reside in room 14. I will ensure your safety. Zhang Wuxin activated the display screen at the entrance, opening the previously established point system, addressing the exhilarated Ji Chuan and Yang Xuelin. I can guarantee your protection from zombies within my base, but you will need to work for me and submit a monthly contribution. This was the point exchange rule I devised earlier. Soon, I will install a display screen in room 14 so you can view the complete version. Ji Chuan and Yang Xuelin's reactions mirrored those of the Li family, expressing joy and repeatedly thanking Zhang Wuxin. Noticing Bai Jinyan standing silently beside her, Zhang Wuxin proactively inquired if he wished to join her base as well. Bai Jinyan nodded and, following the system S prompts, registered his personal information, also being assigned to room 14. New member Bai Jinyan detected. Initial affinity, 90 points. Personality trait, intelligent. Members with an intelligent trait typically have a base affinity of only 70 points, so it seems Bai Jinyan holds a significant regard for you, Master. The system noted. Zhang Wuxin was surprised by the diversity of personality classifications within the system. However, Bai Jinyan indeed appeared to be an astute individual, quiet and obedient, making him a commendable addition to the team. Having settled matters with Ji Chuan and Yang Xuelin, Bai Jinyan left room 16 with them. Ji Chuan returned to room 14 first, while Yang Xuelin and Bai Jinyan headed back to room 16 to gather their belongings. Xiao Shuai. This time I have recruited 3 individuals at once. Isn't that impressive? This reward made Zhang Wuxin hurry inside to drink a couple of sips of water. Then she brought a stool over, settling herself atop it to converse with Xiao Shuai. Upon hearing Zhang Wuxin's words, Xiao Shuai immediately understood that she was not being entirely forthright, so he chose to overlook the last 3 words and began to shower her with compliments. Master is truly remarkable. Xiao Shuai feels immense pride in having such a master. I hope the master continues to strive and recruit more members to strengthen our base. Stop pretending to be clueless. I demand the reward. The reward. The master has already exchanged for an automatic heavy weapon super tank. But Xiao Shuai is unsure what the master refers to as a reward. All right, I ask for nothing more than some electrified fencing to enclose Area 14. The master may use 100 points for the exchange. Xiao Shuai, you have traded the exorbitant super tank, and you hesitate to spend 100 points? Let it be. Zhang Wuxin, upon hearing Xiao Shuai's words, sprawled over the stool, giving up entirely. Well, I have no money. If you want to provide the guardrails, so be it. There are plenty of others. If these unfortunate souls get devoured, I can always replace them. Besides, the goodwill points for the reward have already been credited, so I am not at a loss. Xiao Shuai was utterly astonished, remaining silent for a long moment before reluctantly speaking again. The system will dispatch a construction vehicle tonight at midnight to install the electrified fencing in the area of Villa 14 to ensure the safety of its members. The duration of installation will be 2 hours. Please confirm to submit the application, and the system will commence work promptly. All right, thank you, Xiao Shuai. Remember to set up the surveillance as well. I'll be off now, love you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuxin instantly sat up and dashed outside to find Bai Jinyan and Yang Xuelin. Zhang Wuxin, you think you can compete with me? Bring it on. Xiao Shuai. Chapter 47. As long as it can intimidate. Haven T, you already latched onto that woman across the street. Do you still care for these meager supplies? These resources were acquired together. We are merely taking what belongs to us. On what grounds do you refuse me? I refuse you. Do you think the Zhou family's villa is a place one can come and go as they please? Consider these items your lodging fees for the days you've stayed. Just after Zhang Wuxin finished her verbal sparring with Xiao Shuai, she heard a cacophony of arguments emanating from the open gates of Villa 16 across the street. The shrill, domineering voice unmistakably belonged to that troublesome Zhou Qi, who was causing a ruckus. She strolled leisurely across the street, leaning against the doorframe, observing the heated exchange among the agitated individuals. Yang Xuelin's eyes were red, on the verge of tears from frustration. How could this child, normally so chatty, be reduced to tears so quickly during an argument? I don't care. Since you have stayed at our home for so long, you must leave these items behind. This is called equivalent exchange. Clapping her hands, Jiang Wuxin could no longer bear to listen, startling the quarrelsome group with her sudden applause. TSK. What a notion of equivalent exchange. However, I find myself in agreement with this sentiment. After all, one must receive recompense for their efforts. Upon noticing Jiang Wuxin's approach, Yang Xuelin felt a surge of confidence, yet was momentarily uncertain whether she had truly come to assist her. Sister Xinxin, I have not demanded the return of all the supplies we previously retrieved. I merely wish to claim what rightfully belongs to us. Is that so wrong? I did not assert that you were in the wrong, Jiang Wuxin replied, nodding thoughtfully as she turned her gaze to Bai Jinyan, who had been standing silently by. What are your thoughts on this matter? I do not wish to quarrel with them. Perhaps it would be best to let it go, Bai Jinyan remarked. Still not having fully adjusted from his former life of privilege, reluctant to engage in a heated argument over such trivial possessions. His only desire was to maintain peace. You, young man, seem to harbor questionable notions, Jiang Wuxin observed disapprovingly, shaking her head. Adopting a matronly demeanor, she turned to Zhou Qi. I believe this young lady's concept of equivalent exchange is quite sound. Yet, I wonder, what is the value of your life? Her previously calm countenance suddenly hardened as she retrieved a pistol from her lower back, casually toying with it. You assert that the supplies Yang Xuelin and her companions acquired were their compensation for residing in your home. I concur with your assessment. And thus I shall unilaterally allocate these supplies to you. However, Jiang Wuxin interjected, pulling Yang Xuelin, who appeared anxious to speak, back, if my memory serves me correctly. It was Bai Jinyan and this young man who attracted the zombies during your previous encounter, and it was Yang Xuelin who sought my assistance to vanquish them. How shall we equate this exchange? Zhou Qi was taken aback by Jiang Wuxin's reference to this incident, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. She shot a glance at the standing Lu Xiang, seeking his support. Yet, upon seeing the fear in his eyes at the sight of Jiang Wuxin's weapon, he averted his gaze elsewhere, too intimidated to speak. Zhou Qi inwardly cursed Lu Xiang's entire lineage but forced herself to confront Jiang Wuxin, although her words lacked conviction. If they had not acted, we all would have perished at the hands of the zombies. This account should not be settled in such a manner. Since you deem this calculation unjust, let us proceed according to my method, Jiang Wuxin replied, amused by her flimsy reasoning. She raised her pistol, aiming it squarely at Zhou Qi, and presented two options. You owe your survival to my slaying of the zombies. Thus, your life is a gift from me. Based on your principle of equivalent exchange, I shall reclaim this life, and I trust you will have no objections. Of course, I am not entirely heartless. If you were to distribute the supplies you previously retrieved among them, we could consider this matter resolved, and I shall spare your wretched life, thus saving myself a bullet. Zhou Qi was utterly unprepared for Jiang Wuxin's seriousness. With the ominous muzzle of the gun aimed at her temple, her mind went blank, and her legs buckled beneath her, nearly causing her to collapse. Had it not been for a chair conveniently positioned nearby, she might have lost consciousness. In her state of extreme panic, she dared not voice any dissent, instinctively opting for the most advantageous solution for herself. Take everything, just take it all. She was terrified of them. True to her nature, even with a gun pressed to her head, she attempted to maintain a facade of bravado, uttering defiant words in a tone that betrayed her fear. Jiang Wuxin silently commended her with a thumbs up, directing Yang Xuelin, who finally wore a smile, to gather their belongings. However, unlike Zhou Qi, Yang Xuelin and Bai Jinyan did not push matters to extremes. They merely took the supplies they had found. The three of them ceased any further conversation and departed with their loot. Unbeknownst to all present, save for Jiang Wuxin herself, was the fact that her handgun was devoid of bullets. She had exhausted the 7 rounds given by Xiao Shui long ago. Yet, this detail was inconsequential, for the mere act of intimidation sufficed. After Jiang Wuxin's departure, Zhou Qi, filled with indignation, unleashed her fury upon Lu Xiang, who had feigned ignorance. Are you even a man? Your girlfriend is being threatened at gunpoint, and you don't dare utter a word. Lu Xiang, a man sensitive to his pride, felt humiliated, especially with Zheng Xiaoqing watching. Anger flared within him. You were in the wrong. They were merely reclaiming what they found. Fine, you maintain your moral high ground, leaving me as the sole villain. Now that the supplies are gone, go find them yourself. If you can't, then don't expect to stay in my home. Zhou Qi felt utterly wronged as her boyfriend sided with that insufferable Jiang Wuxin. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she defiantly shouted at Lu Xiang. I must have been blind to have chosen a worthless man like you. I want to break up. As their argument escalated, Zhang Xiaoqing, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, halting the quarrel. With Bai Jinyan and Yang Xuelin gone, it's imperative that the three of us unite. If we don't, we might starve before the zombies even arrive. In fact, aligning ourselves with Jiang Wuxin may be our wisest option. What do you think, Lu Xiang? You can go. I refuse to serve that arrogant woman. Zhou Qi immediately rejected Zhang Xiaoqing's suggestion, casting a fierce glare at Lu Xiang, who hovered nearby, hesitating to speak. If you dare agree, you can pack your things and leave my home right now. Though Lu Xiang was tempted by Zhang Xiaoqing's proposal, he harbored doubts about whether Jiang Wuxin would accept them. If she rejected them while he simultaneously offended Zhou Qi, he would be courting disaster. Thus, as was his habit, he retreated into silence, opting to remain a turtle in its shell. Upon witnessing Lu Xiang's demeanor, Zhang Xiaoqing felt it was inappropriate to utter further words. He let out a deep sigh and shook his head, retreating to his own room. After all, Zhou Qi had been instrumental in his escape from the city's zombie onslaught. He could not simply abandon them in pursuit of Jiang Wuxin. Chapter 48. The Efficacy of Despair. Jiang Wuxin and Yang Xuelin, having transported their supplies to number 14, returned to their courtyard with Ji Chuan, who had nearly finished tidying the villa. Previously, the group had only glanced at Jiang Wuxin's courtyard from the outside, but upon entering, they were utterly captivated by the scene within. A fully automated farmhouse, a greenhouse brimming with vibrant flowers, and a residence encased in impenetrable glass. Each element was the stuff of dreams in this era. Wow, Sister Xinxin, your house is absolutely magnificent. Yang Xuelin, who already idolized Jiang Wuxin, felt an overwhelming sense of envy and admiration upon witnessing the extraordinary courtyard. Although Jiang Wuxin was not particularly vain, the reaction of her friends filled her with pride and uplifted her spirits. Sister, are these older brothers and sisters our new friends? Little Sweet Bean, having not seen her sister since waking up that morning, felt a twinge of disappointment despite being informed by Xiao Shuai of her sister's whereabouts. She had intended to confront her sister about her perceived abandonment, but upon seeing her, that thought slipped to the back of her mind. Sister, I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you so much. Little Sweet Bean was oblivious to the presence of others, indulging in her affectionate display towards her sister. Sister Xinxin, is this your sister? She is so beautiful and adorable. Yang Xuelin, unable to restrain her delight at the sight of the chubby little Sweet Bean, knelt down carefully to match her height, extending a hand gently. Hello, Bean Bean. My name is Yang Xuelin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Though little Sweet Bean exhibited some social anxiety, she felt shy in the presence of a stranger. She timidly retreated behind her sister, peeking out from Jiang Wuxin's side to examine Yang Xuelin closely before softly replying, Hello, sister. I am also very happy to meet you. With her soft, endearing voice and charming appearance, it was impossible for anyone to resist exclaiming, So adorable, I want one. Jiang Wuxin had not anticipated that little Sweet Bean, who had always openly expressed her affection and longing, would become bashful in the presence of strangers. She smiled and gently pulled her sister to the forefront, introducing her to the others. This Sister Bean Bean already knows, and this big brother is Bai Jinyan, a famous star. And this brother is Ji Chuan. They are both friends of mine who will be living next door at number 14. While little Sweet Bean had displayed slight social awkwardness with Yang Xuelin, she clearly became shy upon looking at Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Indeed, regardless of age, young girls inevitably blush upon encountering an attractive member of the opposite sex. Dodo, where have the kittens gone? Could you bring them over for everyone to meet? Jiang Wuxin, observing her sister's flushed cheeks, promptly came to her aid. However, before she could finish her sentence, 3 little kittens scampered over, with the lead kitten accidentally colliding with the rear of the little black one due to a lack of timely braking, causing the two to tumble in a heap. Yang Xuelin had always cherished kittens since childhood, yet due to various circumstances, she had never been able to raise one. Now, with 3 plump, round kittens before her, she instantly erupted in joyful exclamations. Sister Xinxin, I adore your home. It even has kittens. She gently scooped up the nearest kitten, affectionately named Dada, burying her face in its tiny belly to inhale the delightful scent of baby cats. Dada offered no resistance, allowing her to caress him freely. Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan also crouched down to play with the three kittens, but Jiang Wuxi noticed that Bai Jinyan appeared somewhat downcast. "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" she inquired. "No, it's just that I used to have a calico cat as well, but it's probably passed away by now," he replied. This statement effectively silenced the group. In their current situation, even contacting family seemed impossible, let alone pets. Little Tiendo, unaware of why the conversation had suddenly ceased, picked up the most intricately colored kitten, Dada, and placed it in Bai Jinyan's arms. "Brother, don't be sad. Let Dada play with you. Although it doesn't have 3 colors, it's still very adorable." Observing Tiendo comforting him in her own way, Bai Jinyan recognized that he had momentarily lost his composure. Suppressing his sorrow and gently stroking Tiendo's head. "All right, brother is no longer sad." The melancholic atmosphere was thus successfully dispelled by little Tiendo. Jiang Wuxin introduced them to the Li family members and outlined the plans for the evening. "Tonight, I will install protective fencing around Area 14. However, due to limited materials, there won't be a barrier between 14 and 15. We will share a single entrance leading to 16. Is that acceptable?" There were no objections, and several individuals departed from Area 16 to return home. "Xiaoshui, are you there? I wish to discuss something with you." Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's teasing tone, Xiaoshui sensed that she likely sought to trouble him, yet he dared not claim he was unavailable and could only respond with reluctance. "Xiaoshui has always been present. What instructions do you have, master?" "Oh, don't be so formal. It's not really an instruction. I just want to discuss a matter with you." Upon detecting Xiaoshui's tone, Jiang Wuxin felt he must have sensed something amiss, but she was not about to relent in her teasing. "I've exhausted the ammunition from my last supply. Could you procure an infinite magazine for me?" "Absolutely not. That is utterly impossible. You might as well kill me." Xiaoshui internally raged for a moment before forcing himself to compose his emotions, responding in a very formal manner. "I apologize, but Xiaoshui does not comprehend the master's request. Please try again later." Jiang Wuxin understood that this was a rejection, yet after several prior encounters, the elements within the system were akin to water trapped in a sponge. With enough pressure, something would inevitably emerge. Sighing, she resigned herself to the situation, acknowledging that she couldn't afford any ammunition. Instead, she decided to wield this empty shell to intimidate the zombies, at most succumbing to being devoured. Jiang Wuxin animatedly performed an imaginary act. But upon noticing Xiaoshui's lack of reaction, she touched the dry corners of her eyes and continued, "I know you are not fond of me as your master. Thus, once I transform into a zombie, feel free to seek a new and superior master. I would hate to worry about you." Xiaoshui replied, "Do you think I believe that? Master, you need not express it in such a manner. You may speak plainly." Seeing Xiaoshui finally respond, Jiang Wuxin promptly concealed her vexing expression. "I simply desire infinite magazines. Just grant me that." Upon witnessing Xiaoshui's renewed silence, she sniffled and began to whine. "Oh, just bite me to death already. After all, 300 points can be exchanged for infinite magazines. Do you confirm the exchange, master?" Xiaoshui, nearly exasperated by Jiang Wuxin's lamentations, reluctantly acquiesced to her demand. Jiang Wuxin, having gained the advantage, wasted no time clicking confirm and promptly turned her attention elsewhere without uttering another word to Xiaoshui. "Xiaoshui, fine, you maintain your pride. Not even offering a word of thanks." Jiang Wuxin, yea, only Xiaoshui suffers in this world achieved. Chapter 49. Escape to the rescue point as dusk settled. Little Sweet Bean clamored about her hunger. Jiang Wuxin retrieved ribs and abalone scallops from her space, preparing dinner. Just as she brought the freshly cooked meal to the terrace, she observed the lights along the streets of the city below extinguishing one by one. The urban area had plunged into complete darkness. With the streetlights gone, drawing the zombies' attention was no longer possible, rendering those hiding within the residential buildings even more perilous. Indeed, this was the case. Jiang Qishan was startled by the sudden blackout of the streetlights, while Jiang Li and Jiang Qiming recoiled into Jiang Qishan's embrace, frightened by the piercing screams and the growls of zombies that suddenly escalated from outside. "Honey, are we finished?" Having barely adjusted to the darkness within their home, they were unprepared for the loss of any external light sources, plunging their surroundings into an abyss where one could not see one's own hand. Perhaps it was in times of adversity that true feelings emerged. Jiang Qishan felt a sense of gratitude for having his wife and son by his side. Otherwise, had he been alone in the oppressive darkness, he might have succumbed to madness long ago. He tightened his embrace around Jiang Li without uttering a word. Buzz, buzz. After a prolonged silence, the phone suddenly vibrated twice. Jiang Qishan, as if jolted awake, hastily fished out his phone, gripping the sole source of light in the darkness with both hands. Upon reading the official notification on the screen, he meticulously examined each word several times. A widespread power outage was imminent, and once the backup power of the communication signal stations was depleted, communication devices would become inoperative. Surviving citizens are requested to gather at the outskirts of the city along National Road 780 at 10 a.m. tomorrow to await the rescue team. Hope has arrived. In their desperation to not miss the official announcements, they have refrained from using their phones, fearing that a lack of battery would lead to missing the opportunity for rescue. To their astonishment, they have indeed received the call for help. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiang Qishan embraced Jiang Li and Jiang Qiming, weeping uncontrollably while repeatedly exclaiming, "We are saved. We are saved." After a prolonged moment of shared sorrow, the trio eventually collected themselves, hastily gathering their belongings in preparation for their departure to the assembly point in the morning. As dawn broke the next day, Jiang Qishan's family readied themselves to leave their home. Having spent the previous night listening intently at the door, he meticulously rehearsed their escape route, ultimately devising a seemingly flawless plan based on the varying intensity of the zombies' howls. Despite the glimmer of hope that salvation was imminent, Jiang Li remained apprehensive, crouching behind Jiang Qishan and gripping her son's hand tightly. "Once that zombie outside leaves, we'll make our run," Jiang Qishan declared, peering through the peephole to assess the situation. Before Jiang Li could respond, he suddenly shouted, "Run," and flung the door open. They had barricaded the safety passage with a small sofa by the entrance and quickly dashed to the elevator, frantically pressing the down button. The complex was equipped with a small independent power station for the elevator, and fortunately, it was still operational due to the lack of recent usage. As the elevator doors creaked open, revealing only the stark, glaring blood within, Jiang Qishan sighed in relief. However, just as they stepped inside and the doors had yet to close, two muscular zombies burst through the safety passage, charging toward them with a terrifying roar. Their hearts nearly leapt from their chests, but Jiang Qishan silently prayed for the elevator doors to close swiftly, desperately mashing the close button. In a stroke of fortune, the doors finally sealed just in time, and the elevator began its descent to the underground level. The chilling sounds of intermittent screams and growls echoed from each floor, freezing them in fear, yet their primal instinct for survival propelled them onward without a moment's hesitation. The elevator swiftly arrived at the basement level. Seizing a brief moment of stability, Jiang Qishan pressed the close button until silence enveloped the area outside. Only then did he open the doors and, pulling his wife and son, they sprinted frantically toward their vehicle. Once they reached the car, their success was half assured, despite their uneven strides. Luck was on their side as they navigated unobstructed to their vehicle. Climbing inside and locking the doors, they sped away, exhilarated by the sight of the outside world, which they had not seen in so long. The streets outside were on the verge of being stained crimson with blood, with indistinguishable dark masses that could have been either decaying human remains or refuse, even if they dared not open their windows. The pungent stench of blood and the odor of death invaded their senses. They could not linger on the roads, fixating solely on the path ahead as they sped toward their destination. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was ensnared in a life-or-death race against time. Yet the atmosphere surrounding Jiang Wuxin was entirely different. She was tending to her still drowsy little sweet being, preparing for their morning routine before they ventured to the terrace for breakfast. Jiang Wuxin had prepared soft-boiled sterile eggs, steamed shrimp dumplings, and chicken feet, complemented by freshly squeezed cranberry juice. While not extravagant, it was a luxury that seemed almost unattainable in the current dire circumstances. "Good morning, Sister Xinxin." Before long, Yang Xuelin's voice resonated from outside. Jiang Wuxin rose and peered down, spotting her waving from the garden. "What brings you here so early? Have you had breakfast?" "I have. I made plans with Grandma Li to learn about gardening today, so I'm just waiting for her." Jiang Wuxin nodded, raising her coffee cup to gaze outside when an unsettling realization washed over her. The skeletal remains of the two zombies they had burned in the southern clearing had vanished. She set down her cup and hurried downstairs to Yang Xuelin. Did you clean up the skeletal remains of the 2 zombies we burned yesterday? Yang Xuelin looked bewildered at the question, her smile frozen on her face as she replied with confusion. No, why would I bother with them? Panic surged through Jiang Wuxin. Oh no, the bones are gone. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she rushed to the central monitoring room, pulling up the surveillance footage directed at that area. The video revealed the female zombie's body crackling in the flames, but upon closer inspection, she noticed that the creature's abdomen was completely unscathed. Before long, the flames began to die down, and that prominently protruding belly started to stir. To her horror, a dark, toothy infant corpse emerged, clawing its way out. Both Jiang Wuxin and Yang Xuelin gasped in shock as they realized that not only had they fired at that belly, but they had also nearly shattered it with blunt force, yet they had failed to eliminate the infant zombie. Its vitality was astonishing. The video continued, showing the green-faced, toothy infant zombie, once freed from its mother, ravenously consuming the remnants of the 2 adult zombies, devouring not only the flesh but also the bones and ashes with insatiable fervor. Chapter 50. The zombie dog. The satiated infant zombie did not linger in the vicinity for long. After wandering the street and emitting a chilling howl, it dashed southward. Is this monster's tenacity truly so formidable? I recall that we nearly obliterated the adult zombie's belly, and yet it survived? Yang Xuelin exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth and eyes wide as she watched the infant zombie's behavior on the screen, unable to suppress her astonishment. I never imagined it could still survive. Please gather everyone. I need to speak with them. Jiang Wuxin's face was grave. Though she knew infant corpses possessed far greater vitality and destructive power than ordinary zombies, she hadn't anticipated such monstrous resilience. It was imperative to make everyone understand the severity of the situation. Yang Xuelin quickly assembled all members of the territory. Though unaware of what had transpired, the solemn expressions on both Yang Xuelin and Jiang Wuxin's faces signaled something dire. The zombies have begun mutating at this stage, manifesting forms we've never encountered, nor even dared to imagine. For now, no one should venture beyond the protective perimeter of the electric fence. Report anything unusual to me immediately, and I'll assist however I can. Jiang Wuxin refrained from showing them the surveillance footage. The younger ones might handle it, but she feared the elderly, like the Li family, might not withstand such a visceral shock. What if it triggered an illness? The group listened intently, nodding in grim understanding. Yet, life had to go on. Excessive panic wouldn't solve anything, and their trust in Jiang Wuxin remained absolute. After the meeting, they dispersed to resume their tasks, earning their credits as usual. Jiang Wuxin sat with her younger sister in the living room, watching television, when a deafening crash erupted from outside. The surveillance feed revealed a mangled, indistinct mass colliding with the eastern electric fence before being flung back. The angle obscured its identity, but Jiang Wuxin was certain it wasn't human. The noise drew everyone's attention. Tools were set aside as they moved toward the source. Yang Xuelin gasped at the sight of the charred, smoking mass beyond the fence, her eyes widening. Is that a person? It's so small. Could it be an animal? Looks like a dog, but I can't be sure, Ji Chuan remarked uncharacteristically seriously, crouching by the fence to scrutinize the remains. The impact had sent it flying far, leaving only the faintest impression of a four-legged creature, its species now rendered unrecognizable. Jiang Wuxin had intended to leave Xiaoshandu behind, but the 3 kittens bolted ahead before she could react. Naturally, Daodu clamored to follow, eager to see what had happened. The kittens darted to the fence, their fur bristling instantly at the sight of the unknown mass. They arched their backs, hissing and baring their teeth. Xiaoshandu, intimidated by their ferocity, dared not approach. Peeking from behind Jiang Wuxin, she pointed timidly. Sister, is that a puppy? How did it end up like this? It's so pitiful. Jiang Wuxin's heart sank as she studied the remains. A zombie dog. Had animals begun mutating too? Or were they, like humans, infected by the virus before death? Sister, will our kittens turn into something like that? Little Sweet Bean could hardly fathom the sight of Big Brother, Little Black, and Head lying there, transformed beyond recognition, her small lips quivering, reddening her eyes. Jiang Wuxin leaned down, enveloping her sister in a comforting embrace, softly assuring her, "Do not worry, dear Bean. Our little cats live with us and are in no danger, hence they shall not end up like this. Rest assured, my dear." These words were merely a means of soothing a child. The adults present grasped the gravity of the situation, yet, in an effort to console Little Sweet Bean, they all nodded in agreement. How about you go over there and help Aunt watch over Brother Chengqian? Aunt fears he might inadvertently ruin the chicken coop we worked so hard to build. Jiang Wuxin cast a grateful glance towards Fang Yun, who was feigning nonchalance, as she had been pondering how to gently guide little Sweet Bean away. Would you be willing to assist Aunt Fang with this task, dear Bean? Your sister will come to play with you shortly, all right? Despite her intelligence, little Sweet Bean was still but a child, hearing everyone's encouragement. She harbored no further doubts and descended from her sister's arms to seek out Li Chengqian. It became evident that the current circumstances were even more dire than what I had communicated to everyone earlier that morning. With her sister now gone, Jiang Wuxin felt the need to be forthright and promptly disclosed the present situation and necessary precautions to those assembled. The animals had begun to mutate. We must exercise caution around all creatures outside, including, but not limited to, cats, dogs, and various flying insects. Particular vigilance was warranted concerning insects that were significantly larger than ordinary ones, as they may have also contracted the virus and pose a risk to humans. Based on the events of the previous life, aside from those bitten by zombies, both animals and humans that succumbed to death would also transform into zombies. She had long harbored suspicions that the myriad of life forms on Earth might have already been infected with the zombie virus, merely awaiting activation. There appeared to be two primary catalysts for the virus's manifestation. One involved the host's direct death, regardless of whether they had been bitten by a zombie during their lifetime. Death would inevitably lead to their resurrection as a zombie. The other involved infection from an already symptomatic individual or animal. Thus, in the previous life, any individuals who fell ill and subsequently died within the base, or who met with accidental demise, were promptly cremated. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals finally grasped why Jiang Wuxin had constructed the sealed glass house, nodding in comprehension. When you sleep, be sure to secure all doors and windows, and ensure the screens remain closed during ventilation. The risk of infection from flying insects is minimal. At this stage, only larger animals were likely to mutate, though Jiang Wuxin remained uncertain as to when small insects would begin their transformation. It was prudent to preemptively convey such information. Moreover, the initial phase of insect mutation typically involved larger specimens, so standard screens would adequately keep them at bay. She would devise further measures when these insects eventually evolved into smaller forms that could bypass the screens. Additionally, the city has experienced a power outage. If anyone requires natural gas, they may come to me to exchange points. However, let us all gather at my house for lunch. We can enjoy hot pot together. It will be more lively with a larger group. Jiang Wuxin understood that the mood of the group was somewhat fraught with anxiety in the morning. Thus, they collectively decided to unwind at noon to better face the challenges ahead. Everyone agreed, as their morning tasks were nearly completed, and they began to prepare for the midday meal together. The Li family observed the steady stream of vehicles departing down the road, silently reflecting that, were it not for Jiang Wuxin's presence, they might not even have the fortune to escape. Yang Xuelin concurred, remarking, "Your sister is admirable enough. There is no need for your praise. Let us get to work." Since their first encounter, Qi Chuan and Yang Xuelin had not seen eye to eye. Qi Chuan, oblivious to the Li family's remarks, seized the opportunity to retort at Yang Xuelin, who shot him a scathing glare before turning to Bai Jinyan, who was trailing behind Qi Chuan. "Why aren't you joining us in complimenting Sister Xian? Do you think she is lacking in some way?" Bai Jinyan, aware that Yang Xuelin was jesting, felt an inexplicable flush on his cheeks as he muttered that she was indeed wonderful before departing. Unbeknownst to Yang Xuelin, he had exhibited an unusual reaction, and she continued her playful banter with Qi Chuan. Chapter 51. The annoying temperament of a young lady ever since Bai Jinyan left. Zhou Qi found herself increasingly irked by Lu Xiang, feeling disinterested in everything around her. The majority of her time was spent peering through binoculars to observe the group in Unit 16. Today was no exception. She leaned against the window, watching as the group busily engaged in their morning tasks, expecting them to rest at noon. To her surprise, Bai Jinyan returned with a strange man, each carrying a canister of gas, and they headed back to Jiang Wuxin's courtyard. Jiang Wuxin directed them to bring out a large pot, and as hot water was poured into it, Zhou Qi caught a whiff of the long-forgotten aroma of spicy beef fat, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Various meat rolls and slices were brought forth, alongside an array of vegetables. She noticed Jiang Wuxin conversing with Bai Jinyan, after which he unexpectedly followed Qi Chuan to wash the vegetables, cradling an ample bundle of greens. How dare Jiang Wuxin make, Bai Jinyan wash the vegetables with those hands meant for playing the piano and holding a microphone? Zhou Qi slammed the binoculars down onto the sofa, crossing her arms and glaring furiously in the direction of Unit 16 as she muttered indignantly. Her anger was not truly directed at Bai Jinyan's hands, but rather at this man who usually wouldn't spare her a glance, who now obeyed Jiang Wuxin's every command without question. Zheng Xiaoqing was busy sorting through the dwindling supplies and couldn't help but scoff at Zhou Qi's words. Bai Jinyan seems quite content with the arrangement. You, on the other hand, appear to be rather self-pitying. While he enjoys his provisions, we must venture out soon to avoid running out of food. Previously, Zheng Xiaoqing treated Zhou Qi with a measure of respect, yet through their recent interactions, he has come to realize that this young lady is more adept at scolding and creating trouble than managing her own life. Each day, she commands him and Lu Xiang to attend to her whims. Once or twice, he could tolerate it, but as time passed, it became apparent to him that they were not simply companions fleeing from peril, but rather, it might seem to outsiders that the esteemed Miss Zhou was merely vacationing with her two male servants. Zheng Xiaoqing, how dare you speak to me like that? Were it not for my willingness to extend a helping hand, you would have long been abandoned to the streets, succumbing to the undead. Zhou Qi's frustration, compounded by days of scarcity, erupted into a tirade at Zheng Xiaoqing. You envy their lifestyle so much. Why don't you go and live it? As if I begged you to stay in my home. Lu Xiang feared that Zheng Xiaoqing might seek out Jiang Wuxin, for their sustenance depended entirely on him venturing out. Should he leave, it would not take long for Zhou Qi and himself to perish from hunger, even before the zombies could find them. Hearing the quarrel, he hurried out to mediate. All right, Qi, let us all speak a bit more calmly. We should focus on our own lives rather than coveting the lives of others. Oh, how eloquently you speak. What kind of good life can I have with a spineless wretch like you? Day after day, all you do is stir up trouble and create chaos, accomplishing nothing. Lu Xiang had been sacrificing his own rations for Zhou Qi, leaving him emaciated and gaunt, his once robust physique now a mere shadow of its former self. Zhou Qi's disdainful gaze only intensified her sharp tongue. As Zhou Qi's biting remarks cut him, Lu Xiang felt a surge of anger, yet he understood that unlike Zheng Xiaoqing, he could not easily procure food should he depart this dwelling. He had entwined his fate with Zhou Qi's when he moved in as her boyfriend, and his previous attempts to defend her had earned him the ire of Yang Xuelin and Jiang Wuxin. Leaving Zhou Qi could indeed spell his doom. Thus, he swallowed his indignation, approached Zhou Qi, and offered an apology. I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that has led you to endure such hardships alongside me. Zheng Xiaoqing, witnessing Lu Xiang's defeated demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. After tidying up, he retreated to his own room, silently observing the merriment emanating from the opposite apartment. Having been an athlete with keen eyesight, the distance of merely a street allowed him to discern every detail without the aid of binoculars. He saw Jiang Wuxin emerge from her home, placing high-quality raw meat in the bowls of her kittens, watching them devour it with delight, and even pouring in some freeze-dried food and meat floss. Never had he imagined that he would one day find himself living in a manner inferior to that of a few cats. A bitter smile crept across Zheng Xiaoqing's lips as he self-deprecatingly reflected on his circumstances. In truth, to claim that I have no regrets about abandoning Jiang Wuxin is a falsehood. To assert that I harbor no envy is equally disingenuous. However, time cannot be reversed. Perhaps if Zhou Qi continues to be tormented in this manner, she might indeed find the opportunity to extricate herself from their company. Although it is unlikely she would find a dwelling as splendid, at least she could ensure that one person is well fed, sparing herself the daily burden of contemplating whether those two, who contribute nothing but consume voraciously, might starve. Despite Lu Xiang's overtures for reconciliation, Zhou Qi afforded him no semblance of respect, not even deigning to glance in his direction. With a dismissive snort, she resumed her observation of the happenings across the way through her binoculars. There, Jiang Wuxin was seen exchanging a few words with the group before hauling out an enormous roasting pan, followed closely by Ji Chuan, who emerged with several cuts of raw beef. Upon recognizing the quality of the meat, Zhou Qi was nearly driven to tears. That was Wagyu beef, a delicacy she had once enjoyed, and now, to her dismay, she realized that Jiang Wuxin, that wretched woman, was still indulging in such luxurious fare while she herself had nearly forgotten the taste of fresh meat. A tumult of resentment, envy, and jealousy overwhelmed Zhou Qi. escalating from silent tears to uncontrollable sobs, as she cursed Jiang Wuxin vehemently. How could that contemptible woman command Bai Jinyan and feast upon such fine meat while she was relegated to a dilapidated abode, subsisting on compressed biscuits and tepid water? Why, after all these days, did she still possess such an abundance of food? Why had she not succumbed to starvation? Zhou Qi wept, her face awash with tears and snot. And despite Lu Xiang's efforts to console her, he ultimately found himself at a loss. In desperation, he suggested, Qi, please cease your tears. Shall I go and negotiate for some food? Even if Jiang Wuxin is unyielding, Yang Xuelin and the others will surely share with us, won't they? Though Zhou Qi loathed Jiang Wuxin, she was not inclined to refuse food. Thus, when Lu Xiang proposed to barter for provisions, she feigned reluctance but did not prevent him. Go wherever you please, just be cautious and don't meet your demise out there. With a silent sigh, Lu Xiang donned his coat and stepped outside, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Not spotting any zombies, he hastened toward the vicinity of 16. Excuse me, might we exchange some beef? We are nearly out of provisions. Chapter 52. Beware of betrayal. Lu Xiang rang the doorbell at the entrance for an extended period without receiving a response. Just as he contemplated venturing into the courtyard to seek someone out, the video surveillance screen flickered to life. He quickly implored, just a small exchange would suffice. We have not had meat in days. It need not be extravagant, merely edible. Upon connecting to the surveillance feed, Jiang Wuxin recognized the anxious figure of Lu Xiang, who was scanning the area. Lacking any fondness for him, she gestured dismissively to Yang Xuelin, who was busily relishing her meal. Your friend Lu is at the door. Go see what the situation is. Yang Xuelin, interrupted mid-feast, felt a twinge of annoyance at being called away. With a sulky expression, she strode to the front door, where she encountered Lu Xiang craning his neck to peer inside. What do you want? She snapped. Step back cautiously. This electric fence could be lethal. Speak up. What is it you desire? Considering our former camaraderie as classmates, might we exchange for a portion of beef? It has been ages since we last savored meat. Lu Xiang raised his hands before his chest, his gaze darting about nervously, fearing that a zombie might suddenly leap out and devour him. Yang Xuelin, noticing his empty hands, found it rather amusing and inquired, You arrive here empty-handed, intending to barter with what exactly? Are you attempting to wield moral coercion? We are left with merely some compressed biscuits, which I presumed you would disdain, hence I did not bring them. If you desire them, I can fetch them now. Uffed. Upon hearing Lu Xiang's words, Yang Xuelin nearly spat out the morsel she was chewing. What do you mean? You'll retrieve them if we want them. It seems you've come not to barter, but rather to scrounge for beef. I suspect hunger has muddled your senses these past few days. Jiang Wuxin had been observing the surveillance feed by the entrance. At Yang Xuelin's remark, she burst into laughter and handed the screen to Bai Jinyan. Your old classmate wishes to scrounge my beef. Will you permit it? Engaged in grilling, Bai Jinyan merely cast a fleeting glance and decisively replied, No. He then returned to his task with unwavering focus. Jiang Wuxin was pleased with their reactions, for in this apocalyptic world, the first to perish were the indifferent. Please, help me ask Bai Jinyan. He is sure to agree. Lu Xiang, undeterred, pinned all his hopes on Bai Jinyan. However, before his words could fully escape, Jiang Wuxin's voice echoed from the monitor. I inquired on your behalf. Bai Jinyan has declined. Yang Xuelin was equally satisfied with Bai Jinyan's response and gestured with her chin to the still struggling Lu Xiang. Hurry back, should you be consumed by zombies. Your esteemed lady will be left waiting for your return. Realizing he had no choice, Lu Xiang begrudgingly took his leave. After resolving this troublesome matter, Yang Xuelin hurried back. For her beloved Orlan's chicken wings were still grilling. Should they burn, she would weep uncontrollably. Fortunately, the wings were not charred, merely vanished. Who has pilfered my chicken wings? Was it you? Yang Xuelin glared at Ji Chuan, who was extracting a chicken bone from his mouth, her eyes wide with fury. Dare you to steal my wings? I shall have your head. The others watched the exaggerated chase between the two, unable to contain their laughter. Li Likun quietly took over Ji Chuan's grill, preparing food for everyone, most of which found its way into Jiang Wuxin's and the two youngsters' bowls. All right, enough of this commotion. I have something to announce. Jiang Wuxin grasped Yang Xuelin, who was charging ahead, signaling her to pause. Once everyone settled, she produced a bottle of champagne and cleared her throat. Last time, Bai Jinyan, Ji Chuan, and Yang Xuelin successfully reclaimed numerous supplies for our base, which is certainly worthy of celebration. Uncle Li and Auntie have worked tirelessly to construct the cattle pens, sheepfolds, and pigsties, and they have certainly put in a great deal of effort. Moreover, Grandma Li has assisted me in crafting the exquisite flower house of my dreams. All of this is the result of our collective endeavor. We shall surely weather this calamity together. Jiang Wuxin, who had not dined with such a large gathering in quite some time, felt a genuine joy welling up from within, prompting her to share many uplifting words. The attendees were equally inspired by her positive spirit, and, with the exception of Xiao Tiando and Li Changqian, everyone raised their glasses, bringing a satisfying conclusion to the meal. Once the gathering was tidied up, everyone was encouraged to return home early to rest, with the understanding that they could resume work after their afternoon slumber. Jiang Wuxin did not impose a rigid work schedule. Instead, each task was entrusted to individuals, with their output linked to their personal scores, ensuring no one would shirk their responsibilities. She ascended the stairs with her sister to rest, while Xiao Tiando, having played to the point of exhaustion, fell asleep shortly thereafter. Jiang Wuxin intended to engage in some exercise upstairs to aid her digestion. Just as she reached the terrace, she heard Xiao Shuai's voice whispering in her ear. "Congratulations, Master. After recent interactions, Yang Xuelin's favorability has reached 250, and Bai Jinyan's favorability has also hit 100. I hope you continue your efforts to gain even more favor." Jiang Wuxin was taken aback by the rapid increase in their favorability, yet Xiao Shuai had not mentioned Ji Chuan, prompting her to inquire. "And what of Ji Chuan's favorability? Has it changed?" "It remains at 50, showing no signs of improvement," came the response. Jiang Wuxin was left speechless. She was well aware of Ji Chuan's guarded nature, but she had not anticipated it to be to such an absurd degree. Every day, he addressed her affectionately, and it seemed all a facade. "Master, it is imperative to elevate Ji Chuan's favorability swiftly. Be wary of potential backstabbing." As an all-knowing system, Xiao Shuai understood that in the previous life, Ji Chuan had perished for Jiang Wuxin's sake, and he realized she could not simply dismiss him, hence his gentle reminder. "Forget it. I think I shall retire for the night. Having just eaten, my blood is still pooling in my stomach. It is not the time to ponder such inscrutable matters. I shall address it after I awaken." Jiang Wuxin remembered Ji Chuan's irksome personality from her past life, which only intensified her weariness. Without further ado, she headed toward her bedroom. However, just as she was about to succumb to slumber, a sudden urgent alarm blared in her mind, startling her awake. "Xiao Shuai, you rascal! It better be something of great significance, or I shall not spare you." The deafening alarm reverberated through Jiang Wuxin's head, and she clenched her fists, ready to strike. "Master, the system has issued a critical mission of high difficulty. Do you accept?" Xiao Shuai, in an unusually serious tone, presented the task. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Wuxin cast aside all her emotions and inquired, "What is the mission?" In the previous encounter, the infant corpse had devoured numerous zombies and evolved supernatural abilities. If it were not eliminated, it could pose a catastrophic threat to humanity and potentially the entire planet. Chapter 53, Gathering to Accomplish Great Deeds. Jiang Wuxin suddenly became acutely aware. If her memories served her correctly, in her past life, she had first encountered an evolved zombie in February 2059, a period during which Little Sweetbean met her demise. In this life, although many events had transformed dramatically due to her rebirth, she had never anticipated that the emergence of evolved zombies would occur so much earlier. She understood profoundly the immense dangers that evolved zombies could bring to future existence. And without a moment's hesitation, she accepted the task to eliminate the little zombie. At that moment, Jiang Wuxin had no inclination to rest. In a swift motion, she sprang from her bed and dashed to the large screen to access the Points marketplace, preparing to select equipment. However, when she opened her Points wallet, her expression turned to one of disbelief. How could there be so little left? This amount was hardly sufficient for anything worthwhile. Jiang Wuxin felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she gritted her teeth and summoned Little Handsome, inquiring whether he had siphoned off her points. "Master, do you think I am unjustly accused? While you have indeed recruited new members and reclaimed considerable resources during this period, you have also expended a significant amount on livestock and farming. After all the additions and subtractions, this is what remains," he explained. "Enough of the trivial chatter. Is there any method to quickly earn points?" She pressed. "Master, by completing this task, you will receive a system reward of 2,000 points, Little Handsome replied. Jiang Wuxin thought to herself, Hearing this is akin to being fed a bitter truth. Am I to believe that I can capture a little zombie with merely a small handgun? That would surely be tantamount to delivering myself as a target. Thank you very much, but I am inquiring about a swift and efficient method to acquire points. Even if you granted me 10,000 points, without proper equipment, I would be unable to defeat that monstrous creature. Apologies, Master, but currently, there are no alternative means to earn points. The harvest from crops and livestock is still some time away, and I cannot expedite their maturity, he replied. With such a meager amount of points, I cannot even exchange for a submachine gun. How am I to confront the little zombie? Am I to engage it in hand-to-hand combat with my pink, feeble fists? I refuse to undertake this task. Whoever wishes to do so may proceed. For all I care, we might as well face annihilation together. Although Jiang Wuxin often resorted to feigned despair to intimidate the system, she understood that such tactics did not rely on quantity. Effectiveness was paramount, and one well-placed strategy sufficed. As expected, Little Handsome was quite apprehensive of this tactic and hastily offered her a solution. Please, Master, do not succumb to despair. Little Handsome is actively seeking solutions for you. You may acquire points by expanding your territory. This expansion of territory would, I assume, be calculated based on the square meters. Correct? If the rewards for expanding 1 square meter and 1,000 square meters were equivalent, I would be at a severe disadvantage. Upon hearing Little Handsome's words, Jiang Wuxin's mind began to race, and she quickly devised a plan to exploit him. Little Handsome, acknowledging the validity of Jiang Wuxin's reasoning, hesitated momentarily before agreeing to reward her based on her proposed calculation method. Please settle the points for 15 and 14 based on the area enclosed by the electric fence. The fence is generally about 5 meters away from the house, so by gathering the area from various directions, a substantial space can be calculated. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such opportunities. Xiao Shuai, she has truly mastered this strategy. It is evident she had something up her sleeve. He realized he had been outmaneuvered again, but with time pressing and tasks demanding, he lacked the energy to argue with Jiang Wuxin over this matter. After silently cursing her for a while, he reluctantly transferred 2,500 points to her account. Jiang Wuxin, delighted, exchanged 1,500 points for a submachine gun and 200 rounds of ammunition. She then utilized 1,000 points to comprehensively upgrade the villa's defense system, installing a self-targeting machine gun on the rooftop, which was linked in real time with the surveillance system to monitor and eliminate threats. She meticulously examined the submachine gun in her hands, practicing the operations outlined in the exchange manual before stowing it in her little pink bag. Subsequently, she used the surveillance system's voice broadcast to notify the 3 members of 14. Wake up early for breakfast tomorrow. Let us gather at 10 and 16. I will take you all to accomplish something significant. The next morning, as soon as Jiang Wuxin awoke, she heard Xiao Shuai's voice near her ear. According to system investigations, the little zombie has recently been spotted in a factory located south of the city, requiring a traverse through the entire urban area to reach it. To her surprise, this little creature could run quite a distance. It must have consumed a fair number of zombies and would likely prove challenging to deal with. Although Jiang Wuxin had evolved her abilities in her previous life, she had rarely confronted such zombies directly. Despite the assistance of the system and her little pink bag, she could not afford to be careless. She slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to wake up, and as she descended from upstairs, she saw Bai Jinyan and the others already waiting in the yard. Yang Shuling greeted Jiang Wuxin with enthusiasm. Good morning, Xin. What is the big secret today? Jiang Wuxin shared the video Xiao Shuai had shown her the previous day, which detailed today's target. Watch this first. I'll grab a bite, and then we will set off. She brought out some leftover bread from yesterday, heated a cup of milk, and sat at the small table in the yard with the others. Wow, is this thing really that powerful? When Ji Chuan was brought back last time, the zombies on the road had already been largely dealt with by Jiang Wuxin and her team, so Ji Chuan had never faced a zombie directly. He was astonished by the behavior of the little zombie in the video. So what? Although it seems formidable, it's nothing against Xin. Last time, so many zombies were easily dispatched by her. Yang Shuling, true to her fangirl nature, spoke with sparkling eyes, almost as if she had personally defeated the zombies herself. Having overeaten the previous day, Jiang Wuxin felt full after just a few bites and led the group toward her little pink bag. Yang Shuling, do you know how to drive? Of course, I am not boasting. Although my driving skills may not quite match yours, executing simple maneuvers like drifting is well within my capabilities. Observing Yang Xuelin's prideful demeanor, Bai Jinyan added, "She can drive without any issues. She was a member of our school's racing team." Jiang Wuxin was pleasantly surprised to discover this little girl possessed such a talent, nodding as she proceeded to assign tasks. Then Yang Xuelin will handle the driving, while Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan will be responsible for eliminating zombies. You can assist us at any moment. As she passed by a nest of 3 kittens, she took the liberty of bringing Little Black and Tutu along with Little Pink, leaving the strongest, Dada, to guard the home front. Once they all piled into the vehicle, they spotted a submachine gun resting in the back seat. However, Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan were only momentarily taken aback. After all, it was quite normal for Jiang Wuxin to procure a continuous supply of food in this dire world, so they expected her to possess all sorts of peculiar items. Yang Xuelin, on the other hand, was a different story. The moment she settled into the driver's seat of Little Pink, she excitedly glanced around, nearly dropping her jaw upon seeing the submachine gun in the back. "Sister Xin, do you have an underground warehouse? How do you have everything?" Her words inadvertently provided Jiang Wuxin with an excellent reason, prompting her to smoothly admit, "The mysteries of fate must not be divulged." The group did not linger on the matter any longer and hastened toward the destination indicated by the system prompt. Chapter 54. Saving the world with the cessation of various infrastructures. The city was devoid of any traces of human existence. Apart from the occasional bird soaring overhead, the areas they traversed were shrouded in an eerie silence. The streets, marred by devastation, bore the remnants of car accidents, vehicles tilted and billowing black smoke, scattered and decaying human remains, and bloodstains that had seeped into the ground, all encapsulating a post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Within the vehicle, not a soul uttered a word. Even the normally chatty Yang Xuelin fell silent, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as she forced herself to avert her gaze from the human suffering surrounding them, though her eyes were already brimming with unshed tears. Bai Jinyan and Ji Chuan, too, were mute, their eyes fixated on the indistinct outlines of buildings outside, striving to recall their former appearances. Indeed, silence was the norm when confronting catastrophic disaster. Though Jiang Wuxin had experienced the apocalypse in her previous life and was not unfamiliar with such scenes, witnessing it again felt like a heavy stone pressing upon her chest, the desire to struggle against the predicament still lingering within her. In the face of disaster, everyone is equal. Pessimism and silence are utterly futile. Fearing that their overwhelming sorrow would hinder their actions, Jiang Wuxin felt compelled to offer them some words of comfort, though she was uncertain of their efficacy. "We must strive to live each day to the fullest, for our families and all the unfortunate souls who have met their demise. Yes, mourning will not resolve anything. What we can do now is eliminate every last zombie." Yang Xuelin hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, raising her hand to point at a zombie that had suddenly emerged not far away. With her right foot pressing down firmly on the accelerator, she shouted, "Hold on tight. We are off to save the world." Jiang Wuxin, taken aback by the resilience of this young girl, realized that despite her youth, she possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Having previously confronted zombies together, the girl's courage had evidently grown. Jiang Wuxin grasped the handrails on either side of the second row and rose from her seat, stepping onto the armrest in front of her while propping open the sunroof with both hands. "Pass me the gun, Ji Chuan." Though Yang Xuelin drove swiftly, her control was steady, allowing Jiang Wuxin to successfully receive the submachine gun, which she rested on her shoulder. The dark barrel extended through the sunroof, aimed directly at the horde of zombies charging toward them. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wuxin's bullet struck true, obliterating the leading zombie that charged with ferocity. Bang! Another shot rang out, piercing the skull of a limping zombie that had been lunging at them. "Sister Xin, you're so cool." Although unable to see Jiang Wuxin's impressive demeanor, Yang Xuelin was certain that her marksmanship revealed a fierceness that was utterly captivating. The zombies trailing behind, upon witnessing their fellow creatures fall, paid no heed to whether they were consuming humans or their own kind. They ravenously tore into the unfortunate corpses, devouring the viscera that oozed dark blood. Ugh, they truly have no standards. Ji Chuan, horrified by the grotesque scene unfolding before him, nearly lost his breakfast. Had he not feared being thrown out by Jiang Wuxin, he might have already succumbed to nausea. "I thought they only feasted on the living, but I never expected these repugnant zombies would stoop so low," Yang Xuelin remarked with evident disgust. Yet, before she could finish, a cacophony of gunfire erupted overhead, scattering the clustered zombies into disarray. A few fortunate ones lunged toward them, only to have their heads blown apart before they could take more than a couple of steps. Zombies that consumed their own kind could potentially evolve and gain abilities. If these creatures were to transform into zombies with powers, they would become far more formidable foes. Noticing that the area ahead had fallen silent, Jiang Wuxin withdrew from the sunroof with a look of disdain, shutting out the nauseating stench from outside. She inhaled deeply and slumped back into her seat. Once zombies awakened their abilities, they would no longer appear as mindless creatures simply charging forward. They would develop intelligence, evasion tactics, and agility surpassing that of ordinary zombies. As their vehicle approached the factory, Jiang Wuxin cautioned her companions to remain vigilant. The baby zombie we are hunting today has already awakened its powers. Everyone must be cautious. If any of us get bitten, we may not make it out alive. Yang Xuelin and the others nodded attentively, their eyes fixed ahead. Suddenly, a horde of zombies burst forth from the middle of the road, their mouths agape and eyes bulging, barreling toward them with reckless abandon. Jiang Wuxin, unwilling to squander any more bullets, pressed a red button on the central control panel. The front of the vehicle abruptly extended a row of glimmering silver spikes. Yang Xuelin immediately comprehended her intention and slammed the accelerator, charging towards the throng of zombies. These were merely ordinary zombies, caught off guard by Little Pink's approach. Some even gravitated toward the menacing spikes. The encounter was swift, and the outcome was predictably grim as they were impaled mercilessly. Countless shattered limbs and decomposing flesh adorned Little Pink's windshield, with one grotesquely swaying head, unrecognizable and teeming with maggots, hanging from the farthest spike. Disgust flickered across Jiang Wuxin's face as she furrowed her brow at the sight. However, she did not overlook the uniform blue fabric strips that clung to the dismembered corpses. If she was not mistaken, this group had likely been employees of the factory, most probably victims of the infant zombies. Yang Xuelin's hands trembled with excitement, but as she lifted her gaze, she spotted a few zombies in tattered blue uniforms emerging ahead. She had no choice but to press the accelerator once more. Goodness, can this little contraption consume so much? It seems endless. Tension coursed through Yang Xuelin, leaving her limbs tingling. Yet Little Pink's prowess against the zombies proved formidable, swiftly crushing the latest horde. They hadn't even entered the factory yet. But encountering such a multitude raised alarming questions about the fate of the factory's workforce. Had the infant zombies truly slaughtered everyone? Shaking off her numbing arms, she drove Little Pink through the factory gates. Inside, the scene mirrored that of the urban area, scattered limbs and a pervasive silence. The four occupants of the vehicle remained mute, their gazes fixed, yet after an extended moment of silence, Yang Xuelin could no longer contain her anxiety. She turned to Jiang Wuxin in the back seat, who was retrieving the radar detector. Sister Xian, do you think that infant zombie might have been killed by my collision? No. Stay vigilant. The radar has not yet signaled, Jiang Wuxin replied, her expression grave as she scrutinized the radar screen, which revealed no nearby zombie cores. Had the infant zombie relocated? Could this device still detect zombies? Ji Chuan, slightly bewildered, cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Wuxin. The earlier horde had not triggered any response from the radar. Could it now identify the infant zombie? Ordinary zombies eluded precise radar detection, but mutated ones, with their cores, could be pinpointed. As they conversed, a small red suddenly flickered on the radar, rapidly darting toward their direction. Caution, the infant zombie has appeared. Chapter 55. The emergence of the infant corpse on the third floor of the factory. Several workers found themselves trapped in a small production workshop, unaware of how many days had passed since their confinement. Fortunately, as the factory specialized in food processing, they had not succumbed to starvation. When the zombie outbreak first erupted, their area remained untouched until one fateful day when a swift-moving infant zombie suddenly emerged, leading to their complete downfall. Through the windows, they helplessly witnessed their colleagues, those they had shared countless hours with, being bitten and transformed into zombies, subsequently devoured by that small creature. Terrified, they dared not venture outside, nor even draw the curtains, fearing exposure and the grim fate that awaited them. It was only when Jiang Wuxin and her companions arrived that they mustered the courage to cautiously lift a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Old Wang, is that the rescue team coming for us? The others, gathered behind, had also heard the sound of an engine from below and eagerly whispered to Old Wang, who was leaning by the window. What rescue team? It's just a pink vehicle driving into the factory. Upon hearing this, the group grew agitated. A tall, burly man pushed old Wang aside and leaned out to catch a glimpse. Upon seeing Jiang Wuxin's glowing pink battle vehicle, he cursed under his breath. Damn! The color alone screams of a clueless woman who got lost. That garish hue will surely attract the zombies and lead to our demise. Let us hope that little monster doesn't get riled up and drag us down with it. What's wrong with women? The fact that she has survived this long and has a vehicle is no small feat. Why don't you go out and find a car yourself? Let us see how long you last. The woman who retorted was Yi Mei, known in the factory for her fiery temperament. Apart from the factory manager, there was no one she hesitated to confront. Despite her brash demeanor, she possessed integrity and a sound moral compass. Thus, she had not made many enemies, only a few close friends. Women are useless. All they do is attract trouble. Another man scoffed. Just wait and see. If that woman doesn't get torn apart by that little creature, I'll change my surname to yours. Enough. If you attract the zombies, we'll all perish here. The workshop foreman, alarmed by the escalating argument, intervened swiftly. However, as if his words had summoned them, a horde of zombies burst forth from the western section of the factory, clawing and reaching towards Jiang Wuxin's pink vehicle. See, you brought the zombies over. And you're counting on her to rescue us? She might leave us behind. The man's tone dripped with sarcasm as he turned away from the grim spectacle, retreating to his designated space to sulk in silence. Meanwhile, Yi Mei seized the opportunity to step closer to the window. The foreman, standing nearby, sighed heavily, unwilling to witness the bloody scene any longer, and spoke to her. Let us await the official rescue team. I fear for the fate of that young girl. Yet, before his words could fully settle, Yi Mei let out a shrill cry, her face alight with excitement as she pointed outside. Quick look, that vehicle is extraordinary. It has sent the zombies flying. Yang Xuelin continued to drive relentlessly, not pausing until every undead creature lay shattered. Only then did she muster the energy to inquire, her brow furrowed, of Jiang Wuxin. Sister Xinxin, has the infant zombie not yet arrived? They are drawing near. Jiang Wuxin secured the sunroof, pressing a purple button to activate the vehicle's defensive mode as massive steel plates ascended around the car. Instantly, darkness enveloped the interior, emergency lights flickering to life, and external microcameras began to operate. Though confined within this space, all external imagery was transmitted in real time to the vehicle's large screen. Jiang Wuxin fixed her gaze on the increasingly close blinking red dot, while the remaining three remained transfixed by the screen, collectively holding their breath. What were they doing? Were they not damaging the vehicle? The individuals above, observing the extended steel plates around the pink war vehicle, exchanged puzzled glances, with old Wang voicing his confusion. It doesn't seem so. It must be some defensive measure. Those plates appear quite thick and should withstand a zombie's assault. Yi Mei, skeptical that the vehicle would venture out in such perilous circumstances, asserted that there must be sound reasoning behind their actions. They are clearly frightened. Those plates have encased their vehicles so tightly that they can scarcely see outside. And they claim to be colliding with zombies? They might as well crash into our factory and explode. The man, still unconvinced, persisted in his grumbling, prompting a fierce glare from Yi Mei as she resumed her vigil outside. Suddenly, a rapidly moving figure burst forth from the factory, heading straight for Jiang Wuxin and her pink war vehicle. The onlookers above gasped in unison. It was none other than the small zombie that had been biting in the factory. It had remained there all along. This time, they are surely doomed. That little monster could smash through the factory's heavy iron door. What chance do their flimsy plates stand? We have survived by hiding in silence. Yet she brazenly marches forth, unaware of her impending demise. The flickering hope of the remaining individuals dimmed, for they had all witnessed the creature's ferocity, though reluctant to admit it. The pink vehicle below faced grave peril. They all shook their heads and stepped away from the window, save for Yi Mei, who remained steadfast, fixated on the swiftly approaching infant zombie, deeply concerned for Jiang Wuxin and her companion's safety. Enough staring. Be wary that once that little monster finishes with those below, it may come charging at you. Let us not place our hopes upon this unreliable individual any longer. Rather, let us await rescue with patience. Even on the brink of death, this man cannot suppress his propensity for uttering foolish remarks, as he watches Yi Mei stand resolutely before the bed, incessantly nagging. The little zombie soon discovered Jiang Wuxin and her companions. However, it refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, it leapt onto the steel plates encircling the vehicle, seemingly in search of something. before making a circuit and coming to a halt. The infant corpse possessed an exceedingly large head, disproportionate to its slender body. With a hue of greenish-black and numerous wounds from previous struggles gaping outward, revealing tiny bones within. Its eyes, devoid of black pupils, were large and bulging within deeply sunken sockets, while a set of sharp teeth lay exposed, ceaselessly surveying the area above Jiang Wuxin and her friends. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the roof, leaving an imprint of a small hand on the steel surface. This was followed by a series of thunderous sounds. As more and more handprints emerged from the steel, the three-dimensional auditory effect nearly deafening those inside the vehicle. Chapter 56. Eliminating the infant corpse goodness. This creature is surprisingly vigorous, as if training for a martial arts technique. Thankfully, we raised the steel plate. Otherwise, this little monster might have shattered both the vehicle and its occupants. Ji Chuan silently rejoiced at the increasingly dense handprints, giving Jiang Wuxin a thumbs up. To his astonishment, Jiang Wuxin extended a finger and swayed her head, pressing the purple button once more. I raised the steel plate simply because I found this creature repulsive and wished to avoid its sight, while simultaneously testing the capabilities of this evolved level 2 infant zombie. Who would have thought it would be like this? What a waste of several steel plates. She gazed at the three, who were momentarily stunned, and patiently continued her explanation. My little pink exterior is crafted from the most robust dark iron available at this stage. Even the windows are made from the same material used in my safe house. It is unlikely that this little monster could even make an impression upon it. Had I not raised this plate, how could I have discerned the extent of its strength? Goodness, I feel utterly deceived. At this point, Yang Xuelin was so flustered that she could scarcely comprehend Jiang Wuxin's words. Nevertheless, she had unwavering faith in her judgment. As she watched the steel plate descend slowly, her voice trembled with inquiry. Sister Xinxin, what are your intentions now? Naturally, to eliminate it. The infant corpse, having failed to break through after a prolonged assault, let out an irate hiss. Sensing the movement of the steel plate beneath it, it became enraged. Upon spotting Jiang Wuxin and her companions, it bared its teeth and lunged at the windshield, attempting to shatter the glass with its sharp fangs. Just moments ago, they had all viewed this grotesque creature through a screen, and now its terrifying visage was thrust directly before them, delivering quite a visual shock. The oversized head was relentlessly thrust against the windshield, seemingly deforming it, while its jagged teeth slid futilely across the glass, gnawing for an extended period without leaving a single scratch behind. Incredible. Is this glass truly so formidable? Yang Xuelin tilted her head against the bright sunlight, gazing at the glass before her, unable to suppress a curse. Humph, Jiang Wuxin, in a display of proud defiance, tossed her head back, as if to acknowledge the remark. What a jest! This was glass that even a diamond drill could not penetrate. The infant corpse seemed to function as a tireless perpetual motion machine, relentlessly outputting its eerie presence. Yet, aside from the repulsive drool that oozed from its mouth, the damage inflicted upon the windshield was virtually non-existent. Is it truly the case that children are born with such formidable teeth nowadays? Observing the indomitable nature of the little one, Yang Xuelin gradually set her racing heart at ease and began to whimsically tease the infant corpse that had been so persistently alarming them. Truly, only you could possess such a peculiar mindset. Ji Chuan, typically composed, seized the opportunity to banter with Yang Xuelin, giving her a thumbs up. The infant corpse, seemingly incensed by their reactions, leaped onto the car's roof once more, delivering a forceful slap against the panoramic sunroof. The sound of that strike was barely louder than their chatter. Even Bai Jinyan was startled when he glanced up, having not noticed when it had ascended to the top of the vehicle. The group silently observed the infant corpse's wordless performance for several minutes, but Jiang Wuxin, thoroughly disgusted by the sticky substance on the glass, resolved to eliminate it. The infant corpse appeared visibly agitated, baring its teeth and wildly pounding on the sunroof. Seizing a moment when its arms were raised, Yang Xuelin suddenly spun the wheel, executing a dramatic drift in an attempt to dislodge the creature. To her astonishment, the infant corpse clung to the roof as if magnetized, refusing to be thrown off, and continued its assault on the window. Jiang Wuxin pondered for a moment, then picked up the submachine gun beside her, gracefully stepping over to Yang Xuelin's side. She fixed her gaze on the infant corpse, pressing down on the window seam, hoping to shoot it down from behind. Unexpectedly, the infant corpse suddenly pivoted, its feet gripping the roof. lunging towards the window gap in a desperate attempt to push the window down and squeeze inside. Even Zhang Wuxin could not anticipate the strength of the creature. Its deformed little hands were indeed managing to gradually force the window down. Yang Xuelin let out a terrified scream, leaping from the driver's seat to the back sofa. Her face a mask of fear as she looked at the unfazed Zhang Wuxin. "You truly are lacking in courage," Ji Chuan teased, observing Yang Xuelin's reddened face from fright. He pulled out a baseball bat from behind, intending to press the rear window button on Zhang Wuxin's side to divert the infant corpse's attention, providing Zhang Wuxin with a moment of respite. However, before his hand could reach the window button, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from the front. Zhang Wuxin had thrust her submachine gun through the window gap and aimed it into the gaping mouth of the infant corpse, unleashing a barrage of shots that obliterated its head, causing it to plummet from the roof. At that moment, not only the occupants of the car, but even those in the upper floors of the building sighed in relief. Oh, how ironic. Just moments ago, some individuals were mocking the notion that someone might open the car window, claiming it was tantamount to courting death. Yet now, their tongues seemed to have been silenced. Yi Mei's joy stemmed not only from their opportunity to escape, but also from Zhang Wuxin's audacious act, which delivered a resounding slap to the face of the man who had been incessantly chattering. He had not anticipated Zhang Wuxin's boldness, yet he could not concede his previous error. Thus, he stubbornly continued to argue. Who could have foreseen that she would produce a firearm from within the vehicle? Hand that gun to me, and I could easily eliminate that little monster. Humph, eliminate it, you say? If you truly attempted to confront it, I fear it would not perish. Rather, you would be the one to succumb to terror. Hope blossomed amongst the group, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Those who had always found this man intolerable began to rally in support of Yi Mei. Do you not recall your words? Asserting that if the young girl were not devoured by zombies, she would certainly keep her surname? Ha. Now, let us keep our voices down. Although the little monster has been dispatched, the factory still harbors numerous zombies, and we must devise a means of rescue. The group promptly shifted to a serious discussion regarding their escape strategy. I propose we simply shout for help. Why complicate matters? The man, growing increasingly impatient as he listened to several proposed plans, interjected. He was eager to leave this wretched place and could not fathom how long their deliberation might prolong their entrapment. With that feeble mind of yours, even the zombies would shake their heads in disbelief. Are you intending to lure all the zombies from outside, leading us to our collective demise? Indeed, our main entrance is far less fortified than their vehicle. Even the most divine beings could not save us then. After receiving a few sharp retorts, the man finally retreated to a corner, sulking and withdrawing from their discussion. Ultimately, a consensus was reached on the safest approach. Yi Mei grasped the only remaining functional mobile phone in the workshop and moved toward the window. In Chapter 57, Zombie Crystal Core, Zhang Wuxin instructed Ji Chuan to retrieve a pair of disposable medical latex gloves from the back seat and directed by Jin Yin to produce a bucket of high-concentration alcohol. With a disdainful expression, she rolled down the window and doused the submachine gun with the alcohol until the vile green substance was thoroughly washed away. Only then did she exit the vehicle, properly donned in gloves, and began sifting through the pile of mangled flesh. The three individuals in the car were rendered speechless by Zhang Wuxin's actions, save for by Jin Yin, who, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly inquired, "Do you require assistance?" "No need. You all remain in the vehicle," Zhang Wuxin replied, not lifting her gaze as she continued to rummage through the remains. Suddenly, her fingers grazed a hard object, and her heart leapt with excitement. "I found it. Please bring me some more alcohol. I need to cleanse this item." She held up a red, translucent stone the size of a glass marble and shouted toward Ji Chuan. "Sister Xinshin, what is this? Is it the substance from the brain of that infant zombie?" Yang Xuelin curiously asked. "This is a zombie crystal core." Zhang Wuxin meticulously cleansed the crystal core and her hands with alcohol before boarding the vehicle and handing it to several individuals. It essentially represents the brain of a mutated zombie, serving as a distinguishing feature between advanced and ordinary zombies. Undoubtedly, it will prove useful in the future. Zhang Wuxin recalled that during the latter stages of the apocalypse, this item became a form of currency, a hard asset. However, despite having lived a second life, this was her first encounter with a personal zombie crystal core, as her previous existence had only granted her basic abilities, rendering such items unattainable. Thus, She was uncertain about its specific applications and intended to explore its uses further with Xiaoshui upon her return. As Jiang Wuxin placed the zombie crystal core in her pocket, intending for Yang Xuelin to drive them away, she suddenly noticed a flickering light from the upper floor. The light was continuous and rhythmic, likely a distress signal from someone using a flashlight. Grabbing her binoculars, she directed her gaze toward the source and observed a cluster of individuals at the top window waving at her. The others in the vehicle noticed as well, and Yang Xuelin turned to Jiang Wuxin, asking, "Sister Xinxin, there are people signaling for help over there. Should we assist them?" Before Jiang Wuxin could respond, Ji Chuan, seated nearby, cast her a glance and scoffed. "Oh, what are you doing playing the role of a mud Buddha at a time like this? If you want to save them, go ahead. I certainly don't want my sister Xinxin to take risks." The first part of his statement seemed reasonable, but the latter nearly provoked Jiang Wuxin to deliver a punch to his insufferable face. Yet, she restrained herself, though someone else did not hold back. Yang Xuelin clenched her fist and struck Ji Chuan in the chest, glaring at him fiercely. "Just because you keep your mouth shut doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. I was merely asking, who are you speaking to with such sarcasm?" The two exchanged barbs, their argument escalating, while Bai Jinyan, caught in the middle, felt a headache coming on. He leaned past them to address Jiang Wuxin. "If you wish to rescue those people, I will accompany you. If not, we should just drive back." Jiang Wuxin hesitated, gazing at the group of people. In truth, she did not wish to abandon them, yet the uncertainty about the situation inside the building weighed heavily on her. She had no idea how many individuals were trapped above, and acting hastily could endanger them all. However, her greatest hesitation stemmed from the shadows cast by her past experiences. In the face of life and death, human nature is the most fragile of tests. Those with excessive goodwill often meet tragic ends. Ultimately, she sighed softly, contemplating the inevitability of fate. After all, they were not saviors capable of rescuing everyone. She could not risk the lives of those in the vehicle, so she resolved to turn the car around and head back. "Master, do not underestimate the significance of small acts of kindness. Rescuing others can yield reward points." Just as Jiang Wuxin turned the car key to start the engine, she heard Xiaoshui's voice resonate in her mind. She pursed her lips and engaged in a silent conversation with him. "I would like to help, but I have no knowledge of the situation inside. Should I recklessly rush in to save them? If you wish for my demise, just say so." Jiang Wuxin silently opened the points mall in her mind, her expression cooling instantly upon seeing the price of the life-saving air cushion. "You could easily resort to theft, yet you insist on providing me with a cushion to save others. 100 points. Why not steal instead? The cost of salvation is indeed commensurate with its value. Naturally, I cannot be careless, but saving lives comes with its own rewards. Moreover, this air cushion can be used indefinitely after purchase. Who knows when it might come in handy?" Once again, the same tiresome sales pitch echoed in her mind. Jiang Wuxin crossed her arms and leaned back against the chair, attempting to convey with her gaze to Xiaoshui that she had grown weary of its rhetoric, which was utterly ineffective. "Now, enlighten me on how many points you intend to reward me for saving a life." "Saving a life earns you 5 points. There are approximately 20 individuals inside, so you'll break even in no time." "What a bargain. How absurd," Jiang Wuxin retorted. "Have you given any thought to what you just said? 5 points. Are you jesting? You know me well. I am least likely to play the benevolent savior. I shall never engage in endeavors that hold no benefit for me." Jiang Wuxin's mind raced as she calculated her options. "If you wish for me to save someone, I have 2 conditions. First, you shall provide me with the air cushion free of charge. Should I need it again later, I will purchase it myself, ensuring you incur no loss. Second, for each life saved, you shall grant me 20 points. "Apologies, but 20 points is excessive. I find myself in a bit of a dilemma," Xiaoshui replied. Jiang Wuxin understood that if this task held no benefits for Xiaoshui, it would not be so persistent in persuading her. This mission must have been assigned by the system, and failure to complete it would likely bring consequences for Xiaoshui. Therefore, she placed her hand back on the car key. "If you're in a bind, so be it. I'm not particularly interested in a life-saving cushion that I might never use. Time to head home." "Very well, I have reluctantly secured this privilege for you. Now, please proceed to save the individuals." Indeed, Jiang Wuxin's gamble paid off. Her spirits lifted instantly. "Sister Xinxin, shall we proceed with the rescue?" Yang Xuelin and Ji Chuan, exhausted from their banter, gazed at Jiang Wuxin, whose emotions fluctuated dramatically, and cautiously inquired, Of course we shall save them. Let us play the role of saviors this once, Jiang Wuxin declared, her decision startling those in the vehicle, yet they trusted her reasoning and refrained from questioning further. I can accompany you, Bai Jinyan offered. And Ji Chuan quickly added, Sister, I can go with you too. No need, I have my own strategies. Initially, the group had been anxious as they observed Jiang Wuxin preparing to leave. The man from earlier was agitated, hurling insults. That idea of yours is utterly futile. They can't even see you. Chapter 58. Does the dogman have a girlfriend? Just as the man was about to cry out for help, he noticed Jiang Wuxin emerging from the driver's seat, a sudden wave of embarrassment washing over him. Jiang Wuxin released 2 small kittens as a precaution and circled around to the rear storage compartment, retrieving a life-saving air cushion from within. With deftness, she quickly inflated it using a pump, and once prepared, she placed it beneath the windows of Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan. Upon realizing that Jiang Wuxin intended for them to jump down, the man vehemently objected, disregarding the potential danger of attracting zombies with his shouts. He flung open the window and vociferously questioned the group below. What do you mean by this? You expect us to leap down from here? At this height, we could be seriously injured or even killed. Can you take responsibility for that? We are not your parents. Why should we be accountable to you? Ji Chuan was amused by the man's shamelessness, twirling the handgun in his hand. Though he wore a smile, the coldness in his tone was unmistakable. I would like to ask you how you plan to descend. Shall we carry you down on a litter? You ought to assess your own worth. The man, buoyed by misplaced confidence, presumed that since Jiang Wuxin and her companions intended to rescue them, they would not resort to violence over mere words. Thus, he overlooked the gun in Ji Chuan's grasp, defiantly retorting, Why don't you eliminate the zombies in the factory first, then let us out? That way, we would be entirely safe. Had the firearm not belonged to Jiang Wuxin, Ji Chuan would have already silenced this foul-mouthed man. Disinclined to waste further breath on such a scoundrel, he aimed the gun directly at him. If you refuse to jump, then get lost. Utter one more word, and I shall end you. Jiang Wuxin feared that Ji Chuan might indeed pull the trigger if the man were shot and turned into a zombie. All her efforts would have been in vain. She gently tugged at his sleeve. Forget it, there's no need to stoop to his level. Despite his lack of shame, the man was merely a master of words and, sensing Ji Chuan's rising ire, felt a twinge of fear. He craned his neck to gauge the height from the ground. His legs trembling. In a swift motion, he yanked Yi Mei forward. Since you trust them so much, why not jump first and test the quality of the air cushion? Without considering whether Yi Mei was ready, he forcefully pushed her down. In truth, Yi Mei had intended to jump regardless. But there was a fundamental difference between leaping of her own volition and being unexpectedly shoved. Though she would have lied if she claimed not to be afraid, she was more terrified that her screams might attract the factory's zombies. Thus, she tightly shut her eyes and bit down on her lip, managing to stifle any sound. With a dull thud, Yi Mei landed squarely on the air cushion, the sudden loss of weight causing a brief rush of blood to her head. When she rose from the ground, her vision momentarily blurred, and she nearly stumbled again. Fortunately, aside from feeling slightly dizzy and almost twisting her ankle, she suffered no other injuries. Upon seeing Yi Mei safe and sound, the man forcefully pulled aside a worker who was about to jump and leaped down without a moment's hesitation. Had it not been for Jiang Wuxin's quick reflexes in grabbing Yi Mei, she would likely have been crushed beneath the rapidly descending figure. Oh, Yi Mei remained silent. While the man screamed in fright, Jiang Wuxin observed the hefty figure that had landed heavily on the air cushion, feeling an overwhelming urge to stomp on him repeatedly. The man lingered on the cushion for a few moments, bewildered, until Ji Chuan approached and swiftly kicked him off. What a pathetic fool. You nearly wet yourself from such a minor height. Perhaps it's time for you to be castrated to spare us men the humiliation, Ji Chuan remarked. The man, dazed from his fall, failed to comprehend Ji Chuan's words, scrambling to his feet in a daze and stumbling towards Jiang Wuxin's vehicle. However, he was abruptly stopped when she pressed her gun against him. What do you think you're doing? Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, the man's mind began to function, and he averted his gaze from Jiang Wuxin. Don't you dare overstep your bounds. My car is not for you. Get lost. Now, the man caught sight of a transport vehicle parked nearby and, in a moment of defiance, spat on the ground before hastily running towards it. Calling out to the girl who had just jumped down, "One, hurry." The girl, hearing his voice, wasted no time and rushed towards him. They both climbed into the vehicle and sped away, indifferent to the others who remained stranded. Everyone was left stunned by the couple's audacity. with Yimei glaring fiercely at the man laughing in the vehicle, cursing under her breath. I truly hope fate takes care of these selfish, short-lived fools. Who was that woman? Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan were busy evacuating the workers who had jumped down, while Yang Xuelin and Jiang Wuxin stood aside watching the spectacle. Upon hearing Yimei's words, Yang Xuelin chimed in with curiosity. That woman is his girlfriend. They are both cut from the same cloth. What a world we live in, that such a scoundrel can have a girlfriend. If they are both so shameless, I can only wish them a swift end, so they no longer harm others. Yang Xuelin clicked her tongue, shaking her head as she watched them depart. Benefactors, I am Yimei. Thank you for rescuing us. Seeing Jiang Wuxin approach, Yimei quickly masked her earlier hostility with a forced smile and deeply bowed in gratitude. There is a security barrier at the factory. The zombies inside should not be able to escape for now. However, one can never be certain they won't break through. You all should leave quickly. Jiang Wuxin felt a sense of fondness for the straightforward girl. Having rescued the workers, they could not abandon them to their fate. After surveying the surroundings, she inquired, "Is there another vehicle like the one we just saw?" "There is another one in the warehouse over there, but the door is locked, and we cannot open it." As Jiang Wuxin followed Yimei's, she pretentiously rummaged through the car's storage compartment and retrieved a chainsaw to dismantle the garage door lock. Upon entering, she searched the cabinet and found a spare car key, tossing it to Yimei. "We can only assist you to this extent. You should leave quickly." Everyone was astonished by Jiang Wuxin's fluid motions, and Yimei, incredulous, gazed at the key in her hand before looking up at Jiang Wuxin with hopeful anticipation, hesitantly speaking. "Benefactor, you are truly remarkable. May we accompany you?" Yimei understood that in this grim world, even if they managed to escape, it would only be a matter of days before they fell victim to the zombies. Only by staying close to someone capable like Jiang Wuxin could they hope to survive longer. Without much hesitation, Jiang Wuxin agreed. "Do not question why. Simply know that I am willing without reason." Chapter 59. Expanding new members. When Jiang Wuxin nodded, joy swept through the group, their long weary faces finally brightening with smiles. However, differing voices soon emerged. "Sister Yimei, I want to go home. My brother is still waiting for me." Suddenly, a young girl, not yet of age, pushed through the crowd, her head bowed and voice barely audible, her eyes unable to meet Jiang Wuxin's gaze. "Little sister, do not blame your elder sister for speaking harshly. In this situation, our families are likely in grave danger. By following our benefactor, we may have a chance to survive. Indeed, had we not been hiding in the factory, we might have already turned into those monsters. There are probably no living souls left outside." Yimei earnestly urged the tearful girl, while others who hoped to join Yimei and the rest also tried to persuade her. Yet the girl resolutely shook her head. "I have been with my brother since childhood. Even in death, we shall remain together." Her words cast a pall over many, and in such circumstances, they could no longer persuade her, allowing her to depart alone. "I too wish to return home. My child is waiting for me." Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiment of longing. Seeing the girl leave, two elder women with reddened eyes stepped forward. Jiang Wuxin could not bear the piercing gaze of despair, turning her head away to blink back her emotions, gently waving her hand. As some men observed others leaving without saying a word, they too followed towards the exit, not out of a desire to die alongside their families, but rather out of the belief that Jiang Wuxin, being merely a woman, was wholly reliant on her impressive vehicle. Without it, they doubted her capability. Moreover, they felt that aligning with her would not guarantee their safety and would only leave them with the stigma of dependency. Jiang Wuxin had never intended to bring all these individuals back to the base, their reluctance to join perfectly aligned with her own wishes. In the end, only Yimei and two female workers prepared to accompany Jiang Wuxin on her journey. "Since you intend to depart with them, could you possibly leave the vehicle for us?" A man had just reached the entrance when he turned back, glancing at Yimei and Jiang Wuxin, who were preparing to leave. Outside, it was likely teeming with zombies. "If we ventured out like this, we would be bitten before even making it home. I beg you." The man appeared earnest yet hesitant, his eyes darting away, clearly having wrestled with his conscience for a long while before mustering the courage to voice his request. Yimei felt a pang of sympathy at his pleading gaze, but Jiang Wuxin did not acquiesce to their request to use her vehicle. Thus she cast a troubled look toward her. "Since I have entrusted you with the car keys, you possess the right to utilize it. My vehicle may not be spacious, yet it can accommodate the three of you." Yimei sensed that Jiang Wuxin had given her tacit approval, and her face instantly brightened as she handed the keys to the man, softly advising him. You must ensure the safety of these ladies accompanying you, especially Hua Hua and Ernyo. If the situation turns dire, take them away. Hua Hua and Ernyo were the two female workers who had just been rescued and were eager to return home. Yimei had a good rapport with them, hence her additional caution. The man accepted the keys with gratitude and turned to lead the group away. After a tumultuous morning, Yang Xuelin and Jiang Wuxin were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Bai Jinyan voluntarily took over the driving duties while Ji Chuan settled into the passenger seat, leaving Yang Xuelin, Jiang Wuxin, and Yimei in the back. Although Xiaofan claimed it could only accommodate 3 passengers, there were indeed several hidden seats available. While it was not as spacious as before, it was far from cramped, as Yimei marveled at the opulent interior and the myriad of colorful buttons. She carefully settled into her assigned seat, refraining from any movement for fear of damaging something she could not afford to replace. The other 2 female workers also felt constrained, sitting silently as if afraid to speak. I am Jiang Wuxin. I am pleased to welcome you to our base. Here are the survival rules for our community. Feel free to take a look. Observing their reserved demeanor, Jiang Wuxin took the initiative to extend the screen she held, which displayed the point system she had previously established. If you find everything satisfactory, you may input your information as prompted by the system. The 3 were taken aback, yet grateful as they received the screen, meticulously reading the details. Upon discovering the opportunity to earn points through labor and exchange them for various necessities, they simultaneously broke into smiles. They had not chosen the wrong ally. Subsequently, they followed the system's prompts for facial recognition and identity registration. While Jiang Wuxin's mind echoed with Xiao Shuai's voice, new member Yimei detected initial affinity, 80 points, personality trait, brave. The identities of the other 2 new members remain unknown, initial affinity, 100 points, personality trait, loyal. Jiang Wuxin was somewhat taken aback. The seemingly delicate Yimei, despite her sharp tongue, unexpectedly exhibited a valiant spirit. It was clear that her abilities required further exploration. Congratulations, Master, on completing this challenging task. You have been rewarded with 2,000 points, which have been credited to your account. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Wuxin eagerly awaited Xiao Shuai to continue. But to her surprise, he fell silent after delivering this message. Did this little rascal think that by remaining silent, she would forget about the reward points for saving others? She felt compelled to remind him to consider whether there were any other unaccounted points. With a serious demeanor, she silently inquired through her consciousness. Master, your heroic act of saving others has also earned you 340 points, which can now be redeemed in the point store. That was more like it. Jiang Wuxin had been apprehensive that Xiao Shuai might deduct points from her, so she had meticulously kept track of how many people she had rescued, and to her relief, his calculations aligned perfectly. Xiao Shuai, is it possible that I can sense how many people you have counted? This task had been completed rather smoothly, and she had accumulated quite a few points. Jiang Wuxin redeemed 3 self-heating hot pots from the store and handed them to Yimei and the others. We've already expressed our gratitude for your rescue. How can we accept your food? They were taken aback by Jiang Wuxin's gesture, although they were genuinely tempted. They repeatedly waved their hands, hesitant to accept. While they weren't particularly lacking in food these days, it consisted mainly of compressed biscuits and instant meals. It had been ages since they had enjoyed a warm meal, let alone something meaty, and they were acutely aware of its rarity. Sister May, just accept it. Have a little to tide you over. We can enjoy better meals once we're home. Yang Xuelin understood their concerns. For them, the hot pot was not particularly special, but it was undeniably the most delicious and convenient option available during their journey. Let us eat together. Yimei observed the almost negligible interest Jiang Wuxin and her companions showed towards the hot pot, and silently speculated that they must be accustomed to having hot pots at home every day. No need. You all enjoy it. Yang Xuelin smiled politely at Yimei, further confirming her suspicions, and she stopped declining and began to eat ravenously. Alert! Alert! Level 3 zombies detected nearby. Please remain vigilant, Master. Chapter 60. The appearance of Level 3 zombies. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly echoed in Jiang Wuxin's mind. She quickly summoned the vehicle's map, where a red dot blinked incessantly. She tapped the shoulder of the driver, Bai Jinyan, signaling him to drive toward the red dot, then turned her serious gaze toward everyone present. The system had alerted her to the presence of Level 3 zombies nearby, and she instructed everyone to be on high alert and to promptly inform one another of any unusual occurrences. As Yi Mei and the others heard the words, they promptly nodded, placing the small hot pot on the ground and hastily wiping their mouths, their attention wholly captivated by the view outside the window. This was their inaugural encounter with zombies. To claim they were not anxious would be an outright falsehood. Bai Jinyan drove with remarkable speed, yet maintained a steady hand. And before long, they arrived at the location indicated on the map. Jiang Wuxin gazed at the imposing shopping mall before her, glancing at the unresponsive radar detector in her hand, and communicated telepathically with Xiao Shuai. Are you certain this is the right place? Why is the radar not reacting? The possibility of the radar malfunctioning could be dismissed, as it had just been utilized during their previous task. Could it be that the zombies here lacked crystal cores? That seemed unlikely. Even infant zombies exhibited such traits upon reaching level 2. Xiao Shuai, equally perplexed by the radar's lack of response, recognized that the probability of an error in the system's signal was virtually non-existent, so he could only rely on his experience to address Jiang Wuxin's concerns. Master, please remain calm. Xiao Shuai is also investigating the cause. Kindly park the vehicle in a concealed location and wait while observing the surroundings. Jiang Wuxin furrowed her brows, her hands enlarging the map beside the driver's seat as she selected a strategic spot that offered both offense and defense, signaling Bai Jinyan to drive there. Although Xiaofan was not small in size, this hiding place seemed tailor-made for it. Bai Jinyan cautiously parked the vehicle, ensuring that it was entirely out of sight. After waiting for quite some time without any results from Xiao Shuai, Jiang Wuxin grew increasingly impatient. Upon raising her head, she was struck by the sight of luxurious counters filled with high-end goods in the nearby mall. The top-tier luxury items, previously unattainable at exorbitant prices before the catastrophe, were now laid bare before her. Jiang Wuxin felt a stir of temptation. Xiao Shuai, have you figured out why the radar is unresponsive? Perhaps you could continue your investigation while I lead everyone down to scavenge a bit? Although Jiang Wuxin was somewhat avaricious, she was also a pragmatic one. Having surveyed the area with a high-powered telescope, she discerned that there were likely no living beings, let alone zombies, in sight. Furthermore, these treasures were merely a short distance away, and given her speed, she estimated she could clear the store in under 2 minutes. One must seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Master, I understand your urgency, but I urge you to exercise caution. This area is more perilous than you might anticipate. Xiao Shuai recommends against leaving the super-armored vehicle without due consideration. Very well. Regardless, even if I were to acquire these beautiful trinkets, they would only serve as decorative tokens at home, and it is not worth endangering myself for them. Jiang Wuxin slumped in her seat, her submachine gun resting beside her, her eyes continuously darting between the radar and the map screens, her expression relatively calm. In stark contrast, the other occupants of the vehicle exhibited a different demeanor. Yi Mei and her companions were so tense that Jiang Wuxin could almost hear their heartbeats, their hands fidgeting nervously. Although Yang Xuelin and her 2 companions felt some anxiety as well, they had seen their fair share of dramatic situations over the past few days. Observing Yi Mei's group in such a state, Yang Xuelin could not help but offer words of comfort. There's no need to be so tense. With Sister Xinxin here, we won't be in any real danger. Her sudden voice startled Yi Mei, who had been rigid with fear, nearly making her cry out. Suppressing her terror with effort, Yi Mei forced a smile at Yang Xuelin that looked more painful than tears, nodding slightly. Yang Xuelin understood exactly how they felt. It was the same fear she had experienced the first time she followed Sister Xinxin to confront the undead. How could anyone stop being afraid just because of a single reassuring sentence? That would take a heart of steel. Detecting that the host is extremely bored, Xiao Shuai poses a question. Please consider carefully before answering. Xiao Shuai's voice abruptly echoed in Jiang Wuxin's mind. She rolled her eyes internally, responding with disinterest. Instead of wasting time, why don't you hurry up and figure out the cause? I want to go home and eat. I'm starving. Xiao Shuai has relayed the issue to the system. The system is currently analyzing. Please answer Xiao Shuai's question. Without giving Jiang Wuxin a chance to refuse, Xiao Shuai proceeded with his inquiry. Detecting that the host possesses an infinite ammo handgun, if you needed to distribute it to someone else to enhance firepower, who would you choose? Jiang Wuxin had initially planned to ignore him, but the question intrigued her enough that, for once, she didn't dismiss it outright. After some thought, she answered seriously. I'd probably give it to Yang Xueling. Why? Xiao Shuai seemed surprised by this answer and pressed for an explanation. There are 2 main reasons. First, when we first encountered the infant corpse, she instinctively shielded me upon sensing danger. That suggests her loyalty is quite high. Despite Yang Xuelin's usual loud and brash demeanor, she was actually quite timid. The fact that she had stepped in front of Jiang Wuxin last time had deeply moved her. Second, she's the most straightforward among this group. The fact that she dares to kill zombies at all is impressive enough. If she had the gun, even in an emergency, she would never turn it against her companions or me. Then why not by Jinyan or Jichuan? Jiang Wuxin had considered them, but after analyzing their traits, she remained uneasy. Bai Jinyan, though currently obedient and compliant, rarely expressed his own thoughts or personality. This made it difficult for Jiang Wuxin to gauge his true intentions, naturally eroding her trust in him. As for Jichuan, while he had died for her in their past life, that had only happened after countless life and death battles had forged absolute trust between them. Currently, his favorability toward her was only at 50. Jiang Wuxin wasn't willing to gamble on that. After hearing her reasoning, Xiao Shuai expressed agreement, though he refused to explain why he had asked the question in the first place. No matter how Jiang Wuxin pressed, silently cursing Xiao Shuai in her mind, Jiang Wuxin settled back into her seat, keeping watch on the situation outside. Suddenly, a rhythmic and resounding noise emanated from the distance, causing the occupants of the vehicle to feel the ground tremble beneath them. Jiang Wuxin straightened her posture and peered through her high-powered binoculars towards the source of the sound. Previously, there had been no anomalies, and the tense atmosphere had begun to ease. However, in an instant, their hearts surged back into their throats. Even the typically composed Yang Xuelin and her companions visibly tensed. Sister Xian, could this level 3 zombie be a colossal monster? The sound suggests it is quite formidable. Chapter 61. Zombie King Wei Xiaohang in the previous life. There had indeed been instances of zombies mutating into massive creatures, but those occurrences transpired only in the latter stages of the apocalypse. Moreover, zombies would only undergo a qualitative leap upon reaching level 5. The one before them had merely evolved to level 3, suggesting it was no more challenging than a level 2 infant zombie. There's no need for alarm. Relax. I am here to ensure your safety. Jiang Wuxin attempted to assuage their anxiety. However, before her words could fully resonate, she spotted a tank approaching from a distance, trailed by several military vehicles, and the vibrations from the ground intensified. Furrowing her brows, Jiang Wuxin lifted her binoculars and recognized the familiar insignia on the vehicle, momentarily taken aback. It belonged to the 612 military district from the west. The 3 nearby cities fell under its jurisdiction, so encountering them was not entirely unexpected. How peculiar, truly strange. Xiao Shu distinctly feels the level 3 zombie is nearby, yet it does not appear on the radar, nor is it visible outside. Could it be hiding? Xiao Shu's perplexed voice echoed in Jiang Wuxin's mind, while she gazed at the figure standing at the center of the tank, whose visage became increasingly clear and eerily familiar. With a cold smirk, she spoke, "Stop searching. I already know where the level 3 zombie is." Oh, perhaps it is concealed among these individuals? But they should exhibit no reactions. They ought to have been assimilated long ago. These individuals moved with ease and exhibited no outward abnormalities. They hardly resembled zombies. If memory serves correctly, the person leading them should be the very level 3 zombie we seek, Wei Xiaohang. In her previous life, Jiang Wuxin had heard tales of Wei Xiaohang's exploits at the base. Yet she had never anticipated that merely a few days after the outbreak of the zombie tide, he had already evolved to level 3. However, prior to his transformation into the Zombie King, Wei Xiaohang had indeed traversed between various bases with his military contingent for communication, making his presence here somewhat unsurprising. Although he had become a zombie, his appearance remained indistinguishable from that of a normal human, and he retained his intellect and emotional intelligence, having not yet formed a zombie core in his brain. In the late stages of her previous life, after ascending to level 9, he had even acquired the ability to command zombies, thus earning the title of Zombie King. The mere thought of Wei Xiaohang's past deeds of surrounding cities with zombies filled Jiang Wuxin with a seething frustration, compelling her to articulate these words through clenched teeth. Such a creature exists? This is truly unprecedented and astonishing. Even the well-informed and seasoned Xiao Shu was taken aback by Wei Xiaohang's extraordinary attributes. He paused for a moment before continuing. No wonder our systems and radar cannot detect his whereabouts. It turns out he is not even classified as a zombie. Jiang Wuxin, however, paid little attention to Xiao Shu's words. Her eyes narrowed as she fixated on the tank that was slowly approaching, her hands gripping the submachine gun tightly. longing to rush down and confront the monster that was Wei Xiaohang. Although in his previous life, Wei Xiaohang was also a victim of deceit. Driven to desperation to concoct a sacrificial scheme, he had no right to unleash his wrath upon humanity, causing her to meet a tragic end. Yet, reason cautioned her that should she dare to harm him, the military personnel would undoubtedly seek retribution, leading to dire consequences. It might be wiser to bide her time, waiting for an opportunity to capture him and compel him to mend his ways. If all else failed, she could confine him to prevent his evolution. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Jiang Wuxin and Xiaoshu's exchange went unnoticed. Upon seeing the approaching tanks and military vehicles, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. It was indeed personnel from the military district. They could easily handle more than just a level 3 zombie. Yang Xuelin joyfully patted the still-dazed Yi Mei and the others, feigning profundity as she proclaimed, "See, I told you that following Sister Xinxin would keep us safe. Sister Xinxin is our guardian angel." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Mei and the others embraced tightly, tears welling in their eyes as they fervently nodded in agreement, their voices trembling with emotion. "Yes, yes. The military will surely not abandon us here. We are safe now. Truly safe." There was an inexplicable trust in the military among the group. In peaceful times, Jiang Wuxin would have shared their sentiment. However, this was the apocalypse. Wei Xiaohang posed the greatest threat. She was uncertain if his thoughts and human traits had been tainted by the evolution of zombies, so she dared not let her guard down. Suddenly, her voice turned icy as she addressed the group. "Even with military personnel present, we must remain vigilant." Yang Xuelin noticed Jiang Wuxin's peculiar expression and her unusual demeanor. Although she unconditionally trusted Sister Xinxin's judgment, a hint of worry crept into her voice as she asked, "Sister Xinxin, have you sensed something amiss?" "Nothing in particular. Just maintain your vigilance," Jiang Wuxin replied, reluctant to divulge too much about her past life or the existence of her system. She merely deflected the question. The group, though puzzled, refrained from pressing further, suppressing their smiles as they observed the approaching tank and military vehicles, wary of making any rash moves. "Commander, we have spotted a pink vehicle ahead. Its design does not appear to be civilian, yet it also does not resemble military transport. Should we proceed to investigate?" Not only did Jiang Wuxin attract the attention of the military personnel, but they, too, were acutely aware of her presence. For the striking colors of her attire made it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. "Everyone halt. You too, follow me to assess the situation," Wei Xiaohang commanded, his expression impassive as he regarded the peculiar small figure before him, responding quietly to his subordinates. The main force halted approximately 5 meters away from Jiang Wuxin and her companions, all military vehicles entering a state of alert. Numerous rifles protruded from the windows, all aimed steadfastly in the direction of the small figure. Wei Xiaohang descended from the tank, accompanied by 2 armed officers, and in that instant, Jiang Wuxin recognized him as the true embodiment of the zombie king. His contemptuous, infuriating expression mirrored that of a previous life. The look in his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had seen when she was cast from the city wall. She fixed her gaze on the man striding toward them, her fists clenched tightly. "Wow, is this officer truly this handsome? It appears that all the striking soldiers have been conscripted." Upon seeing Wei Xiaohang's strikingly stern visage, Yang Xuelin succumbed to her infatuation, her eyes nearly sparkling with admiration. Were it not for the others present, she might have rushed forward to seek his contact details. "Oh, what kind of taste do you possess? How can you find someone like him handsome?" Ji Chuan remarked, smacking his lips in disbelief, casting a look of utter incredulity at Yang Xuelin, his words dripping with sarcasm. While his disdain for Yang Xuelin was partly fueled by personal grievances, it was primarily rooted in his immediate impression of Wei Xiaohang, which led him to instinctively distrust the man, despite this being their first encounter. "Umph, are you not merely jealous that he surpasses you in looks? Your envy is palpable." 2 soldiers approached Jiang Wuxin's vehicle, respectfully tapping on the window of her small automobile. "Good day. Please exit your vehicle for inspection." Jiang Wuxin, prioritizing her own safety over formalities, instructed the others to remain in the car while she stepped out alone. "This area is exceedingly dangerous. You should leave promptly." Wei Xiaohang's tone matched his displeased expression, yet Jiang Wuxin offered him no favorable response. One hand discreetly gripped the handle of her pistol behind her. She let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Isn't the most perilous one here you?" Chapter 62. A bargain not taken. Neither the occupants of the vehicle nor those from Unit 612 comprehended the reasons behind the animosity embedded in Jiang Wuxin's words. Only Wei Xiaoheng paused, his gaze narrowing at the unfriendly expression on Jiang Wuxin's face, a shiver running down his spine. Could it be that this woman had uncovered his secret? Yet, he had never exhibited any hint of it in public. How could she possibly know? Was it mere coincidence? But why, upon their first meeting, did she harbor such pronounced hostility toward him? Wei Xiaoheng's mind swirled with unanswered questions, prompting him to seek a crack in Jiang Wuxin's facade. He furrowed his brow, suppressing his own hostility, and gazed into Jiang Wuxin's eyes, inquiring, "Why do you say such things?" Wei Xiaoheng believed he had concealed his emotions well, but the subtle irregularities in his expressions had long been perceived by the astute Jiang Wuxin. However, Jiang Wuxin dared not provoke this future zombie king before fully understanding his background. Thus, she resorted to an imaginative yet plausible reason, crossing her arms and speaking with a hint of indignation. "You military personnel, under the banner of serving the nation and its people, have scoured this area clean, leaving us common folk to risk our lives in search of supplies, yet we find nothing at all. You seem to have claimed all the benefits for yourselves, showing no consideration for us, ordinary citizens. To us, you are no different from those flesh-eating zombies. Both merely seek our demise." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoheng silently exhaled, yet his countenance remained impassive. Nevertheless, Jiang Wuxin's words incensed the soldiers accompanying him, one of whom pointed an accusatory finger at her. "How dare you speak like that, young lady? If we weren't risking ourselves to ensure the survival of more survivors, would we be out here collecting supplies? From your perspective, it seems we are merely toiling in vain." The soldier, his face flushed with anger, stumbled over his words, eager to engage Jiang Wuxin in a debate. However, Wei Xiaoheng raised a hand to silence him, his expression stern as he turned to Jiang Wuxin. "How much in supplies do you require?" "Commander," the soldier, upon hearing Wei Xiaoheng's intention to provide Jiang Wuxin with supplies, nearly lunged forward to intervene, but was halted by a mere glance from Wei Xiaoheng. Thus, he stood behind him, shooting daggers with his eyes at Jiang Wuxin. In truth, Wei Xiaoheng felt a tinge of anger as well. Yet he recognized that this woman was not as uncomplicated as she appeared. Fearing complications, he decided to first dismiss her. "The quantity I can provide will depend on your sincerity, Commander. After all, we cannot overtly demand from you. Otherwise, you might become incensed and accuse us of disturbing public order, which would be quite unfortunate." Jiang Wuxin, oblivious to Wei Xiaoheng's unusual demeanor, was not inclined to let him off easily. She leveled a provocative gaze at him, attempting to discern signs of his anger or brutality, traits often associated with those assimilated by zombies. To her surprise, Wei Xiaoheng exhibited no signs of irritation, maintaining his stoic expression as he signaled to the soldiers to bring forth 2 bags of supplies for her. Reluctantly, the soldier delivered 2 bulging bags and tossed them at Jiang Wuxin's feet. Observing his attitude, she clicked her tongue and spoke softly. "Oh dear, our soldier seems rather temperamental. Is it too much to ask for a few kind words? Just because I voiced some unflattering remarks, does that warrant such a display?" Jiang Wuxin stifled the urge to retch, adopting an exaggerated tone. "And after spending half the day negotiating with you fine gentlemen, all I receive is this meager amount? How are we supposed to share this among so many in our base? Are you treating us like beggars?" Jiang Wuxin briefly immersed herself in the perspective of Wei Xiaoheng. Even though she was not a zombie, she felt a surge of indignation. Remarkably, Wei Xiaoheng remained entirely unperturbed and inquired with an air of casualness. "What is the scale of your base, and how many individuals does it accommodate? I would like to procure supplies based on your numbers." Jiang Wuxin recalled her mother naming her sister when she was born, referring to them as the sweetheart duo, and within a heartbeat, she had aptly named her base. "Our sweetheart base is no small affair. It must accommodate at least 12 individuals." Upon hearing this seemingly trivial designation, the 2 soldiers became increasingly convinced that Jiang Wuxin was merely seeking trouble, their tempers flaring uncontrollably. However, just as they were about to erupt, they heard Wei Xiaoheng's voice again. "In that case, I shall procure another bag of supplies for you. You should hasten back home." Jiang Wuxin's heart soared at these words. Her initial intent was merely to test this peculiar individual, but she had unexpectedly gained a delightful reward. After all, why not seize the opportunity? She refrained from further entanglement, nodded in acknowledgement, accepted the supplies Wei Xiaoheng offered, and departed with a flourish. "Commander, This girl is clearly a swindler. How could you bestow upon her such bounties? One soldier exclaimed. Enough, let us be on our way, Wei Xiaoheng replied, fully aware that he had been ensnared in a clever ruse, yet fearing any show of weakness. He silently swallowed this bitter pill. The soundproofing and sealing of the vehicle were impeccable, and the occupants remained blissfully unaware of Jiang Wuxin's dialogue with the officers outside. Upon witnessing her return with an abundance of supplies, their eyes widened in astonishment. Sister Xinxin, did you just rob someone? Yang Xueling gasped, nearly dropping her jaw at the sight of the 3 large bags. Jiang Wuxin stifled a laugh, nodding in affirmation, signaling by Jin Yan to drive them home. Aren't we going to confront that level 3 zombie? Yang Xueling, ever the curious one, asked, her face a canvas of confusion as she studied Jiang Wuxin's cryptic expression. I must have been mistaken. There are no signs of zombies nearby. Let us return home for dinner, as I am on the brink of starvation. Jiang Wuxin chose not to elaborate and redirected the conversation. On the journey back, they encountered neither humans nor zombies. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the villa district. Halting outside Building 13, Jiang Wuxin conducted a thorough inspection of the villa with her 2 kittens, ensuring its safety before allowing Yi Mei and the others to enter. The 3 bags of supplies belong to you. Please gather your belongings and meet me at room 16, as we shall commence work tomorrow. Jiang Wuxin and her companions had not eaten lunch, and as dinner approached, she felt her strength waning. After settling Yi Mei and the others, she instructed Yang Xueling to summon the Li family to join them for dinner at room 16. After all, having reaped the rewards from the future zombie king, a celebration was in order. Meanwhile, in room 16, a group was feasting, while Zhou Qi, her face a shade of green with envy, lamented from her window seat. How can Jiang Wuxin possess such an abundance of exquisite ingredients? Why hasn't she been devoured by zombies? Why? In a fit of rage, she overturned the bowl of instant noodles onto the floor. Lu Xiang, gaunt and weary, pulled her away with concern and shouted, Have you lost your mind? We have sacrificed our own food for you, and you dare to knock it over? It is you who is out of your wits, shouting at me over a mere bowl of noodles. Get out. Zheng Xiaoqing watched as the 2 began quarreling again, her head nearly exploding from the commotion. With a long sigh, she shook her head and retreated into her room. Yet another day of yearning to become a pet in Jiang Wuxin's household. Chapter 63. Robbed after a hearty meal. Jiang Wuxin retrieved farming tools and seeds from her space to distribute among Yi Mei and her companions. Starting tomorrow, you will cultivate the vacant land from the North Gate 13 to the southern area of the mountain. The amount of points you earn to exchange for food and daily necessities will depend on your work efficiency. Having not enjoyed a full meal in quite some time, Yi Mei and her companions felt a renewed trust in Jiang Wuxin after witnessing their usual fare tonight. The thought of laboring for points starting tomorrow filled them with enthusiasm. They accepted the tools with beaming smiles, expressed their gratitude to Jiang Wuxin, and chattered excitedly as they departed. After bidding them farewell, Jiang Wuxin, exhausted from the day's exertions, exchanged points for an electric fence and surveillance system with Xiaoshu. Once she had set the installation time, she settled into the living room to watch television. As night fell, the group that had not shown up for a long time emerged from Villa Number 2, armed with knives. At the forefront was the scar-faced man. Though after days of meager rations, their spirits were markedly diminished from before. Brother, are you certain we can snatch food this time? Asked a man who had previously accompanied the scar-faced man to Jiang Wuxin's home. Now, he was emaciated and unsteady, likely to collapse after just a few steps without the help of 3 small cats. Though the scar-faced man had not eaten his fill, he was still in better shape than the others, having only lost a layer of flesh on his face, which appeared little changed. He waved his large knife confidently, casting a sidelong glance at his companions. I have been watching these 16 for a while. They hardly interact with that woman. Every encounter ends in a brawl, so she most likely won't intervene. Their supplies were running dangerously low, and without a new influx of goods, this large group faced imminent starvation. However, the scars of their previous beating weighed heavily on them, prompting them to avoid the protective realm of the 16 and focus their attention on the latter. Unbeknownst to the trio, danger was silently encroaching. Lu Xiang and Zhou Qi's quarrel ended in yet another stalemate, neither able to claim victory, and both were forced to cease hostilities due to exhaustion. Zhou Qi, infuriated, retreated to her room to sleep, while Lu Xiang knocked on Zheng Xiaoqing's door. Brother, are you asleep? Let us engage in conversation. In comparison to the physical fatigue, The psychological strain and mental torment weighed heavily upon him, leaving him almost breathless. If he could not expel these emotions, Lu Ziong felt he might not perish from starvation, but would surely descend into madness. Zhang Xiaoqing did not wish to meddle in the affairs between him and Zhou Qi, yet he harbored his own intentions. With a silent sigh, he opened the door, and the two settled on the staircase of the first floor. Care for a smoke? They sat in silence for an extended period, until Lu Ziong finally retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Zhang Xiaoqing. When did you take up smoking? I recall you never indulged before. Zhang Xiaoqing placed the cigarette between his lips, leaning closer to the flickering flame that illuminated the darkness. He inhaled deeply and turned to observe Lu Ziong, who was gazing silently at the doorway. With a faint smile, Lu Ziong uttered softly, "In truth, I have always smoked. I merely quit because Zhou Qi detests the smell of tobacco." Watching the smoke dissipate slowly, Lu Ziong let out a bitter laugh. What did my efforts to please her yield? Here we are at the end of the world, and I must still endure humiliation, dependent on others' whims. I cannot fathom when this existence will come to an end. In fact, I have contemplated leaving for some time now, joining Jiang Wuxin's base like Yang Xuelin and Bai Jinyan. There, I would be free from the threat of zombies and enjoy fresh provisions. Zhang Xiaoqing patted the muscles he had honed over many years, his eyes filled with resignation. He forced a grim smile, self-mockingly stating, "Rather than this, where I must divide a single instant noodle into 8 portions. If this continues, I shall become emaciated. For an athlete, turning into a mere shadow is more unbearable than death." Each day, witnessing the carefree revelry of others just a street away, Lu Ziong could not claim he felt no envy. How could he not have contemplated aligning himself with Jiang Wuxin? But I wish to go too. Yet Zhou Qi is unwilling, and I am powerless to act, despite his complaints of daily grievances. Relinquishing this precious support he had so painstakingly secured would not be an easy task. Zhang Xiaoqing understood Lu Ziong's hesitation and refrained from further persuasion. He rose, supporting himself on his thighs, discarded the cigarette but on the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. "If you do not reconsider by tomorrow, I shall depart." Lu Ziong looked up at Zhang Xiaoqing, whose expression was inscrutable, ready to respond when a sudden, forceful knocking echoed from the door. The two hastily seized the baseball bat and wooden stick they had left in the corridor, their expressions fraught with alarm as they peered toward the entrance. Goodness, could it be a zombie? Zhang Xiaoqing managed to maintain a semblance of composure, but Lu Ziong felt his legs weaken with fear. Previously, with numbers on their side, he had felt secure even in moments of idleness, but now, with only himself and Zhang Xiaoqing remaining in the entire building, their situation appeared dire. Jiang Wuxin had nearly finished her rest, comfortably cradling her little sister, Sweet Bean, while they engaged in a 2-player game in the upstairs bedroom. Just as they reached an exhilarating point in the game, a sudden and jarring crash of breaking glass echoed from outside, startling both of them. "Xiao Shui, what is happening outside? Is it zombies?" "It's the group of ruffians who previously attempted to invade Unit 16, smashing its windows. Should we take action?" Xiao Shui, utilizing an external high-definition surveillance camera, clearly observed the situation within Unit 16. While responding to Jiang Wuxin's inquiry, he inadvertently displayed the live video feed. Jiang Wuxin cast a fleeting glance at the screen, but remained engrossed in the game with her sister. It was only after successfully clearing the level that she turned her attention to the monitor. "Daodu, sister needs to handle some matters. Could you please go to sleep for now?" Sweet Bean, having heard Xiao Shui's words, obediently nodded and scampered off to bed. Jiang Wuxin retrieved a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and leisurely made her way to the balcony on the 2nd floor, gazing across the street towards Unit 16. Silhouetted against the night, Zhou Qi was also roused by the loud crash. Sleepily shuffling in her slippers, she opened the door, still unclear about what had transpired, and raised her voice in reprimand. "Are you two insane? What are you doing making noise at this hour?" Yet, no one answered her. Only the faint rustling sounds from downstairs replied. Her rising irritation quickly ignited, and she grumbled as she navigated her way to the staircase. As she descended the first few steps, she spotted a group of individuals standing in the middle of the living room, their blades glinting ominously in the dim light. "Ah!" Zhou Qi let out a shriek, but before she could utter another sound, a man rushed up the stairs in 3 swift strides, covering her mouth with a firm grip. She felt the icy touch against her neck, and her remaining scream was swallowed back. "Silence, or I will eliminate those two below." Chapter 64. The cowardly bully Zhou Qi trembled with fear, unable to resist or struggle. She could only stifle her sobs as the man pushed her downward, leading her into the living room where she discovered Lu Ziong and Zheng Xiaoqing bound and kneeling on the floor. The oppressive darkness heightened her anxiety, and Zhou Qi's whimpering irritated the scar-faced man. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to bind her as well, and together, the three were unceremoniously tossed into the yard outside. The scar-faced man switched on a flashlight with barely enough battery power and began rummaging through the villa for supplies, leaving no corner unexamined, even collecting seemingly useless items. Although he managed to gather a substantial haul, the edible provisions amounted to little more than instant noodles and some compressed biscuits. His dissatisfaction was palpable as he angrily tossed the items before Zhou Qi and the others, lowering his voice to interrogate them. Have you hidden everything? Why is there so little? Lu Ziong was too terrified to speak, shaking his head in wide-eyed fear at the scar-faced man. Zheng Xiaoqing, though frightened, managed to maintain a degree of composure. She quickly scanned the items that had been dumped before them and felt a sinking sensation in her heart. This man had thoroughly scavenged their supplies. Even the food they had hidden in their rooms had been found. In these tumultuous times, we scarcely dare to venture out in search of supplies. This is all we possess. Take it and spare us. Though we may devise ways to procure more provisions, provoking these individuals could lead to dire consequences for us all. Spare you? Do you truly believe this meager offering could barter for your lives? The scar-faced man, dissatisfied with his findings, vented his frustration by forcefully throwing Zheng Xiaoqing to the ground, placing a foot upon his face, and menacingly proclaimed, in the absence of food, I shall drag you back to be slaughtered and consumed. After all, losing 1 or 2 lives is inconsequential. You have taken everything. Why do you not release us? As the specter of death loomed, Zhou Qi's fear overtook her, causing her to stumble and cry out. Yet, her words, tinged with desperation and the pangs of hunger, came out not in fury, but rather in an almost plaintive tone. It was this utterance that caught the attention of the scar-faced man, who, illuminated by the light from Jiang Wuxin's home, discerned the pouting visage of Zhou Qi. Despite her irascible temperament, her beauty and figure were undeniable. Having been jostled down the stairs, her nightgown had become disheveled, exposing her fair skin, while loose strands of hair framed her cheeks, adding an alluring quality to her appearance. The scar-faced man smirked, revealing a lewd grin as he approached Zhou Qi, gripping her chin and inspecting her with a predatory gaze. Well, I hadn't noticed we had a little beauty among us. Though her temper leaves something to be desired, surely it would be more exhilarating to play with her. Wouldn't you all agree? As he stared at her delicate neck, he swallowed hard and forcefully pushed her to the ground, jesting with his cohorts encircling them. It seems my brother's Haven Tea had a woman in quite some time. Let us take turns, shall we? Zhou Qi, no fool, understood the implications of their words and began to cry out and struggle desperately. In that moment, the thought of attracting the undead was overshadowed by the fear of these vile men. She would rather face the zombies than endure the defilement at their hands. With a resounding slap, the scar-faced man struck her across the face, baring his teeth as he pointed at the tear-streaked woman. You'd best keep quiet, or I'll ensure you meet your end before the zombies do. Terrified into silence, Zhou Qi writhed to evade his grimy hands. On the ground, Zheng Xiaoqing witnessed the unfolding horror and attempted to intervene, only to be kicked down once more. Zhou Qi's tender skin was marred by the rough ropes, and her vision blurred by tears. She ultimately ceased her struggles. Just as she was on the brink of unconsciousness, a familiar yet foreign female voice broke through the chaos. Get off her at once, or I swear I will ensure your lineage ends here. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight of authority. Who dares to disrupt my plans? I will end you. The scarred man, in high spirits, was abruptly interrupted, which naturally displeased him. He paid no heed to the trembling figure nearby, who dared not utter a word in response. Rising from his position, he seized the large blade beside him and swung it toward the source of the sound. Whoosh! The sharp edge sliced through the air but encountered nothing. Jiang Wuxin, nearly toppled by the man's reckless motion, clicked her tongue. TSK, her annoyance flared once more. Upon catching sight of Jiang Wuxin cradling 2 kittens, the scarred man instinctively took a step back, his neck stiffening as he demanded, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. In truth, Jiang Wuxin had no desire to involve herself in the sordid matters of Zhou Qi and his companions. However, the man's actions were undeniably revolting. If you wish to seize supplies, I have no interest in idle chatter with you. But if you attempt to forcefully abduct a woman, we must have a serious discussion. Jiang Wuxin gently set down the kittens and crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at the man's disheveled lower half. Such a state of being. Engaged in the public humiliation of a young girl. How brazen to invite ridicule. She believed her words to be subtle. Yet both the scarred man and his lackeys grasped her intent, with a couple of foolish subordinates even chuckling audibly. What the hell did you just say? I reckon you haven't had a man in quite a while and are envious. The scarred man, exuding a typical bravado, spoke without a shred of thought, amusing Jiang Wuxin in the process. With a sigh, she drew a pistol from behind her and aimed it at the man's lineage. Best keep this delicate little thing from becoming a source of embarrassment. Let me assist you in rendering it useless so you can develop anew. The scarred man instinctively shielded himself, while his underlings regarded Jiang Wuxin with disdain, one provocatively retorting, "Boss, I doubt her gun has any bullets. Why not just take her back and have our fun together?" Though Jiang Wuxin possessed a fiery temperament, her beauty and physique surpassed even that of Zhou Qi. Bang! Without even sparing a glance at the subordinate, she fired at his arm, the tranquil night erupting into a cacophony of screams. The scarred man, witnessing this turn of events, dared not utter another word. Casting a quick glance at Jiang Wuxin, he attempted to abscond with the plundered goods, but as he lifted the bag, he heard her icy voice once more. "Who said you could take anything with you?" The scarred man was on the verge of fury, but as he opened his mouth to respond, he noticed the two kittens at Jiang Wuxin's feet, now puffed up in alarm. Instantly deflated, he hunched over and, cursing under his breath, retreated with his men. Lu Xiang, seeing the scarred man depart, was quicker than anyone else to approach Jiang Wuxin, expressing his gratitude before assisting the unconscious Zhou Qi back home. Zhang Xiaoqing also struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding her injuries, and grasped Jiang Wuxin's arm as she attempted to leave. "I have an unreasonable request. Could you possibly allow me to join your organization? I am utterly at my wit's end." Chapter 65. Expansion of territory. Zhang Xiaoqing's recent performance left Jiang Wuxin somewhat satisfied, coupled with her relatively favorable impression of him. She permitted him to approach the three individuals residing in room 14. Should they be willing to offer him shelter, Jiang Wuxin would have no objections. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's words, Zhang Xiaoqing appeared to be instantly rejuvenated, as if the myriad of wounds upon his body had miraculously healed. He limped his way toward room 14. The commotion from earlier had not gone unnoticed by Yang Xuelin and her companions, who quickly discerned Zhang Xiaoqing's intentions as he knocked on the door. Understanding Jiang Wuxin's implication, the trio conferred briefly and decided to welcome Zhang Xiaoqing into their fold. If they consented, they would accompany him to room 16 to register his information in the system. Jiang Wuxin was not taken aback by this outcome. After all, Zhang Xiaoqing had previously gotten along quite harmoniously with Bai Jinyan and Yang Xueling. The addition of another laborer to assist in their endeavors was a proposition they had no reason to decline. New member detected. Zhang Xiaoqing has joined. Initial affinity, 100 points. Personality trait, loyal. Jiang Wuxin was somewhat astonished by the high affinity score, yet she recognized that no one would ever complain about accumulating more points. She instructed Zhang Xiaoqing to return to room 16 to gather his belongings and to commence working alongside Yang Xuelin and the others to earn points the following day. Having arranged these matters, she retired to rest with her two little cats. Before the sun had risen the next day, the inhabitants of Sweetheart Base began their industrious routines. Jiang Wuxin issued new tasks via the surveillance screen to room 14, directing Zhang Xiaoqing to join Yang Xuelin and the others in cultivating farmland in the open space at the foot of the mountain behind the villa. The specific implementation methods were identical to those she had provided to Yi Mei and her companions, advising them to communicate among themselves for any uncertainties. Once she had assigned the tasks, Jiang Wuxin returned to the living room with her little sweet bean to enjoy breakfast. Hardly had she settled when the doorbell rang. Checking the surveillance, she was surprised to see Lu Xiang and Zhou Qi at the entrance. "What brings you here so early?" Jiang Wuxin remained still, engaging in conversation with the two through the surveillance system. Lu Xiang, aware that Jiang Wuxin could see their movements, quickly adopted a humble and respectful demeanor, pulling Zhou Qi closer. "Greetings. We have learned of Zhang Xiaoqing's joining you and wish to inquire if we may also become part of your group." Jiang Wuxin had surmised their intentions the moment she laid eyes on them. After Zhang Xiaoqing's departure, the two had become nearly incapable of self-sufficiency. Without seeking her help, they would likely languish in idleness, though she had never held a favorable view of either of them. The prospect of claiming room 16 as part of her territory, potentially earning over 1,000 points, prevented her from outright rejection. Joining us is not out of the question, but as with all members, the ownership of room 16 must be attributed to me. What? You saved us once, and now you expect to claim our home. Zhou Qi learned from Lu Xiang that it was Jiang Wuxin who had rescued them the previous day. However, upon hearing that the condition for joining was to relinquish her house to Jiang, she began to speak indiscriminately. Fearing that Jiang Wuxin might be angered and subsequently reject them, Lu Xiang hastily pulled Zhou Qi behind him and began to apologize. Please do not take offense. Let us discuss this matter and provide you with a prompt response. No hurry. Take your time to reach a consensus and then come to me, Jiang Wuxin replied. Lu Xiang expressed his gratitude and bowed towards the surveillance camera before leading Zhou Qi to a location further away, where Jiang Wuxin could not overhear their conversation. Although she could sense that the communication was far from pleasant, she inquired, "Are you still there? We have reached a decision. We shall indeed join you." While Jiang Wuxin was somewhat taken aback by Lu Xiang's words, Zhou Qi, though visibly displeased, did not refute the decision and thus consented to their application. She projected the base's point system and monthly contribution system onto the screen at the entrance. This is a regulation that every member must adhere to, and you are no exception. If you can accept it, please input your information and undergo facial recognition at the entrance according to the voice prompts. The two of them were visibly elated upon discovering that they could exchange labor for various daily necessities and food, and without hesitation, they proceeded to input their information. New member Lu Xiang detected, initial affinity, 40 points, personality attribute, cunning. New member Zhou Qi detected, initial affinity, 60 points, personality attribute, stubborn. All right. I have just welcomed two ancestors to our midst, Jiang Wuxin mused, having anticipated that their affinity scores would be low. Yet she never expected Lu Xiang's to be even lower than Zhou Qi's, and with the attribute of cunning to boot. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Dissatisfied with both affinity scores, Jiang Wuxin did not grant them a warm reception. She provided them with some basic daily necessities and sent them on their way. Collaborating with Xiao Shuai, she exchanged for an electric fence, encircling Area 16 completely, without leaving any passage for connection with other residents. This way, she need not worry about the two of them wandering about recklessly, and it also allowed for the continued passage of the road. She vowed that she would never seek personal revenge. Not really. After collecting the territorial points from the 16 rewards, the system's points had accumulated to 5,000. Unlocking a brand new page in the points mall, Jiang Wuxin gazed at the array of rare and precious food items, unable to suppress her salivation as she redeemed a number of long-missed delicacies. However, the allure of these items was merely temporary. What truly captivated her was the supermarket point system. Master, I recommend upgrading this brand new system, as it would allow all residents to redeem items independently, with points automatically deducted, saving both time and effort. This function was indeed quite convenient. Embracing a philosophy of thriftiness where applicable, Jiang Wuxin decisively deducted 500 points to upgrade the system. She simultaneously upgraded all members' clients and distributed the new system's user instructions. Jiang Wuxin relished the rewards of expanding her territory. The points she accumulated were comparable to the rewards for defeating a level 2 zombie. If she could incorporate the entire villa complex into her base, the points would surely multiply. Ignoring Xiao Shuai's attempts to dissuade her, she resolutely contacted Bai Jinyan and Ji Chuan via the communication system, instructing them to meet her at Villa 15. This house appeared largely uninhabited and seemingly untouched by zombies. You two informed Zhou Qi, Lu Xiang, and Yang Xuelin to come over and tidy up. I plan to set up a small supermarket here. Although everyone had access to online shopping through their systems, Jiang Wuxin preferred the tangible experience of wandering through a supermarket. With ample space and few people around, it seemed more beneficial to transform the vacant house into a small supermarket, thereby enhancing the happiness index of her members. After thoroughly inspecting Villa 15 with Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, and confirming that no dangers lurked within, she spoke to them. Although the two were puzzled by Jiang Wuxin's insistence on establishing a physical supermarket, they did not inquire further and proceeded to find Yang Xuelin. Chapter 66. I am not blind, hey. By Jinyan, you can inform them yourself. Ji Chuan, come with me to check on the condition of the other villas. Ji Chuan, thrilled at the prospect of spending time alone with Jiang Wuxin, flashed a smile, and provocatively waved at Bai Jinyan. You go ahead. I shall accompany Sister Wuxin on a date. With the same formula, yet varying degrees of malice, Jiang Wuxin observed Ji Chuan's affection rating, which remained stable at 50 points, eliciting a sigh of exasperation from her. In contrast, Yang Xuelin's affection rating soared to nearly 300, prompting her to lament silently. If only everyone shared Yang Xuelin's sentiment. Especially Ji Chuan. The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became, suppressing the urge to deliver a flying kick to Ji Chuan while maintaining a safe distance. Inwardly criticizing her past self for managing to tame Ji Chuan's insufferably cheeky nature into something more palatable. If it weren't for the fear of being betrayed by that 50 points, she would not subject herself to such magical torment. Ji Chuan, observing Jiang Wuxin's determined stride, remained silent as they approached Villa 14. Upon opening the door, the musty odor inside assaulted their senses, prompting them both to cough. Jiang Wuxin covered her mouth and nose. Placing the 3 kittens she cradled on the floor. In a hushed voice, she instructed them, "Go help your sister check for any monsters. I'll reward you with some canned food when you return." The 3 kittens seemed to understand her command. Their fluffy tails raised high as they set off to patrol the territory. You go upstairs and investigate, but be cautious. Shout if anything arises. Jiang Wuxin opened the living room windows, finally breathing in fresh air, which eased her speech. Observing Ji Chuan nod as he ascended, she added, "Remember to open all the windows. This stench is unbearable." Ji Chuan chuckled and made his way upstairs, while Jiang Wuxin meticulously examined the rooms on the first floor. The distinction between room 14 and its adjacent room 15 is negligible. The former's previous occupants likely transformed into zombies and shattered the windows to escape. Consequently, Ji Chuan and the kittens noticed no abnormalities and swiftly returned to Jiang Wuxin's side. Bai Jinyan, please bring Zheng Xiaoqing to assist in tidying up room 14. We have thoroughly inspected the area and found it safe. Jiang Wuxin communicated with Bai Jinyan through the system terminal. The two lifted the kittens, preparing to continue their sweep of room 13, when they were suddenly met with the cacophony of a fierce argument emanating from room 15. It seemed that Yang Xuelin and Zhou Qi were destined adversaries from a previous life. Their encounters invariably led to disputes. I cleaned the entire second floor. You can't even manage the kitchen without complaint. Who are you putting on a long face for? The second floor is quite modest in size, comprising only a few rooms. How dare you allocate tasks with such audacity? Why should I feel embarrassed? Even if you are utterly incapable, does that mean your boyfriend is also inept? How can 2 people's workload compare to mine alone? After leaving room 16, Yang Xuelin felt emboldened. She did not yield to Zhou Qi's bewildering remarks and struck back with fervor. As Jiang Wuxin stepped through the door of room 16, she spotted Yang Xuelin, broom in hand, fuming with indignation. Upon seeing her, Zhou Qi hastily dropped the mop and approached, pointing at Yang Xuelin to voice her grievances. She simply stands there barking orders instead of working. After we finish cleaning, she nitpicks everything. This is utterly unmanageable. Jiang Wuxin silently applauded Zhou Qi's impressive performance. Indeed, as an experienced princess, she deftly deflected blame with remarkable ease. Believing Jiang Wuxin was convinced by her words, Zhou Qi continued to take credit, implying that she and Lu Xiang had done the majority of the work, portraying Yang Xuelin as a lazy lunatic who contributed nothing but complaints. Yang Xuelin's frustration reached a boiling point, nearly prompting her to swing the broom at Zhou Qi's smug face. However, she was taken aback when Jiang Wuxin spoke first. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, she gestured toward the camera in the corner of the room and patted the self-satisfied Zhou Qi on the shoulder, saying, "Look, what is that?" Although Zhou Qi had noticed several cameras in the room, she was convinced they were inoperative and thus dismissed them entirely. Confused, she replied, "Cameras. But this room has no power, they can't record anything." Jiang Wuxin, with an enigmatic smile, shook her finger and displayed several video clips to Zhou Qi. "I hacked into these monitors before you entered. I witnessed everything that just transpired quite clearly." Zhou Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as she clicked on one of the videos, revealing footage captured by the overhead camera. Unrelenting, she opened a second video, which not only displayed the visuals, but also synchronized with her own voice. She contemplated a defense. But before she could utter a word, she met Jiang Wuxin's stern expression. "I am not blind. I am fully aware of what transpired. Today, your work points have been halved and confiscated. Should this occur again, I shall unceremoniously expel you from the Sweetheart Base. Zhou Qi is yet to fully comprehend the recent events, while Yang Xuelin, in contrast, is quite jubilant, approaching Jiang Wuxin and linking her arm. Sister Xinxin, is our base truly named Sweetheart Base? Jiang Wuxin had no intention of concealing this fact or renaming it. Thus, she seized this opportunity to inform everyone. Indeed, our base is aptly named Sweetheart Base. Yang Xuelin, you shall be tasked with designing the plaque. Once completed, hang it outside door 16. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Qi, who still wished to justify herself, Jiang Wuxin continued forward with Ji Chuan, sweeping through room 13. What is that odor? Was this place once a latrine? As they breached the threshold of room 13, an acrid stench, reminiscent of noxious green smoke, wafted forth, nearly causing Jiang Wuxin to regurgitate the meal she had consumed last month. Is it truly that exaggerated? Ugh! Ji Chuan took a hesitant step forward, uncontrollably retching, his face reddening in distress. Xiaoshui, do you have gas masks? Quick, fetch me two. Hurry. Jiang Wuxin, overwhelmed by the foul air, retreated outside, desperately calling out for Xiaoshui with her mind. Master, you may exchange 1,000 points for a gas mask. Are you taking advantage of me in my time of distress? Why not simply come and seize it directly? Jiang Wuxin struggled to convince herself to take a single step inside, standing before the courtyard fence and engaging in a mental debate. A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. I have capitulated to Xiaoshui's nefarious influence this time. Future attempts to exploit will be challenging. With a sudden deep breath of fresh air, she squinted and charged inside, swiftly flinging open every window within her sight. As the air began to circulate, the magical assault within the room diminished somewhat, allowing for a furrowed brow and normal respiration. Once her mind began to function again, Jiang Wuxin speculated that the source of the foul odor might be the former occupant of the house, who had transformed into a zombie and failed to escape, thus releasing the stench. However, despite meticulously searching all 3 floors with Ji Chuan and the 3 kittens, they uncovered no anomalies. The odor seemed intractable, yet they could not locate its origin. Just as Jiang Wuxin was about to solicit Xiaoshui's assistance, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from beneath the wooden floorboards. Chapter 67. The bound zombie. The 3 kittens also sensed something amiss, arching their backs and hissing at the floor beneath their feet. Jiang Wuxin and Ji Chuan exchanged glances, cautiously maneuvering to either side and fixating on the section of the floor that continued to make noise. There must be something unusual beneath. Go find some tools. We shall pry it open and investigate. Ji Chuan, his brow furrowed, nodded and exited to retrieve the necessary implements. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a lawnmower saw and an axe. Jiang Wuxin grasped the chainsaw, her feet firmly planted as she pulled the guiding rope, raising the whirring tool to the wooden floor, methodically carving out a perfect square. With a resounding crash, the fallen floorboard struck the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust, while a foul stench seemingly found its escape, stinging their eyes and making it difficult to see. Both Jiang Wuxin and Ji Chuan coughed uncontrollably, and she covered her mouth and nose as she leaned closer, gazing at the revealed staircase leading downwards, a cold gasp escaping her lips. To her astonishment, the space below was empty. Although only a small section of the wooden planks had been cut, it was precisely the segment above the staircase, and the lights streaming into the room made it evident that the area beneath was considerable. Strangely, however, the eerie noise had ceased, leaving only the sound of their breaths and the cries of 3 small kittens. The kittens, now more agitated than before, encircled Jiang Wuxin. For bristling, their eyes fixed warily on the dark abyss. A strong instinct urged Jiang Wuxin to believe that something lurked in the shadows below, hesitant to descend. She retrieved a flashlight to peer downwards, but the light seemed thwarted, revealing nothing. She gestured for Ji Chuan to step back and pretended to rummage through her pocket, retrieving a cold flame and a lighter, igniting them before tossing them into the void. The bluish flame rolled several times upon hitting the ground, and the illumination it cast left them both in stunned silence. There, beside them, lay a foot, bound by a thick iron chain, its hue a sickly shade of purple. Jiang Wuxin recoiled several steps, drawing her handgun and aiming it at the figure. Though her instincts warned her that someone confined for so long was likely no longer human, she still feared to harm the innocent. Who are you? Why are you here? She demanded. Clang, clang. At the sound of her voice, the figure, huddled in the darkness, stirred, but aside from the clinking of chains, There was no response. Jiang Wuxin sensed it inching closer, and just as she leaned forward to investigate, Jichuan pulled her back. Hiss hiss. Sensing their retreat, the creature crushed the cold flame underfoot, letting out a shriek before suddenly lunging forward. Had it not been for the chains binding its feet, it would have undoubtedly ascended the staircase. Hiss hiss. The grotesque face, devoid of discernible features, strained upwards. A mass of decaying flesh teeming with writhing white maggots, some dropping off with every movement. Its iron-blue hands pounded against the floor above, emitting a piercing, frantic howl. Recognizing the distinct sound, Jiang Wuxin was certain that this being had transformed into a zombie, and judging by its behavior, it was no ordinary one. The commotion reached by Jin Yin and Zheng Xiaocheng, who were tidying up next door, prompting them to rush over with their tools in hand. What is happening? What is going on? As soon as Bai Jinyan entered the room, he was greeted by the unsettling sight of a zombie peering in. Although he was not particularly timid, the sudden appearance startled him. The others nearby heard the commotion and rushed over. However, apart from a few brave boys who approached to inquire about the situation, the more timid girls, like Yi Mei and her companions, dared only to peek from the periphery of the crowd. Everyone took a step back, wary of being harmed by the creature. Jiang Wuxin, lacking proper tools at her disposal, resorted to drawing her firearm and discharged several rounds at the shadow below. The zombie emitted some sounds of struggle, but soon fell silent after the gunfire. Sister Xinshin, is that thing dead? Yang Shuling, the last to arrive, looked at Jiang Wuxin with a face full of concern. Before Jiang could respond, Zhou Qi interjected with a scoff, if you're so eager to know, why don't you just go down and see for yourself instead of asking here? Yang Shuling, preoccupied with the situation, shot Zhou Qi a fierce glare and took a few steps forward, trying to discern the circumstances below. Jiang Wuxin herself was unsure whether she had dispatched the creature, so she retrieved a cold flame firework from her pocket, ignited it, and tossed it down. To her shock, a blood-stained hand seized the firework as it descended. Jiang Wuxin was not frightened by the zombie, but nearly stumbled into the hole due to Zhou Qi's sudden outburst. Turning around, she saw Bai Jinyan frowning in disdain as he pushed Zhou Qi away from his arm. Zhou Qi, caught off guard, felt embarrassed. She had intended to use this opportunity for a closer interaction with Bai Jinyan, but found herself abruptly dismissed, leading her to stand there, teary-eyed and feeling somewhat wronged. Lu Ziong, oblivious to Zhou Qi's intentions amidst the chaos, assumed she was merely flustered and mistakenly clinging to the wrong person. He hurriedly stepped closer, enveloping her in his arms, whispering words of comfort. Do not be afraid. I am here. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wuxin felt a wave of embarrassment for Zhou Qi, wishing she could construct an entire fantasy castle out of it. She sighed, addressing the onlookers with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps you should all step outside. I can manage this on my own. Uncertain of the creature's capabilities, she felt it inappropriate to communicate with Xiao Shuai in front of such a crowd, and she also wanted to take this opportunity to test her own abilities. Are you truly capable of handling this? Perhaps we boys should stay here to assist you. Zheng Xiaoqing protested, unable to accept the notion of several grown men hiding behind Jiang Wuxin while she faced the monster alone. After some hesitation, he voiced his concern. Jiang Wuxin shook her head, urging them all to step back before summoning Xiao Shuai. That creature below is likely a level 2 zombie. It feels distinct from an ordinary one. Yes, Master. According to system analysis, this zombie possesses level 2 defensive attributes, showcasing significantly higher defense than a level 1 zombie. However, its attack power pales in comparison to that of a level 2 infant zombie, making it generally manageable. Remarkable. This location has favorable energy. Within half a month, it has yielded 2 level 2 zombies. Master, to completely eradicate the level 2 zombie, one must extract the crystal core from its head. Are you certain that the difficulty of the attack is average? In that case, I might as well indulge in some tricks. If I were to fall within, you would be left without a master. The last encounter with the infant zombie was challenging for 2 reasons: the overwhelming number of people nearby and the formidable attack power of that creature. Jiang Wuxin lacked confidence in overcoming it with her abilities. This time, should this zombie prove weaker, it would serve as an excellent opportunity to test my powers. Master, you must trust me. Xiao Shuai will never allow you to face danger alone. Chapter 68. The weak abilities. After receiving Xiao Shuai's encouraging reply, Jiang Wuxin secured her handgun at her waist and instructed the little cat to maintain a safe distance to avoid accidental injury. She then focused on recalling the techniques from her past life S abilities. Although she had advanced her water powers to the basic first tier in her previous life, she wondered if her reincarnation and the System S support would enhance her abilities. Jiang Wuxin retreated to a safe distance, firmly planting her feet on the ground to ensure she would not be knocked down by any backlash from her powers. With a serious expression and narrowed eyes, she executed her movements with utmost precision. Here goes. With a sudden opening of her eyes and a deep breath, she forcefully pushed her hands forward. A small water sphere, not larger than her fist, shot from her hands and shattered upon contact with the zombie's head. The zombie merely tilted its head slightly, as if pondering its own well-being. This left Jiang Wuxin utterly bewildered. She glanced at the zombie and then at her hands, still glistening with water, before summoning Xiao Shui. Did you see me hit it just now? Did I really send out a small water sphere? Yes, master, I witnessed a water sphere emerge. Congratulations on successfully utilizing your first-tier water ability. Jiang Wuxin, silence is the Cam River tonight. How utterly embarrassing. Fortunately, apart from Xiao Shui, there were only 3 little cats who could not speak human language. Otherwise, I might have been so ashamed that I would have jumped into a pit and perished alongside that zombie. She silently resolved to inquire about the method of upgrading her abilities upon her return, eager to enhance her powers to possess at least some lethality. Otherwise, in times of peril, tossing a small water sphere would be no different from a brawny man throwing a soft punch. With a heavy sigh, she resigned herself to drawing her handgun and fired several shots at the zombie, which still tilted its head. The bullets accurately penetrated the zombie's skull, splattering foul liquid. Yet it merely swayed slightly, without even stumbling. It fixed its gaze intensely on Jiang Wuxin and suddenly launched a fierce assault, clawing and lunging in her direction, the chains clanking ominously. Indeed, this zombie belonged to the defensive type. Her shots had only tickled it, inflicting no tangible damage. No, she needed to rethink her strategy. Otherwise, she would likely exhaust her ammunition without defeating it. Jiang Wuxin turned around, grasping the chainsaw, and proceeded to enlarge the hole she had just cut. Without hesitation, she leaped down. The sound of her landing was not insignificant, and the group waiting outside naturally heard the commotion. Bai Jinyan surmised that Jiang Wuxin had jumped and, without a second thought, pushed open the door to rush in. Don't be impulsive. Sister Xinshin instructed us to wait here for her. We must obediently comply. However, I was worried for her. If something unforeseen occurred, she might not even have time to call for help. Bai Jinyan, usually so stoic, displayed evident concern on his face, still yearning to assist her. We had all witnessed Sister Xinshin's prowess. If she could not handle the situation, our intrusion would only lead to our demise. Offering no aid whatsoever, it was wiser to remain here, at least not to complicate things for her. Although Ji Chuan was equally anxious about Jiang Wuxin's condition, he chose to adhere to her directives, attempting to dissuade the relentless Bai Jinyan. Bai Jinyan nodded, ceasing to mention the desire to help, his gaze fixed intently on the closed door. Hey, how can you speak like that? Bai Jinyan only wants to help. How is that complicating matters? Bai Jinyan remained silent. But Zhou Qi seemed to react impulsively, suddenly springing from Lu Xiang's embrace, defiantly questioning Ji Chuan, shedding her earlier fragile demeanor. Moreover, even if Jiang Wuxin were devoured by zombies, it would only signify her lack of capability. She deserves it. Zhou Qi's vindictive thoughts surfaced as she recalled Bai Jinyan's worried expression, wishing for Jiang Wuxin's demise within those walls. What do you mean she deserves it? Is your mouth connected to your intestines? All you do is spew nonsense. Jiang Wuxin's devoted fan, upon hearing Zhou Qi's shameless remark, was instantly incensed, grabbing Zhou Qi and pointing an accusatory finger at her. Am I wrong? Your sister Xinshin can't even see your flattery. You should really worry about yourself. Zhou Qi, stubborn as a mule, glared fiercely at the infuriated Yang Shuling, completely oblivious to the change in demeanor of those around them. I've found you intolerable for quite some time. Today, I shall make you aware of my strength. Yang Shuling, her teeth clenched in irritation at Zhou Qi's irritating expression, swung her hand toward Zhou Qi's face. Having been raised amidst constant adoration, Zhou Qi had never endured a blow, especially not in front of Bai Jinyan. She covered her now swollen face with one hand, her thoughts becoming muddled, her actions spiraling out of control as she rolled up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. If a young lady speaks so harshly, do not blame me for being impolite if you say one more word. The 3 onlookers, who had remained silent until now, were incensed by Zhou Qi's provocations, brandishing a large shovel in front of her. If Jiang Wuxin does not emerge, I shall strike you down with this shovel. Zhou Qi could only display her prowess when contending with someone like Yang Xuelin, yet when faced with a formidable opponent like Yi Mei, she was instantly rendered powerless. Retreating in fear behind Lu Xiang, her hand gripping his waist tightly. As the confrontation approached her doorstep, she questioned why he did not retaliate. Lu Xiang, accustomed to being a timid turtle, dared not utter a sound when confronted with the 3 glaring iron shovels, quietly brushing Zhou Qi's hand away without a word. You spineless coward, what good are you? Zhou Qi bore the weight of the crowd's ire and turned her gaze towards Bai Jinyan. Her momentum significantly diminished as she approached him, tugging at his clothing with an air of desperation. Jinyan, I'm merely trying to defend you and have offended everyone. You can't just abandon me. Bai Jinyan recoiled as if confronted with something repugnant, raising a hand defensively and stating with solemnity, I did not request your assistance. And I hope Jiang Wuxin emerges unscathed. Our paths diverge. It would be best for you to keep your distance. With such words spoken, even Zhou Qi, with her thick skin, could no longer press forward. She shot an indignant glare at the others and retreated to a corner, falling silent. Why does everyone support that wretched woman Jiang Wuxin? I wish she would perish within those walls, devoured by zombies until nothing remains. Chapter 69. Rules of Ability Upgrade. Uncertain whether Zhou Qi's insults had affected her or if it was the damp chill underground, Jiang Wuxin sneezed twice upon landing, rubbing her nose before seizing the chainsaw and charging at the zombies. The iron chain, as thick as her thumb, was her only means of restraint. She had no intention of attacking the zombies' lower halves, fearing that severing the chain would worsen her predicament. She deftly flipped around to the zombie's rear, aiming the chainsaw at its nape, but to her surprise, the seemingly sluggish creature spun around and caught the rapidly whirring chainsaw with its hand. The chainsaw became akin to a blender, swiftly shredding the zombie's arms into mere fragments, as Jiang Wuxin recoiled in disgust from the splattering putrid flesh and dark blood. Initially unsettled by the zombie's unexpected agility, she found solace in its self-destructive defense. A zombie, after all, was merely a mindless beast. Casting the chainsaw aside, she steadied herself and delivered a flying kick that toppled the zombie, then swung the chainsaw down with lethal intent upon its skull. The creature's head was reduced to a puddle of mush, its body convulsing twice before falling still. Jiang Wuxin sighed deeply. Her expression contorted as she wiped the decaying flesh from her face and crouched down to sift through the mound of maggot-infested remains, retrieving a pink crystal core from within. The stench of the undead grew increasingly unbearable, nearly overwhelming Jiang Wuxin. Unable to endure it any longer, she hastily switched off the chainsaw and discarded it onto the ground. Using her hands to propel herself upward, she shed her outer garment and tossed it into the trash bin, rushing to the sink to swiftly cleanse the grime from her face, alleviating the foul odor clinging to her. Only when the stench had diminished did she rinse the crystal core beneath the water and place it into her storage space. As Jiang Wuxin opened the door, the anxious crowd outside erupted with enthusiasm, their cheers and applause igniting the atmosphere. Sister Xinxin, if you don't come out soon, I might just rush in to find you. Thank goodness you emerged safely, exclaimed Yang Xulin, who, oblivious to the odor emanating from Jiang Wuxin, leaped into her embrace, her voice tinged with tears. Sister Xinxin, we were nearly beside ourselves with worry. It's your fault for not letting us in to help. With an annoyingly teasing tone, Ji Chuan remarked on the stench, which was only rivaled by the earlier foulness. Jiang Wuxin shot him a fierce glare and gently patted Yang Xuelin's back, offering soft reassurance. I made it out safely, didn't I? Now, please, let go of me. I'm on the verge of suffocating from this smell. Reluctantly, Yang Xuelin released her grip, and Jiang Wuxin chuckled as she observed Yi Mei and the others brandishing a shovel. Approaching them, she inquired, what do you plan to do with that shovel? Are you intending to rush in and slay that creature? Unaware of the events that had transpired, she was interrupted as Yang Xuelin, fuming with anger, pointed accusingly at Zhou Qi, who sat nearby, and recounted the incident. She had the audacity to say that if Sister Xinxin died inside, it would serve her right. The 3 ladies were incensed, ready to use the shovel on Zhou Qi. Yang Xuelin reenacted the earlier scene, eager to confront Zhou Qi again. But the absence of Jiang Wuxin's approval stifled her impulse. Oh, really? You consume my provisions and wish for my demise. Jiang Wuxin, drying her hands, approached Zhou Qi, who averted her gaze, only daring to glance at them from the corner of her eye. If I were to perish, the first to accompany me would be you. This delicate young lady who couldn't harm a fly. I was wrong, Zhou Qi stammered. Despite all that transpired, there lingered a trace of fear towards Jiang Wuxin, causing her earlier bravado to vanish, and she begrudgingly admitted her fault. It seems that my words from this morning went in one ear and out the other. Since you acknowledge your mistake, go down and drag that zombie out to incinerate it. And be sure to clean up the cellar as well. However, I won't force you. You can choose not to do it, but then you must promptly vacate my base. Zhou Qi, not lacking in intelligence, understood that if she opted to leave, Lu Xiang would certainly not accompany her. Thus, with great reluctance, she complied and pulled Lu Xiang inside. Ugh, this stench is truly revolting. Lu Xiang grimaced as Zhou Qi tugged him forward, questioning the source of the overwhelming odor that nearly made him retch. You claim that you had no choice but to provoke Jiang Wuxin, and now the consequences have fallen upon us both. He could no longer contain his frustration. It was evident that during times of fortune, Zhou Qi never considered him, only recalling her boyfriend when burdened with arduous tasks. Stop your incessant complaints. If you do not wish to continue, let us part ways. Zhou Qi, already vexed, found herself further irked by Lu Xiang's audacity to chastise her, resorting to her most effective method to force a breakup. But to her surprise, Lu Xiang stood his ground, flinging the tools he held onto the ground, and shouted at her, "If we are to break up, then let it be. You think I am afraid of that threat?" Observing Zhou Qi's incredulous expression, he shed all reservations, growing more animated and outrageous with each word. "Now we all rely on Jiang Wuxin for our livelihood. Why should I remain your devoted follower? I could simply earn favor with Jiang Wuxin myself. At least I wouldn't have to endure this miserable work or face your lofty demeanor daily. Do you honestly believe everyone should treat you like royalty? Wake up. It's the apocalypse. Who would indulge you?" As he reflected on Zhou Qi's treatment of him, his anger escalated, and he prepared to leave. Sensing his seriousness, Zhou Qi panicked, hastily discarding her belongings to clasp his arm, pleading, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I promise to change. Please don't leave me." Having grown accustomed to her privileged life, how could she suddenly transform? It was merely a moment of realization during Lu Xiang's fervent outburst that made her aware of the gravity of the situation. Her current behavior was merely a temporary tactic. After all, unlike others who could cultivate the land or raise flowers, she relied solely on the sporadic tasks delegated by Jiang Wuxin to earn points. She had already offended Jiang Wuxin, making it increasingly difficult to accrue points in the future. If Lu Xiang were to abandon her, she would truly be left to languish. "I'm truly sorry, please don't leave me," she said, rare tears cascading down her cheeks as she picked up the tools Lu Xiang had discarded and offered them to him, her eyes glistening with emotion. "I promise not to offend Jiang Wuxin again. Please forgive me this once." Though Lu Xiang's words were resolute, his prolonged patience with her was not solely a matter of weighing pros and cons. There remained genuine affection between them. He accepted the tools without uttering a word, covering his mouth and nose as he descended the stairs. Zhou Qi knew she had succeeded, quickly mustering a smile as she followed him closely. Their tasks proceeded relatively smoothly. Once they removed the corpses of the zombies and burned them outside, Jiang Wuxin rewarded them each with an additional 10 points, instructing them to clean the house. They dared not voice any discontent and diligently went about their cleaning. Chapter 70. The performance artist of the retreating drum Jiang Wuxin washed herself twice before she could barely tolerate the lingering odor on her body. She sat on the terrace, drying her hair, gazing at the stark 3 villas outside, and summoned Xiao Shuai. She contemplated having the 3 villas share a single grand entrance, then exchanged for a defensive electric grid and a surveillance system from the system, scheduling their installation for midnight at villas 15, 14, and 13. Detected the owner's territorial expansion. The system rewards 265 points, which can now be redeemed in the points mall. The points accrued effortlessly were indeed delightful. Jiang Wuxin gleefully redeemed several rows of shelves to place in Villa 15, acquiring a plethora of food and daily necessities from the system to stock the first and second floors of the villa. She then retrieved an ample collection of clothing and jewelry from her space to adorn the 3rd floor of the villa. She replaced the entrance access of Villa 15 with a fingerprint lock, allowing members of her territory to enter, register their fingerprints, and shop freely, with the system automatically deducting points based on their purchases upon exit. The joy of shopping was now at hand. She found a notification template in the system, made some simple edits, and disseminated the supermarket's purchasing rules to everyone's terminals, receiving enthusiastic responses. Having satisfied her small desire to shop, she suddenly recalled an important matter and summoned Xiao Shuai once more. I have 2 questions. What can be done with the zombie crystal cores? And how can I advance my abilities? I feel rather weak at the moment. Reflecting on her earlier bewildering maneuvers, Jiang Wuxin wished she could conjure a dream castle. Utterly embarrassed. Master, your first question is indeed the answer to your second. Collecting zombie crystal cores of varying levels will facilitate the leveling up of your abilities. To upgrade the first 5 levels of abilities, you will require 10, 50, 100, 200, and 500 crystal cores respectively. Best of luck, Master. So many? Could we not perhaps lessen the burden a little? Not possible. Xiao Shuai has no authority to determine the quantity of crystal cores for exchange. I hope for your cooperation. Master. Well, it seems that Xiao Shuai anticipated her intent to exploit the system before she could even articulate her thoughts. Clever little creature. Jiang Wuxin pouted. Realizing her whimsical notion was somewhat ill-timed, and she refrained from pressing further, quietly contemplating how to amass a substantial fortune. Relying on herself, it seemed that even after the apocalypse, she would only be able to produce little water balls. She looked at the unfortunate souls laboring diligently in the yard, nodding in satisfaction. But how does one upgrade abilities beyond level 5? A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. One must have dreams in life. Leaning back in her chair with an air of nonchalance, she boldly inquired, what are the requirements? The higher the ability level, the harsher the upgrading conditions. Not only is the quantity of crystal cores required, but also their quality. To upgrade to level 6, you will need 50 level 3 zombie crystal cores, 10 level 4 zombie crystal cores, and 1 level 5 zombie crystal core, and so forth. Farewell. Without dreams, life may seem dull. Sometimes, embracing a state of relaxation is permissible. Jiang Wuxin, a master of retreat, began to indulge in idleness, abandoning her previous endeavors. The others did not even inquire further and simply lay down on the bed. If one must endure embarrassment, so be it. After all, sleep is far more delightful than the pursuit of advancement. The following morning, Jiang Wuxin arose early, just as she intended to summon Yang Xuelin. She discovered that the latter had already been waiting outside. Sister Xinxin, where shall we go to make the cake? I am fully prepared. Today marks the birthday of Little Sweet Bean, prompting Jiang Wuxin to reserve Yang Xuelin's time the day prior, asking her to assist in cake making. To her surprise, the girl was even more excited than she had anticipated, arriving at such an early hour. Come in, Jiang Wuxin called, opening the glass door of the villa. No need to change your shoes, just step inside. She expected Yang Xuelin to follow closely behind, but as they neared the living room, she noticed the young girl standing hesitantly at the entrance, a mixture of excitement and shyness on her face. Upon seeing Jiang Wuxin turn around, she asked with a slight tremor in her voice, Sister Xinxin, am I really allowed to come in? Since Yang Xuelin began her journey at Sweetheart Base, Jiang Wuxin had never permitted anyone to enter this glass house. She never imagined that merely coming to assist in cake making would grant her an opportunity for such a visit. What, do you think I would eat you? Jiang Wuxin chuckled at her reaction. Her willingness to let Yang Xuelin enter stemmed not only from the girl's high regard for her, but also from Yang Xuelin's strong sense of boundaries, which made their interactions exceedingly comfortable. Ah, Sister Linlin is here, exclaimed Little Sweet Bean, dressed in a pink, bow-adorned nightgown, as she joyfully greeted Yang Xuelin. She was aware that her sister would celebrate her birthday today, so much so that she had been unable to sleep soundly the night before. As soon as her sister rose, she too hopped out of bed. Sister will prepare the ingredients first. Let Daodu take Sister Linlin on a tour of our home. Jiang Wuxin observed Little Sweet Bean eagerly taking Yang Xuelin's hand, introducing her to her toys, as she called out from the kitchen. With a cheerful response, Little Sweet Bean led Yang Xuelin on a tour of the house, layer by layer. As they marveled at the luxurious and technologically advanced decor, Yang Xuelin's jaw dropped in astonishment, exclaiming in awe, Sister Linlin, this is Daodu and Sister's favorite spot. Little Sweet Bean guided Yang Xuelin to the dining area, where they often enjoyed meals together, pointing towards the city below. The sunlight here is splendid, and you can see the entire city. Standing in the place where Jiang Wuxin often stood, Yang Xuelin gazed down at the ravaged city and sighed deeply. If only this calamity had never occurred. Daodu, please bring Sister Linlin down. It is time for us to begin making the cake. Jiang Wuxin, having prepared the necessary items, emerged from the kitchen only to find the two missing from the living room. Suspecting that little sweet bean had taken Yang Shuolin out to the terrace, she called down to them using the intercom system on the third floor. Yang Shuolin collected her emotions, took little sweet bean's hand, and together, they went in search of Jiang Wuxin. The two individuals exhibited an exceptional synergy, and before long, they had crafted a remarkably exquisite birthday cake. Sister, I absolutely adore the cake you made. I intend to devour it all. Little Sweet Pea enthusiastically clapped her hands in delight upon seeing the finished product. Of course, Dowdu can eat as much as she desires. Jiang Wuxin playfully pinched her sister's little nose, beckoning her to bring the fruits to the front, while she herself carried the cake and the prepared delicacies behind her. Uncle Li, please invite Grandma to sit. I have everything ready, and we shall commence our meal shortly. Jiang Wuxin had informed everyone the previous day about the celebration for Little Sweet Pea's birthday, and the guests were eager to assist, arriving before mealtime to lend a hand. Zhou Qi was also among the invitees, her stomach grumbling at the sight of the lavish spread, her eyes nearly glued to the dining table. Step aside. Can't you see everyone is busy helping? You're just taking up space without contributing. Yang Shuolin shot Zhou Qi a displeased glare as she brushed past her. Unable to comprehend why Sister Xinxin had chosen to invite such an irritating person. Oh dear, her face is almost dropping to the floor. Jiang Wuxin remarked teasingly, observing Yang Shuolin, who looked as puffed up as a pufferfish. Sister Xinxin, why did you invite Zhou Qi? Just seeing her face infuriates me. Oh, you know well that your sister Xinxin never indulges those she dislikes. I invited her merely because everyone was present. It would have been inconsiderate to leave her out. As for other reasons, Jiang Wuxin placed the dish she was holding onto the table and leaned in to whisper in Yang Shuolin's ear. The mountain man has his own clever schemes. Just wait and see. With Jiang Wuxin's words, Yang Shuolin's spirits lifted, and she refrained from further conflict with Zhou Qi, only occasionally casting her a disdainful glance. Zhou Qi's attention was entirely consumed by the sumptuous array of delicacies before her. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin announce that it was time to eat, she dashed to her seat with the speed of 3 little kittens and began to indulge, resembling a famished ghost reborn. Chi-Chi, it's not quite proper to start eating when everyone hasn't picked up their chopsticks yet. Lu Xiang had never witnessed this side of Zhou Qi and frowned disapprovingly at his girlfriend's lack of decorum. Isn't this gathering meant for us to enjoy the feast she prepared? What is wrong with me eating a bit more? At worst, I'll flatter Jiang Wuxin a few times to satisfy her vanity. She remained indifferent to whether Jiang Wuxin organized the gathering for Little Sweet Pea's birthday or any other purpose. To her, Jiang Wuxin seemed merely intent on fulfilling her own desire to play the savior, ostentatiously inviting them to dine. To cater to her guests, Jiang Wuxin had prepared a considerable amount of seafood, opting for a quantity based on the number of attendees, as she was reluctant to prepare in excess. Yet Zhou Qi paid no heed, indulging in the expensive dishes, nearly emptying half a plate on her own, while Lu Xiang, unable to bear it any longer, attempted to dissuade her multiple times, but to no avail. Everyone witnessed Zhou Qi's rather unrestrained manner of eating. However, Jiang Wuxin, the host, remained silent, and thus, the others felt it inappropriate to voice any objections, opting instead to consume other dishes. Zhou Qi practically devoured everything on the table, her ravenous appetite, starved for days, finally satiated. Yet, she continued to shove food into her mouth, resembling a mechanical eating machine devoid of emotion. It was only when her stomach ached unbearably that she finally laid down her chopsticks in satisfaction. Her eyes roamed the table, reluctant to depart, but to her surprise, Jiang Wuxin rose before her, smiling gently as she inquired, "Zhou Qi, are you full?" Little did Jiang Wuxin know, Zhou Qi was not merely full. She felt as though she might burst. At that moment, her mind dulled by overindulgence, she nodded vacantly. Before she could utter a word, she noticed Jiang Wuxin entering the glass house with Yang Shuolin, emerging with a grand platter of exquisite Australian lobster. "Why didn't you bring this out earlier?" Zhou Qi exclaimed. "You waited until I was full to present it. I suspect you did this on purpose." As Zhou Qi observed Jiang Wuxin distributing the lobsters to everyone while completely bypassing her, she craned her neck and protested loudly. Jiang Wuxin, not even sparing her a glance, innocently replied after finishing the distribution, "You can't blame me for your impatience. Who told you to start without waiting for me?" Yang Shuolin, Stifling laughter at Zhou Qi's nearly green face from anger, couldn't help but chuckle, finding the situation increasingly amusing despite Zhou Qi's dagger-like glare. Those scallops and abalone were limited because Sister Wuxin and I were too lazy to prepare more. I didn't expect you to treat them like treasures. Ha ha. After eating so much, you'll be in for a rough night. Stop talking so much. Everyone received a portion except me. I see you all are treating me unfairly. After her hearty meal, Zhou Qi's verbal prowess diminished significantly. Unable to counter their jests, she resorted to unreasonable complaints. Fine, it's just a lobster. It's not something rare. If you can eat it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Wuxin crossed her arms, watching Zhou Qi with amusement as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. I can't possibly eat it all. Can I take some home? Zhou Qi retorted. But it's Australian lobster. I can barely recall its taste. How could I give up after just a few words? There is no taking home in this case. You came to my home as a guest. You should be gracious enough to eat and take some. Lu Xiang, unable to contain himself any longer, tossed his chopsticks onto the table, grasped Zhou Qi's hand, and whispered a reprimand. Then, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than crying, he nodded toward Jiang Wuxin and the others at the table. You all go ahead. I will handle this. With that, he led Zhou Qi away from the dining table to a corner of the courtyard. Yang Shuling, unable to hide her amusement, exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Wuxin and silently gave her a thumbs up. The absence of those one despises made the meal a delightful affair. Little Sweet Pea experienced her first birthday celebration surrounded by so many well-wishers, and her joy was palpable, her charming expressions lifting everyone's spirits. After everyone had feasted, they voluntarily stayed behind to assist Jiang Wuxin with the cleanup. However, they adhered to the unspoken rule that had long been established. Except for Yang Shuilin. Everyone else paused at the entrance of the glass house, handing over items meant for inside to either Yang Shuilin or Jiang Wuxin before resuming their other activities. Zhou Qi was not oblivious to Jiang Wuxin's rule, yet seeing Yang Shuilin entering, she desired to sneak in and take something for herself. She suppressed her earlier emotions and pretended to offer her assistance. Hey, did Xin let you in? Hurry and get out. Yang Shuilin, keeping a watchful eye on Zhou Qi, admonished her as she attempted to enter with a plate. Why can you go in, but I cannot? Am I not equal to you? Jiang Wuxin gently tugged at her sleeve from behind, interrupting her retort, and addressed Zhou Qi. Come in, it's fine. Unlike Zhou Qi, who had grown complacent after her meal, Yang Shuilin, recognizing Jiang Wuxin's intent, disregarded Zhou Qi's provocative gaze and continued retrieving items. Having successfully infiltrated, Zhou Qi, with a plate in hand, surveyed her surroundings, occasionally reaching out to touch things. These items are far too cumbersome to carry away, she muttered to herself. Akin to an elderly woman wandering through a park, her attention was suddenly captured by a handgun resting on the coffee table. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned her gaze towards the bustling crowd outside. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Her hands trembled in anticipation, nearly causing her to drop the plate, and seizing the moment when no one was watching, she swiftly concealed the handgun within her clothing. She steadied herself and placed the plate on the table before making her exit. Now armed, she felt empowered, believing no one could dare to bully her again. However, just as she was about to leave the room, she was confronted at the doorway by Jiang Wuxin and others, who shook their heads while clapping. Well, I never anticipated that stealing a gun would leave you so flustered, nearly toppling my plate. Zhou Qi stood frozen, momentarily at a loss before attempting to defend herself. I don't know what you're talking about. You can't just accuse me like this. Jiang Wuxin, too fatigued to respond, glanced up at a large screen that suddenly illuminated outside, revealing a live broadcast of the happenings within the glass house in stunning 360-degree clarity. Upon realizing the content displayed, Zhou Qi felt her legs weaken, and in a flurry of panic, she hastily retrieved the handgun and offered it to Jiang Wuxin, stumbling over her apologies. You have crossed a significant line with me. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must demonstrate some sincerity. I propose a different approach. If you submit 500 points, I shall permit you to remain in my sweetheart base. 500? She toiled tirelessly in the morning, moving corpses just to earn 20 points. How long must she labor for that 500? You are free to refuse, of course. The sweetheart base can release you at any moment. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's words, Zhou Qi dared not haggle, for the reality was that without Jiang Wuxin, survival was impossible. Thus, she silently accepted this bitter loss. Jiang Wuxin stifled a smile as she bid farewell to the others, reflecting on the situation. Truly, a person who is well-fed lacks discernment. A gun without bullets exchanged for a free laborer. How amusing. Chapter 72. Collecting crystal cores after a few days of idleness. Jiang Wuxin realized the necessity of diligently collecting crystal cores to enhance her abilities. In this apocalyptic world, relying on others was less prudent than depending on oneself. She resolved to gather her 3 companions to venture out and confront zombies in search of crystal cores. Xinshin, where are we headed first? Since the last outing with Yang Xuelin to battle zombies, she had maintained an enthusiastic disposition toward this endeavor, eagerly volunteering as the driver. Jiang Wuxin had not received any tasks from the system, and thus did not possess a precise destination. She recalled the factory where they had rescued Yi Mei and the others, still infested with zombies, and decided to take a chance there. The group arrived at the factory grounds with ease, the remnants of their previous skirmish untouched, suggesting no one had returned since. Hee. Perhaps the zombies inside the factory heard the sound of the engine and grew increasingly agitated, restlessly pounding against the heavy iron gates with a cacophony of impacts. I will saw the door open shortly. You all must act according to the situation. After ensuring there were no dangers in sight, Jiang Wuxin retrieved a chainsaw from Xiaofan's storage compartment and stepped outside. She did not sever the lock completely, ensuring that while the zombies could break through the factory door, she would still have time to retreat to Xiaofan. Hee. As soon as Jiang Wuxin closed the car door, the zombies crashed through the iron gates in a frenzy. Rushing toward Xiaofan, a few agile zombies even climbed atop the vehicle, violently striking the sunroof. The occupants inside swiftly found themselves surrounded by various forms of zombies, the sounds of relentless impacts echoing from all directions. Yet, the individuals within remained unperturbed. Once all the zombies had exited the factory, Yang Xuelin gripped the steering wheel and started Xiaofan. Everyone ready? I'm about to showcase my skills. Before she finished speaking, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling over the zombies in front of the car, sending many of those clinging to the vehicle flying. In an instant, blood and decaying flesh erupted in a gruesome spectacle. Yet Yang Xuelin felt no fear. Rather, she was invigorated. With a sudden stomp on the brakes, she executed a flawless 180-degree turn, drifting back toward the factory entrance and crushing the zombies sprawled on the ground. Look, there are more over there. Drive straight ahead. There are 2 more over there. Once you crash into them, you can easily eliminate them with a swift maneuver. Ji Chuan, unusually buoyant, refrained from opposing Yang Xuelin and directed her to pursue the elusive remnants. In contrast, Bai Jinyan and Jiang Wuxin maintained a composed demeanor. Bai Jinyan gazed silently out at the splattering carnage, while Jiang Wuxin, accustomed to such scenes, communicated with Xiao Shu using her mental prowess, observing the unresponsive radar detector. Is it possible that there isn't a single evolved zombie in the vicinity? Master, the system scan reveals no threats to your life nearby, nor are there any zombies rated level 2 or above. Upon hearing Xiao Shu's report, Jiang Wuxin felt a pang of irritation and, with an exasperated sigh, tossed the radar detector onto the seat, reaching out to pat Yang Xuelin. There's nothing worth our time here. Let us find another location. Yang Xuelin and Ji Chuan, riding high on their enthusiasm, momentarily felt disheartened by Jiang Wuxin's words, yet they recognized the necessity of prioritizing their mission. Yang Xuelin activated the car's navigation system and inquired of Jiang Wuxin, where shall we head next? Please set a destination for us. Jiang Wuxin, fixated on the luxurious shopping district they had passed previously, scrolled through the map until she pinpointed its location, and the route was instantaneously mapped out. Indeed, the penchant for shopping is an innate trait among women. Yang Xuelin's eyes sparkled with excitement upon recognizing the familiar locale. Is this the shopping district we visited last time? Seeing Jiang Wuxin nod, Yang Xuelin disregarded the thought of hunting zombies and swiftly drifted toward the entrance. Warning! Warning! Level 2 zombies detected. Potential threats to the Master's safety have been identified. Please evacuate immediately. Before they reached the entrance, Jiang Wuxin was startled by the sudden alarm ringing in her mind. She quickly halted Yang Xuelin, grasped the radar detector, and beheld the 3 blinking green dots with an involuntary smile. Master, the system has detected an underground workshop beneath the factory, containing 3 level 2 zombies. Proceeding recklessly may jeopardize your safety. Immediate evacuation is advised. Xiao Shu's tone was unusually urgent, yet Jiang Wuxin dismissed the last statement, her thoughts consumed by the prospect of acquiring the 3 zombie cores. She tapped Yang Xuelin on the shoulder, signaling her to turn back. Master, you cannot face them alone. Please, do not act impulsively. Jiang Wuxin was confident in her abilities. Having dispatched zombies in her previous life was second nature to her. How to eliminate them swiftly and efficiently was a familiar path. 3 level 2 zombies were merely a trifling challenge. You resolve the ordinary zombies outside first, and I shall lead you to confront the level 2 zombies. Yang Xuelin's heart sank upon the sudden appearance of the 3 green dots on the car's display, and she hesitantly inquired, Sister Xin, are these 3 points akin to the previous little creature that drove one to madness with its zombie-like fervor? In truth, their prior encounter with the infantile corpse had unfolded rather smoothly, yet its astonishing combat prowess left a profound psychological scar on Yang Xuelin, instilling within her a sense of trepidation. Moreover, this time there are 3. To claim otherwise would be sheer nonsense. Jiang Wuxin retrieved a submachine gun from her storage box and handed the 2 chainsaws she had brought from home to Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan. These 3, akin to the previous infantile corpse, possessed their zombie cores nestled within their craniums. Thus, our primary target should be their heads. Once their brains are shattered, they will be no more. She extended a handgun to Yang Xuelin, containing endless ammunition. All she needed to do was stand back and eliminate the zombies from a distance. The 4 of them gazed anxiously at the 3 green dots on the screen, their hearts racing, fixated on the factory's grand entrance. Suddenly, the 3 zombies, dripping with green sludge, burst through the heavy iron gate and lunged towards them, resembling nothing more than animated meat sticks. Their human features nearly obliterated save for the faint outline of their limbs. They were evidently larger and swifter than ordinary zombies. Drive. Knock them away. Jiang Wuxin calmly instructed Yang Xuelin, who accelerated the vehicle without hesitation. However, to their astonishment, the 3 creatures seemed utterly unfazed, one of them leaping onto the rear windshield. Goodness, are they that formidable? Shake them off and ram them again. Following Jiang Wuxin's directions, Yang Xuelin attempted once more, yet the 3 zombies managed to rise again. I'll go down and divert their attention. You all act accordingly. Chapter 73. Awakening of lightning abilities. Before the occupants of the vehicle could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Wuxin, brandishing the submachine gun, flung open the car door. The 3 zombies, upon spotting her, charged forward as though starved wretches had caught sight of a feast. Truly, these evolved second-tier zombies exhibited reflexes and speed far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Ah, Sister Xin, be careful, Yang Xuelin screamed, shutting her eyes in terror. Yet, the anticipated sound of chaos did not ensue. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, widening them in disbelief at the scene before her. To her astonishment, Jiang Wuxin's speed surpassed that of the zombies. She nimbly maneuvered amidst the trio's relentless pursuit, occasionally firing at their vital points with precise aim. Jiang Wuxin had descended into the fray, and naturally, the 2 gentlemen in the vehicle would not cower like turtles, grasping their chainsaws as they charged forth. Although their combat prowess did not rival Jiang Wuxin's extraordinary skill, they were not to be underestimated. Observing her companion's bravery, Yang Xuelin breathed a sigh of relief, extending her handgun through the window to take aim. Fearing her aim might falter and inadvertently harm Sister Xin, she deliberately targeted the zombie farthest from her. Bang! Her shot was remarkably accurate, the bullet piercing the zombie's chest with precision. Yet, to her dismay, the creature appeared wholly unscathed and instead turned its attention towards Yang Xuelin, roaring as it lunged in her direction. As Jiang Wuxin heard the gunfire, her peripheral vision caught sight of a zombie rapidly charging towards Xiaofan. With a swift pivot of her weapon, she unleashed a barrage of shots, and within moments, the creature collapsed onto the ground. She hurried forward to crush its skull, then gave a thumbs up to Yang Xuelin, who was panting heavily, clearly startled. Without further ado, she turned back to rejoin the fray. Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan found their weapons less manageable than firearms, opting instead to collaborate against a single undead foe. With a whirring chainsaw, they aimed for the zombie's mangled head. The sound of shattering skull echoed as pale brain matter and fragmented bone cascaded down its shoulders. However, the creature merely hesitated briefly before lurching towards Ji Chuan, facing the oncoming zombie without a hint of hesitation. Ji Chuan swung the chainsaw with the intent to cleave it in two. Unexpectedly, the zombie anticipated his move, halting its advance and pivoting to lunge at Bai Jinyan instead. Yang Xuelin, witnessing the chaotic struggle, yearned to assist. Yet the proximity of the two zombies to Jiang Wuxin and her companions left her hesitant to fire. She remained intensely focused on the scene ahead, oblivious to another zombie, recently knocked down, staggering back to its feet and climbing onto the vehicle. Jiang Wuxin grappled with the zombie that had entangled her, finally overcoming it. Just as she turned to support Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, she spotted a zombie with half a face crawling atop the vehicle. Noticing Yang Xuelin's lack of awareness, she raised her submachine gun and fired towards Xiaofun. Fortunately, it was merely a common zombie, which toppled over in no time. Suddenly, an unsuspecting Yang Xuelin was startled by the zombie that fell from above, letting out a shrill scream. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Wuxin, she noticed the creature that Jiang Wuxin had partially decapitated staggering back to its feet and lunging towards her unguarded back. "Be careful behind you, Xin." Jiang Wuxin sensed the impending danger, but feared that turning around would mean colliding directly with the creature. Instead, she swiftly rolled to the ground, coming to a kneeling position just half a meter away. A crackling sound erupted as a surge of blue-violet electricity shot forth from Ji Chuan's fingertips, striking the zombie's head and enveloping its thrashing body in electric currents. The air filled with a foul odor reminiscent of charred flesh as the creature convulsed before collapsing. Although Jiang Wuxin was taken aback, she wasted no time, swiftly crushing the remaining part of the zombie's skull beneath her foot. Bai Jinyan, also engaged in the brutal battle against the undead, witnessed the bizarre spectacle but dared not lose focus. With a fierce determination, he thrust the chainsaw forward, successfully severing the zombie's head. The dilapidated body seemed to lose its support in an instant, crashing to the ground. Bai Jinyan did not spare it a glance, instead hurling the chainsaw in his hand towards the rolling head, shattering it into fragments. The chaotic skirmish finally came to a halt as Yang Xuelin drove the vehicle closer to the group, retrieving a bucket of disinfectant and a pair of medical gloves to hand to Jiang Wuxin. Jiang Wuxin meticulously donned the gloves, her face contorted in disdain as she extracted the crystal cores from the 3 shattered skulls, cleansing them with disinfectant before stowing them away. "Sister Xin, you were incredibly fierce just now. I nearly perished from fright in the car." After a brief cleanup of the dirt on their clothes, the group settled into the vehicle for a respite. Yang Xuelin gazed at the exhausted trio with starry eyes, remarking, "Thank goodness Sister Xin spotted that zombie climbing onto the roof of the car. Otherwise, I would be a goner, sunbathing in the afterlife." Everyone was well aware of what transpired after Jiang Wuxin dispatched the zombie atop the small pink vehicle. Glancing at the hesitant Yang Xuelin and Bai Jinyan, Jiang Wuxin voiced the curiosity lingering in their minds. "Ji Chuan, when did you awaken your lightning abilities?" Suddenly called out, Ji Chuan realized he could no longer keep his secret. He subdued his usual cheeky tone and spoke with rare solemnity. "It was just a few days ago. I have no idea why I suddenly developed the ability to generate electricity. I was quite flustered at first, but to my surprise, it turned out to be quite useful today. Thank goodness you possess this power. Otherwise, I would have likely become a zombie leader by now." Jiang Wuxin found Ji Chuan's unexpected seriousness somewhat disconcerting, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. "To be honest, I also have an ability, though it pales in comparison to Ji Chuan's." With that, she awkwardly conjured 3 small water spheres, launching them at the bewildered trio. Ji Chuan, observing Jiang Wuxin's amusing expression and the shattered water spheres in his palm, burst into laughter, reverting to his playful tone. "I thought I had turned into a monster as well. I never expected Sister Xin possessed this skill too. Now I feel reassured." Yang Xuelin gazed at Ji Chuan and Jiang Wuxin with admiration and envy, inquiring, "How did you awaken your abilities? Could you possibly teach me? I'd love to have such a dazzling skill." Both Ji Chuan and I seem to belong to the elemental category of abilities. As far as I know, there are also sensory and psychic types, among others. Jiang Wuxin had a reasonable understanding of the various abilities, but when asked how she awakened hers, she genuinely had no answer. She shrugged her shoulders, stating, "Truth be told, like Ji Chuan, I just inexplicably acquired my powers." Seeing Jiang Wuxin's response, Yang Xuelin refrained from further inquiries, returning the gun to Jiang Wuxin and turning her gaze towards Bai Jinyan. "Brother, could you take over driving? My heart is still racing from the fright, and I'm too scared to drive." Bai Jinyan, having rested sufficiently, nodded and switched places with Yang Xuelin, as the group proceeded towards the designated commercial area. Chapter 74. The madness of zero-cost shopping throughout their journey. The group encountered no obstacles and smoothly arrived at their previous stopping point. They refrained from hastily exiting the vehicle. Instead, Jiang Wuxin produced a radar device to scan the entire shopping district. To her relief, she discovered that not only were there no evolved zombies in the vicinity, but even ordinary zombies seemed to have been eradicated, likely by Wei Xiaohang and his companions during their last visit. Nevertheless, for the sake of precaution, she kept the firearm that Yang Xuelin had returned to her at the ready, as humans could sometimes prove to be more troublesome than zombies. Yang Xuelin, if you're feeling unwell, you might as well wait for us in the car. We'll be back shortly, Jiang Wuxin suggested, concerned that Yang Xuelin's health might not withstand the outing. To her surprise, Yang Xuelin gazed at the shelves brimming with a plethora of goods, her eyes shimmering with excitement, betraying any semblance of discomfort. Don't worry, Sister Xinxin. I'm almost fully recovered. Let us hurry inside. Seeing Yang Xuelin's exuberance, Jiang Wuxin and the others couldn't help but share a knowing smile, while Ji Chuan looked at Jiang Wuxin with confusion. Is the allure of shopping truly that powerful for you women? Does it really cure all ailments? Silence, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Yang Xuelin shot him a sharp glance before eagerly trailing behind Jiang Wuxin, retrieving 4 foldable shopping carts from the rear compartment of the small van and pushing them into the mall. For those navigating the apocalypse, luxury goods held less value than a single bag of instant noodles. Thus, the items remained untouched and covered in dust upon the counters. However, for Jiang Wuxin and her companions, who had grown weary of mere survival, this place was akin to paradise. Yang Xuelin picked up the dust-covered tag beneath a designer bag, her fingers counting the zeros in astonishment as she turned to Jiang Wuxin, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sister Xinxin, this bag is priced at 1,500,000. But it now belongs to you, Jiang Wuxin replied, pointing to the exuberant Yang Xuelin. If you move a bit faster, all these bags could be yours. Suppressing the urge to scream in excitement, Yang Xuelin lunged toward the counter, indiscriminately tossing everything from the display into her shopping cart. Bags galore, high-end jewelry aplenty, a myriad of luxury watches. Wherever they ventured, it could be said that no trace was left behind. The once coveted designer items, which had graced the counters in opulence, were now haphazardly crammed into their small carts as if they were mere cabbages. Jiang Wuxin and Yang Xuelin were in sheer ecstasy. They exchanged their overflowing carts with Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, who had scarcely filled theirs, snatching their shopping carts and racing toward the cosmetics counter once more. The two paid no heed to the displayed samples, but expertly opened the cabinets beneath the counters, hastily loading the unsealed cosmetics into their carts. Sister Xinxin, this brand of cosmetics is incredibly expensive, a serum priced at 15,000. As Yang Xuelin fervently rummaged through items she typically found painfully extravagant, she excitedly shouted to Jiang Wuxin, when I return, I shall try every single one of these. Merely applying it to my face is insufficient. I intend to adorn my feet as well. She cared little for whether these products suited her. After all, what is freely given is the most delightful. This is entrusted to you. I shall ascend to the second floor and take a look. Choose the expensive ones. Jiang Wuxin left the cart in Yang Xuelin's care and ascended alone to the second floor, where she recalled numerous clothing stores aligning with her aesthetic. Upon reaching the staircase, she was greeted by an array of beautiful garments. With a sweeping motion, she gathered an entire rack into her spatial storage. This encapsulated the essence of zero-cost shopping. Had it not been for the impossibility of explaining their spatial abilities to Yang Xuelin and the others, they would not need to transport items in such bulk. Before long, she had cleared the upper floor and, upon reuniting with the 3 below, prepared to depart, only to discover at the entrance that a torrential downpour had commenced. With water levels nearly reaching a meter, Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan attempted to force the mall's doors open, but after several tries, they could only manage a small gap, allowing more water to seep in. Sister Xinxin, what should we do? Will Xiaofan be damaged by the flood? Do not fret about Xiaofan. It is a super battle vehicle, and such rain shall not harm it. Jiang Wuxin shared this concern, as it marked the first rainfall since the apocalypse began, leaving her uncertain about the fate of Xiaofan, the super battle vehicle, in such conditions. After discreetly inquiring with Xiao Shuai and receiving an affirmative response, she felt reassured and directed Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan to move nearby display stands and cabinets to barricade the entrance, preventing the rain from breaching the mall's doors. Let us make do here for the night. We shall depart once the water recedes. The others were aware of the external situation and nodded in agreement. Jiang Wuxin also left a message for her sister through Xiao Shuai, informing her that she would not be returning home that evening and advising her to sleep soundly. Although the situation had unfolded unexpectedly, the group remained in high spirits, still exhilarated from their recent zero-cost shopping venture. Seated on the sofa, they began to assess their spoils. Yang Xuelin eagerly unwrapped the various cosmetics she had collected, exclaiming in amazement, "Who understands our family? These items I never dared to dream of using have become available during our escape in the apocalypse." She practiced her makeup in front of the large mirror on the counter, while Ji Chuan looked on with a disdainful expression, clicking his tongue. "It's just some cosmetics. Look at your desperate demeanor." "Oh, but it does enhance your appearance. You who have never worn makeup before should refrain from your incessant chatter." Their banter quickly escalated into playful bickering, prompting Jiang Wuxin to suggest, "Since we have time to spare, Yang Xuelin, why don't we do their makeup?" Seeing the mischievous smile on Jiang Wuxin's face, Yang Xuelin eagerly pulled Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan closer. "I find it quite agreeable, and you both likely have no objections, right? Haha, I am rather curious about what they will look like once they are made up." Bai Jinyan, as a former idol, is not averse to makeup, while Ji Chuan, despite his lack of experience with cosmetics, surprisingly acquiesces to Jiang Wuxin's suggestion. He leans forward mischievously, playfully nudging Bai Jinyan aside to stand in front of Jiang Wuxin. "Sister Xian, I am more than willing to assist in whatever you ask," he exclaims, casting a provocative glance at Yang Xuelin. Hearing this familiar banter, Jiang Wuxin is tempted to shove the eyeliner pencil into Ji Chuan's mouth. But for the sake of sustained amusement, she holds back, biting down on her molars as she dabs and paints on Ji Chuan's fair visage. In no time, an abstract makeup look emerges, featuring a downturned eye corner and a face adorned with patches of black and white, provoking laughter from Yang Xuelin to the point she can hardly stand upright. Jiang Wuxin, reveling in her creation, cannot suppress her laughter and turns to the composed Bai Jinyan, inquiring, "Haha, would you like to be my next model?" To her astonishment, Bai Jinyan, despite Ji Chuan's comically unfortunate appearance, is still willing to let her proceed. Thus, she makes a concerted effort to temper her destructive creativity, yet the more she paints, the more ludicrous it becomes, ultimately replicating Ji Chuan's whimsical makeup. Jiang Wuxin and Yang Xuelin are thoroughly entertained, doubled over with laughter at the sight of Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, who resemble two disgruntled souls standing together. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates from downstairs, the sound of shattering glass. The laughter fades as they peer down from the courtyard. Noticing several individuals entering from the northeast corner of the mall, a mix of men and women, likely drawn by the commotion from the other side of the establishment. In Chapter 75, the self-important average Joe, Jiang Wuxin locks eyes with the leading man and instinctively perceives him as an insufferable character. She merely glances at him before retreating with Ji Chuan and the others to a safer location. Predictably, the man, accompanied by his entourage, ascends the stairs and approaches them with a smile characteristic of the average, self-important man. "Who would have thought we could encounter like-minded friends at this hour?" the man exclaims upon noticing the several carts of supplies behind Jiang Wuxin and her companions. His gaze remains fixated on the bounty, oblivious to the caution etched on Jiang Wuxin's face as he attempts to ingratiate himself with them. "I am Feng Xian, the leader of the Xianyang base." "Oh," Jiang Wuxin muses, having never heard of this Xianyang base in her previous life, surmising it must not have lasted long before meeting its demise. She crosses her arms and mimics Feng Xian's scrutinizing gaze, surveying his group from head to toe, pursing her lips in disinterest before directing Ji Chuan and the others to relocate their belongings upstairs. Since Feng Xian ascended to his self-proclaimed throne, he has not acknowledged anyone properly, basking daily in the flattery of others with his two nostrils prominently displayed, his arrogance soaring to new heights, unable to tolerate such neglect. Seeing Jiang Wuxin and her companions daring to provoke his authority despite their meager strength, he could not suppress his displeasure and exclaimed, "You all stand there. Do you think I will let you leave?" "We're not afraid of listening to your raving," they retorted. "We fear the madness might be contagious." Ji Chuan, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, delivered a subtle yet stinging insult. The effect was immediate. Feng Xian, visibly agitated, brandished his large knife threateningly. "You little brat. I want to give you a good face to bask in. Say one more word, and I will end you." Jichuan observed Feng Xian's trembling hand gripping the weapon and could not help but chuckle softly. Brother, that knife is so heavy you can barely lift it. Be careful when you try to kill me. Don't trip and embarrass yourself. It would be mortifying. You. Feng Xian began, but was swiftly interrupted by Jiang Wuxin, who pinched the blade between her fingers and effortlessly sent it flying. She regarded the astonished Feng Xian with an expression of displeasure. Are you here to fight? Or should you be leaving? Feng Xian's group had merely been fortunate, having not encountered any formidable zombies until now. Had they faced even a slightly quicker opponent, they would have likely met their demise. Now, witnessing Jiang Wuxin's formidable combat prowess, they were paralyzed with fear, and Feng Xian took a cautious step back, attempting to regain some semblance of authority. We mean no harm. We only feel that in times like these, it is unfair for you to monopolize resources. Jiang Wuxin assessed the gaunt and pitiful assembly of individuals before her, choosing not to respond directly to Feng Xian. Instead, she calmly inquired about an unrelated matter. I would like to ask, can we find enough food at the Shenyang base? Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback by her question, furrowing his brow in confusion. What? I asked if you can get enough to eat at the Shenyang base? Jiang Wuxin patiently repeated her inquiry. Feng Xian, misinterpreting her concern as desperation for sustenance, felt a surge of misguided pride. He straightened his neck, preparing to bask in their supplication. I can't say we eat to our fill, but we can manage 2 meals a day. 2 meals? Jiang Wuxin exclaimed, incredulous. In this era, finding 2 meals a day is as rare as spotting a lantern in the dark. Feng Xian, glancing at the striking Jiang Wuxin, felt his mind begin to churn with absurdity. Uft! Yang Xuelin could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter at Feng Xian, who was awkwardly attempting to present himself as a proud peacock. Only managing 2 meals a day, and you're here boasting. Come back when you can truly feast before you think of claiming luxury. Jichuan could not suppress a smile, quickly following up with a sharp retort. After all, the quality of these luxury bags was quite impressive. Should hunger strike, they would find themselves unable to bite through them. How audacious to be so shameless. I swear I will obliterate you. Feng Xian was utterly incensed, glaring fiercely at Jiang Wuxin and her companions, summoning his lackeys to eliminate them. These 2 men appeared delicate and frail, clearly incapable of defending themselves. As for the women, unless they groveled at his feet begging for mercy, he would not let them escape. The few strong men from the Shenyang base had followed Feng Xian in search of goods, and upon hearing their leader's command, they brandished their knives, ready to charge. Yet, before they could even draw their weapons, they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. No one had informed them that this woman was armed. Jiang Wuxin leisurely approached, her handgun aimed squarely at Feng Xian's head, locking her gaze onto his evasive eyes. In a low voice, she queried, "Who do you intend to kill?" The intoxicating scent of her presence lingered in the air, but Feng Xian could not dismiss the cold sweat trickling down his temples. He could only lower his head in silence. He was merely a fortunate mediocrity, attempting to play the role of a hero, claiming dominion. Who did he think he was? Jichuan showed no mercy, her contemptuous expression causing Feng Xian's teeth to grind in frustration. Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Xian, unwilling to risk his hard-won life at the hands of a woman, staggered backward towards the door, retreating with his subordinates. Once downstairs, believing Jiang Wuxin could not see him, Feng Xian spat vehemently, vowing to eliminate them. Boss, where to now? One of the men asked. Let's find somewhere to lay low. We can't venture out in this downpour. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Feng Xian's rage found an outlet, and he struck the man on the head, scolding, always asking questions. I provide you with food, and at the critical moment, you beg for mercy. The man dared not show the slightest discontent, silently absorbing the insults and anger, nodding in agreement until Feng Xian's tirade subsided. Only then did he exhale deeply and follow behind him to find a shop for refuge. Observing Feng Xian and his group linger in a clothing store, Jiang Wuxin decided to shift to a location where she could easily monitor them. Feng Xian, of course, noticed Jiang Wuxin and her companions, begrudgingly pulling out several packs of compressed biscuits and a thermos from his bag. With a look of indulgence, he tore open the packaging and stuffed the biscuits into his mouth, displaying an expression as if he were savoring some exquisite delicacy. To those aware, it was merely compressed biscuits. To the unknowing, it appeared he was relishing a feast of rare delicacies. How amusing. Chapter 76. Cooperation and Mutual Benefit. Jiang Wuxin, witnessing Feng Xian's exaggerated performance, decided to inject a touch of drama into the narrative. Stealthily retrieving several perfectly cooked steaks and lobsters from her space and placing them on a table near the central glass. Everyone has worked hard gathering supplies. Let's have something to eat. Yang Xuelin gazed at the steaming steak and lobster, then tugged at Jiang Wuxin's sleeve, pulling her aside for a whispered conversation. Xinxinjia, are you some kind of magical cat? How did you even conjure up food like this? Shoo, some secrets are best kept hidden. Yang Xuelin's near-worshipful trust in Jiang Wuxin made her accept this absurd explanation without question. She played along dramatically, sitting down at the table with exaggerated flair. Oh dear. Steak and lobster again for lunch? I'm getting so tired of eating this every day. The mall was empty except for them, making Yang Xuelin's voice echo loudly in the vast space. We're out here roughing it, so let's just make do and not be picky. Ji Chuan immediately caught on to Yang Xuelin and Jiang Wuxin's act. Without asking unnecessary questions, he joined the performance, his tone dripping with feigned disdain and grievance. Boss, they're actually eating lobster and steak, and they're calling it making do? Feng Xian had a reputation for generosity, but behind closed doors, he was nothing more than a lazy, greedy parasite. He didn't even bother looking up, giving his underling a look of utter disdain. Lobster and steak? You must be hallucinating from hunger. Here, have some more eggs. Eat up and then take a good look. In Feng Xian's mind, the fact that their group of 8 could share a few packs of compressed biscuits, sausages, and pickled eggs was already a luxury. Even if each person only got a meager bite, it was still better than nothing, certainly better than anyone else could hope for. It's true, they really are eating lobster. And steak too. I haven't had meat in so long, just biscuits every day. I'm sick of it. Anyone who doesn't want to eat can get the hell out. Feng Xian had also caught sight of the massive lobster on Jiang Wuxin's table. He swallowed hard before roaring at his complaining underlings. Hand it back if you don't want it. You should be grateful you have anything to eat at all. Starve for a while, and you'll learn to appreciate it. No one dared complain further, resignedly gnawing on their dry biscuits. Though unappetizing, survival was all that mattered now. The only one truly dissatisfied was Feng Xian himself. While preaching contentment to others, his eyes were practically glued to the lobster's massive claws, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Seeing Jiang Wuxin and her group so well fed, he assumed they must be from some major stronghold. But as far as he knew, large bases rarely allowed individuals to scavenge supplies alone. Could they have been exiled? If so, perhaps he could strike a deal with them. The thought made Feng Xian so giddy it was as if he'd already devoured the lobster himself. He straightened his clothes and strode to the center of the first-floor lobby, calling out to Jiang Wuxin with confidence. Since fate has brought us together, how about we cooperate? Jiang Wuxin, mid-bite of her steak, shot him an irritated glance before responding coldly. Just a moment ago, you were intent on killing us for supplies. And now you wish to collaborate? Has my lunch aroused your appetite? My dear, such words cannot be uttered lightly. Feng Xian, with his audacious demeanor reminiscent of the lofty Changbai mountain, sought to forge an alliance with Jiang Wuxin. I observe that survival amidst chaos is no easy feat for you. The more allies one has, the greater the opportunities. This presents a mutually beneficial arrangement. Oh, I find myself quite curious as to how this mutual benefit is to be achieved. I am aware that you lack for food, yet you undoubtedly require shelter. I can offer you a refuge capable of withstanding the undead, and in return, you may provide sustenance. Uft. Yang Xuelin could not contain her laughter upon hearing this. The audacity was almost palpable, as if food could be exchanged for luxury accommodations. Jiang Wuxin was too weary to engage further. But Yang Xuelin's laughter struck Feng Xian with a deep humiliation, intensifying his desire to eliminate the 4 of them. As night fell, Jiang Wuxin and her companions prepared to rest. She secured the shop's door and found the key to lock it. Sister Xinxin, is it safe for us to sleep here? I have a feeling those folks downstairs will take advantage of our slumber to create mischief, Yang Xuelin remarked, glancing apprehensively at the tightly shut glass door, which appeared anything but sturdy. This establishment's entrance is equipped with an alarm. We can rest assured, Jiang Wuxin reassured her. Should any violent intrusion occur, the alarm would surely sound an ear-piercing alert, ensuring they would be awakened. After a long day of turmoil, the group soon succumbed to slumber. However, as fate would have it, Feng Xian and his cohorts were far from idle. Once Jiang Wuxin and her companions drifted into sleep, they stealthily ascended to the second floor. Boss, Are we truly going to pry open that door? That woman possesses a firearm, one of them cautioned. Feng Xian was well aware of Jiang Wuxin's weapon. Yet upon reflection, he sensed something was amiss. After all, in these times, acquiring a firearm is no easy feat. How could a young girl possess such a thing? Did you ever see her fire it? I suspect she merely wields a replica to intimidate us, he asserted. This notion instantly bolstered the spirits of his underlings, emboldening them as they ascended the stairs, only to confront the locked door. Feng Xian retrieved his tools to attempt to pick the lock, but instead of success, he inadvertently triggered the alarm. The piercing sound jolted Jiang Wuxin and her companions from their sleep. Now that we've started, we cannot turn back. Feng Xian fumed at Jiang Wuxin's nonchalant demeanor. Seizing an axe, he swung it at the glass door, shattering it instantly. Fortunately, the spacious shop mitigated the risk of injury from the shards for Jiang Wuxin and her companions. Awakened by the commotion and already irritable, Jiang Wuxin's anger flared at the sight of the scattered glass. Furrowing her brow, she fired a shot that struck Feng Xian squarely in the knee. A scream echoed, akin to the wail of a slaughtered pig, as Feng Xian collapsed, blood gushing forth, prompting his underlings to rush forward in concern for his injury. You vile woman! How dare you fire a weapon? Ah, it hurts so much. Feng Xian, with great difficulty, freed a hand to point at Jiang Wuxin, only to be met with another gunshot aimed directly at his wrist. A cry of agony escaped his lips as Feng Xian, utterly cowed, lost his bravado, abandoning any thoughts of eliminating Jiang Wuxin and her companions. Clutching his bleeding wrist, he desperately pleaded for mercy. I beg your pardon. We were blind to your might and have offended you. Please, spare me. His subordinates, fearing Jiang Wuxin's displeasure might extend to them, hastily joined in the supplication. We are truly sorry. Please forgive us. They echoed. We only intended to take a few items, never to harm you. Please, have mercy. Jiang Wuxin, however, was not swayed by their hollow excuses and resolved to show them leniency. Depart swiftly while I still show mercy. Chapter 77. Identity and Mystery. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's command, Feng Xian's followers wasted no time, disregarding his pain as they hastily dragged him away. A tall, slender man dashed downstairs to fetch a medical kit, while the others clumsily worked to extract the bullet from Feng Xian. The pain elicited frantic cries from him. Are you trying to kill me? Must you be so rough? Ah, curse it. Are you doing this on purpose? I'll have your head. Feng Xian's face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, words stumbling from his lips. Yet he continued to hurl insults. The man being berated offered timid apologies, yet his hands remained busy, focused on tending to Feng Xian's knee. However, it seemed improbable that the man was driven by any personal vendetta. His clumsy technique was enough to make even Jiang Wuxin wince. At last, the bullet was extracted, and with a swift motion, the man pressed a piece of gauze against the gushing wound, eliciting a pained howl from Feng Xian, leaving him speechless, resorting only to furious roars of impotent rage. His uninjured hand flailed aimlessly, attempting to ward off the man attending to him. Stop your shouting. If you disturb my rest, I'll send you to the afterlife. The previous shop lay in ruins, littered with shards of glass, rendering assistance impossible. Jiang Wuxin and her companions, feeling their way through the dark, began to salvage their belongings, only to be nearly deafened by Feng Xian's anguished cries. Taking advantage of the darkness, Jiang Wuxin delivered a sharp kick to Feng Xian, warning him with fierce intent. Feng Xian dared not utter another sound, biting down on his collar, his face flushed with suppressed rage. Yet, despite his outward submission, he was inwardly cursing Jiang Wuxin and her companions, silently vowing revenge. After transporting their items to a neighboring shop, which bore a similar layout, Jiang Wuxin and her companions prepared to rest. Yang Xuelin, invigorated by the tumultuous events, lay on the sofa and turned to Jiang Wuxin, a perplexed expression on her face. Sister Xinxin, why didn't you kill him? She is no fool and can naturally discern that Feng Xian's malicious intent, brandishing his axe, is not merely to steal. Thus, she finds it perplexing that Jiang Wuxin has no intention of taking his life. This behavior is quite uncharacteristic of her. It would be far too easy to end his existence, yet should she choose to do so, he would undoubtedly rise as a zombie. Reclining on the sofa that Ji Chuan had prepared for her, with her hands resting behind her head and legs crossed, Jiang Wuxin contemplates the implications. In that eventuality, his dim-witted subordinates would also succumb, transforming into zombies. Given the complex terrain, confronting such a multitude of the undead poses considerable risk. While she acknowledges this, her foremost concern lies in the fact that she has yet to grasp the patterns of zombie evolution. After all, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, mutated zombies are rampant. She remains uncertain whether zombies evolve solely by consuming their kind, or if some fortunate individuals transform into evolved zombies upon death. Akin to how she and Ji Chuan inexplicably acquired their abilities, she is reluctant to take such a gamble or invite trouble. The night passes relatively peacefully, with the commotion caused by Feng Xian and his companions gradually fading into silence. Although Jiang Wuxin and her group do not sleep soundly, they manage to regain some composure. By dawn, the rain has ceased, and the water levels have receded significantly. They plan to pack their belongings and return home. Have those people left? Yang Xuelin wonders, feeling as if she hadn't heard any noise from them during the latter part of the night. She had not slept well and, in a daze, queries the absence of their presence. It's for the best if they have gone. Why would you want to return to that Yangshang base with them? Ji Chuan, leaning on the shopping cart handle, gazes provocatively at Yang Xuelin. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Jiang Wuxin exchanges a knowing smile with the reticent Bai Jinyan, as Yang Xuelin and Ji Chuan engage in their usual banter. They merrily proceed downstairs to gather their belongings. In truth, Feng Xian and his crew only realized they could leave when dawn broke. Feng Xian intends to return to the base to uncover the identities of these 4 individuals before plotting his revenge. He limps out through the doorway and immediately spots the pink war vehicle parked outside. Suddenly understanding why the little girl beside Jiang Wuxin had laughed when he proposed a partnership yesterday, it turns out she possesses a motorhome. Moreover, its appearance suggests it is of high quality. The mere thought of Jiang Wuxin's expressionless face fills him with fury, compounded by the fact that the insolent woman had shot him twice the previous day. He promptly decides to steal the little pink vehicle. Without a place to seek refuge, how long can they survive? With determination, Feng Xian seizes the axe from his subordinate and strikes at the door handle of the pink vehicle. The sound of the collision reverberates, yet to his astonishment, the axe blade chips while the handle remains entirely unscathed, not even bearing a scratch. Damn it! This wretched vehicle is as troublesome as that contemptible woman. Feng Xian, undeterred by misfortune, swung his uninjured hand vigorously towards Xiao Fan, the force nearly causing him to stumble. Yet, Xiao Fan remained unscathed. Just as Feng Xian contemplated another attempt, a familiar female voice broke through the commotion. What are you all doing? Jiang Wuxin and her companions had just descended from the building, laden with their belongings, and were greeted by the sight of a crowd encircling Xiao Fan, with Feng Xian furiously brandishing an axe. The engrossed individuals, especially Feng Xian, were startled, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, his subordinates, who he had previously dispatched to drive, returned, scrambling to the vehicle. Even as they climbed aboard, Feng Xian did not miss the opportunity to hurl threats. You lot. Just wait. I will definitely take you down. Listening to his uninspired vulgarities, Jiang Wuxin and her companions exchanged glances, choosing not to respond. With a mutual understanding, they fell silent for a few moments before resuming their task of transferring the gathered supplies to Xiao Fan. Feng Xian, fuming with anger, vented his frustrations all the way back to the base, where he neglected medical attention to leverage all his connections in pursuit of uncovering Jiang Wuxin's true identity. Though Jiang Wuxin and her companions lacked distinctive traits, her striking beauty and Bai Jinyan's former idol status rendered their quartet relatively easy to identify. What? There are no records of these individuals at any of the bases? Feng Xian inquired broadly, having exhausted his inquiries at all conceivable locations. Receiving a uniform response, none had encountered these individuals, let alone recognized their identities. As Jiang Wuxin's group finished loading their supplies into Xiao Fan and prepared to depart, they encountered a raucous gathering ahead, where 2 factions seemed to clash. Yang Xuelin, with a gleeful expression, eyed the commotion, but Jiang Wuxin swiftly pulled her back to the vehicle. In the apocalypse, those who revel in chaos are often the first to meet their demise. Jiang Wuxin had little interest in their disputes. Her sole desire was to locate the next horde of zombies to collect crystal cores. However, to their astonishment, Xiao Fan was suddenly intercepted by the very group they sought to avoid. Isn't that the gang that took away Yi Mei and the others? Let's have them adjudicate. One man shouted, his voice dripping with arrogance. Even if the king himself were here today, I wouldn't part with a single item. I've never encountered such shamelessness. You old fool, what use is all that food to you? You might as well hand it over to us. Your demise would be a blessing. Jiang Wuxin furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the spitting man outside, flanked by a beautiful woman who gazed at him with admiration. Suddenly, recognition struck her. These were the very scoundrels who had earlier absconded with a vehicle from the factory alongside a young girlfriend. The elderly man, flushed with indignation, and the onlookers were likely remnants of those who had fled from the factory, and Jiang Wuxin was taken aback to encounter them once more. Su Chong, previously, you recklessly drove away with the car, disregarding our lives, and now you have the audacity to come and seize our belongings. Do you still consider yourself a decent person? That is communal property of the factory. If you can utilize it, why can't I? Furthermore, didn't you also emerge from there? The burly Su Chong blocked Jiang Wuxin and her companion's vehicle with one hand while gripping the arm of the elder in front of him with the other. His lips, reminiscent of sausages, moved as he spoke, his words laced with vulgarity. Jiang Wuxin tapped the driver, Yang Xuelin, expressing her displeasure. Ignore him. Just reverse the car and we'll navigate around him. The most loathsome sight for Jiang Wuxin was witnessing a dogfight, especially when compelled to watch. Her patience dwindling to a thread. Seizing the opportunity to maintain her composure, she urged Yang Xuelin to leave. However, Su Chong noticed the vehicle retreating and swiftly grabbed the right side mirror, his massive face leaning in to rap on the window of Xiaofan's car, signaling them to lower the window. Hey, come down and help us settle this. Yang Xuelin understood that they must avoid escalating the situation to violence. Fearing Su Chong would not release Xiaofan, she hesitated to drive further, glancing back at Jiang Wuxin in the rear seat. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wuxin pressed her tongue against her cheek, her face darkening as she lowered the rear window. You need to calm down. Your loud voice might attract zombies. And remove your filthy hand from my car, or I want to be responsible for any damage. Su Chong, startled by the severity etched on Jiang Wuxin's face, instinctively withdrew his hand. Yet, he was determined not to show weakness in front of his girlfriend, Gao Wenwen, and yanked the elder who had been debating with him towards Jiang Wuxin. Help us reason with them. They have an abundance of food, yet stand idly by as we nearly starve, not sharing even a morsel. It's utterly selfish. The elder, exasperated, pounded his chest to regain composure, ready to continue his argument with Su Chong, when Jiang Wuxin's icy voice reached his ears. Are you missing an arm or a leg? Why should they share their hard-earned food with you? Just because you're shameless and your words are foul? You. Su Chong was taken aback by Jiang Wuxin's lack of regard for his pride, his anger flaring as he attempted to pull Jiang Wuxin out. However, as soon as he leaned in, he found a gun barrel pressed against his temple. What do you think you're doing? Keep shouting, and I'll put a bullet through you. Su Chong fell silent, retreating his head from the window, seething in frustration. Brother Chong, perhaps we should just let this go and seek food elsewhere. Gao Wenwen, who had been silent beside him, gently tugged at his sleeve, offering a quiet suggestion. Yet, Su Chong, unable to contain himself, thrust her aside, barking angrily. The convenience store and supermarket are swarming with zombies. Where do you expect me to find food? It's easy for you to say. Gao Wenwen was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes turning red. Jiang Wuxin, feeling a pang of discomfort, rubbed her temples and interrupted her sobs. Where's the nearest supermarket? She inquired. Su Chong, perplexed by Jiang Wuxin's question, impatiently pointed her in the right direction. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's crawling with zombies, far more than in the factory. Going there is a one-way ticket to death. Jiang Wuxin, upon receiving the address, didn't spare Su Chong another glance. She beckoned Yang Xuelin to step back and set off for the supermarket. Hearing their destination, Su Chong ceased to hinder them, grabbing Gao Wenwen and climbing into the vehicle they had arrived in. He was aware that since Jiang Wuxin dared to venture forth, she must possess the capability to dispatch zombies, and he intended to follow her to the supermarket in hopes of reaping some benefits. The group of people who had been gathered nearby, upon realizing their intent to go to the supermarket, hesitated to take risks and dispersed. Jiang Wuxin was not particularly interested in the supplies within the supermarket. Her thoughts lingered on the likelihood that many trapped citizens, unable to escape, had transformed into zombies. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, she might encounter a few evolved ones, which would be quite lucrative. After all, the more there were, the greater the odds. Sister Xinshin, that pig-headed man has been trailing us. Yang Xuelin alerted Jiang Wuxin, noticing that Su Chong's vehicle was closely tailing theirs on the nearly deserted road. Should I shoot them down? We can run fast enough, and even if he mutated, he wouldn't catch up to us. Ji Chuan also recognized Su Chong, harboring a deep disdain for such self-serving and arrogant fools, wishing he could spray him with bullets. There's no need to waste our ammunition on this scoundrel. Once we reach the supermarket, whether they survive will depend on their own skills. Yang Xuelin drove into the supermarket parking lot, where Jiang Wuxin used her psychic abilities to awaken Xiao Shui to scout the surroundings. Master, no anomalies detected nearby, but the situation on the ground appears complicated. Please exercise caution. Jiang Wuxin slung a radar detector around her neck, retrieving several walkie-talkies from the storage compartment to hand to Yang Xuelin and the others, who tested their functionality. Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, follow me up shortly. Yang Xuelin, stay in the vehicle to provide support. We'll stay in touch. After giving her instructions, Jiang Wuxin disembarked, carrying her submachine gun, followed closely by Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, each wielding chainsaws. The parking lot was eerily silent as they ascended to the first floor with remarkable ease. As the elevator doors opened, the chilling echoes of zombie growls resonated outside. Stay close to me. We will move back to back. Zombies could be hiding beneath or above the shelves, so everyone must remain vigilant. Xiaofan drove at an alarming speed, and when Su Chong and Gao Wenwen finally caught up with them, Jiang Wuxin and her companions had already moved on. Upon seeing Yang Xuelin waiting in the car, Su Chong's mind began to churn with nefarious thoughts once more. Chapter 79. Su Chong goes offline. Is there not a large steel pipe behind our vehicle? Let us descend and strike that young lady unconscious, binding her. I refuse to believe that woman would disregard her. At that point, we could procure as many resources as we desire. Su Chong entertained the notion of leveraging Yang Xuelin to coerce Jiang Wuxin into distributing some supplies to them. However, his wooden-headed calculations failed to consider that a steel pipe could not easily breach a car window that even a second-level zombie could not open. He completely disregarded the events that had transpired earlier in the factory, confidently seizing the stout steel pipe and swaggering towards Xiao Fan, tapping on the driver's side window. The absence of light around them rendered any claims of fear disingenuous. Su Chong was equally apprehensive that his loud noises might attract zombies, rendering their distance from the vehicle a perilous predicament. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt a diplomatic approach first. Once Yang Xuelin lowered the window, he would swiftly incapacitate her with a blow and drag her away. Young lady, please roll down the window. I have a few inquiries. Su Chong concealed the steel pipe behind his back, mustering what he believed to be an enchanting smile, and spoke in a courteous tone. Suddenly, a luminous face appeared at the window, startling Yang Xuelin. Upon recognizing the lewd grin of Su Chong, she merely cast a disinterested glance his way before returning her focus to the vehicle's screen. Noticing Yang Xuelin's reaction, yet her utter disregard for him, Su Chong's ego was inflamed, and he began to pound on the window with increasing fervor, his politeness evaporating entirely. You dare to ignore me? Hurry and lower the window, or I will ensure your demise. Yang Xuelin found his frantic knocking rather bothersome, yet the sight of his flustered face was amusing, prompting her to cross her arms and silently enjoy the absurdity of the scene. In truth, it was not that she was intentionally ignoring Su Chong. The windows of Xiao Fan's vehicle were specially designed for superior sound insulation, rendering Su Chong's words inaudible. She could only see his mouth moving. Su Chong's fury escalated as he perceived Yang Xuelin's reaction as a challenge to his authority and patience. In a fit of rage, he swung the steel pipe towards Xiao Fan's car. Bang! The resonating sound echoed through the silent underground garage, yet Su Chong's hand was left numb, while Yang Xuelin remained unfazed, observing him with an expression akin to that of a simpleton. Damn! I refuse to be thwarted. Su Chong swung his arm vigorously, striking the driver's window repeatedly, cursing incessantly. You better not make me drag you out, otherwise I shall shatter your skull and feed it to the zombies. Consumed by rage, he paid no heed to the potential horde of zombies he might attract, unleashing every curse he could muster toward Yang Xuelin. In the midst of this scene, Yang Xuelin, observing Su Chong's antics akin to a comedic skit, found herself inexplicably drowsy and yawned involuntarily at him. Su Chong's composure had completely shattered, his anger causing his hair to nearly stand on end. He continued to strike the rear window, yet Little Pink remained unscathed, not even quivering slightly. Gao Wenwen, filled with trepidation, scanned the surroundings, constantly fearing that the commotion caused by Su Chong would attract zombies from the shadows. She tugged at Su Chong's arm, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears, her voice laced with desperation. "Brother Chong, let us leave. If zombies come, neither of us will escape. This car can't even withstand the zombies, let alone our steel pipe." At that moment, Su Chong was nearly drained of strength, though his rage remained unabated. He recognized the futility of lingering there. He shot a fierce glare at Yang Xueling, intending to search for supplies with Gao Wenwen before departing. The power system had long ceased to function, leaving them reliant on their handheld flashlight for illumination. Hand in hand, they made their way to the staircase leading upstairs. As soon as they stepped inside, a series of ghastly groans echoed from behind them, prompting them to hastily shut the stairwell door and rush upward. This staircase had once served as an employee passage, leading directly to the supermarket entrance on the second floor. Gao Wenwen had already been shaken to her core in the stairwell. Upon hearing the clearer roars from within the supermarket, she dared not take a single step forward. Trembling as she clutched Su Chong's sleeve, pleading softly, "Brother Chong, let us go. There must be zombies inside. I'm terrified. Why are you scared? Just follow me." Su Chong retorted, his patience wearing thin as he scolded her quietly. However, despite his attempts to pull her along, Gao Wenwen remained rooted in place, immovable. "What good are you?" he muttered in frustration, seizing the flashlight from her trembling hands as he steeled himself against his own fear and ventured inside. In truth, Su Chong was also afraid, yet he believed that Jiang Wuxin would attract the majority of the zombies away. As long as he was cautious, he thought he would be safe. "Ba, may the ancestors open their eyes and bless me," he silently prayed. The deeper he ventured, the darker it became, and the chaotic sounds of footsteps surrounded him. Fear gripped him tightly, yet he hesitated to abandon the scattered items on the shelves, even if they were likely discarded by Jiang Wuxin and her group for being unpalatable. Suddenly, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed behind him, igniting a sense of being hunted. He swiftly turned off the flashlight and frantically crawled beneath a shelf. In the darkness, the heavy footsteps reverberated like a death knell, each thud pounding against Su Chong's heart. He lay still, paralyzed with fear, until the footsteps abruptly ceased. Reassuring himself that the zombie had likely passed him by, he exhaled, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. Once he confirmed the absence of sound, he flicked on the flashlight, only to be met with the horrific sight of a decayed face, riddled with maggots, staring back at him from the light. Its lifeless, gray-white eyes bore into his soul. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the supermarket, and Jiang Wuxin and her companions naturally heard it. They understood that the source of such a sound could only be Su Chong, who had followed them. No one else could produce such a cry. However, they merely paused for a fleeting moment before continuing their advance. As Jiang Wuxin progressed, she stealthily gathered items in the darkness, reveling in her good fortune when suddenly an alarm blared in her mind. "Alert! Alert! Level 2 zombies detected nearby. Please remain vigilant." Hearing a rustling noise ahead, Jiang Wuxin signaled for Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan to retreat. She raised her submachine gun, illuminating the source of the sound with her flashlight. Before her stood a figure with a tilted head, dragging its legs slowly towards her, blood gushing from a gruesome wound on its neck. Recognizing this aberrant behavior, Jiang Wuxin realized it was undoubtedly a zombie, but to their astonishment, the creature suddenly lifted its head, revealing Su Chong. Chapter 80. Perfect coordination. Su Chong, upon spotting Jiang Wuxin and her companions, lunged at them with his head cocked to one side, prompting the system to sound another alarm. "Alert! Alert! Level 2 zombie is initiating an attack. Please ensure your safety, Master." As she heard the voice of Xiao Shuai, Jiang Wuxin understood that not only had Su Chong transformed into a zombie, but he had also become a rare level 2 zombie. This confirmed her earlier speculation that zombies could evolve not solely by consuming others of their kind. There were fortunate individuals like Su Chong who, upon being bitten to death, transformed directly into a level 2 zombie. Jiang Wuxin dared not underestimate him. She raised her submachine gun and fired several rounds at Su Chong's head. To her surprise, he proved remarkably resilient. Despite being hit by bullets and leaning back, he still clung to life, attempting to charge forward. "Sister Xinshin, it seems Su Chong harbors deep resentment towards you. Even as a zombie, he refuses to let you go," Ji Chuan remarked humorously, yet his chainsaw remained relentless in his grip. Observing Jiang Wuxin's growing impatience, he revved the chainsaw and lunged at Su Chong, forcefully severing him in half and crushing his skull with a brutal stomp. Jiang Wuxin grimaced, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Chuan's blood-splattered foot as she moved closer to extract the crystal core. However, Xiao Shuai's voice interrupted her. Alert! Alert! Additional level 2 zombies detected in the vicinity. Please proceed with caution, Master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuxin's expression shifted from grim to elated as she noticed multiple red dots flashing on the radar scanner, indicating the approach of nearby zombies. Her heart soared. This venture was proving immensely rewarding. Surveying her surroundings, she sought a strategic vantage point from which to take down all the zombies. She patted Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan, signaling them to climb onto the shelves for a better view. The trio moved swiftly, scaling the shelves with ease. Once atop, they illuminated the area with their flashlights, only to discover they were surrounded by a menacing horde of zombies, with even more in the distance drawn by the commotion. Xiao Shuai, are all of these level 2 zombies? Jiang Wuxin had already begun to envision her formidable self, wielding her upgraded powers with devastating prowess. However, as soon as Xiao Shu spoke, her daydreams were shattered. Master, I understand your urgency to upgrade, but if the area below is teeming with level 2 zombies, your survival today is uncertain, he warned. From Xiao Shu's tone, it was clear that only a fraction of the zombies would be level 2. The majority remained ordinary, which, while not overly taxing to confront, would still consume considerable time. Instantly, Jiang Wuxin's expression soured. She slung her submachine gun over her shoulder and walked steadily to a nearby shelf, forcefully toppling it to the ground. Ordinary zombies lacked the reflexes of their level 2 counterparts, standing vacantly in place, waiting to be crushed. With the shelf's collapse, Jiang Wuxin dispatched numerous ordinary zombies. Seeing her actions, Ji Chuan tugged at Bai Jinyan, instructing him to remain adaptable while he emulated Jiang Wuxin, rushing to another shelf to assist in eliminating the ordinary zombies. Although Ji Chuan was also a level 1 ability user, his strength rivaled that of Jiang Wuxin, allowing him to dispatch many ordinary zombies effortlessly. The trio darted about the shelves, expending no bullets while defeating the majority of the ordinary zombies. Those that struggled to rise and lunged at them were predominantly level 2 zombies. Jiang Wuxin resolved to eliminate all ordinary zombies before confronting the level 2 ones. Fearing that her submachine gun's ammunition might run low, she drew her handgun, executing precise headshots on the remaining ordinary zombies not struck by the shelf, while Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan unleashed chainsaw attacks on the zombies beneath them. Almost all zombies had been engaged, leaving only a handful that had been knocked down yet were now unsteadily rising. Jiang Wuxin counted carefully. There were 5 left. She retrieved her radar detector from around her neck, observing 5 flashing red dots, her heart swelling with excitement. This outing had proven worthwhile. The zombies, either battered or chainsawed, were barely able to regain their footing, yet they charged towards the trio with a ferocious roar, emitting a chilling hissing sound. Xin, use your abilities to attack these level 2 zombies first. I will activate my powers the moment you unleash the water sphere. It should electrocute them all, Ji Chuan proposed. Having diligently practiced controlling his abilities over the past few days to the point of precision, Jiang Wuxin nodded and targeted the nearest zombie, which had been grievously injured. She executed a series of fluid movements, and a surge of blue electricity shot from Ji Chuan's fingertips, enveloping the water sphere at the moment of contact and hurtling towards the zombie. Although Ji Chuan's electricity was not particularly potent and Jiang Wuxin's water sphere was modest in size, upon meeting the decayed flesh of the zombie, it erupted with tremendous energy, accompanied by a pungent, charred scent mixed with the stench of blood. Bai Jinyan possessed no extraordinary abilities, yet he seized the opportune moment to swing the chainsaw in his grasp with ferocity, striking the zombie's skull with a resounding impact. In an instant, flesh was rent asunder, and the creature succumbed without so much as a struggle. The trio, having found the right approach and exhibiting remarkable synergy, swiftly dispatched 5 level 2 zombies. Jiang Wuxin leaped down from the shelf and began rummaging for crystal cores. Before long, they had gathered 6 cores of varying hues, which Jiang Wuxin stowed away in her space as she prepared to depart. Gao 11, left behind in the shadowy stairwell by Su Chong, remained frozen in place. She was oblivious to whether the zombie that had been locked outside when they ascended still lingered in the parking lot, nor did she know Su Chong's fate. Just as she mustered the courage to ascend the stairs, a piercing scream from above reached her ears, confirming her fears that he was in dire peril. As a young woman newly emerged into society, she had never encountered such horrors. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she clasped her mouth tightly. terrified that her sobs would attract the undead. The silence above lingered for mere seconds following Su Chong's demise before a cacophony of fighting and roaring erupted. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground resonating in the oppressive darkness. Unaware of the chaos unfolding above, Gao Wenwen cowered behind the door, too frightened to make a sound. Yet, like Su Chong, misfortune befell her. Just as she found her hiding place, heavy footsteps echoed from the floor above. At that moment, fear eclipsed her thoughts, and disregarding the possibility of zombies blocking the exit, she dashed down the stairs, flinging the door open and sprinting toward the car. Yang Xuelin, waiting in the vehicle for Jiang Wuxin and the others, was startled by Gao Wenwen's sudden entrance. She stumbled into the car, a zombie hot on her heels. Chapter 81. A reunion with Wei Xiaohang. Having gathered their belongings, Jiang Wuxin and her companions descended the stairs. Upon entering the stairwell, they were met with the sound of anguished cries emanating from the parking lot below. Fearing for Yang Xuelin's safety, they hastily abandoned their scavenged supplies and rushed downward. However, before they could exit the stairwell, Yang Xuelin's voice crackled through the intercom. Xin, don't come to the parking lot just yet. A multitude of zombies has gathered here. It seems the creatures from the supermarket entrance have converged upon the noise. Though her tone was urgent, it retained a semblance of calm. It became evident that the owner of the earlier scream was not Yang Xuelin, and the trio collectively exhaled in relief. As Jiang Wuxin locked the stairwell door behind them, she inquired through the intercom, "What is the situation outside? We will not venture out just yet." Upon your assent, Su Chong escorted Gao Wenwen into the parking lot. It appears that Su Chong intended to abduct me in exchange for supplies, as he wielded a large steel pipe outside, shouting and cursing, though I could scarcely discern his words amidst the chaos. Subsequently, he led Gao Wenwen up the stairwell, and shortly thereafter, she descended alone, inadvertently attracting a horde of zombies that ensnared her within a vehicle. Meanwhile, Su Chong remained unaccounted for, his whereabouts unknown. Yang Xuelin watched as hordes of zombies rushed in from all directions, surrounding the terrified Gao Wenwen, and let out a silent sigh. Given the current situation, it seemed that Gao Wenwen was in grave danger. Su Chong had already transformed into a level 2 zombie and was killed by them. The cacophony from Yang Xuelin's side was particularly deafening, with continuous roars echoing, and Gao Wenwen's heart-wrenching screams were audible even in the stairwell. Jiang Wuxin and her companions had just endured a chaotic battle. Their mental energy was nearly depleted from using their skills. Uncertain about the complexities below, she decided against intervening. After contemplating a strategy, she spoke into the intercom, "You need not worry about Gao Wenwen. Activate Xiaofun's defense mode and have her come through the northern door. We will regroup at the north gate." Currently, the zombies outside have only evolved to level 2. With Xiaofun's resilience, no matter how numerous the zombies, she can safely escort Yang Xuelin from the garage. Yang Xuelin acknowledged her and was about to hang up the intercom when a series of gunshots erupted from behind her, accompanied by the sound of an armored vehicle approaching, shaking the entire basement. "Why are there gunshots on your side?" Jiang Wuxin, hearing the firing sounds from Yang Xuelin's end, intended to give further instructions, but before she could utter a word, a strange noise reached her ears, prompting her to frown in concern. Yang Xuelin peered through the car window and saw a group of uniformed individuals surrounding an armored vehicle, relentlessly shooting at the zombies in the parking lot. The armored vehicle was tasked with obliterating the clustered zombies, and with each cannon blast, numerous limbs and fragments were sent flying. Meanwhile, others were responsible for picking off and killing the injured zombies that still managed to lurch toward them, their marksmanship precise and deadly, resulting in a spectacular scene as zombies fell one after another. The gunmen were clad in military attire, seemingly part of the same organization they had encountered at the mall that day. Before Yang Xuelin could finish her observation, a piercing alarm blared in Jiang Wuxin's mind. "Alert! Alert! Level 3 zombies detected nearby. Please proceed with caution, host." There were not many level 3 zombies capable of evolving, and Jiang Wuxin deduced that it must be Wei Xiaohang and his crew outside. During their last encounter, she had missed the opportunity to recruit him, and she was determined not to squander this chance again. "Stay in the car and do not move. We will come down to find you." Eliminating level 2 zombies now required considerable effort, and level 3 zombies were even more formidable, with Wei Xiaohang already at level 3. Allowing him to develop further into a zombie king would spell disaster. Recalling the scene from her previous life where he commanded a legion of zombies, Jiang Wuxin felt a deep-seated resentment towards him. The frustration of disliking him, yet being unable to eliminate him, was unbearable. Jiang Wuxin had no desire to waste ammunition. They planned to wait until Wei Xiaoheng and his group eradicated the zombies before making their move. Sitting in the stairwell, she could still hear the gunfire outside and envied their ample supply of ammunition. Feeling rather bored, she summoned Xiao Shui, hoping to seize some fresh opportunities. If only my submachine gun could possess infinite magazines, how delightful that would be. Yet, scarcely had this thought crossed her mind when the unfeeling voice of Xiao Shu reverberated in her head. Master, please refrain from indulging in fanciful notions. Xiao Shu has already generously provided you with an infinite magazine for your pistol. Do not harbor expectations for more. Ugh, you are so cold-hearted. Can't we discuss this amicably? Jiang Wuxin pleaded, her voice adopting a tone that even sent shivers down her spine as she attempted to charm Xiao Shu. Our system is quite vast. It's merely a magazine for a submachine gun, so why be so stingy? Master, submachine guns do not indeed possess infinite magazines. This request is unreasonable, Xiao Shu replied. Oh, how can you say that? Is it reasonable for zombies to suddenly appear in this world? Is it logical for me to carry a system in my mind? Is it sensible for me to wield the power to manipulate water? The rules dictate that the dead are alive. Jiang Wuxin concluded, shivering involuntarily, clearing her throat. Yet, Xiao Shu remained unmoved, utterly indifferent. Apologies, Master, Xiao Shu cannot comprehend your meaning. Please try again later. Ah, the familiar tone, the familiar content. Xiao Shu had resumed its act of indifference. Hearing the gunfire outside cease, Jiang Wuxin beckoned Ji Chuan and Bai Jinyan to step outside. As they opened the door, the brilliance of military flashlights illuminated the scene, revealing dismembered corpses and grotesquely distorted bodies scattered across the ground, the stench of blood permeating the air, inducing nausea. A truck was parked not far from the pink combat vehicle. Its front was severely mangled, a window shattered, smeared with glaring bloodstains. Gao Wenwen huddled within the vehicle, trembling in fear. Wei Xiaoheng and his subordinate, Chu Tianqi, recognized Jiang Wuxin and her vehicle. However, after their previous encounter, Chu Tianqi felt deep down that Jiang Wuxin was no virtuous person. Thus, he merely cast her a glance, offering no greeting, and proceeded toward Gao Wenwen. Hey, don't go over there. She has likely already been bitten. How can you speak so carelessly? How do you know she has been bitten? A man in a suit, standing behind Wei Xiaoheng, suddenly exclaimed with indignation. That young girl may just have been scratched by broken glass. If you delay her treatment, can you bear the responsibility? Oh, have we a living bodhisattva who gazes down upon mortals from atop Mount Everest? If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and save her. Just ensure you don't turn into a zombie and come bite me. Jiang Wuxin, weary of wasting her breath on such a dim-witted fool, crossed her arms and leaned against a pillar to watch the spectacle. I believe Chairman Qian is correct. We cannot be as cold-blooded as she is. Furthermore, as soldiers, it is our duty to protect the populace, Chu Tianqi declared, glaring fiercely at the nonchalant Jiang Wuxin as he pressed onward. To his surprise, he was once again halted by Wei Xiaoheng. I think the lady has a point. During these extraordinary times, we must exercise caution. Hearing Wei Xiaoheng's words, the suited Qian Yang and Chu Tianqi, though displeased, fell silent and stood still, awaiting his instructions. Wei Xiaoheng halted 2 meters from the large truck and called out to Gao Wenwen, Madam, are you all right? Are you feeling any discomfort? Jiang Wuxin watched Wei Xiaoheng's concerned expression and scoffed disdainfully. Whether she's fine or not, don't you already know? What else with your constant sarcasm? Before Wei Xiaoheng could respond, Chu Tianqi, standing behind him, bristled at Jiang Wuxin's tone, stretching his neck forward to argue. It's the same as last time. Can't you just speak properly? Wei Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, recalling Jiang Wuxin's first words to him. Aren't you the most dangerous one here? Could she know something? Every word she uttered seemed laden with implication. Yet, his physical anomaly was a secret he had never disclosed, nor had he exhibited any outward signs. How had she discerned it? His mind raced through possibilities, each dismissed in turn. Noticing his pallor, Chu Tianqi shot Jiang Wuxin a sidelong glance and stepped forward. You look terrible. Are you unwell? Wei Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He stared directly into Jiang Wuxin's eyes, offering no reply beyond a faint shake of his head. From her shallow understanding of him in her past life, Jiang Wuxin knew Wei Xiaoheng was the type to endure silently, extending kindness even to those who wronged him. She was certain that even if she bluntly revealed her knowledge of his secret, he wouldn't have the heart to kill her. In her previous life, after his mutation into a zombie, he had retained his consciousness, resisting his violent instincts to lead humans in building a sanctuary, until betrayal turned him into the zombie king, rallying the undead against humanity. Had he been more decisive, his fate might have been different. This is what happens when a saint survives the apocalypse. Kill her now and crush her skull, someone muttered. If she turns into a level 3 zombie, she'll be trouble. The words sent Wei Xiaoheng's pulse racing again, reinforcing his suspicion that Jiang Wuxin was hinting at something. Suppressing his unease, he forced calm into his voice. Why do you say that? Her boyfriend upstairs mutated into a level 2 zombie. We had to put him down. Who has to say she won to become a level 3? Jiang Wuxin answered with deliberate nonchalance, aware of Wei Xiaoheng's scrutiny. He studied her, baffled by her inscrutable motives, and chose silence. Please, don't kill me. I'm fine. I don't want to die. Gao 11, in the vehicle, suddenly spoke as if returning from the dead. Upon seeing Wei Xiaoheng and the others, she appeared to cling to them like a lifeline, raising her hands above her head in a gesture of surrender and pleading with Chu Tianqi for help. Observing her articulate speech, Chu Tian was uncertain about her condition and quietly inquired of Wei Xiaoheng, who remained silent, fixated on Gao 11. If you cannot bear to do it, I have no qualms about taking action myself. I do not share your merciful disposition. The safety of my team must come first, Jiang Wuxin stated, growing impatient with their hesitance. She promptly raised her submachine gun, aiming it at Gao 11. Upon seeing the ominous barrel of the gun, Gao 11 transformed, her body movements stiffening as she flailed her fists at Jiang Wuxin, emitting eerie sounds. It appeared that she had just recently become a zombie, still clinging to a semblance of consciousness. Yet her actions and movements betrayed the characteristics of the undead. Without further hesitation, Jiang Wuxin squeezed the trigger. But the bullet had yet to chamber. In a swift motion, Wei Xiaoheng drew his handgun and shot Gao 11 in the head. Realizing Wei Xiaoheng's intent, Chu Tianqi quickly signaled the team members behind him to climb onto the cargo truck and smash Gao 11's skull. Jiang Wuxin, observing their rapid response, clicked her tongue in displeasure. If both Gao 11 and Su Chong had transformed into level 2 zombies, she would have wasted a valuable crystal core. Cursing under her breath, she scrutinized the shattered remnants of the head, relieved to find no glimmering objects within. However, witnessing Wei Xiaoheng's conspicuous actions confirmed for Jiang Wuxin that Gao 11 had indeed succumbed to zombification. After all, as a level 3 zombie, he should have sensed his companion's transformation. Madam, may I have your contact information? Chu Tianqi asked as he and his team cleared the scene. Wei Xiaoheng approached Jiang Wuxin with a hint of hesitation. If it's inconvenient, then never mind. How could it be inconvenient? Quite the opposite, Jiang Wuxin thought, contemplating how to entice Wei Xiaoheng to her sweetheart base. To her surprise, he proactively requested her contact details, indicating that she had successfully captured his attention. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the catch. I am Jiang Wuxin. Here is my radio frequency. You are welcome to visit my sweetheart base. Wei Xiaoheng reciprocated with a slip of paper bearing his name and radio frequency, handing it to Jiang Wuxin. With their objectives achieved, Jiang Wuxin and her team departed in their small pink vehicle. Watching them drive away, Wei Xiaoheng exhaled deeply and called Chu Tianqi and another team member to ascend via the fire escape. Upon reaching the upper floor, they were taken aback by the sight of numerous corpses scattered about. Did that woman and her companions do all of this? Their combat prowess is quite formidable. Wei Xiaoheng and his companions had been patrolling near the supermarket these past few days. Apart from the vehicles belonging to Jiang Wuxin and Su Chong, they had not observed anyone else approaching. Su Chong and Gao 11 appeared to be ordinary individuals with no means to defend themselves. Thus, it was solely Jiang Wuxin and her group who could vanquish the zombies. Could it be that they, too, had undergone mutations and transformed into zombies like the rest? Yet, if that were the case, why could he not sense their presence? Please clean up the scene and gather any remaining supplies they left behind. Chapter 83. Enraged in the absence of Jiang Wuxin over the past few days, the one most delighted was Zhou Qi. She had completely forgotten the 500 points she owed Jiang Wuxin, her mind consumed by the hope that Jiang would perish outside, thereby granting her ownership of the house. Sitting in the sunlit courtyard, she reclined with her feet propped on the table, leisurely indulging in the snacks that Jiang had placed there for communal enjoyment. Relishing her moment of comfort. Those snacks were set aside by my sister for everyone. How can you indulge alone? You're nearly eating them all. Zhou Qi had been hoarding the snacks for several days, while the others toiling in the courtyard chose to ignore her behavior. After all, their positions afforded them no power to intervene. However, Xiao Tiando was different. She had always been aware of Zhou Qi's actions, but had initially chosen to turn a blind eye, having been taught by her sister the importance of sharing. Yet, after witnessing Zhou Qi's selfishness persist for several days, Xiao Tiando could no longer tolerate it. With determination, she stormed over and snatched the snacks from Zhou Qi's hands. Oh dear, I was merely too hungry to resist these treats. My sister is in a different situation. She always has access to good food. As Zhou Qi nearly erupted in anger upon having her snacks taken, she suppressed her fury upon recognizing Xiao Tiando and forced a smile, albeit insincerely. My sister is pitifully underfed every day. Can't you just overlook this? After all, you have plenty of snacks. Absolutely not. My sister said these are to be shared with everyone. If you're hungry, why not work to exchange points for food? Xiao Tiando had made Jiang Lidu furious at home. Would she fear Zhou Qi? My sister is unwell and unable to work. Please show some kindness. Zhou Qi feigned a look of self-sacrifice. But inside she wished for both Xiao Tiando and her detestable sister to meet their demise outside. She relied on her sister for a life of comfort and felt entitled to the snacks. How dare this little girl chastise her? However, Zhou Qi's acting skills were lacking. Observing her unwilling expression, Xiao Tiando recognized her deceit. She ceased the conversation and gathered the snacks from the table, carrying them into the glass house. You little brat. What makes you so special? At that moment, Zhou Qi bore no semblance of a privileged young lady. She was nothing more than a lazy glutton. Spitting in Xiao Tiando's direction, she grumbled as she departed. Recently, the Tomorrow base, located in the heart of the city, has begun to extensively accept survivors. Citizens wishing to take residence can visit the base to inquire about detailed information. The base guarantees the safety of life and property while providing essential living supplies such as water, electricity, and food. All are welcome to seek counsel. This is not the first time Zhou Qi has heard this announcement on the radio, though she has contemplated leaving the comfort of her life during this period. When Jiang Wuxin's heart is elsewhere, has made her suppress such thoughts. However, recalling the indignities she suffered at Xiao Tiando's place that afternoon, she could no longer contain her frustration and decided to grab some belongings from the glass house before boldly departing to join the Tomorrow base. If one does not stay here, there will be another place to belong. As night fell, Zhou Qi stealthily crept into Jiang Wuxin's courtyard while everyone was asleep. Using the light from the flower house, she slipped to the base of the glass house and pulled a hammer from her pocket, striking the glass with all her might. Bang! Like everyone else who had attempted to shatter the glass, Zhou Qi's hand was numbed by the impact, yet the glass remained unscathed. With a puzzled expression, she reached down to feel the spot where the hammer had struck, only to find no damage and not even a scratch left behind. Damn! What kind of shoddy glass is this? Just as detestable as that woman Jiang Wuxin. Unwilling to accept defeat, she rose again, positioning herself to strike with all her strength, and brought the hammer down once more. This time, while the glass remained intact, she succeeded in waking the three little cats in the courtyard. Dada and Xiao He were the first to awaken, their fluffy tails raised high, silently creeping up behind Zhou Qi, their eyes filled with vigilance. Zhou Qi had initially sought to avoid making noise, but her repeated failures ignited her fury. No longer holding back, she hurled insults at Jiang Wuxin while relentlessly hammering the glass. Dada and Xiao He were somewhat familiar with this woman who frequently occupied the courtyard, so they had not attacked her immediately. However, now perceiving her actions as a threat to their little master's safety, Dada leapt onto Zhou Qi's back, scratching her neck and drawing blood. Seeing Dada make a move, Xiao He circled around to Zhou Qi's front, and as she screamed and fell, he clawed at her face. Ah, my face. I'll kill you two little beasts. Startled by the sudden pain, Zhou Qi stumbled backward, and upon hearing the sound of meowing nearby, she instantly realized that Jiang Wuxin's little cats had inflicted her injuries. Previously, Jiang Wuxin had trimmed their claws to prevent any accidental harm to Xiao Tiando, so Xiao He did not leave a mark on Zhou Qi's face. With a little wiggle of their bottoms, they evaded her attacks and leapt to the ground to groom their paws. Zhou Qi scrambled up from the ground, her hand instinctively reaching to her neck, where the sticky sensation and stinging pain drove her into a frenzy. In a fit of rage, she kicked in Dada's direction. As Xiao He released his small paw, he launched a swift kick towards Zhou Qi's kneecap. The combination of inertia and his weakened hind leg caused Zhou Qi to collapse onto the ground in a rather comical manner. The commotion roused Xiao Tiando from her slumber. Upon turning on the light and witnessing Zhou Qi's disheveled state, she furrowed her little brows. Using the system, she awakened everyone before opening the glass door and inquiring, "What are you doing here at this late hour instead of sleeping?" Xiao Tiando, resembling a miniature version of Jiang Wuxin, emanated an aura that rivaled her sister's, though her round, puffy face diluted some of the hostility she exuded. "Oh, did I wake you, sister? I sincerely apologize. I was simply too hungry and wanted to find something to eat. May I come in?" Upon hearing Xiao Tiando's somewhat brusque tone, Zhou Qi initially contemplated a fierce retort. However, she could not overlook the open door behind Xiao Tiando. If soothing her would allow her entry, then it was hardly worth the effort to raise a fuss. "If you're hungry, you can go to the supermarket across the street tomorrow. I can't let anyone else in," Zhou Qi responded. Xiao Tiando was no gullible child easily swayed by flattery. She maintained a stern expression and resolutely refused Zhou Qi's request. Seeing that this tactic had failed, Zhou Qi promptly knelt down, raising her right hand with her left, casting a pitiful gaze towards Xiao Tiando. "If you want to give me something to eat, that is fine. But my hand was injured by a hammer and my neck was scratched by a kitten. Can I please come in to tend to my wounds?" Zhou Qi fixated on Xiao Tiando's expression, oblivious to Yi Mei and the others approaching in their pajamas, their displeasure evident. The sudden sound startled her, nearly causing her to lose her composure. "Where are you hurt? Let me take a look." Chapter 84. Upgrading abilities. Yi Mei was unconcerned about Zhou Qi's potential irritation and forcefully redirected her. "What are you doing playing with a hammer in the middle of the night? Have you lost your mind? And what are you doing here at such an hour?" Zhou Qi, taken aback by Yi Mei's abruptness, faltered in her defense, her tone shifting awkwardly as she attempted to concoct a story. "I see you just want to sneak in and steal something under the cover of night. Oomph, a working girl from such a rundown place. It's evident you harbor ill intentions." At that moment, Zhou Qi's mind was in disarray. She was unaware that Xiao Tiando had informed everyone before her emergence and mistakenly presumed Yi Mei was also there to pilfer something. In a desperate attempt to deflect attention from Xiao Tiando, she hastily spun a narrative to exonerate herself. Yi Mei found Zhou Qi's antics amusing. Crossing her arms and wearing an expression of incredulity as she watched Zhou Qi ramble on. When Zhou Qi realized that Yi Mei was not inclined to entertain her defense, she mistakenly believed she had succeeded in shifting blame onto her. However, upon looking up, she saw Li Likun, Lu Xiong, and the two female workers accompanying Yi Mei walking into the yard. "What is going on? Why is everyone here? Xiaodou just notified us that you were causing a ruckus here. I'm afraid we've disappointed you." Yi Mei gazed at Zhou Qi's face, mottled with bruises and her hair in disarray from a cat's claws, and could not help but laugh aloud. "Qi, what brings you here?" Lu Xiong, noticing his girlfriend's disheveled state seated on the ground, hurried over to assist her. "My hand was injured by a hammer, and I sought Little Sweet Bean's help for a bandage. I didn't anticipate she would summon everyone." Zhou Qi feigned a pained expression, reluctant to trouble anyone further, and raised her left hand before Lu Xiong. "Look, it's swollen. I suspect I may have injured the bone." Just as Lu Xiong was about to inspect her hand, Little Sweet Bean's voice floated from behind. "But you just told me it was your right hand that was hurt. How is it suddenly your left?" Zhou Qi, witnessing the amused expressions on the faces of those surrounding her, decided to drop the pretense. With a flash of irritation, she exclaimed, "I merely woke up hungry in the middle of the night and came to find something to eat. Is this really necessary? Are you trying to drive me to madness? Enough of this charade. Go back to sleep at once, or I shall have no qualms about tossing you out to feed the zombies." Yi Mei, roused from her slumber and irked by the commotion, sought to put an end to Zhou Qi's impotent fury. Lu Xiong also urged her to return. Realizing she would not obtain what she sought that night, Zhou Qi reluctantly followed Lu Xiong home. However, the more she pondered, the angrier she became. In a fit of rage, she retrieved a lighter from the living room, ignited a down jacket, and tossed it into Jiang Wuxin's yard. To her dismay, before the garment could even touch the ground, the fire suppression system detected the flames and extinguished them automatically. Jiang Wuxin's yard was equipped with numerous automated watering devices, rendering it impervious to fire. Furious that her plan had failed, Zhou Qi begrudgingly returned to bed. The following day, Jiang Wuxin and her companions finally returned. She instructed Yang Shuling and the others to place the items they brought back into the supermarket at location 15. then notified the other members of the base that they could come to exchange goods. Upon seeing the announcement, Zhou Qi eagerly grasped Lu Ziyang's hand and rushed downstairs. Warmly addressing Jiang Wuxin, "Sister Xian, you're finally back. Allow me to assist you. My goodness, have you taken some strange medicine during our brief separation?" Yang Shuling shivered at Zhou Qi's enthusiastic greeting, looking at the pair with disdain. She found it hard to believe that Zhou Qi would genuinely offer to help. Something was amiss. Coincidentally, Jiang Wuxin harbored similar doubts. Although she was unaware of the events that transpired at the base the previous day, her instincts told her that Zhou Qi had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, she chose not to confront her directly, intending to address the matter later. Nodding in agreement to Zhou Qi's request, Jiang Wuxin busied herself with inquiries regarding Xiao Shuai's ability upgrade and did not linger, returning home. Upon entering, she was greeted by Yi Mei approaching her. Xian, you're back," Yi Mei exclaimed, and upon noticing Zhou Qi among the group moving items, she quickly pulled Jiang Wuxin aside to recount the recent happenings. Jiang Wuxin exhibited little emotion, merely acknowledging with a nod before entering to check the surveillance with Xiao Shuai. Upon witnessing Zhou Qi's frustrated, pallid expression after his failed attempt to set fire to the courtyard, she inadvertently chuckled. Zhou Qi truly had a knack for causing trouble. It appeared he could no longer be tolerated. Jiang Wuxin retrieved the 10 zombie crystal cores she had collected over the past few days from her space and summoned Xiao Shuai, inquiring about how to enhance her abilities. "Master, the system has issued the apparatus for refining crystal cores to your backpack. You may concoct pills according to the usage instructions," Xiao Shuai informed her. Jiang Wuxin opened her backpack in the system, where a device resembling an alchemical furnace lay quietly. After meticulously reading the instruction manual, she tossed in the 10 crystal cores. In no time, a small white pill emerged from the process. "Master, simply ingest the pill with water to upgrade your abilities," Xiao Shuai advised. The small pill bore no unpleasant odor, and without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wuxin swallowed it, instantly dispelling the fatigue of the past few days. Feeling invigorated and brimming with energy, venturing into the courtyard, she demonstrated her abilities on an open patch of ground, astonishingly conjuring a water sphere the size of a soccer ball. Moreover, she distinctly sensed that the mental energy expended while using her powers was significantly reduced, even more effortless than when employing her first-level abilities. In high spirits, Jiang Wuxin conducted several successful trials before eagerly seeking her younger sister, Xiao Tiando. "Sister, you're finally back. Dodo missed you so much," Xiao Tiando exclaimed, dashing towards her sister and diving into Jiang Wuxin's embrace, eagerly seeking affection. Jiang Wuxin gently ruffled her sister's hair, crouching to meet her at eye level, and softly inquired, "Dodo, have you been well-behaved at home these past few days? Did Yi Mei say you were bullied by Zhou Qi?" Upon hearing Zhou Qi's name, Xiao Tiando immediately pouted, launching into a litany of grievances regarding his outrageous antics. Her acting was so poor, Dodo could see right through her. Her hand wasn't even hurt. Thankfully, Dodo was clever enough to inform everyone in advance. "Yi Mei and Uncle Li came to help me. Dodo, you're amazing. You've learned to share and also how to protect yourself. I'm so proud of you." Interacting with her sister was the only time Jiang Wuxin could fully lower her guard, and she generously offered her praise, tenderly stroking her sister's head. "Sister brought back so many treats. Can Dodo help distribute them to everyone?" Seeing her sister nod obediently, Jiang Wuxin lifted her into her arms and walked toward the door. "Everyone has worked hard these days. We've brought back quite a few snacks. Let me share them." Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's voice, everyone paused their tasks and gathered at the door. Jiang Wuxin retrieved several boxes of imported chocolates from her small bag, distributing them to everyone, except for Zhou Qi. Observing that everyone else had received treats, Zhou Qi indignantly questioned, "Why does everyone have some, but I do not?" Chapter 85. Zhou Qi departs from Sweetheart Base before Jiang Wuxin could respond to her inquiry. 3 kittens suddenly dashed out from the side, lunging towards her. Zhou Qi, still haunted by the scratches from yesterday, stumbled back in fright and fell to the ground, causing the concealed items on her person to scatter about. "Oh dear. No wonder you were so eager to assist us with moving things. It seems you had ulterior motives," Yang Shuilin remarked, observing the scene with a smirk, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I didn't expect your attire to be so capacious, and you chose to pilfer only the most expensive items. That's not it. I intended to redeem them with points. I merely had them hidden for convenience." Zhou Qi scrambled to retrieve her belongings from the floor. But before she could stow them away again, Ji Chuan snatched them from her grasp. I don't recall Sister Xian ever establishing a rule that permits one to retrieve items before points are deducted. You cloak this shameful act in such lofty rhetoric. What business is it of yours? Who appointed you the arbiter of others' affairs? Zhou Qi retorted, her temper flaring as she disregarded her image in front of Bai Jinyan. She erupted like a tempest, unleashing a torrent of invectives. Do you truly believe that trailing behind Jiang Wuxin elevates your status? You are nothing more than a pet in her service. Oh my, I haven't even begun to speak, and yet someone is already on edge. In the realm of sarcasm, Ji Chuan claimed second place. No one dared to contest him for the first, unfazed by Zhou Qi's comments. He scrutinized her from head to toe and remarked, if memory serves, you still owe Sister Xian 500 points. Have you managed to earn them back so swiftly? It seems you have been quite industrious these past few days, truly a model worker in our base. Having forgotten all about this debt during Jiang Wuxin's absence, Zhou Qi was about to defend herself when Jiang Wuxin interrupted her, her tone laced with displeasure. Consider this a lesson in ignorance of the rules. However, I shall overlook the fact that you devoured the snacks I left on the table during my absence. Yet, your attempt to vandalize my property warrants an explanation. Does it not? I did not. Do not listen to the slander from Yi Mei and the others. Zhou Qi instinctively protested, but she realized too late the folly of her words. No one had witnessed her actions when she set the fire. How could Jiang Wuxin possibly know? Without indulging her in further conversation, Jiang Wuxin presented the surveillance footage from the past few days, isolating Zhou Qi's segments and projecting them onto the screen mounted on door 15. As Zhou Qi beheld her less than flattering antics and peculiar expressions displayed prominently on the screen, she let out a shriek and rushed forward, attempting to shield the viewers from her humiliation. Please stop. Whatever you decide, I will accept it. Zhou Qi assumed that Jiang Wuxin would likely impose a penalty of points, similar to their previous encounter, especially since she had yet to claim her items and was reluctant to leave empty-handed. You have done so many things that I can no longer keep you here. Pack your belongings and leave my base. What? You intend to expel me? Zhou Qi panicked, her legs giving way as she fell to her knees, pleading incessantly to Jiang Wuxin. Though she had contemplated departing for the tomorrow base, she was unprepared for such a drastic move. I am truly sorry, I was wrong, and I shall never dare to repeat it. I have not inflicted any substantial harm upon you. Please forgive me this once. Everything I consumed before, I worked to exchange for points to support you. I implore you, do not cast me out. Lu Ziong, though exasperated by Zhou Qi's behavior, had shared many years with her, and it was impossible to feel no affection at all. Thus, he interceded on her behalf with Jiang Wuxin. I worked alongside her and earned points. I kindly ask you to forgive her this one time, since you wish for her to remain. Why not take her place in leaving? With that single remark from Jiang Wuxin, Lu Ziong fell silent, allowing Zhou Qi to wail in despair without uttering another word, fearing that he might provoke Jiang Wuxin and incur their mutual expulsion. Observing the taciturn man before her, Zhou Qi felt her heart shatter completely. She struggled to rise from the ground, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and gathered her emotions into an expressionless visage, addressing Jiang Wuxin. I will leave if you wish, but I must receive compensation for the house I previously relinquished to you. Jiang Wuxin, not intending to force Zhou Qi into despair, graciously glanced at the provisions held in Ji Chuan's arms, silently indicating to Zhou Qi, these items were chosen by you, so take them with you. You may also take the provisions exchanged for your house. Upon hearing Jiang Wuxin's words, Lu Ziong grew agitated. If Zhou Qi were to take all those provisions, what would he eat? Lu Ziong, do you possess no conscience? Zhou Qi, upon realizing she was about to depart, was enraged that Lu Ziong could not even spare a morsel for her, and in a fit of fury, she slapped his face. Were it not for my efforts in bringing you here, would you even have the audacity to linger? You would have long been devoured by the zombies. Ungrateful wretch. The two quickly fell into a fierce argument, escalating to blows, yet none of the onlookers intervened. They merely observed this farcical scene with cold disdain. Ultimately, Zhou Qi departed Sweetheart Base, taking with her a portion of the food, leaving without a backward glance. Since learning of the Tomorrow Base, she had meticulously plotted her means of joining them, including the address and route, all of which she had meticulously prepared. She set off in the vehicle she had driven to reach this place, following the address announced over the radio. Along the way, she encountered numerous zombies. instilling such fear in her that she dared not pause, weeping as she pressed the accelerator to the floor, continually assuring herself that everything would improve once she reached Tomorrow Base. Following her prearranged route, it was not long before she arrived at the location of Tomorrow Base, only to find herself utterly dumbfounded by the sight before her. This was utterly beyond her imagination. At the entrance of Tomorrow Base stood two crooked signs labeled men and women, with a long line of people waiting to enter the makeshift tents beside the signs for a medical examination. Only those without any visible injuries could pass this initial check. Although Zhou Qi felt disheartened, she had nowhere else to go but Tomorrow Base, so she quietly followed the line of women, awaiting her turn for inspection. What? They had to undress for the examination. When her turn finally came, she was taken aback to learn that she had to do so completely naked. Though surrounded by women, she was reluctant to have her body on display for so many eyes. It was a matter of either stripping quickly or leaving in haste. In this apocalyptic world, the very act of survival was a question, yet here they were, clinging to that absurd notion of dignity. To the staff, those being examined were no different from mere commodities, and their demeanor was exceedingly stern. Despite her dissatisfaction, Zhou Qi found herself with no choice but to methodically remove her clothing for the inspection, and fortunately, she passed the first hurdle without issue. Next, all who had successfully completed the initial check were required to stay at the camp outside the base for 48 hours to ensure there were no unusual symptoms before being allowed inside. Zhou Qi realized that questioning the process was futile, so she obediently followed orders and settled into a relatively clean corner of the camp. I've heard this base has excellent conditions. There is food and shelter, and we can earn points through labor, exclaimed one of the women nearby. Yes. I've heard it's quite safe inside. We no longer have to worry about zombies. Zhou Qi's spirits lifted immensely upon hearing their conversation, believing that the environment here must be 1,000 times better than that of Jiang Wuxin. However, when it was finally her turn to enter, she was utterly stunned by the sight before her. Chapter 86. Tomorrow Base. The interior of the base resembled a small community, featuring over 20 identical houses. The environment within could barely be described as tidy. People hurried to and fro, each preoccupied with their own affairs. Mommy, I'm hungry. I want to eat. A small, filthy, and frail boy nestled in his mother's arms, weeping pitifully. Sweetheart, just hold on a little longer. I'll get you something to eat tomorrow. His mother gently wiped away the tears from the boy's eyes, soothing him softly before turning her head away to let out a silent sigh. Such scenes were not isolated. As Zhou Qi ventured further inside, she noticed many individuals seated on the ground, some with children or appearing unwell. The sight left her somewhat bewildered. Everything brought into the base had to be surrendered in exchange for points. These points were crucial to every aspect of life within Tomorrow Base. If I catch any of you hoarding items, don't blame me for being harsh. The staff accompanying Zhou Qi and her group incessantly blared a few phrases through a loudspeaker. Noticing Zhou Qi lingering in place, one of them suddenly raised their voice and pointed at her with an unfriendly expression, shouting, You? Yes, you. Why are you just standing there? Do you have an issue with our rules? Startled by the harsh sound, Zhou Qi quickly shook her head and followed behind the group into the community. The passing crowd had grown accustomed to such scenes. None paused, all hurriedly preoccupied with their daily lives. A faint odor, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed in quite some time, gradually assaulted Zhou Qi's psychological defenses, while she too needed to earn points through labor at Jiang Wuxin's place. The daily provisions of water and electricity were ample, and those living at the Sweetheart Base were particularly attentive to personal hygiene, making such a smell virtually non-existent. This sudden contrast, coupled with the nauseating scent, left Zhou Qi feeling somewhat regretful. You four are living here. Take care of it. The staff admonished. If you damage the furniture, beware that I will deduct your points. Zhou Qi and the four individuals were led to a cramped room, where turning around was a challenge. 4 single wooden beds were arranged in a stacked manner, creaking at the slightest touch. Excuse me, could you please tell me where the restroom is? Zhou Qi inquired. The staff, glancing at the somewhat awkward Zhou Qi, snorted coldly and strutted away without acknowledging her. Confounded by this behavior, Zhou Qi was about to ask her roommates when one of the unfriendly women spoke up with a mocking tone. Oh dear, what time do you think it is? Still dreaming of having a private restroom? Do you really think you are still a young lady? This woman, upon seeing the young and well-dressed Zhou Qi, immediately adopted a disdainful demeanor, seizing the opportunity to ridicule her. You really can't speak properly, can you? I had a private restroom at my previous base. Is it wrong to ask about it? Zhou Qi, provoked, placed her hands on her hips, and the two began to argue. I see you were just daydreaming. If your conditions were so good, why didn't you stay? Perhaps you were kicked out. The woman, a well-known brawler, did not hold back, fully unleashing her argumentative prowess upon Zhou Qi. All right, everyone stop arguing. I heard from someone that there's a shared restroom at the back, young lady. You might want to check there, another matronly figure interjected, pulling Zhou Qi aside. Having left the sweetheart base on an empty stomach, Zhou Qi now lacked the energy to quarrel with the woman. She shot her a glare and followed the direction indicated by the matron to find a restroom. As she walked further back, the nauseating odor intensified until she arrived at the public toilet, where the stench was reminiscent of the decaying zombie Jiang Wuxin had dealt with. To her dismay, it was a pit latrine. Overwhelmed, Zhou Qi could no longer contain herself. An intense sensation surged from her stomach. However, as she had not consumed anything that morning, her stomach was entirely empty, resulting in her only expelling some sour bile, which caused her considerable discomfort. Cursing under her breath, she clutched her abdomen and returned to her dormitory, where she found the elder sister who had just rebuked her absent. Unable to suppress her grievances, she vented her frustrations. What a dreadful place. A pit latrine. It reeks terribly. How am I supposed to relieve myself here? A kind smile graced the lips of an elder woman, who gently consoled her. A pit latrine is still preferable to being devoured by a zombie, wouldn't you agree? In these trying times, we must endure. This wretched place starkly contrasts the grandiose claims made in the propaganda. They said there would be no worries about food and drink, that the environment is beautiful. Bah! The more Zhou Qi pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Had she not been swayed by the broadcasts, she would never have ventured to this miserable locale. Even for Jiang Wuxin, if you hold this place in such disdain, why not leave? Why linger here day after day? Exactly. Even drinking water requires points for exchange. How can there be enough water to flush the toilets? Truly, one cannot expect to live like a princess while carrying such a princess's affliction. Zhou Qi's remarks nearly provoked the ire of the crowd. She alone could not contend with so many. Ultimately, she mumbled her way back to her bunk, voluntarily quelling the brewing storm. In the afternoon, staff members arrived to summon the newcomers for a meeting, and Zhou Qi followed the group to the cafeteria. In the center of the dining hall, several greasy tables were pushed together to form a makeshift conference table, at which sat a man who appeared to be a minor leader of the base, scrutinizing Zhou Qi and her companions. On the first day at the base, I made it clear to you all that we operate on a points system. Only by completing tasks each day can you earn points. We do not support idlers at our base. Remember, the more you work, the more you earn. A woman, struggling to comprehend the man's words, furrowed her brow and raised her hand to inquire, what can we do with these points? These points influence every aspect of your life at the base. For instance, meals and water must be exchanged for points. We provide only 2 meals daily, and if you miss the times, you shall go hungry. Furthermore, water distribution occurs only from 8 to 9 p.m. each night. Keep your wits about you. If you miss it, do not come looking for me. Although the crowd harbored grievances, reliant as they were on the leadership, none dared voice dissent, nodding in agreement. The minor leader, satisfied with their response, nodded and signaled for his subordinate to distribute the worksheets. This document clearly enumerated the points one could earn for each task, and you may begin your work once you understand the hours. Just as he prepared to depart, Zhou Qi's exclamation halted him in his tracks. Why are all the tasks so physically demanding and technically challenging? Is there nothing easier? Easier? It would be far simpler for you to exit and be devoured by a zombie. If you can work, then do so. If not, then get lost. The minor leader paid no heed to Zhou Qi's former status. In his eyes, everyone who entered the Tomorrow base was merely earning a living under his authority, and his words were devoid of courtesy. Chapter 87. Provoking Public Fury. Zhou Qi understood the necessity of submitting under the eaves, silently enduring her grievances and choosing to remain silent. Since there were no objections, it was best to get on with the work at hand. The minor leader scoffed disdainfully at Zhou Qi before leaving, flanked by sycophants. She had little patience for those who looked down upon others after ascending to power, yet she could only internalize her emotions. She approached the points inquiry machine with her points card and placed it upon the device. Zhou Qi, points balance, 15. Despite having brought an abundance of supplies, she had only accrued a meager 15 points. How unfair. She accessed the points redemption page and saw that a day's worth of meals cost merely 2 points. while a drink of water cost 1 point. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. If calculated this way, one would require only 90 points for meals and drinks over a month, which was far more economical than at Jiang Wuxin's place. It seemed the Tomorrow base had its merits after all. As the mealtime approached, members needing to collect their meals were instructed to redeem their points at the machine, presenting their cards for verification at the cafeteria. The loudspeakers scattered throughout the base announced the time precisely, prompting Zhou Qi to return to the redemption page and exchange her points for a day's rations. With her meal card in hand, she cheerfully made her way to the cafeteria for the morning meeting. Upon entering the dining hall, she was met not with the enticing aromas of a hearty meal, but rather with the pungent stench of rancid oil. Confusion washed over her as she approached the serving area with her card. As she presented it, the staff, not even lifting their heads, accepted her bowl. Upon hearing the machine beep, they turned and ladled a bowl of watery rice soup from a dark basin, tossing a hard bun and some pickled vegetables into her container. Next, is this a joke? For such a meager portion, they required 2 points? This was outrageous. Zhou Qi gazed at the translucent soup and the rock-hard bun, her eyes welling with tears. I had brought meats among the supplies, and this is what you offer us in return? If you don't like it, then get lost. Next, the prevailing rhetoric at the Tomorrow base seemed to be if you're unwilling, then leave, a phrase employed by nearly all staff members. Yet, most base members were easily satisfied. It was only during Zhou Qi's brief stay that the frequency of this phrase had surged. Ah, I recognize you. How wonderful is life at our base, ISNT it. A beaming woman, seemingly oblivious to the storm brewing on Zhou Qi's face, approached her with a grin. What a dismal place. Is this what you call a good environment? You and the propaganda are both nothing but liars. Zhou Qi's pent-up emotions erupted, and in a fit of rage, she overturned the bowl of rice soup and bun onto the floor, splattering herself in the process, unaware as she began to unleash her frustration upon the bewildered woman. It is entirely your fault for the deceitful promotion that lured me to this wretched place. Even the steamed buns and rice soup are unpalatable. How dare you speak in such a manner? What do you mean by saying that even pigs wouldn't eat this? Who are you indirectly insulting? If you possess any courage, go to those affluent people's shelters. They enjoy a far superior environment. Indeed, how presumptuous of you to fancy yourself a young lady of privilege. Having fallen to such a lowly state, you still dare to mock us. Such a person deserves to be cast out. Better to be bitten by a zombie than to be ungrateful for the warm rice soup provided. The commotion caused by Zhou Qi immediately attracted a throng of onlookers. Her derogatory remarks ignited a wave of indignation, prompting many to confront her with righteous anger. You know nothing. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. There are numerous shelters outside with much better conditions. Unlike you who have never seen the world. Zhou Qi, fueled by the same fierce spirit she had displayed during her quarrel with Jiang Wuxin, defiantly confronted the leading matron. However, before she could utter her next words, she received a resounding slap across her face. In disbelief, she pointed at the man who had suddenly appeared before her. Her cheeks swelling painfully, and after a long pause, finally managed to stammer, "Who do you think you are to hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? If you continue to incite trouble and stir discord, I will throw you out." Zhou Qi had always believed she held the upper hand in disputes with Jiang Wuxin and her companions, attributing it to the civility of the Sweetheart Base's inhabitants, who refrained from physical altercations over trivial matters. However, the people of the Tomorrow Base were entirely different. They had all escaped from the jaws of zombies. Without the refuge provided by Tomorrow Base, they would inevitably meet their demise outside. Thus, Tomorrow Base represented their sanctuary, their blessing, and they would not tolerate any disparaging remarks about it. Zhou Qi, intimidated, refrained from further retorts and glared at them before leaving. She stormed into the building, fuming in solitude, but the pangs of hunger from not having eaten for an extended period compelled her to fetch water to quell her hunger. At the water station, a long queue had formed, and Zhou Qi slowly moved forward with the crowd. By now, the events of noon had spread like wildfire, and many were pointing and whispering about her. Yet, with so many gossiping, she dared not engage in further argument, enduring the myriad of scrutinizing gazes with suppressed fury. After a prolonged wait, she finally managed to place her points card on the reader, deducting 1 point, but before her cup could even be filled, the flow of water ceased. "Is this all I get for 1 point?" she exclaimed in disbelief, tapping the water dispenser, yet it remained unresponsive. "Could you hurry up? What is taking so long?" The impatience of those waiting behind her grew, expressing their displeasure at Zhou Qi for blocking the water dispenser. Reluctantly, she decided not to delay any further, gritting her teeth and swiping another point to fill a basin with water for washing up before leaving. "Oh, is this not our unfortunate young lady? We are barely managing to quench our thirst, and yet the young lady indulges in the luxury of fetching water for her ablutions." The older sister, who had previously been at odds with Zhou Qi, leaned against the bedside and spoke sarcastically upon seeing her return with water. Zhou Qi chose not to respond. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as she placed the basin on the floor, meticulously cleansing the dirt from her face. She was careful not to waste a single drop, using the water to wipe herself down before she intended to dispose of the water. Suddenly, the bright light extinguished, startling her. A power outage at just 9:30. With no other option, she shoved the basin under the bed and lay down in her clothes. It was already autumn, and although a thin quilt offered some warmth, she wondered how she would manage once winter arrived. Recalling her days at the Sweetheart Base, where even Jiang Wuxin's flower room enjoyed round-the-clock electricity, she felt a pang of despair, realizing her current living conditions were inferior even to Jiang Wuxin's botanical haven. Zhou Qi slowly closed her eyes, memories of her days of free indulgence at Jiang Wuxin's home flooding her mind, and she could no longer contain her emotions as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 88. Wei Xiaoheng requests cooperation after Zhou Qi's departure. The Sweetheart Base was largely free from disturbances, a harmonious group of individuals who no longer mentioned her name, including Lu Xiang. Not long after, those residing in Unit 2 also departed eastward. Jiang Wuxin speculated they had left the premises but paid little mind, focusing instead on her studies of abilities and the benefits from Xiao Shui. "Master, the tulips in the flower room have bloomed, with a survival rate of an impressive 98%. Hurry and harvest them for points." Though Xiao Shui had been rather vexed by Jiang Wuxin lately, he adhered to his professional integrity and promptly alerted her upon detecting the tulips flowering. Without delay, she called upon Li Likun and Ji Chuan to assist her in harvesting the bouquets. "Goodness, these tulips have flourished splendidly and smell divine. Granny Li, you are remarkable," Yang Xuelin exclaimed, admiring the magnificent scene before her, her compliments making Granny Li blush with modesty. "Actually, I cannot take all the credit. I merely provided careful nurturing. The high survival rate is primarily due to the premium fertilizer Xine gifted me. Granny Li, do not be so humble. If mere fertilizer could cultivate such exquisite blooms, I would not have spent points hiring you. I could manage it myself." Jiang Wuxin, in high spirits, teased the group while picking a large handful from the harvested bouquets, dividing them into 3 bunches and handing them to the Li family and Yang Xuelin. "Here, 1 bouquet for each of you. And could you kindly deliver the remaining 1 to Yi Mei and her group? They are busy harvesting in the fields and could not join us." With that, Jiang Wuxin entrusted Yang Xuelin with the task. Yang Xuelin accepted the bouquet, inhaling deeply and adopting an expression of utmost satisfaction as she gazed at Jiang Wuxin. "Who understands our families? Even in the apocalypse, I can still receive such a fresh bouquet of flowers. Sister Xinxin, I adore you so much." Jiang Wuxin dodged the exaggerated and comical embrace from Yang Xuelin with a look of disdain, mimicking her saccharine tone and expression. "Oh my, who would have thought? In the midst of the apocalypse, there's still someone so utterly nauseating. Yang Xuelin, I despise you." Their playful banter successfully amused everyone, except for Lu Xiang, who had just arrived after receiving the news. His presence went unnoticed by the group, seeing that every household had received a bouquet from Jiang Wuxin except his own. A shadow of loneliness flickered across his face. Though he wasn't particularly fond of flowers, the exclusion left him feeling isolated. "Sister Xinxin, let me help you carry the flowers inside," Lu Xiang offered. Jiang Wuxin nodded naturally at his voice, and no one realized that during the distribution, Lu Xiang's solitary residence in Unit 16 had been overlooked. The group dispersed, each returning to their own tasks. "Sister Xinxin, is there anything else you need help with? I can clear this area too," Lu Xiang continued, instinctively trying to maintain her attention by offering assistance and making conversation. Yet, Jiang Wuxin remained oblivious to his unusual behavior. After a brief nod, she prepared to set out with Ji Chuan to expand their territory. "Ji Chuan, come with me later. Let us check the situation at Unit 12. The city had been drenched in rain for days. Jiang Wuxin and Ji Chuan, carrying 3 kittens, approached Unit 12. The tightly shut door loomed ominously under the gloomy sky. "I'll search the first floor. You take the to the second floor. Stay alert," she instructed. Though Xiao Shuai had already scanned the area and confirmed no evolved zombies with abilities, ordinary ones could still pose a sudden threat. Jichuan nodded, took the duff from her arms, and ascended the stairs with a flashlight. This villa differed starkly from the others they had encountered. The interior was nearly barren, not just lacking supplies, but even furniture was scarce, as if it had rarely been inhabited. Within minutes, Jichuan returned with the kitten. The second floor mirrored the first, nothing out of the ordinary. Outside, the rain intensified. Jiang Wuxin decided to retreat and have Xiao Shuai install an electric fence around Unit 12 before continuing after the storm. But before they could leave, a voice crackled through the radio. Wei Xiaoing. Jiang Wuxin, this is Wei Xiaoing. Our reconnaissance has detected a large garment factory in the northern district. With winter approaching, I extend an official invitation from the military to Sweetheart Base for a joint operation to gather essential supplies. If interested, assemble at the designated location tomorrow. The message included the factory's precise coordinates and even a thoughtfully planned route. Though Sweetheart Base lacked for little, the factory wasn't too far. And such places often harbored mutated zombies. Not only can we gather crystal cores, but we may also bring back some supplies and perhaps even earn some points along the way. Why not seize the opportunity? Please inform Yang Xuelin to join me on the mission tomorrow. Jichuan did not inquire about the tasks in Jiang Wuxin's radio, but he did not press the matter further. The two of them packed their belongings and departed. The next morning, just as Jiang Wuxin finished preparing to set out and call for Yang Xuelin and Jichuan, she discovered that the two were already poised for departure in the yard. Yang Xuelin took the wheel as usual, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the assembly point atop the hill across from the garment factory. The operation ahead was not straightforward. Thus, Wei Xiaoing had brought along a considerable number of people, and an array of advanced heavy weaponry was mounted on the military vehicles in the rear. Have you arrived this early? Jiang Wuxin initially thought they had come ahead of schedule, but upon seeing Wei Xiaoing and Chu Tianqi, she was somewhat surprised and greeted them with a smile. Although Chu Tianqi admired Jiang Wuxin's capabilities after witnessing her previous achievements, he remained displeased with her earlier indifference and merely nodded in acknowledgement without engaging further. Is it just the three of you? This mission is still quite perilous. Wei Xiaoing observed the trio in the vehicle, his brow furrowing in concern. Having gained a new understanding of their combat abilities from the previous incident, he recognized that this situation was far more complex, and he feared that Jiang Wuxin might underestimate the danger. We're merely here to join in the excitement, not to insist on collecting a substantial amount of supplies. Besides, with so many of us, surely you won't abandon us in our time of need? Jiang Wuxin felt a sense of reassurance with the presence of her companions, Xiao Fun and Xiao Shuai. Yet she understood the importance of discretion and refrained from revealing her full capabilities. Very well, should you encounter any peril, do not hesitate to contact me. And be sure to prioritize your safety. Wei Xiaoheng reiterated his instructions to his subordinates, while others from the small base began arriving in succession. Chapter 89. Lingchuang Base. Among the small bases participating in this operation, Jiang Wuxin was somewhat familiar with Lingchuang Base, while the others were largely unknown to her from her previous life. Lingchuang Base was established by civilian forces and is situated in the eastern suburbs of the city. Its most notable distinction from other bases lies in the fact that most of its members awaken their abilities at the onset of the apocalypse. The ethos of the entire base is quite intense. They uphold the belief that only those with capabilities deserve to survive. Many ordinary individuals who contributed little were absorbed within their ranks. Though they do not possess a numerical advantage, the caliber of their members is generally exceptional. The management of Lingchuang Base consists of two pairs of young men and women, who are also the founders of the base. In her previous life, Jiang Wuxin had heard much about the love and conflicts surrounding their base, yet she had never encountered them in person, so she refrained from making assumptions. Yuan, why are you rushing ahead? Wait for me. A strikingly beautiful woman followed closely behind a man, calling out. Jiang Wuxin glanced at her face and instinctively sensed that she was not someone to be trifled with. The man in front did not halt his pace. Yet Jiang Wuxin could perceive that he had slightly slowed down, maintaining a certain distance from the woman. Yuan? Liang Yuan? Upon seeing the man's visage, this name instantly flashed through Jiang Wuxin's mind, and she confirmed her suspicion upon closer inspection. Although she had only heard of his name in her previous life, she recognized him immediately due to his gentle demeanor, which set him apart from others, creating an air of incongruity when he stood with them. Yuan, Fu Kaitong and the others have yet to arrive. Why are you hurrying? The woman trailing behind was somewhat breathless, casting an annoyed glance at Liang Yuan. I apologize. I merely intended to check in with Captain Wei ahead of time. You all can wait for me below. There's no need to come up. Liang Yuan's tone was soft, akin to a gentle breeze that quickly quelled the woman's irritation. She regained her composure and gently grasped Liang Yuan's arm, saying, I will certainly stay by your side. Do not attempt to shake me off. Liang Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand and continued ascending the mountain, speaking in hushed tones. In public, it's best not to engage in such tugging. Let us first attend to the matter at hand. In Jiang Wuxin's recollection, Liang Yuan was a graduate student from the Capital Institute of Technology, renowned as a wood element ability user. He was kind, gentle, and spoke little, hoping to use his powers to aid more ordinary people. However, it was precisely this philosophy, which stood in stark contrast to the ideals of the Lingchuang base, that led to his enmity and demise in the internal strife of the base. Jiang Wuxin greatly admired those with such altruism and a personality akin to her own. Therefore, in this life, she wished to recruit Liang Yuan to Sweetheart Base and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, are you Liang Yuan from Lingchuang Base? I am Jiang Wuxin, the founder of Sweetheart Base. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon seeing Jiang Wuxin's stunning appearance, the woman beside her felt an immediate surge of alarm, positioning herself protectively in front of Liang Yuan and scrutinizing Jiang Wuxin with a disapproving gaze. Sweetheart Base? Who came up with such a foolish name? Do you dare to partake in such perilous endeavors as if this were merely child's play? Before she could voice her thoughts, a man suddenly emerged from behind her, stepping beside her with a mocking tone. If you all can come, why can't we? And regarding the name, it seems you have a penchant for meddling in matters that do not concern you. Jiang Wuxin's disdainful gaze effectively provoked the man, and noticing his impending anger, the woman beside him tugged at him, introducing herself. Hello, miss, I am Lu Xinyue, and this is Fu Kaidong. He may have spoken a bit offensively. I hope you can forgive him. Although Lu Xinyue's words were somewhat friendly, her detached tone was laden with suspicion. Regarding these two individuals, Jiang Wuxin was not entirely unfamiliar with them. They were, like Liang Yuan, the administrators of the leading innovation base, infamous in her past life for abandoning their own people to ensure their survival. Lu Xinyue, in particular, left a faint impression on her, as it seemed she followed Liang Yuan wherever she went. Hello, I am Liang Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Liang Yuan said, noticing Jiang Wuxin's displeasure and hastily stepping forward to ease the tension. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xinyue's expression immediately soured. Yuan, let us greet Captain Wei first, she said, pulling Liang Yuan away. Indeed, it is a waste of breath to linger with these ineffectual individuals and squander our time, Jiang Wuxin remarked, crossing her arms and observing the childish antics of the two without uttering another word. As Wei Xiaoheng noted that nearly everyone had arrived, he began organizing the group and distributing tasks. According to our investigation, there are 3 entrances to the clothing factory. We must split up to divert the zombies' attention. Otherwise, we could easily find ourselves surrounded and at a disadvantage. As soon as Wei Xiaoheng spoke, silence enveloped the group when lives were at stake. No one dared to be careless. We have formulated an offensive plan based on the size and capabilities of each base. Team 612 will lead one group to the northwest gate. The leading innovation base will take a team to the south gate. And the Sweetheart Base will command a team to the east gate. Sweetheart Base? I have never heard of such a base, someone interjected. Those 3 individuals wouldn't be from Sweetheart Base, would they? The man looks frail, and the 2 women seem like mere decorative vases. How could Captain Wei allow them to lead a team? Indeed, this concerns the safety of so many of us. How can such individuals be entrusted with leadership? Dissent grew louder as more voices joined in. Enough. Captain Wei's arrangements must have their rationale, and though Sweetheart Base has only 3 members, their abilities are commendable. Let us follow the directives, Chu Tianqi interjected, despite his long-standing disdain for Jiang Wuxin. Commendable? I find that hard to believe. Has Brother Chu worked with them before? In Fu Kaidong's eyes, individuals resembling Jiang Wuxin were mere dependents, incapable of standing on their own merit. He regarded only Wei Xiaoheng with respect among the members of Team 612, dismissing Chu Tianqi as merely a sycophant, and thus provocatively questioned. I am curious to know what great achievements they have accomplished that warrant such praise from you, Brother Chu. Those 3 managed to slay a couple of 100 zombies in a large supermarket. Can you? Chu Tianqi, realizing their cooperation would be necessary soon, restrained his urge to curse. though he mentally began to insult Fu Kaidong's family. Huh, I am rather eager to see their performance. I hope they do not get frightened by the zombies and run home to their mothers. The words of Chu Tianqi lacked persuasive power, and as soon as Fu Kaitong spoke, it elicited laughter from the crowd. Just don't come crying for help later. Yang Xuelin, indifferent to Fu Kaidong's identity, retorted without hesitation. Sister Xinxin, shall we take advantage of the chaos to deal with this meddlesome one? Ji Chuan leaned closer to Jiang Wuxin, a smile on his face, while uttering the most scathing remarks with a facade of mirth. Jiang Wuxin calmly soothed the agitated duo before turning to Wei Xiaohang, stating, "Our sweetheart base does not require additional manpower. The three of us can breach the west gate just fine. You should assign more personnel to those ornamental individuals, lest we have to rescue them later." The term ornamental was laden with significance, yet Wei Xiaohang did not grant Fu Kaitong and the others an opportunity to retort. He nodded in agreement with Jiang Wuxin's proposal and advised them to exercise caution. Although the others found the plan questionable, they felt compelled to acquiesce due to Wei Xiaohang's authority, and they awaited the potential blunders of Jiang Wuxin and her companions.